Chapter 1. Year 1484 of the Sea Circle Calendar. Summer Islands. The gentle sea breeze caressed the shoreline. Kapu basked in the sun, his spirits soaring. Gurgle, gurgle. The transponder snail rang out. The then fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, shouted urgently, Kapu, the Rocks Pirates are set to attack God Valley. Kapu was still on holiday. He had anticipated the Rocks Pirates' move about a week prior. The Celestial Dragons had selected God Valley, a place that did not pay the heavenly gold, to host their triennial annihilation games. As prizes, they had chosen 6 formidable devil fruits. These were seized by the Knights of God and the Navy, while the main force of the Rocks Pirates was away. How could Rocks swallow this indignity? He decisively chose to assault God Valley and reclaim the treasures. Steelbone Kong understood that Kapu had little interest in protecting the Celestial Dragons. Thus, he added, Kapu, that fellow Roger is also preparing to join the fray. What? Kapu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Has that guy Roger moved again? Action, immediate action. Bogart, vacation's over. Even in his holiday attire, Bogart, donned in a sharp suit and sunglasses, rose promptly. New World. A week prior. The chaotic epicenter of the Rocks era. Hive Island. The Rocks' Grand Fleet returned from their campaign, victorious yet in low spirits. Despite bringing back a host of phantoms, the strength of the Rocks Pirates was unquestionable. Yet, after a long journey, they returned to find their home plundered. What was the point? Many junior pirates, especially the inexperienced recruits, suffered grievous losses. In a corner of Loki Port, an inconspicuous young pirate named Shawn crawled up from the beach. His wounds, both external and internal, healed at an imperceptible pace. Even the bullet holes in his chest expelled their shells. Shawn sat by the sea, shaken, clutching a compass. Why would a massive truck come rushing while swimming in the sea? Thank goodness I survived. The coastal scenery was strikingly different from his memories, utterly unfamiliar. The enormous skull mountain at the island center was a shocking sight. Shawn could hardly forget this was a scene from the pirate manga he had followed since childhood. In terms of fidelity, it surpassed any live-action adaptation. Hive Island? Shawn felt entirely out of sorts, dressed in the style of a young pirate. The compass is still here? It was this compass, a souvenir bought at the vacation beach, the only one of its kind. On its back was a skull embedded within the silhouette of a laughing demon. The front displayed an ordinary compass needle. Regrettably, the waters of the Grand Line were in disarray, rendering it unusable. As blood seeped into the compass, it began to spin. Ding! Duong! The demon compass has been successfully validated. Compass Master, Ronan D. Shawn. Age, 15. Place of origin, West Sea. Once validated, the compass can be hidden and stored at will. It cannot be taken away, only the Compass Master may wield it. The demon prologue is visible solely to the Master. What is the demon prologue? Shawn understands it likely refers to the floating inscriptions before him. The demon compass will manifest at the pivotal moments of the Master's fate, presenting choices and offering various rewards. Upon the Master's death and resurrection, a fateful point is awakened. Choice 1. Devour the original Bodis memories and skills. Rewards: double memory capacity, double insight, double soul strength, double physical strength, and double proficiency in original skills. Choice 2. Do not devour the original memories, explore the ocean independently. Reward: commendable courage, the brave start from 0. Shawn selected commendable courage. He confirmed it was not a mere entry-style reward. 11,111. The demon compass spun rapidly, the original Master's soul consumed by Shawn. All memories and skills were devoured, replaced by a stronger soul, enhanced memories, and greater insight. The original Shawn only knew that his name contained a D, unaware of his surname, but he had initially thought this similarly named individual merely added a D, but was surprised to discover the existence of a surname. He possessed some knowledge of marksmanship and swordsmanship, but his physical skills were lacking. Shawn's physical attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Even the weakest skills now boasted double proficiency, rendering his combat capability approximately 5 times that of his original body. The captain and the others have returned victorious. Alas, now we can surely take revenge and show those Navy and Celestial Dragons. Quick, gather the bodies, we have lost quite a few new pirates. Hey, you rookie, since you're still alive, hurry up and help with the bodies. Do we have to do it ourselves? The main force had returned. The atmosphere on Hive Island buzzed with joy once more. Of course, this had little to do with the new pirates. Upon discovering Shawn's survival, he was immediately reprimanded to assist in moving the bodies and clearing the port. At this moment, the demon compass spun once more. Choice completed. A new fateful point appeared, triggering a fresh set of choices. Choice 1. Refuse to move the bodies among the Rocks Pirates. Strength reigns supreme, endure momentary anger, for lasting pride. Reward: a spear, essential for new recruits' physical training. Choice 2. Fearful of repercussions, continue moving the bodies and clearing the port. Reward: increase confidence, belief in a brighter future. Choice 3. Dive and sneak away, refuse to be a pirate in the pirate paradise, preferring to feed the fish. Reward: double diving skills. 11,111. Shawn deemed the other options a complete waste of time. What use are they? After making a choice, one must act in accordance with it. Perhaps due to being a new pirate, Shawn stood just over 1.7 meters tall. After his transformation, he grew a bit taller, but still did not match the stature of the imposing pirate before him, with a fierce glare and a diagonal sword slung over his shoulder, exuded a brazen demeanor. In my memory, this individual is known as Dolong, a seasoned pirate with remarkable swordsmanship. His bounty exceeds 10 million berries, and he commands respect from newcomers on Hive Island. While you're still growing, make sure to indulge in good food and bask in the sun, or you'll never stand a chance against those monsters, he advised. Shawn adjusted to his new physique, while other novice pirates busily transported corpses to feed the fish. Upon noticing Shawn's indifference, Dolong cast a sidelong glance and swiftly brought his blade down. This was Hive Island. There was no room for idle chatter. Those who dared defy would be met with immediate violence. With a swift motion, Shawn, empowered by his revitalized body and enhanced senses, effortlessly evaded the strike, the cold gleam of the blade slicing past him. Out of the corner of his eye, Shawn regarded Dolong and declared, "I refuse." The decision solidified, and, as the compass spun, Shawn felt a tremor in his fingertips. His muscles felt as though they had been forged through countless trials. The finger spear manifested instinctively, as if it were an innate ability. Seeking death, Dolong exclaimed, enraged by the audacity of this rookie pirate, and he swiftly reversed his grip on the sword, aiming to cleave Shawn in two. Finger spear, Shawn sidestepped and pointed, unleashing a force that severely injured Dolong. In that moment, Shawn's stature increased by a centimeter, and his physical prowess reached perfection, enabling him to withstand the finger spear's might. With a splatter of blood, Dolong's eyes widened in shock. Before he could draw his sword again, a gaping wound appeared in his throat. "Dispose of the body," Shawn commanded, stepping over Dolong's lifeless form, as the other rookie pirates, wide-eyed with fear, hastily moved it aside. In this ruthless paradise of predators on Hive Island, the strong alone claim their dominion. The victors survive. This is the law of Hive Island, and indeed, the law of rocks. Cheers erupted from Rocky Harbor, where the massive pirate ship proudly displayed the flag of the Rocks Pirates. The legends may still be young, yet some tyrants have already reached their zenith. Rocks is bound to go insane. Ha ha ha, chuckled Shiki the Golden Lion, eagerly anticipating Rock's fury. Look at the devastation on this island. Goo la la la. Newgate, the Whitebeard, declared, with the youthful and beautiful Stussy perched on his shoulder. To think Rocky Harbor suffered such losses, I hope it's only the rookie pirates who perished. I have no time to waste, he added, stroking his beard as he prepared to step ashore. Just then, a swaying drunkard stumbled nearby. "John, you drunken fool." Silver Axe deftly caught him with the handle of his axe. John looked up at Hive Island in confusion. "Am I flying?" "One incorrigible fellow," exclaimed the Empress of Snake Island, Fireflower, as her serpents curiously surveyed the scene. "Ha ha." A familiar laughter reverberated throughout Hive Island, stirring the atmosphere. There was no anger, no rage unlike the sentiments of the crew. A.S. Rocks made his entrance. His hair danced like sea serpents, and he leapt to the bow of the ship. In terms of stature, he was not as imposing as some of his crew, yet the exuberance in his smile exuded a sense of grandeur that was undeniable. The best opportunity has arrived, has it not? Rock's audacious spirit and unconventional demeanor even caused Whitebeard to furrow his brow. Indeed, if it weren't for the captain's unique character, even with absolute strength in the game of piracy, they would not stand unwavering against the tides. Those damn members of the Night of God. Let's capture them all this time. Prepare the supplies, repair the ship. We set sail tomorrow. Let the celestial dragons meet the wrath of the sea god. In Rock's eyes burned a fierce ambition. Having seized the devil fruit, it was time to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Not only would they strike, but they would do so with even greater ferocity. They would apprehend and exterminate all the celestial dragons involved in the game, including the Knights of God. The celestial dragons believed that pirates were no different from their past selves, merely a disorganized mob. The five elders thought it was merely a fleeting chaos, but the multitude existing in this era understood the truth. This was the era of chaos ruled by Rocks, the king of the world. The captain is about to make his move. We're going to confront the celestial dragons directly Kaido, still youthful at 21, remarked. Despite his towering height, he had been nearly this size since he was 8. With a kanabo that dwarfed others, he was the most formidable newcomer, and in turn in the Grand Fleet. Kaido was undeniably a dazzling new star among pirates. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin laughed brightly, serving as an exceptionally reliable big sister figure to him. Rox always has his own agenda. Do not be deceived. Every individual in this pirate crew harbors ambition. It will inevitably lead to ruin. Upon hearing Linlin's warning, Kaido nodded earnestly. He felt a surge of anger as well, for the coveted devil fruit had been snatched away from him. Legendary pirates were drawn to Rox that he spread his arms wide, unabashed as ever. From this moment forth, we shall select a cadre of battle-ready crewmates. We are heading to Hive Island. Tomorrow at noon, those who can stand at Rocky Harbor will proceed to God Valley. There lies countless treasures, beautiful women, celestial dragons, and devil fruits. Whoever claims them shall possess them. This is our pirate game. With success in this battle, I shall become the sovereign of the world. You will be the architects of a new world. Rox spoke with a natural charisma that captivated all around him. His conqueror's haki could drive people into a frenzy merely through his words. Rox, the king of the world, wielded the most terrifying power upon the seas, uniting everyone. I will be the ultimate victor. The pirates erupted in cheers they hailed from all corners of the world. Yet from this moment on, they were a band of madmen driven by greed, as for whether one lives or dies at that moment. It is of no consequence. The journey from Hive Island to the Valley of the Gods will take several days, granting them ample time to recuperate. Those who emerge from Hive Island to become members of the combat crew are certainly not ordinary individuals. This scene was indelibly etched into Shawn's mind. At the end of the beach, near the port of Loki, a swarm of pirates brandished their swords, as if engaged in a devil's dance. Rox, clad in a pitch-black cloak, cast a fiery gaze upon the ambitious Shawn. Young man, your eyes are brimming with ambition. Do not fall easily, or you shall miss witnessing the dawn of a new era. Rox's tone exuded confidence, a magnetism that resonated with the human spirit. A procession of monstrous figures trailed behind Rox. They were already renowned in their own right, having established their own power before joining the Rox pirates. Even amidst the gathering on Hive Island, each harbored their own ambitions. Rox understood their desires, but what of it? As long as their interests aligned, that was sufficient. The victor shall reign as the king of the world. Shawn's demonic compass was in motion. A new destiny awaited selection. Before he could turn, an assailant lunged with a blade aimed at Shawn's back. At that moment, aside from the shipwrights and dockworkers, everyone in Loki Port was a foe. If it were any other pirate crew, even the most deranged would not behave so recklessly. But their captain was Rox, and this was Loki Port. To act without restraint, one must possess commensurate strength. Shawn had just arrived here. In Hive Island, in Loki Port, the raw madness and greed of piracy saturated the air. It was not Shawn who chose this opportunity. Rather, the opportunity chose Shawn. Pointing nos. Leaning forward, he directed a swift thrust. The attacker collapsed, lifeless, standing atop the fallen body. Shawn's gaze was fierce, devoid of fear or revulsion towards the act of slaughter. The memories of his former self were rife with similar scenes. An instinct for survival, mechanical in nature, compelled Shawn to strike again and again. With a double augmentation, the pointing lance was honed. Shawn had surpassed the limits of the human body. He would not be easily vanquished. Kaido, that lad is about your age, quite spirited, Lingling remarked, stepping over the planks with her blade in hand. No pirate dared to meet her gaze, for it would be fatal. He stands nearly as tall as Katakuri, Kaido noted, referring to Katakuri, who was merely 10 years old this year. Hive Island was rife with ambitious pirates, and only they stood atop the mountain. Katakuri, you say? I wonder how he fares. Lingling mused, having long neglected her children. As Shawn's strength waned, the number of attackers continued to swell. When the battle would cease, one could only discern at dawn. The singularity of fate had been activated, triggering a new choice. Choice 1. Cease the slaughter and embrace peace. Reward. Restart. Perish amidst the chaos. Choice 2. Smuggle aboard a vessel, fleeing from the mad congregation of Hive Island. Reward. Devil fruit. Human fruit. Choice 3. Survive until dawn and board the vessel bound for the Valley of the Gods. Reward. Shave. One of the most practical techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. 333,333. Fortunately, Shawn retained a semblance of rationality. Otherwise, he would have instinctively chosen option 1 until he was coerced to the seaside. The outer edges of Hive Island could no longer accommodate any more souls. After dispatching a dozen adversaries, their lifeless forms became his steeds, ensuring that none dared approach Shawn. Ravenous and with a throbbing headache, he consumed all their provisions. As night transitioned from darkness to dawn, Rocky Port became a bustling hub. Throughout that night, Shawn dared not close his eyes, aware that such a lapse could cost him his life. At daybreak, leaning against the sea, Shawn's silhouette was cast long by the morning light. Skeleton Mountain also celebrated throughout the night, with the pirate stronghold's revelry continuing until dawn. Young ones, prepare to embark. The ship is stocked with ample provisions and fresh water, sufficient medicine, and comfortable berths. Ready yourselves for the impending carnage. Cheers erupted in a cacophony, for even after a night of revelry, the madman remains unchanged. The choice has been made. Shawn rose to his feet, his weary body undergoing yet another transformation. The first night in this new realm was nothing short of chaotic. His speed, reflexes, and explosive power had all been significantly enhanced. The technique known as shave became one of Shawn's martial arts, granting him a more formidable physique and combat prowess. Enormous ships were laden with an abundance of food and exquisite wines. The pirates, having emerged from fierce battles, erupted into cheers once more. The skeletons of Hive Island maintained their perpetual smiles. The era was veering towards a frenzied beginning. At this moment, all believed that the Rock's pirates could not be shaken. It would not be long before people assumed that the world was on the brink of peace. Little did they know, the nightmare had not yet ended. Everything was merely the beginning. Shawn devoured bread, roasted meat, and desserts with insatiable fervor, washing it down with wine as if it were mere water. His body was wrapped in bandages, and midway through his feast, some began to succumb to slumber. It became evident that youth begets superior quality of sleep. Before long, having filled his belly to satisfaction, Shawn leaned against the wall, and at the slightest touch of his head, he drifted into slumber. On the main deck of the ship, the head chef inquired, "Have those rascals had their fill?" Rox crossed his arms, reveling in the anticipation of his life's zenith. Indeed, the long loaf of bread appeared particularly delightful, and amidst the surrounding monsters, he seemed almost ordinary. In a corner of the cabin, the cursed compass continued its relentless spin. Inside the cabin, the sounds of snoring echoed. Rox gulped down his drink, while the monstrous beings behind him remained utterly silent. They were all creatures of the era, born from the very fabric of this age. If, prior to Roger, pirates were merely a band of desperate rogues lacking the ability to threaten the world, then before Rox, they were but a group of marauders, their ambitions barely ignited. Madmen had gathered, each possessing a physique and strength akin to monsters. Ships crowded together, setting sail from Honeycomb Island, heading straight for the Valley of the Gods. Was there a windless zone ahead? Press on. No wind. What of it? The Rock's pirates were abundant in monsters. Within the cabin, the first to awaken among the pirates were assigned various tasks. Shawn remained in a perpetual state of slumber. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, the sound of snores, and the lingering aroma of alcohol, while remnants of discarded food and shattered bottles lay scattered about. Rays of light filtered through the porthole, casting a gentle glow upon his face. Shawn was enveloped in a sense of illusion. Was life truly meant to be this way? "Hey, it's time to rise. Kaido has arrived," shouted Jeff, the scruffy pirate, as he burst into the cabin. Instantly, everyone's spirits were revived. What? It's Kaido, the strongest newcomer, heralded as an absolute monster. An apprentice crew member of the Rock's pirates. His status was far beyond their reach. This signified that once he passed the trial, he would be a genuine member of the crew. The crucial point was that Kaido was remarkably young, merely 21 years of age. "Hey, are you lot still planning to laze about?" he admonished. "We are on the brink of God Valley. We have come to redeem our past disgrace." Kaido's kanabo dragged across the ground, occasionally striking nails and sparking. The overwhelming aura he exuded left all the pirates trembling in fear. Indeed, it was time to awaken. The afternoon had arrived, and their stamina had sufficiently recovered. At this moment, Shawn had undergone 3 enhancements from the demon compass, achieving a physicality that was at the peak of ordinary humans. Yet, Kaido still had to bend down to perceive the interior of the cabin. This creature possessed a monstrous height. Was he truly not a giant? Locke, armed with a gun, expressed his anxiety. "I don't know, but he is terrifying. He is said to belong to a remarkably powerful race." Jeff donned an eye patch, grasped his sword, and rose to his feet. Everyone awakened, ever ready to charge. Kaido, as a trainee crew member of the main ship, had come specifically to issue orders. His words here were of utmost authority. However, The cabin was rather cramped, barely exceeding 2 meters in height. For Kaido, it felt excessively confined. Even bending down, he could not fully enter, remaining stationed at the cabin's entrance. Despite the imposing aura he exuded, there was still one individual seated in the corner, refusing to rise. The bottle in his hand swayed incessantly. Seeking death, Kaido neither shouted nor elaborated. The Rock's pirates were not a place for affection. Disobedience would be met with violence. If one could best Rocks and defeat the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, then one would ascend as the new captain. Power reigned supreme. Although he had yet to consume the mythical Zoan form of the Azure Dragon, Kaido's might was formidable enough to obliterate the 100 pirates within the cabin. The one who remained unresponsive was indeed Shawn, whose gaze radiated ambition and arrogance. It was imbued with a rebellious spirit, evoking in Kaido a reflection of himself. The spiked club struck the cabin door, shattering it to splinters. Countless wood chips cascaded down. Kaido's waist was higher than the ceiling. Shave. After Shawn awoke, he found himself deep in contemplation. Whether it was enhancing his physical prowess or mastering the art of the shave and finger gun, he realized that these elements were crucial for amplifying his inherent abilities in conjunction with his existing skills. To advance further, however, he recognized the necessity for development. The Navy's 6 styles boasts 2 prodigious talents. One is Fuzz F, who, chronologically, has just been born this year. The other is Rob Lucci, who has yet to see over a decade since his birth. Shawn believes that in order to develop the 6 forms of the Navy into a foundational martial art equivalent to the level of Fuzz Fu, one must primarily remain in a corner. The true pinnacle of the 6 forms, however, is epitomized by Rob Lucci. The rewards of the Demon Compass bestow enhancements through human modification, along with corresponding skills and memories. Fortunately, this has not resulted in a rigid state, allowing Shawn to progress further. At the moment the shave concludes, Shawn was already suspended in midair, his finger pointed at Kaido. Bang! Finger gun. With the enhancement from the shave technique, Shawn's physical prowess had escalated his attack speed significantly. As Kaido's spiked club descended, Shawn countered in an instant, shattering the entire cabin. The ceiling was breached, causing several individuals to tumble from their slumber. It was a hindrance. The cabin was far too low. His body resembled steel, yet his movements were astonishingly swift. So powerful. Shawn had long anticipated this. Later generations believed that Kaido's monstrous nature stemmed from consuming a fruit. In truth, Kaido had already become the most formidable weapon of war in the Wok Kingdom by the tender age of 10. At 15, he joined the Rock's pirates. And it would be astonishing if he did not grow stronger after 6 years of rigorous training. In terms of physical prowess, only Charlotte Lin could possibly surpass him. Shave. Shawn's attack was but a fleeting moment, encompassing a sudden strike followed by a deft evasion. Kaido, faster and stronger, would have struck Shawn with a swift blow had the confines of the cabin not been so constricted. The air resonated with the sound of a sonic boom. Kaido, taken aback by the presence of a somewhat skilled newcomer in such an unremarkable cabin, felt not anger but an unusual exhilaration. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a peer who could rival his strength. Not even the likes of Whitebeard, Gold Lion, or Rocks could match him. Kaido firmly believed that he would surpass them at their age. Individuals like Shawn, who could withstand 2 exchanges, were indeed exceptional. Are you the one the captain noticed at Loki Harbor yesterday? State your name. As Kaido recognized Shawn's face, memories of the previous day flooded back. Truly, he was an ambitious individual. Shawn. As soon as Shawn's words fell, the demonic compass began to spin more rapidly. Kaido's gaze was intense, brimming with the spirit of battle. Observing that Shawn still had not exhausted his stamina, he grasped the spiked club and turned directly around. This space was far too confined. He was unable to pivot. Within lay a designated combat chamber of the Paradise ship. Ding! The point of fate had been activated, triggering a new choice. Choice 1. Maintain a low profile. After all, the Rock's pirates are on the brink of annihilation. Reward: human fruit, mythical Zoan, commoner form. Choice 2. Leap into the sea to escape, adopting a path of evasion to avoid the bounty. Reward: traits of the Fishman tribe. Choice 3. Accept the challenge. Reward: Moon Lion and mastery of static electricity. Run away? Absolutely not. I choose option 3. Shawn is still eager to seize the devil fruit. For the Valley of the Gods is abundant with treasures. Why flee from such bounty? After all, should the heavens collapse, rocks shall bear the weight. The Moon Lion, along with the mastery of bioelectricity, signifies the two most formidable combat techniques of the fur tribe. The first is the moon lion's frenzied transformation under the full moon, and the second involves harnessing one's own bioelectric current for battle. While the fishmen wield the power of water, the fur tribe commands electricity, a perfect synergy indeed. This place is ill-suited for combat, Shawn. Kaido, brandishing his spiked club, shattered the ship's cabin door with a single kick. Then let us seek a more appropriate venue, Kaido. How could Shawn possibly refuse? Who could turn down the challenge posed by a remarkably mature Kaido at such a tender age? Ha! I shall transform you into a mere puddle of flesh. Kaido emitted a laugh reminiscent of a fish's splashing sound. Shawn initially believed that Kaido's formidable nature stemmed from the consumption of the fish fruit, only to realize that he was inherently born this way. This must be what is referred to as the will of the devil fruit, seeking the most suitable host. With the decision made, the cabin sustained damage. Shawn emerged from the depths, the silence so profound that he could hear the sound of others swallowing. With every step, his physical constitution transformed. To possess the moon lion, one must undergo a metamorphosis of the body. The demon compass excelled in this endeavor. The mastery of static electricity was a combat technique of the fur tribe. The fusion of the two signified a further enhancement of Shawn's physique and martial prowess, repeatedly amplifying his capabilities. His shoes had become so diminutive that he discarded them entirely. As Kaido and Shawn strode toward the paradise cabin, the pirates lurking behind the door cautiously peeked out. When they moved farther away, cheers erupted in the corridor. A newcomer dares to challenge the monster Kaido. Have they lost their minds? Kaido's full strength could obliterate us all. I long to witness his overconfidence lead to his downfall. Soon, this news spread throughout the various cabins. The paradise cabin, towering at 21 meters, was suffused with the stench of blood and sweat. It served as a dedicated battleground within the formidable ship of the Rocks pirates. The so-called paradise was, in truth, a sanctum of combat. As Kaido and Shawn stepped into this arena, numerous gazes were instantly drawn to them. Is Kaido truly going to engage in a challenge? Many have sought to defeat him and become apprentice crew members of the main ship, yet all have failed without exception. Of course, Kaido was a monster personally sought out by Whitebeard. That newcomer will soon be reduced to a quivering mess. I wager 100,000 berries that Kaido will prevail. How miserly. I bet 1,000,000 berries. The paradise cabin resonated with shouts and exclamations. Kaido, wielding his kanabo, marched resolutely towards the end. As he passed by Shawn, he boisterously declared, I hope you can withstand my full-on assault, even for a mere second. At 21 years of age, Kaido had endured the most brutal experiences of the pirate world. Compared to even the most notorious era of the supernovas in later times, he possessed ample pride and merit. Merely being a member of the Rocks pirates was sufficient for future generations to associate him with the word legend. Kaido, you are not the only monster in this world. Shawn, having undergone further enhancement, now possesses formidable resilience and agility. The moment the electric currents envelop his body, even Kaido is momentarily taken aback. A voice from the crowd exclaims, is that the power of a devil fruit? Uncertain, yet undeniably, a blue-white electric glow is visible. Hey, this fellow is brimming with malevolence. Among the spectators are several notorious pirates, as well as children who have come to train and witness the spectacle. Two of them stand side by side, exuding an aura far surpassing their peers. Perospero is 12, and Katakuri is 10. Despite their tender age, they are remarkably tall. Big Mom has always raised them with a loose rein, entirely unconcerned about their well-being. Though they have arrived at Hive Island, they are merely a group of street urchins at Rocky Port. Katakuri, did you see the currents coursing through that guy? Perospero, naturally loquacious, cannot help but comment on the devil fruit. Is he planning to fight Kaido? That guy is incredibly strong. Katakuri has already wrapped his scarf around his neck, his gaze somewhat fierce. After Brulee's disfigurement at the tender age of 5, Katakuri has concealed his face with a scarf. Even they must marvel at Kaido's might. To the 30-year-old Lin, however, Kaido is but a younger brother. Lin perceives Kaido's potential as being on par with that of Whitebeard and Shiki. Zzz. The currents continue to dance. Shawn has swiftly acclimated to his newfound strength. Here he comes. Kaido, wielding his spiked club, advances with the swiftness of a meteor. The onlookers are merely swept away by a tempestuous gust. Unshackled from the confines of the low ship's hold, Kaido emerges as a veritable giant. Indeed, it is the era of bloodshed, heralding the descent of a malevolent star. Shawn appeared to take a step, yet in reality, Both feet had long been firmly planted in place, moving so swiftly that it became indistinguishable. It was as though the two individuals were merely flickering in the same instant. Shawn, having undergone a transformation, possesses the distinctive traits of the fur tribe. His teeth and bones are exceptionally resilient, and his nails can extend into formidable claws. With a swift motion, his combat form is activated, and with this newly enhanced physique, he wields electric energy and finger guns. Electric finger gun. The electricity swiftly envelopes his claws, gathering at his fingertips. Remarkably, Shawn can now unleash 9 finger guns in a single burst. The electric finger guns, combined with his incredible speed, meet Kaido's spiked club, striking directly at Shawn's abdomen. The two are locked in a fierce confrontation, one a natural warrior of the Oni lineage, exuding overwhelming presence, the other a being of dual physiques, transcending human limits through the enhancement of the fur tribe. Boom. Electric arcs and gusts of air streak across the sky. Kaido, having presumed to fully understand Shawn's power, is taken aback by the hidden trump card. Both combatants strike simultaneously, and Kaido's surface bears slight scorch marks, a consequence of the sharp finger guns maximizing pressure at a single point, infused with electricity. Shawn also took a few steps back, forcefully halting his advance. Once again facing each other, the two had reverted to their original positions in the battle. All those present could not help but swallow hard. Who was that young man? He actually managed to withstand Kaido's strike. Who knows? He must be some kind of monster. If it were me, my insides would have been shattered. The pirates finally realized that Shawn was no madman. He possessed genuine power. At that moment, those who had followed from the same cabin witnessed this scene, all gazing at Shawn in disbelief. So, there exists such a formidable creature among them? In truth, Shawn's lips were stained with blood, and he felt as though his very insides were in turmoil. Fortunately, the traits of the fur tribe further enhanced his physical constitution. Kaido's Oni bloodline bestowed him with innate monstrous strength. Does anyone know the name of this newcomer? I swear he will soon be renowned. Xian. That fellow has declared to Kaido that his name is Xian. Damn it. I yearn to witness a miracle, yet my rationality compels me to place my bets on Kaido. After a brief moment of astonishment, the pirates were met with a fresh wave of revelry. How exhilarating. Let the battle commence, and may they perish together. It is utterly unjust for both of you monsters to remain alive. May you all meet your demise. Fight on. Are you all truly on the brink of death? You scoundrels. The sounds of whistles and taunts echoed, a cacophony of jeers, shouts, and even cheers creating a raucous atmosphere. This is the true Rocks Pirates, a band of lawless creatures, gathered here with various ulterior motives. The night has fallen, with dusk approaching and the sun dimming. The remnants of battle allowed beams of moonlight to stream through the two massive portholes on either side. Shawn gazed at the full moon, feeling a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. With a swift swallow of blood, he urged the battle to persist. Would he lose control? How exhilarating that would be. Perhaps he might even exhaust himself to the point of death. Moonlion. Shawn was enveloped in an overwhelming surge of power. His hair cascaded down his back like a pristine waterfall, turning a brilliant white. His physique grew even taller and more robust, radiating an ethereal glow that perfectly intertwined with crackling electricity. In this moment, Shawn appeared as if he were a being from another realm. Kaido's club was similarly cloaked in a layer of armed haki, demonstrating the mastery of haki hardening and the fluidity of observation haki that allowed for effortless evasion. No wonder he was hailed as the most formidable trainee crew member. At this moment, Shawn's eyes transformed into crimson orbs. Lunar Strike. With a swift motion, the combined speed of the cutting edge and the moonlion surged forth. I initially believed that facing you would require no overwhelming presence. Shawn, if you can withstand this blow, then join me. Once I establish my own pirate crew, our name shall resonate across the seas. Kaido has yet to reach the pinnacle. Nevertheless, he is resolutely focused on forming his own pirate fleet. Each formidable member of the Rocks Pirates boasts their own pirate flag. Rocks himself pays no heed to such trivialities, and none conceal their ambitions. Kaido, you have not yet triumphed. Moon Deity. In an instant, Shawn appeared before Kaido, a blinding light illuminating the surroundings. Electricity erupted violently, scorching Kaido with its searing currents. With astonishing speed, he swung his weapon with great force. Shawn, I have long pondered what to name this technique. Though devoid of electricity at present, witnessing you in this moment inspires me. I shall name it Thunderous 8 Trigrams. One day, this technique shall embody true electricity and an even more formidable presence. Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, his weapon fortified with armament haki. Within the confines of the Paradise ship's hold, electricity slithered like serpents. Years later, this scene would remain etched in Kaido's memory. Moon Goddess 13 rapid shots. Shawn, disregarding defense, could only launch an all-out offensive. The aura of dominance intertwined with electric energy. Both individuals simultaneously retreated, yet neither was knocked back. Cough, cough. Shawn expelled a mouthful of blood and charged once more. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido maintained a composed demeanor, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Blood splattered across the scene. Shawn could hardly be considered his equal. Yet, in his moon lion state, Shawn teetered on the brink of losing control, his perception of pain diminished to nothing. Kaido, with his monstrous physique, exhibited exceptional martial prowess intertwined with his conqueror's haki. Each strike compelled the onlooking pirates to clutch their hearts, yearning for Shawn to collapse at any moment. Moon God Electric. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The initial clash, the first spark of electricity. Absent were the imposing gestures of haki. The invincibility that pierced through the red earth, and the peak strike interwoven with lightning and the aura of a conqueror. Their first encounter was also a fateful inquiry. Kaido, enveloped in his haki, still wore a smile. Without the later scales of a dragon, this was the reality, Shawn. At this moment, you lack the strength. Without haki, you can never ascend to the pinnacle. Squeeze every last ounce of your potential. Pursue the ultimate in the face of despair. Let your power be unleashed. As you grasp an infinitely magnifying thread from within your soul. Do not doubt, that is haki. Kaido swung his kanabo, intermittently striking Shawn. With every full-force assault, the impact intertwined with the essence of haki. Shawn has forgotten his own self, only aware that the thread exists there. Kaido. Each flick of his fingertips attempts to unearth the majestic power within. Shawn, follow me. Bang. Another collision strikes. In Shawn's eyes, consciousness had entirely vanished. The moon lion consumed rationality, blood continuously dripping from the corners of his mouth, while his insides twisted in agony. Yet, how could the exhilaration of battle and the joy of pursuing power ever cease? The cabin of the Paradise surged with fervor, attracting even some of the lofty pirate captains from the main ship. The transponder snail buzzed incessantly. Was that lad named Shawn? We must remember this name. Eamon had resided overseas for many years, his gaze fierce and unwavering. As a user of the mimic fruit, she yearned to return to Wano country. It was during her time with the Rocks pirates that she acquired the ability to assume various legendary forms. Kaido proved to be a worthy ally, for he was still young. Little did she expect to encounter the Ming tribe here. Though he was not unscathed, the Moon Lion's uncontrollable rampage rendered him insensible to pain. Eamon, the barrier fruit user, was renowned for his absolute defense, always appearing alongside Eamon. The captain is calling via the transponder snail. It seems preparations are underway to land on God Valley. Eamon fixed his gaze upon Kaido and Shawn. These two newcomers were exceedingly suitable. Perhaps one day they could aid the Eamon clan in their resurgence. Eamon can transform into the appearances of various Rocks Pirates members and has a prior acquaintance with Kaido, suggesting he should settle in Wano. Yet, there will always be those who wield power to shatter all schemes and conspiracies. Bang, bang. Kaido and Shawn halted, charging forth once more. One was a battle maniac, the other a mad and beyond control. The scene spiraled into chaos, with even some fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Who was that fellow, daring to stand in the way of Kaido, that wretched lad? Charlotte Linlin is in the prime of her life. At the age of 30, she has already borne several offspring. Initially seeking Kaido, she unexpectedly finds herself witnessing a fierce battle. Kaido, that scoundrel Rocks, is rallying his crew. Out of the corner of her eye, Linlin catches sight of the two from the Korizumi clan and immediately admonishes them. You two should not be watching these newcomers. The Korizumi duo quickly departs, thinking to themselves, it's Linlin again. She has set her sights on Kaido. Zeus, the thundercloud, is as adorable as a cotton ball, gazing at the battlefield with 2 rosy blushes. Mom, that guy has electricity. With a resounding crash, the two collide one final time. Shawn. Kaido feels exhilarated. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he finds this battle utterly thrilling, akin to a frenzy. Kaido. Shawn has lost all semblance of reason, consumed solely by the urge to fight. I have etched your name in my memory, Shawn. Oh, how it resonates. Ling glanced at Shawn before leaping onto the thundercloud with Kaido. Until we meet again at God Valley, Shawn, ensure that you do not perish too easily. Kaido turned back to regard Shawn. It is truly unsettling not to completely vanquish one's opponent. Sister Ling, please refrain from interfering in others' battles. Kaido sighed, feeling utterly helpless against this formidable sister. The war is about to commence. Conserve your strength, young one. Ling could hardly contain her eagerness to seize the fruit at God Valley. The ship's cabin fell into a brief silence. The pirates understood. These prominent figures were not to be trifled with. Shawn stood motionless, his mouth filled with blood. His eyes, lost and bewildered, instinctively darted towards the storm clouds. Thunder. Ling was about to command Zeus to unleash a bolt of lightning when a barrier appeared leisurely. This creature would soon exhaust itself to death. Heightened Simaru brought his fingers together, performing a peculiar gesture. The barrier blocked the entrance, obstructing Shawn's advance. Kaido. Shawn continued to call out his opponent's name. Roaring with fervor, in the form of the Moon Lion, he summoned his last vestiges of strength to launch an assault on the barrier. As his energy waned, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Soon, the sound of his labored breathing filled the air. Onlookers were left in utter astonishment, completely unprepared for the ferocity exhibited by this newcomer, who truly emerged victorious in this encounter. Neither combatant fell before the battle's conclusion. It seemed to conclude in a stalemate. Shawn had coughed up a significant amount of blood. Was it due to Kaido's haki? Kaido too bore injuries, though he was a veritable monster, rendering his wounds nearly imperceptible. Goodness! If these two were to consume devil fruits, would they not become immortal? Many spectators felt disheartened, for none had wagered on Shawn's triumph, let alone a draw. What would become of this fellow? Old pirate Jeff gazed at Shawn, listening to his labored breaths. I had anticipated he might succumb to exhaustion. Rock fiddled with his revolver, casting a glance at Shawn as he hastily departed. Someone sought retribution against Shawn, and he wished to avoid trouble. Just as more individuals drew near, the approach of two young men caused many to hesitate. Katakuri, look at him. Despite such severe injuries, he has not perished. Paraspero remarked in bewilderment. Shawn's resilience is truly remarkable. He must be of a special race in this new world. Katakuri leaned against the corner, arms crossed. Hey, do you two know him? Why don't you let us vent our frustrations? He has cost us a considerable amount of berries to the house. Katakuri. The Rock's pirates do not abide by the rules of benevolence. Many harbored resentment, eagerly awaiting the chance to retaliate while Shawn lay in slumber. Silence. You worthless fools. Katakuri cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Shawn. Even in this state, he is not someone you can contend with, you imbeciles. Upon hearing Katakuri's scornful rebuke, the old pirates directed their disdainful gazes at Shawn. Sparks occasionally flickered across his body, particularly around the heart. Even in deep sleep, the electric energy manifested intermittently. Rather than being merely exhausted, it seemed as though Shawn's subconscious was undergoing electrotherapy. Those who approached would only find themselves subjected to electrical attacks. Damn it. He ought to be dealt with by Kaido. It's all Lin's fault. If this continues, Shawn will surely perish. How unfortunate. I want to fire a few shots. Can this guy withstand bullets? Guess what? Kaido's Kanabo is far more lethal than any bullet. Tomorrow we arrive at God Valley. We must reclaim everything lost to the house. The disgruntled old pirates gradually departed from the Paradise's cabin, while others continued to revel in battle. Katakuri, who had been observing Shawn, now bore an expression of curiosity. Let us go? Katakuri, I thought you intended to save him. Paraspero had not anticipated that Katakuri's interest was merely fleeting. Shawn was a monster, and monsters do not perish easily. The electric energy still flickered within Shawn's form in Katakuri's eyes. As the brothers passed through the corridor, they engaged in casual conversation. One day, we shall leave Hive Island and depart from Rocky Port, building a kingdom where all our siblings can be safe. Until then, I must grow stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone. Katakuri's mind was filled with images of youthful warriors from the same era. The vision of Shawn lingered stubbornly. The sails billowed in the wind as Rocks fixed his gaze toward God Valley. Many had met before, only to later become strangers as if passing by one another. In the early morning, within the Paradise's cabin, Shawn's fingertips trembled slightly as the morning light, as gentle as water, brushed against his face. Once more, the hues of dawn painted his gaze with a warm orange glow. The pirates rushed to share the news, their cheers ringing out incessantly. The Valley of the Gods was within reach. Damn Kaido, it hurts so much. Shawn tapped his forehead, rising from the floor as his stomach began to rumble audibly. I am quite famished. As he stepped into the corridor, he noticed everyone shouldering their weapons as they exited the cabin. Shawn ventured against the tide in search of sustenance. Eventually, he arrived near the original cabin, where he beheld a vast accumulation of provisions and wine. Bread, roasted meats, seafood, and fruits tantalized Shawn's appetite. Hey, Shawn. We have already glimpsed the shadow of the Valley of the Gods. We shall soon make landfall. Old Jeff shouted from the threshold of the cabin. Shawn paid him no heed, continuing to indulge in his meal. At this moment, satiating his hunger was of utmost importance, disregarding the ramblings of the old pirate. Only when a substantial amount of food filled his belly did he begin to feel a sense of comfort. Yet, a lingering hunger persisted. Last night's exertions had drained him far more than the endeavors at Rocky Port. As for God Valley, he would confront it once they reached shore, without ample strength. Venturing into such a legendary battlefield, rife with chaotic clashes and overwhelming hockey, would be nothing short of folly. On the deck of the ship, the sword of Jybek, Rox wore a smile that exuded menace. Are you ready, my little ones? Let us show those beasts at God Valley our might. His gaze pierced the horizon, brimming with hostility. Hey, stop talking to yourself. I am not your subordinate. Whitebeard stood nearby, with Bakine perched obediently on his shoulder. Newgate, pay no attention to Rox. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. The Golden Lion, wielding dual swords, awaited the arrival of his quarry. Linlin had taken to the thundercloud, poised for action. Her long hair ablaze like a roaring inferno. The unpredictable black carbon Mushi and the shielded black carbon Semimaru were also present. The Roger pirates were on their way, and Rayleigh would undoubtedly make an appearance alongside Shaki. The captain of the 9 Snake Island pirates, Fireflower, stood in solidarity with his crew member, Shaki. Longbread, having once been Linlin's first husband, had now transitioned into a purely platonic partnership. Wangji, towering in stature, was ready to disembark onto the island, prepared to merge with God Valley at the first opportunity. The silver axe wielded by the giant was insignificant compared to the terror of his divine powers. Each one of them was a future great pirate, having once captained formidable pirate crews. Had it not been for Rock's emergence, perhaps no one would have been capable of witnessing this scene. Their goal was clear: to supplant the celestial dragons and engulf the world. Should they fail in this battle, they would scatter across the land, seeking new opportunities. If Conqueror's hockey possessed a sheen, then the Rock's pirates were a tapestry of vibrant colors. Inside the cabin, Shawn had indulged to the point of a distended belly, just about to rise when a staggering figure collapsed into the cabin. Burp. Captain John exhaled a breath laden with the scent of alcohol, and flames erupted instantly. The more he consumed, the stronger he became, a lover of treasures and fine wines. John was indeed a wielder of the sake fruit. The ceiling of the cabin was scorched, a sight all too familiar within the ranks of the Rock's pirates. After finishing his meal, Shawn stood up to take his leave. As for John, he would undoubtedly be fine, time and again. The silver axe had rescued him from the inferno. Hey, young man, aren't you going to lend me a hand? Such an impolite novice pirate, he remarked. John let out a drunken belch, swaying unsteadily, and in an instant appeared beside Shawn. His presence here was merely a serendipitous encounter, having stumbled upon Shawn while wandering around inebriated. Care for a drink? I could regurgitate some for you. Captain John staggered as he walked. You might want to cherish your own liquor instead. Shane requires no such lavish treatment. He strides toward the deck, closely followed by Captain John, who is inebriated. Upon his wrist, he bears a peculiar accessory, a coveted treasure long desired by many, yet it pales in comparison to the riches that would come later. You are quite intriguing. What is your name, newcomer? John stumbles forward, reaching the end of the corridor with astonishing speed. Shane, he replies. Before Shawn could make his way over, Captain John had vanished without a trace. Shawn. Who is Shawn? Why is this name being mentioned to me? Strolling aimlessly upon the deck, he remained utterly oblivious to his surroundings. As for the name Shawn, it was but a fleeting whisper in the wind. John. The game of the celestial dragons is drawing to a close. A large hand, belonging to Silver Axe, landed firmly on John's shoulder, compelling him to stand still. Hey, old friend, would you care for a drink brewed from my own stomach? Though everyone felt a sense of nausea, what could they do? Even if one were to strike him down, an apology would never be forthcoming. The triennial game of extermination orchestrated by the celestial dragons was upon them. They required the absurd spectacle of the Knights of God for protection. Let swords and blades convey to the celestial dragons that the curtain must fall. Rock's hair writhed like serpents. His ferocious aura erupted in an instant, enveloping all pirate ships. Boom, boom. The shockwave stirred a ripple across the ocean. This force intensified until it erupted at a certain moment. The aura swept through the waves. The dark crimson energy spread like a murky sea of blood, extending toward the port of Goddess Valley. The island before them, shaped like a valley, presented a narrow line of sky. In reality, it was exceedingly vast. At this moment, the Knights of God were safeguarding a treasure chest, within which lay precious devil fruits. For the sake of amusement, and to uphold their dignity, the celestial dragons selected a kingdom every 3 years that failed to pay their heavenly tribute to commence the game. This led to a brutal free-for-all until annihilation. The last survivor would claim the fruits. Centuries passed, yet the true survivors remained at zero. To the other 2 directions of God-S Valley, ships approached as well. On one side was the Roger pirates, fearsome in strength despite being deemed newcomers, and on the other, the Calf fleet, forcibly recalled from a vacation. A war was on the verge of erupting, one that would be etched into history and send shivers through the celestial dragons. This time, not only survivors would emerge. A multitude of them would become titans among the great powers of the future. For those who partook in this battle, the so-called inviolability of the divine was merely a tattered piece of paper. When, over 30 years later, someone dared to strike a celestial dragon at Sabaody Archipelago, few would be aware that there once existed individuals who slaughtered celestial dragons as one would dogs. God-S Valley, the arena where the slaughter game commenced. The gaze of Figureland Wunan, stationed before the treasure chest, shifted dramatically. The unabashed aura proclaimed the arrival of the powerful. Is this a jest? Is crimson hair and beard curled like a crescent moon, regarded by future celestial dragons as the king who participated in the Battle of God-S Valley? Figureland Wunan, the young warrior, along with his fellow members of the Knights of the Divine, grasped their long swords firmly. The one responsible for overseeing the situation was none other than one of the 5 elders, the scientific defense god, Jagor Lucius Satan. We have landed. The pirates charged forth. Upon witnessing the arrival of the new world overlords, the Rocks pirates, the naval forces at the port were filled with dread. Indeed, they descended upon the land like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Shawn ascended to the deck. Where all the pirate ships had drawn near the harbor, the air rife with the cacophony of battle. Bullets whizzed past his ears intermittently. Although the world's technology seemed to have stagnated in the steam age prior to the Navy's acquisition of Vegapunk, one could not dismiss the lethal potency of firearms against ordinary individuals. To reclaim the treasure, to seize the devil fruit, and to consign the celestial dragons to oblivion. Rocks emerged upon the battlefield, charging forth with the audacity of one who feared no opposition. Shawn leaped onto the dock, immediately met by a rush of sailors. Simultaneously, a multitude of slaves were fleeing in desperation. It appeared that they had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortune. The cursed compass spun wildly. Shawn sent a soldier flying with a powerful kick. The battlefield was in utter chaos, with even the pirates fighting among themselves. The Navy and the celestial dragons were simultaneously tasked with thwarting both pirates and slaves. The people of God Valley wept in despair. The king's anguished cries were abruptly silenced as a celestial dragon severed his head with a single stroke. How dare they interfere with our hunt? Knights of God, let these ignorant fools meet their demise. The sacred sword of green goo pointed directly at the harbor. Despite Captain Garp's earlier warnings against plundering Hive's Island, the arrogant celestial dragons did not anticipate encountering formidable resistance. Prior to Rocks, they had grown accustomed to treating pirates as mere brigands. In the vast ocean, every kingdom unable to pay the heavenly tribute was labeled a pirate, regardless of their citizens' intentions. Thus, upon seeing the celestial dragons, the Navy felt a terror akin to the specter of death. It was this extreme fear that birthed the tyrants of the same era. The great battle descended into further turmoil, with powerful figures emerging at every port. Release those slaves. Garp charged to the forefront, closely followed by his first mate, Bogart, an old sailor. I warned them not to provoke the curse of Hive's Island, fools. With a resounding thud, the youthful Garp sent a pirate flying with a single punch. Where's that scoundrel Roger? It is I who must take action. The last time we met was indeed the last. Yet they were never ordinary men in the East Blue, often embroiled in trouble. Who could have foreseen that their pursuit would lead them to the New World, where both would rise to prominence? At the main port, the frenzied onslaught of the Rocks pirates was unleashed. The demon compass of Shawn has once again come to a standstill. A pivotal moment of destiny has emerged, unveiling a new set of choices. Choice 1. Engage in the murky waters, slay a few slaves. Reward. An automatic firearm produced a decade later. Choice 2. Annihilate 500 Marines to demonstrate the might of pirates. Reward. The swift blade, Kage. Choice 3. Randomly eliminate a celestial dragon. Reward. The martial arts techniques, Gale Kick and Iron Block. The Gale Kick, finger gun, and iron block can be regarded as the most fundamental means of mastering the armament hockey. I still prefer the thrill of direct combat. Such battles are exhilarating. Pretending it is not the system's compass. After Shane made his choice, the compass interface swiftly rendered a judgment. The decision was finalized, and from this moment on, upon completing the designated task, rewards would be bestowed. The Gale Foot appeared rather unremarkable. However, possessing it would signify a significant advance towards mastering the armament hockey. In combat, when paired with the finger gun technique, it would yield even greater perfection. Shawn will eliminate all the Marines and Celestial Dragon guards encountered along the way. This battle is inherently complex for the foot soldiers. On one hand, the ground shakes violently, creating a chaotic scene where one can hardly find their footing. On the other hand, the ordinary combatants are swiftly dispatched by the formidable pirate crews. The battlefield before them resembles a cataclysmic apocalypse. No slacking off. Keep fighting. Green Goose Saint strides over the corpses of the Celestial Dragon guards. Clad in extravagant and finely crafted armor, these ordinary sentinels are rendered ineffective against the onslaught. In this era of flintlock firearms, the guards remain undaunted, but they prove to be no match for the madmen of the Rock's pirates. Their strikes can dent, even shatter steel. The previous strategies are utterly inconceivable. Dealing with them is as effortless as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Hey, block them. Do not let those filthy, despicable pirates near me. A portly celestial dragon, adorned with a small mustache, feels a pang of discomfort in his throat upon witnessing the charge of the Rock's pirates. He yearns to flee. However, to escape so easily would be to underestimate the might of Rocks. Treasure chests are snatched away at lightning speed by the prominent figures, while some slaves attempt to seize the chaos for their own gain. Even the divine knights are insufficient to satiate the Rock's pirates' hunger for spoils. Furthermore, the Roger pirates are drawing near. Although they harbor grievances against Rocks, their disdain for the Celestial Dragon surpasses it. Shawn gathered electricity at his fingertips, poised for a decisive strike. Electric finger gun. With a swift motion, two Celestial Dragon guards position themselves before the swine-headed Celestial Dragon. Shawn pierced through with a strike. Shave. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Celestial Dragon. While others attempted to flee, the guards continued to fall, and the Navy's line began to crumble. The Knights of God seemed to have underestimated the true might of the Rock's pirates. St. Greengard sensed the battlefield spiraling out of control. Yet he, who always considered himself a deity, furiously issued an order. Those who dare to harm the Celestial Dragons shall be mercilessly slain. Kill. The first to respond was Shawn. Electric currents surged through the oxygen shield. The Celestial Dragon had no time to close his mouth and hold his breath. He desperately sought to inhale more air, to live a few more seconds. Kill the Celestial Dragons. Seize God Valley. Acquire all the devil fruits and treasures. Rocks issued similar commands, sending a punch that sent a Knight of God flying, claiming one of the treasure chests. Everyone had no time to witness his actions before he devoured the devil fruit. Are you not a devil fruit user? St. Greengard turned to face Rocks directly, who said a user could only consume one devil fruit. Rocks unleashed his domineering presence without restraint. His aura was peculiar, a blend of pink and darkness. The sweet fruit was quite extraordinary, once coveted by Blackbeard as his third. Who would have thought that Rocks was such a being? The more beautiful the woman, the stronger the effect. The stronger the man's aura, the greater the power. In an instant, a multitude of sailors, slaves, civilians, and celestial dragons were petrified. Darkness surged. With a smile, Rocks tore all the petrified individuals into fragments. At this moment, God Valley had only just begun to descend into darkness. St. Greengard, are you ready to face the apocalypse? No one is more terrifying than Rocks. Even Whitebeard did not recognize the dark fruit, for Rocks had already consumed it. As an earlier aberration than Blackbeard, Rocks had also consumed a second devil fruit. This was later regarded by the Blackbeard of the future as one of the best combinations. Darkness, petrification, an unparalleled domineering presence. This is Rocks. It is precisely because of his absolute restraint over other users that Rocks could amass a multitude of powerful allies. St. Greengard is destined to be defeated, otherwise there would be no need for Garp and Roger to join forces. The so-called King of the Celestial Dragons had once been vanquished by the King of the World. Kill. Let these beasts witness our wrath. Rock's fist collided with the blade, and St. Greengard could not withstand it. In the distance, the Celestial Dragon cried, I am a Celestial Dragon. You lowly beings will suffer a terrible fate. Help me. Knights of God. With a swift thrust of his finger, Shawn obliterated the head of the Celestial Dragon. A resounding cheer erupted among the pirates, their blades raised in celebration. At that moment, the so-called deity lay vanquished, and the enslaved souls erupted into madness. Well done. You possess the potential to become a formidable crew member. Without the audacity to slay gods, one cannot ascend to the pinnacle of power. Moreover, the celestial dragons are far from divine. The might of rocks was nearly insurmountable, each punch landing with a resounding impact upon green goo. Whenever he attempted to flee, he was inexorably drawn back by the darkness. Coupled with the man's indomitable spirit and the sweet fruit's enhancement, the power of his haki surged even further. You dare to take what is mine, green goo? Who do you think you are? Rocks unleashed a ferocious onslaught, delivering a devastating blow to Green Goo's abdomen, propelling him into the abyss. On the battlefield, the clamor resonated in Shawn's ears. The reward from the compass granted him the opportunity to surpass his limits. As he acquired new combat techniques, his overall prowess was simultaneously enhanced. The reinforcement of iron signified a further elevation in his defensive capabilities. The foundation for awakening the armament haki consists of 3 elements: defense, attack, and ranged combat, corresponding respectively to the iron block, the gale kick, and the finger gun. Mastery of these 3 aspects would enable him to awaken the true essence of the armament haki. Shawn delivered a powerful kick that sent the guard flying. The voice of the admiral echoed from a distance. Are you the new apprentice of the Rocks Pirates? Garp broke through the encirclement, his iron fist aimed directly at Shawn. Garp. Roger charged into the fray, youthful and beardless. A blade swept towards him with ferocity. Shawn swiftly evaded the impending danger with a deft maneuver. In that fleeting moment, a powerful shockwave surged across the plaza. Roger, Garp, with his buzz cut, had not anticipated the sheer volume of debris that would ensue. Amidst the dust of the ruins, the atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming presence. The Valley of the Gods had transformed into a hellish battlefield. It was uncertain when the celestial dragons began to weep and tremble. The clash of wills resembled a tempest. From a distance, the now empowered Shawn sought the elusive devil fruit. Meanwhile, Roger, brandishing ace, glanced back with a grin. Hey kid, what is your name? That moment when you dispatched the celestial dragons was truly audacious. That rascal Rocks will eventually meet his end. Join my pirate crew. The sound of iron fists colliding echoed through the chaos. Garp glared at Roger, sensing his ulterior motives. Their fierce battle had already reduced vast structures to rubble. Pirates forever seek to recruit others into their ranks. Kid, join my fleet and become a marine. Do not stray onto the wrong path. Garp's words elicited hearty laughter from Roger. What nonsense are you spouting? The Navy could never surpass the celestial dragons. Those scoundrels reign over you with impunity. With a sweeping motion of his sword, Roger commanded respect. No marine or pirate dared approach the two, as their clash reverberated with unmatched intensity. Neither were they wielders of supernatural abilities, yet their formidable spirit was undeniable, even to the Rocks Pirates. These two stood as anomalies of their era. Lacking any special lineage, mutant physiology, or devil fruit powers, they forged an unshakable foundation through martial prowess, swordsmanship, willpower, and charisma. I have no intention of lending a hand to anyone else. Shawn carved a path through the chaos, delivering a swift kick to the obstructing foe. Pirates, Marines, Celestial Dragon Guards, civilians, and slaves. All factions were embroiled in turmoil. Can you believe that fool rejected the offers from Garp and Roger? A fool indeed. How could one slay a celestial dragon and expect to join the Marines? That would be tantamount to walking into a trap. I suspect you are the real simpleton here. That lad was a newcomer from our Rocks Pirates. The scene was utterly chaotic, had it not been for the elite composition of the Roger Pirates. It would have devolved into an unending melee. With a thunderous rumble, an earthquake erupted, shaking the ground and instilling fear in all. Dust and sand soared into the air as the golden lion soared above, wielding a gnarled branch like a weapon. An abundance of monsters arose, and treasures were seized in ever greater quantities. Those who stand in my way shall perish. The silver axe swung down, infused with the powers of the strength fruit, cleaving a massive fissure. Even giants would be split asunder. Ha ha ha, the Valley of the Gods is mine. Wangji melded with the island of the Valley of the Gods through the island fruit. However, the overwhelming haki unleashed around him thwarted his intentions. Damned be it. Whose haki is scorching my toes? Upon hearing Wang Ji's lament, a drunken man with flowing hair stumbled past. Ugh, boom. The drink fruit user became increasingly potent, even instilling drunkenness in others, igniting flames. A sea of fire spread forth as Captain John ventured into the inferno. Lingling soared through the skies aboard the thundercloud Zeus. You're setting fires again. That's our ship, you fool. Such utter disbelief. Was there not a single sane person in the Valley of the Gods? Hey, long time no see, you hot-headed newcomer. Shawn deftly dodged every strike and bullet, his gaze fixed on Shawn, who was rushing into the blazing chaos. Here, the hockey and devil fruits posed a constant threat. Shawn was truly taken aback to encounter Shawn once more. Thank you for your concern. But pirates do not favor the virtuous. Alas, a sharp pain struck Shawn's head, prompting him to unleash a torrent of flames. Bang, bang. The formidable merman from the Rocks pirates exchanged blows with an equally powerful merman from the Roger pirates. They clashed with the fierce art of fishman karate, igniting a fierce battle. It has been a long time. Do not feign familiarity, you despicable villain who slaughters the innocent. Hailing from Fishman Island. Their disparate life experiences have forged contrasting personalities. Shawn flew past with urgency in his gaze. The shape of the Azure dragon, the flesh fruit. Where could it be? Bear. Go seek out Bear and Ivankov. Lingling. Be cautious. The culinary knight, with a single stroke of his long bread, cleaved the sword of the naval colonel into pieces like bacon. I have already severed ties with you. Lingling swept across the sky, also in search of the devil fruit. So what? We have long decided to accompany each other for a lifetime. The prowess of the long bread is remarkable. After all, he is a master of swordsmanship, capable of determining fate with a single blow even in his old age. Some believe that his youthful recklessness has led to his current frailty. The direction Lingling is headed undoubtedly leads to Bear and Ivankov. Shawn has located his target, effortlessly traversing through the throngs of hundreds. The strength he possesses is truly magnificent. Let me take on the form of a lion. The cigar in the mouth of the golden lion falls, leaving a trail of ashes. The port lies in ruins. The earth transformed into a lion's head by the power of the float fruit. A warship soars through the air, crashing down upon the former port's location. Shiki. With a single punch, Garp obliterates the warship, wishing he could shatter its very head. Ha 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 ha. Garp, why not join me in piracy? The golden lion Shiki ascends into the sky, officially embarking on a life of aerial piracy. Crack. The air shatters, and a tsunami engulfs the land. This scene resembles the descent of hell itself. Can humanity truly wield such power? What manner of creature is Whitebeard? Is there still a chance for survival? Why has God Valley turned into a hellish landscape? Within the canyon, Whitebeard cleaves his sword horizontally, sending hundreds flying. The power that shatters all merges with the blade, instilling a sense of dread. It is terrifying. The Rocks pirates are utterly invincible. Even the Celestial Knights stand no chance against them. Are even the Celestial Dragons doomed to perish? I once believed that gods were immortal. The monstrosities of the Rocks pirates are too numerous, inciting a profound fear. If this continues, it will indeed become the realm of the Rocks pirates. Do not be afraid. As the battle rages on, reinforcements from the Navy headquarters will arrive. Sengoku and Zephyr, those two fools, have already set forth. Garp's body quivers with each breath, his bloodied form providing hope for all the Marines. Despair, hell. The end of days. For the first time, the Celestial Knights witness the overwhelming strength of the powerful on the seas. Until now, they have indulged in their game of nation annihilation, basking in the accolades of other celestial dragons. So gifted, they truly believe themselves invincible. As the new era's strongmen converge here, St. Glinder senses the approach of death. Continue fighting. Is your sword not sharp enough? The era of the celestial dragons has long since ended. The time ahead belongs to me, the king of the world. Rocks brazenly unleashes his domineering presence and darkness. Stone sculptures now litter the canyon. It is hard to fathom that even after the war concludes, whether God Valley will still remain. The blasphemers shall surely perish under divine judgment. St. Glinder, sword in hand, rises to confront Rocks. Ha 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 ha. Let us see then. The victor shall be king, as history is always penned by the winners. Let me ponder what title I shall bestow upon you. Pig-headed fools. Rocks unleashes his full might. Hockey, martial arts, devil fruit. Each aspect is the pinnacle of strength. The existence of Rocks serves as a testament to the immense power that can be wielded in this world. In the blink of an eye, battle erupts once more, enveloped in a haze of gunpowder. Shawn finally arrived at the corner of the battlefield, striking with the swiftest speed. Ivankov and Bear were the first to seize two treasures, which contained the mythical dragon fruit and the meatball fruit. At that very moment, Lingling also descended upon the scene, claiming the prize with a single blow. Hey, just as Ivankov's dragon fruit was snatched away by Lingling, Bear took a hearty bite of the meatball fruit. Ginny rejoiced, wonderful. Bear, Ivankov, we are saved. Damn it. Lingling was infuriated. She yearned to possess that devil fruit as well. If Katakuri were to consume it, he could become an immensely formidable force in the future. A step too late. Shawn shattered 2 boxes with a single blow, yet it proved futile. Before him stood hundreds of slaves, cowering behind the imposing figures of the bears. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly grim. Upon witnessing these captives, Lingling, unable to procure any meatball fruits, resolved to depart immediately. Kaido. With a firm determination to ally with Kaido, Lingling was swiftly making her way to find him. All the fruits that Shawn had previously encountered had been devoured. The Roger pirates had also seized 2 treasure chests. However, Shawn had long known the contents within. It was Shanks and Buggy. Do not approach him. That fellow previously killed a celestial dragon. Upon seeing Shawn's appearance, some retreated in fear. Well done, Ginny exclaimed, giving Shawn a thumbs up. He is a member of the Rocks Pirates, a crew of monsters. Ivankov remembered Shawn's visage and quickly turned to shout, Kuma, act swiftly. We must escape post-haste. I am attempting to harness this power. Kuma gradually learned to wield the abilities of the pawpaw fruit, amidst a myriad of transformations. Shawn realized that this war had succumbed to the annals of history. Without seizing the meatball fruit and the qinglong fruit, what was the purpose of this journey? Ding! The devil's compass turned, directing the needle of fate. The helm that alters the world was now set in motion. A pivotal moment of destiny had emerged, ushering in a new realm of choices. Choice 1. Fate is inexorable. The Valley of the Gods is destined for destruction. Let the bear transport its master away using the meatball fruit. Reward, body technique paper drawing. Choice 2. Execute 5 celestial dragons. Reward, body technique moon step. Choice 3. Execute 38 celestial dragons. Reward, bloodline factor perfect fruit in qinglong form. 3. The devil's compass. How could there be no devil fruit? Due to the Alabasta lineage's refusal to reside in Mariawa, there were a total of 19 factions, excluding the Knights of God and one previously slain by Shawn. Each faction had numerous participants in this game. For the celestial dragons, this was a grand spectacle, a macabre form of entertainment involving the slaughter of commoners and slaves. With ample prey available, Shawn was certain to take action. Choices made, the contract was initiated. Once fulfilled, rewards would be granted. Shawn erupted forth in a flash. The celestial dragons fled, seeking refuge. The Marines valiantly obstructed the onslaught of pirates while simultaneously providing cover for them. The Rocks pirates confronted the Roger pirates, the Knights of God, and the elite forces of the Navy. Shawn stood atop the colossal boulder. Before him lay the celestial dragons, mere fragments of their Azure dragon forms. Each defeat of a celestial dragon yielded a piece of fruit, a shard of power. With a swift motion, he soared past the marine sentinels. A single finger pierced the heart of a celestial dragon. Just as he believed he could flee to the harbor, he was abruptly shielded, only to succumb instantly to his demise. Shawn swiftly departed, charging towards another target. This celestial game of the celestial dragons has transformed into a pirate's game. How could they possibly escape unscathed? If they were truly successful, Shanks would not have been concealed within a treasure chest. Storm leg, spear of the finger, electricity. Shawn's prowess in combat has only intensified, leading him to pursue his foes into the very harbor, where he has ruthlessly vanquished 2 of the celestial dragon's guards. Only one fragment remains. The pieces are nearly assembled, and the celestial dragons are dwindling in number. The incident at God Valley is destined to be erased from the annals of history. The self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, meet increasingly gruesome ends. Will the marine admirals intervene to protect them? Such notions are laughable. At this juncture, there remain 2 years until Zephyr ascends to the rank of admiral. Sengoku, who is a few years his senior, has only just achieved that rank. Otherwise, the then fleet admiral, Steelbone Akainu, would not have hastily summoned Garp back. The Knights of God face formidable adversaries. Shawn has undeniably become the bane of the celestial dragons. The Marines not only find themselves incapable of halting Shawn's advance, but they must also contend with the formidable and fearsome Rocks pirates. The game has reached its conclusion, and what lies ahead is a trial by fire. The last remnant of the celestial dragons is in a desperate flight. Yet, at this moment, the Marines reignite hope. Look, Admiral Sengoku has arrived, along with Vice Admiral Zifa. This battle is so astonishing that the entirety of the Navy's main force must be deployed. As the crowd gazes out, they are taken aback to see Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong standing at the bow of the ship. What? The admirals and the Fleet Admiral have come? The celestial dragon collapses to the ground, scrambling amidst the chaos, with no one to heed his plight. It is futile. The Rock's pirates were forged by the celestial dragons themselves. Their insatiable greed and madness have birthed these hellish demons, destined to annihilate everything. His oxygen mask has long been shattered, and the heavy, counterfeit garments he wore have been destroyed. He can only survive in the crevices, a solitary method of remaining undetected. His body is stained with blood, reduced to a wretched state, utterly unrecognizable as a human. Were there a choice, he swears he would never again partake in this game. Damn it, damn it. You foolish wretches deserve to perish. I am a noble celestial dragon. Why must I meet my end in such a place? Even if all must perish alongside me, it is unworthy of my divine existence. Celestial Dragon George Saint attempts to crawl toward the port area, pleading for salvation from the approaching admirals. That is his sole hope for survival. For even the mighty Green Bull Saint cannot match the peak of rocks. The Knights of God, though powerful, are also adversaries of the Rock's pirates and the Roger pirates. What is this fellow babbling about? He is a celestial dragon? Ivankov exclaims. The nearby slaves instantly become agitated. What is a celestial dragon? Hey, don't let such a person appear. He will drag us down. The crowd looks down. The celestial dragon's face is already smeared with snot and tears. Yet when he raises his head, he remains utterly repugnant. Hey, get away from me, you slaves. The admirals are coming. Do you comprehend the cost of approaching me? A bunch of foolish pigs. He trembles as he stands, waving his hands in jubilation, as if those warships are within arm's reach. Bear, be cautious of this fellow. Ginny grasps Bear's hand, intent on protecting him from the celestial dragon's harm. Cautious of what? Eliminate him. Shawn's voice emerged at the opportune moment. George trembled instinctively out of fear. You dare to make a move, Warring States? Steelbone Kong will arrive imminently. You are doomed. Do not come near me, you filthy pirate. In the presence of Kuma and Ivankov, George maintained a semblance of bravado. Yet, upon Shawn's arrival, terror seized his mind, leaving only impotent fury in its wake. The fragments have come together. With a swift motion, Shawn thrusts his finger. The precision of his strike akin to a bullet, complemented by the devastating speed of his Raijin foot technique. In that electrifying moment, three figures hastily closed in on him. No, you cannot kill me, you wretched scoundrel. George's throat erupted into a gory cavity, blood sprang forth in an instant. Before he could utter another word, he succumbed. Lifeless on the ground, the demonic compass whirled, infusing Shawn's bloodline with a novel reward, the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its Azure dragon form, unleashed without reservation. A creation far superior, even predating Vegapunk by decades. The scene fell into stunned silence. Ivankov, Kuma, and Ginny vowed to forever remember Shawn's visage. Even amidst the chaos of the world, to slay a celestial dragon carried immense peril. Once the war concluded, a relentless pursuit would surely ensue. You too deserve death. Born of inherent baseness. Saint Saturn thrust his staff at Shawn and Kuma. Ha! This is my domain. The golden lion brandished twin swords, stirring the ground beneath him. Do not think to impede these souls from reaching the liberating sea. Rayleigh's blade also arced towards the five elders. Tension hung thick in the air, as the leap of fish over the dragon's gate heralded imminent peril. With storm clouds gathering, how could one not desire both fish and bear's paw? Old fool, this is not your stage to perform. In the prime of his youth, the Golden Lion was initially engaged in battle with Rayleigh. Little did he expect to be embroiled in Saint Saturn's pursuit of Kuma and Shawn. Rayleigh, however, remained relentless in his chase. In his eyes, Shawn's audacity to strike against the celestial dragons was commendable. Likewise, Kuma and Ivankov's efforts to rescue slaves warranted his intervention. Amidst the ruins, Kuma liberated Ginny and Ivankov. The pawpaw fruit propelled the two away, having already freed over 200 slaves. From his elevated position, Saint Saturn loomed over Shawn and Kuma. You two are nothing but despicable beings. Slaves and pirates are beyond redemption. Such was the sentiment of the five elders. Shawn and the bear are indistinguishable. They are both doomed. Have the pirates wronged you? Old accomplice. The golden lion exhaled smoke, twisting the earth into a lion with its mouth agape towards the heavens. Boy, depart swiftly from this place. The valley of the gods is no domain for mere mortals. Rayleigh seized the moment to cleave the staff of Saint Satan with a single stroke. Sparks erupted, enraged and humiliated by the formidable blockade of the two. Saint Satan seethed with fury. To contend with you, I shall unleash my full power. In a fit of rage, Black flames enveloped him from the shoulders up, a symbol of the awakened Zoan-type devil fruit. The pressure intensified further. Shawn is undergoing a profound transformation, embodying the formidable vitality of the mythical beast lineage. Its unparalleled defensive capabilities manifest as the Azure dragon form, exhaling tempestuous winds. The flame clouds facilitate the flight of objects, while its humanoid aspect harnesses lightning, merging speed and strength. This metamorphosis continues to fortify Shawn's constitution. Was I destined to perish from birth? Yet I have committed no wrong. Esteemed elder, is the hierarchy you established absolute? Why must we refrain from laughing joyfully like Nikyu? The bear rises, relentlessly questioning. Innocent and yet only 10 years of age, he possesses a stature that far exceeds that of ordinary humans. The tales of Nikyu have undoubtedly bestowed upon him countless beautiful dreams. Yet it is a name that the elders are reluctant to hear. Silence. You wretched extinct race. You deserve to perish. Despite being embroiled in a fierce battle alongside the Golden Lion and Rayleigh, Satan's words are unyielding. The term extinct race refers to a collective of aberrations at sea. They do not denote a singular species, but rather a group that is nearly extinct yet has not been completely eradicated. The bear, the embers, and Kaido can all be classified as members of this endangered lineage, originating from the blank history of 8 centuries past. They are the abominable entities that the celestial dragons must obliterate. Extinct race? The bones of Shawn creaked ominously, his gaze filled with malice. What does it mean to be an extinct species? On the red earth of the continent, there currently exist 19 factions of the celestial dragon people. If one day each of them dwindles to but a handful, would they not also be deemed an extinct species? Shawn's words are undoubtedly a pinnacle of sarcasm. Satan is desperately attempting to fight back. However, the peak of the Golden Lion and Rayleigh are not to be underestimated. 2 grand swordsmen, equally youthful in their agility. What could possibly allow him to break through? Shawn's gaze was filled with disdain as scales began to envelop his form. His skin grew resilient and robust, while his bones and muscles underwent a remarkable transformation. This was merely his humanoid state. Crackle. Electric currents surged throughout his body, as the electricity of the Azure dragon merged with that of the fur tribe, shifting from a blue-white luminescence to a gentle lavender. The enhancement of his dragon form further augmented Shawn's physique, elevating him to a stature surpassing his previous self. Bear, depart from this place. The war has only just commenced. From this moment onward, Shawn transcends the limits of the human form, enhanced by the bloodline of the fur tribe and amplified by the Azure dragon fruit. A true monster is born. You too shall become an extinct species. With a single stroke, Satan's Saint's staff shatters Rayleigh's blade, and with a swift motion, he intercepts the soaring Golden Lion. Horns sprout from his head, and multiple antennae-like tendrils extend from beneath his feet as he charges towards Shawn and the bear. Go, Shawn. The bear firmly etches this name into his memory. A roar erupts. As Satan's Saint launches his assault, Shawn, transformed into a black dragon, ascends into the sky. Flames and clouds coil around his form as he surveys the entire battlefield. So it was you who consumed that fruit. How splendid. The bear beams with a foolish grin, feeling justified in his departure. The Azure dragon fruit, lost to him, has now been consumed by Shawn, a fortuitous turn indeed. With a swish, the bear vanishes from his spot, enveloped by the meatball fruit, soaring towards the South Sea from the Valley of the Gods. The purple lightning black dragon. Shawn looked disdainfully at Satan's Saint, while the Golden Lion erupted in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. This old fool is infuriated. Shiki's words only added fuel to the fire, causing Satan's Saint to stomp his feet in frustration. He had never anticipated that the 2 individuals he intended to eliminate would be so elusive. One could soar through the skies, while the other could leap away with ease. Meanwhile, another piercing howl resonated through the heavens. With Lingling's assistance, Kaido devoured the Azure dragon fruit and roared to the heavens, transforming into a colossal dragon. His body bore the marks of battle, suggesting he had just survived a hellish confrontation. The Azure dragon and the black dragon hovered in the air, intensifying the madness of the war of the gods. Who is that? In another corner of the battlefield, Lingling stood atop the stormy clouds of Zeus, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the sky. How can there be 2 dragons? Wasn't it stated that the devil fruits are unique? Sister, did you give me a counterfeit? Kaido, too, was intrigued. The electricity crackling around the black dragon was quite formidable. Stop trying to evade your debts, Kaido. I saved your life. Do not forget to repay me. Join me in establishing a new pirate crew. Lingling was determined not to let her efforts go to waste. Although Kaido appeared simple-minded and honest, she hoped he wouldn't betray her at a crucial moment. Not a problem, sister. Kaido, now roaring in his human form, felt the powers of his Oni lineage perfectly merging with the vitality of the mythical beast. The combination of his Oni physique and dragon scales provided him with impeccable defense. In the distance, Shawn, attempting to acclimate to his dragon form for the first time, was adjusting to his newfound strength. Unlike other Zoan-type devil fruits, the Azure dragon fruit's flame clouds were utilized for flight, one of the abilities it possessed from the very start. Heat breath. There was a peculiar sensation in his mouth. What could it be? Xiaoyin unleashed a towering column of flames towards Satan's saint. Boom. The flames soared through the sky, striking straight at Satan's saint. Truly, the power of a mythical beast is formidable from the very outset. Despite Satan's saint's immense size and his beast-human form, the scorching heat enveloped him entirely. Xiaoyin, so that is your name. I shall tear you to shreds. Satan's saint roared in fury, yet what could he do? His formidable strength and physique were impervious to the heat, yet he found himself besieged by the Golden Lion and Rayleigh, utterly powerless against Xiaoyin. You little rascal, join me. Together, we shall establish an invincible sky pirate crew. The Golden Lion, impressed by Xiaoyin's prowess, extended an invitation. Be cautious, though. Shiki is not a benevolent character, Rayleigh warned Xiaoyin decisively. I intend to chart my own course, Xiaoyin declared. Smoke billowed from Shawn's mouth as the madness of war unfolded before him. Jabba clashed with his twin axes against Silver Axe. Captain John found himself obstructed by Zephyr. Stepping onto the battlefield, the Warring States Arrow Warrior unleashed a powerful strike towards Wang Ji, who was fused with the island. At the zenith of his prowess, Steelbone Kong charged directly at Ling Ling. Crane pursued Bagan, cursing him vehemently in his fury. Rocks relentlessly chased Green Ancient Sage, cornering him at the end of his rope. Roger faced off against Whitebeard in a fierce confrontation. I'll make you regret soaring above me. Garp leapt forward, delivering a punch to the young Kaido. It was absolute madness. If this continued, even God Valley would sink. Shawn reverted to his human form to avoid becoming a living target like Kaido. With a swift motion, the cursed compass spun once more, steering the tides of fate. Your axes are utterly feeble. Silver Axe wielded his double-edged halberds with ferocity, charging into battle with unparalleled vigor. Is that so? I find your axes rather cumbersome. Jabba, with an axe in each hand and a pair of sunglasses perched on his nose, perpetually wore a smile. Among the Roger pirates, he held the rank of the third elder, designated as Copper. This title was later assigned by the Navy to obscure the identity of the Roger clan. Yet it also forged one of the earliest elite pirate crews upon the seas. Your feeble strength cannot even shake my axe. Silver Axe unleashed a formidable blow. Empowered by the Might fruit, the very heavens trembled in response. With a single swing, the ground caved in under the immense force, leaving no structure unscathed. You underestimate human potential. Jabba blocked the axe with both hands, his advanced haki as impenetrable as a fortress. Damn it, where are we? Kaido was merely an unwelcome presence. Ever since Whitebeard intervened in the clash between Roger and Garp, the two had engaged in cataclysmic battles, shaking the very foundations of God Valley. This turmoil inadvertently afforded Garp some respite, leading him to pursue a confrontation with him and Lin. There was also the lieutenant, Bogart, an unassuming fellow who wore a small hat day in and day out. Little did they know he was a master swordsman. After finally consuming a mythical Zoan devil fruit to enhance his abilities, he found himself overwhelmed and relentlessly beaten before he could even adapt. Now, Lin had taken to the thunderclouds, claiming to seek out other treasures, leaving Kaido to bear the brunt of the misfortune alone. This incident would forever sow seeds of hatred between Lin and Kaido towards Garp. They would never forget. Should they fail to vanquish Garp in the future, they would surely take their revenge on his son and grandson. Boom. Just as fate would have it, the battle between Silver Axe and Jabba, two titans of strength, was interrupted. Their clash lacked the grandeur of the Island fruit or the Quake fruit, yet it was still on a monstrous scale. Such formidable haki. Having joined the Rocks Pirates 6 years prior, Kaido had witnessed countless strong warriors rise and fall. In his eyes, the truly overwhelming powers belonged to Rocks and Whitebeard. Now, he would likely have to include a few more names, Roger and the Golden Lion. None of them are normal beings. If Kaido's monstrous strength is combined with the powers of the Ricky fruit, his offensive capabilities would reach their zenith. However, this contradicts Kaido's true desires. As he intrudes upon the conflict between the two, Kaido witnesses firsthand the terrifying clash of haki against the powers of the devil fruit. The strike from the silver axe could likely level several mountains. Jabba's increasingly ferocious counterattacks prove that his haki is indeed formidable. As the battle escalates to a fever pitch, the silver axe collides with Kaido, leaving him bloodied and breathless. Another brutal elbow from Jabba nearly causes Kaido's mind to falter. This is utterly absurd. How can such monstrous strength manifest in a human? Damn it! Kaido would later be hailed as the strongest creature, though this title certainly does not encompass the events of God Valley. Here, even consuming the Azure dragon fruit renders one merely a subordinate. There are far too many monsters. Kaido can only barely find his place in the ranks. Kaido. Shawn was also in pursuit of treasure, battling his way forward with fists raised. The first sight that greeted him was Kaido, who appeared utterly bewildered. Shawn. Kaido was taken aback, never expecting Shawn to be alive, let alone that the boisterous black dragon he had encountered earlier was indeed Shawn himself. Be cautious of that fellow, Garp. Kaido's spiked club was drenched in blood, some of which was his own, having been forced from his mouth during the fight. Understood. In this tumultuous exchange, one must speak loudly to be heard at all. The compass of destiny has finally come to a halt. The pivotal moment has manifested, and a multitude of choices has been unveiled. Take heed of your well-being, for this is a multiple-choice scenario. Choice 1. Survive until the final reward in the Valley of the Gods, a mutated physique. Though sleepless nights may ensue, one shall be able to accommodate 3 fruits. Choice 2. Eliminate all celestial dragons the Navy intends to rescue. Protecting them is utterly pointless. The reward: the art of body techniques, the moonwalk of martial arts, and the opportunity to reveal to Lucci who the true genius of the 6 styles is. Choice 3. Rush towards freedom and establish your own pirate crew. The reward: the perfect lineage factor fruit and the paw fruit. 123. 321. I want them all. Shawn stood at a corner of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the expanse. From this moment forth, the celestial dragons must perish. Whether you are the 5 elders, the knights of God, or the Navy, your motives hold no significance. Today, not a single one of these fools shall escape. Choice 1 necessitates survival until the conclusion of God Valley. Choice 3 entails embarking on a journey to establish one's own pirate crew. Thus, one must prioritize Choice 2. Numerous celestial dragons participated in God Valley, and many more lurked in the shadows, having stealthily boarded their vessels under the cover of darkness. One of the reasons Garp later felt ashamed to recall this event was due to his protection of the celestial dragons. In retrospect, although he thwarted Rox from ascending to the throne of the world, the celestial dragons continued to wreak havoc for decades. During this time, countless tragedies were wrought. By chronological reckoning, following the calamities of Tiger, Ginny, and Tesoro, Ginny, even afflicted with the terminal disease known as the blue scales, awaited in vain for Tiger to scale the red line. The 39 celestial dragons previously slain were merely a fraction of the whole. The participants in the nation-destroying game were not few. Even the Knights of God had several members involved, with one of the 5 elders standing guard. In total, over 100 celestial dragons took part. Sakazuki's method of destroying ships at O'Hara was a precautionary measure. I arrived even earlier, scouring every building and every vessel, determined to succeed. Shawn brushed past Kaido, the ominous sound of the Devil's Compass resonating in his ears. The choice had been made. Now it was time to reap the rewards. Save the celestial dragon? How absurd. No matter who you are, embrace despair and meet your demise. Those who partake in the annihilation game should not feign innocence. Where are you headed? Kaido inquired, turning to run alongside Shawn. He noticed that Shawn seemed to have grown taller and more robust. With a keen gaze, he appeared to be searching for something. Found it, he declared. As they traversed the battlefield where Jabba and Silver Axe clashed, 2 formidable powerhouses, Shawn discovered the celestial dragon concealed in the shadows. The dilapidated houses surrounded him, and he unhesitatingly donned the tattered garments of a slave, trembling in the corner. Yet, his rotund visage betrayed him. A swift kick ensued, and he barely comprehended the chaos around him, where marine soldiers clashed with pirates. Why was Shawn attacking him? With a sudden splatter of blood, the first severed head was claimed. Kaido watched this scene in astonishment, soon realizing that this individual was a celestial dragon. Kaido was perplexed. Amidst a battlefield teeming with formidable warriors, what significance did a celestial dragon hold, being nothing more than a detritus of society? Driven by curiosity, he followed Shawn in pursuit of his target. To his astonishment, More and more celestial dragons fell lifeless, their bodies desecrated, as they scoured the entirety of the island. Shawn has set his sights on the warships docked at the port. Do you wish to seize a vessel and flee? Kaido harbors the same intention. Otherwise, Big Mom would not have been unable to locate Kaido amidst the chaos of battle. Who does not yearn for independence? Once Rox meets his demise, everyone will re-establish their own pirate crews. I shall witness the dawn of a new era. Why retreat? Shawn burst into the warship, sending the Marines flying as Kaido wreaked havoc. Inside the cabin, more than a dozen celestial dragons huddled together for warmth. This was Sengoku's warship. After Shawn had mercilessly eradicated many on the island, a significant number perished in the conflict. The last remnants had taken refuge here. They trembled in fear, demanding that the warship depart the harbor swiftly. Yet, there was no response. Fools, are you imbeciles? I commanded you to leave God Valley. The leading celestial dragon, Peach Saint, erupted in furious expletives. Bang! The cabin door was kicked open with force. Shawn stepped into the cabin, his fists dripping with blood, an undeniably frightening sight. What do you intend to do, pirate? I will have the admiral hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Peachy shouted vehemently, yet tremors betrayed his fear. He could smell the metallic tang of blood and perceive the murderous intent in Shan's eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the deck. Following the War of the Gods, the era of the Buddha's warlords had officially commenced. Golden light illuminated the scene, even offering a glimmer of hope to the celestial dragons. Kaido stood behind Shawn, gripping his spiked club tightly. Indeed, slaying this band of swine would invite trouble. Transforming into his hybrid beast form, Kaido sprouted a pair of dragon horns in addition to his demonic ones. Are you afraid, Kaido? Shawn's fist descended like a torrential downpour. The cabin was filled with curses and pleas from those facing their imminent demise. What is there to fear? Such a monstrous general will inevitably be defeated. Kaido grinned, baring his sharp teeth. At that very moment, Shawn emerged from the cabin, having vanquished all the celestial dragons. His fists were stained a deep crimson. From this moment forth, irrespective of the war's outcome, the celestial dragons had met their demise. Do you comprehend the enormity of the turmoil this will unleash upon the Navy and the world at large? Sengoku gazed down upon Kaido and Shawn, seemingly poised to transform into a wrathful deity. Who truly cares? Let it all be obliterated. Everyone is weary. Shawn's laughter was wild and unrestrained. Indeed, this world is utterly tedious. Kaido laughed heartily. Your mere existence will only bring more chaos to this realm. Sengoku's justice is destined to reign supreme. The heavens belong to the celestial dragons. God Valley has brought forth an abundance of surprises and unforeseen events. It all commences from this island. In the coming decades, the formidable figures of the three great factions will gradually make their appearance. This also signifies that Roger and Garp have fully matured into their peak as the new generation. Kaido's cohort of youth will also remain in the shadows, biding their time. Shawn, at this moment, the dangerous future lies within the gaze of Sengoku. Peace shall ultimately prevail. You, a rabble raised by rocks, merely indulge in senseless destruction, slaughtering the celestial dragons only to replace them with a new breed of tyrants. The establishment of order is not a task accomplished in a day, yet the havoc wreaked by your kind will demand an even longer time to mend. Sengoku's physique grows ever more formidable, his surface radiating a brilliant golden light, as if adorned with a layer of gilded powder. After causing destruction, you simply retreat. Yet you still dare to aspire to be the sovereign of the world. You are as ignorant as rocks. For Sengoku, at this moment, his mission is to eradicate evil at its very cradle. Shawn, Kaido wars, his dual horns of the Oni tribe merging with those of a dragon as he prepares to engage in battle in his hybrid form. In his grasp, a kanabo crackles with lightning and the aura of Haki. Our battle has not yet commenced. Is this a Zoan type? Sengoku gazes down upon the two, instantly discerning Kaido's form as indeed a Zoan. This lightning is certainly no ordinary animal type. His dragon transformation leans towards that of an ancient variety. Could it be one of those devil fruits awarded as a prize? The fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure dragon form. This information, including the capture of Ivankov and Jinny, is well known. How could Sengoku, as an admiral of the Navy, remain unaware? Still just two. Sengoku's pupils constrict. Kaido is enveloped in blue and white lightning. Upon Shawn, there crackled a dazzling purple lightning. He retained the same towering beastly form. However, unlike before, Shawn wielded no weapon, relying solely on his formidable fists. Ha! Kaido erupted into a laughter reminiscent of a fish's croak. He initially believed that his own fruit's extraordinary power had astonished Sengoku. Yet it turned out to be the terrifying dual fruit abilities. Turning his gaze, he was taken aback to discover it was Shawn. Thus, the black dragon that had earlier left him incredulous was indeed Shawn. Clenching his fingers into a fist, Shawn eradicated all celestial dragons on the island, who were under the protection of the Knights of God and the Five Elders. Upon completing the second choice, he received the associated rewards, the paper drawing of the Marine 6 styles and the moonwalk technique. Thus, one could say he had gathered the entirety of the initial Marine 6 styles. His mastery of physical combat techniques has been enhanced, resulting in a renewed strengthening of his physique. Shawn sensed a peculiar connection within himself, akin to the bond described by Kaido, as though an invisible thread were guiding him. In a certain epoch, transcending the limits of human potential would tear him from his confines. The moment the essence of this power permeated his entire skeletal structure, it would manifest as the formidable armament Haki. The strength of iron would bestow resilience, while the grace of paper would impart gentleness. Surpassing the boundaries of humanity, a mere finger poised in midair could no longer confine him, giving rise to the ethereal moonwalk. Ha ha ha. In the face of the Warring States period, Shawn emerges with an entirely new strength. The Fur Tribe's electrical prowess, the hybrid human-animal form, and the Navy's 6 techniques converge, enriched by recent combat experiences. Shawn swiftly adapted and endeavored to concentrate all his strength. He needed to accomplish 2 tasks. First, to survive until the end of the Valley of the Gods. Second, to establish his own pirate crew. Once these objectives were achieved, he could consume the meatball fruit through his physical transformation. Shawn had long contemplated the possibilities. If one were to possess a mutated physique, it would allow the consumption of up to 3 devil fruits. The price to pay would be the inability to rest at night, perhaps resulting in a pair of dark circles under the eyes. However, if one were to obtain the meatball fruit, the sensation of fatigue could be transferred to others. This would also compensate for the minor shortcomings of the Azure Dragon form, bestowing the abstract powers of a paramecia-type ability. Memories and pain could be expelled, enabling air compression and rapid aerial movement. You are merely a cog in this intricate mechanism. Shawn gazed upwards, contemplating the War of the Buddha. In his ears echoed Kaido's incredulous inquiry, "How could you possess a fruit akin to mine, Shawn?" Kaido was taken aback, questioning the supposed uniqueness of their fruits. Do our dragon forms truly resemble one another? Shawn was enveloped in a dazzling purple lightning, appearing astonishingly flamboyant. Yet, there was something peculiar about it. A hint of mischief lingered. The dragon scales were unlike any other. Kaido was poised for action. Before their words could fully escape their lips, Sengoku unleashed a powerful strike. The shockwave of the Buddha's light shattered a corner of the battleship. Both Kaido and Shawn were simultaneously jolted, spitting blood. What dragon scales? This is what one might call the skin of a fruit. Foolish Kaido. Shawn unleashed a flurry of punches. Join me, and let us establish our own pirate crew. Kaido swung his spiked club with ferocity. 2 rising supernovas of the Rock's pirates ascended, confronting the Navy's mightiest on the deck of a warship, the formidable Admiral Sengoku. You 2 reckless youths, he thundered. Your futures are forfeit. The depths of Impel Down shall be your abode for the remainder of your days. Sengoku's lips curled downward, a fusion of overwhelming authority and his devil fruit powers amplifying the Buddha's shockwave once more. The damage coursing through the vessel ignited it, culminating in a devastating explosion. Boom. Boom. Shanks and Kaido joined forces in a powerful strike, yet they still failed to penetrate the formidable Haki of Sengoku. Do you regard the admirals of the Navy as mere playthings for your amusement? Sengoku raised his hand once more, striking down with a sudden force, delivering a relentless barrage of damage. Shawn could only feel a searing pain within his very core. Were it not for his formidable physique, he would have surely been reduced to naught. The pinnacle of the Warring States truly lives up to its reputation. Let us take another glance at this world. When you next open your eyes, you shall find yourself ensnared in a cage devoid of light. Sengoku continued to strike relentlessly. As one of the few possessing the Conqueror's Haki, he had undoubtedly become a paragon of this era, merging the powers of the devil fruit with sheer will. Such extraordinary strength, ha ha ha. What a delightful sensation. Kaido felt himself growing stronger. This mythical Zoan-type fruit indeed bestowed upon him remarkable vitality, allowing him to more vividly experience the might of the elite. Despite both combatants repeatedly finding themselves at a disadvantage in their fierce exchanges, even spitting blood, They relished the sensations brought forth by their injuries. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed. Although the naval warships of 38 years prior were not as formidable as those of later years, being obliterated by Sengoku's bare hands was nonetheless a terrifying spectacle. Shatter. On the land of God Valley, Whitebeard unleashed his iconic move, delivering a devastating punch towards Steelbone Kong. Even the formidable fleet admiral could only respond defensively. The battlefield descended into a chaotic frenzy. As the earth trembled and mountains shook, waves surged forth, seemingly intent on engulfing God Valley. Dozens of ships, controlled by the Golden Lion, wreaked havoc, causing the naval soldiers to scatter in disarray. Damn it! Such power is capable of annihilating the world. How many monsters has this game truly spawned? The colossal Sengoku seized Shawn, while Kaido sought to crush him. His rage was palpable, his forehead adorned with swelling from fury. A game devoid of humanity should not exist. Black-like Zephyr, in his youth, charged into the battlefield, unable to stifle his lamentations. Yet they were indeed the architects of this absurd game, merely having lost control. Tsuru remained youthful and beautiful. Yet none wished for the conflict to escalate to this point, save for Rocks. At the harbor, Shawn regained consciousness once more, forcibly transforming into his draconic form. Kaido also awakened immediately, both unleashing torrents of flames simultaneously. Stubborn and unyielding. However, they were about to be tossed into the sea by Sengoku. Hey Sengoku, is this how you treat our intern crew? A languid voice emerged again, as he drunkenly lifted his head. Drunken fire. Flames erupted from his mouth as well. You alone are insufficient, John. Sengoku's gaze pierced through everything. Many later referred to him as the strategist, a counterpart to two others, Zephyr, the merciful general, and Monkey D. Garp. In comparison, Sengoku truly leaned towards wisdom. Yet, when confronted with the notorious pirates of his era, Sengoku exhibited no trace of fear. And I, Sengoku. The visage of the giant at the port spoke, or rather, it was a fusion of the king of God Valley. Previously, having merged with the entire island, he had repeatedly clashed with Rocks, Whitebeard, and Shiki. The king would simply merge wherever he struck. A colossal hand, comparable to 10 warships, descended from the heavens. Wish yourselves luck, intern crew. Suddenly, with one hand, the king's demeanor shifted, and Captain John reacted instantly. Their pretense of saving others was merely a guise to strike at Sengoku. The pirates roared arrogantly, "Do not underestimate the Rocks pirates." Sengoku. Dawdling could lead to a dire fate. The king's hand descended like a cataclysmic force. His enormous eyes, formed by 2 houses, blinked. Infuriated, Sengoku raised his hand and hurled Shawn into the sea. How tedious. Captain John staggered forward, the last drop of liquor spilling from his flask. Extinguished the fire of wine. With a crash, the mist of alcohol and flames poured forth simultaneously. Marine soldiers and pirates stepping into the mist were immediately dazed, collapsing to the ground. The destructive force of the flames was astonishing as well. What a swarm of unquenchable flies. Sengoku swiftly tossed Kaido into the ocean as well, preparing to suppress John with a single hand. The clash among the three was nothing short of earth-shattering, dominating one corner of the battlefield. The golden light of the Buddha suppressed all evils. Sengoku alone instilled hope in nearly 10,000 Marines. Flames blazed, a rare attack at this moment. Where the mist of wine spread, John swayed yet consistently evaded the onslaught. Boulders, ships, and houses coalesced to form a giant rivaling the Great Buddha. Roar. Simultaneously, 2 whistles echoed. Flames enveloped his entire being. The Black Dragon and the Azure Dragon leapt into the air together, shortly after soaring over the harbor. A sensation of soreness enveloped him. Yet, it mattered little. With the regenerative prowess characteristic of a beast, there was no cause for concern. Kaido did not revert to his human form, but manifested in his hybrid state. The intensity of the battle was exceedingly chaotic. To assume his ordinary form would pose an insurmountable risk. Shawn twisted his neck, confirming that this was a war destined to linger indefinitely. The Valley of Gods was undeniably trapped in dire straits. The Navy, pirates, and celestial dragons were essentially 2 opposing factions. Don't block the way, Silver Axe. Garp charged through, breaking free from a corner of the battlefield, only to find himself positioned between Jabba and Silver Axe. That rascal Newgate has certainly made his move. Garp. Let us press on. Roger clutched his straw hat, a smile gracing his face as he enveloped his blade with hockey. Their sudden appearance left Jabba and Silver Axe, who were already struggling, utterly exasperated. Hey, this is our battle. Could you two move a bit further away? You might inadvertently strike us. Everyone was fighting earnestly. Yet they should not encroach upon another's conflict. Then we shall take our place, Jabba. Roger rolled up his sleeves, unleashing a full-force burst of his three-colored haki. Exactly what I intend. Garp's forehead bulged with veins. Fist of conflict. Divine avoidance. Boom. The clash of haki reverberated. Dark lightning ripped through the heavens, shattering the clouds into fragments, while a storm swept across the ground. In an instant, the overwhelming force of the combined haki left both pirates and marines around them reeling, sprawled on the ground with eyes rolled back. Haki. This was the essence of true haki. What we can grasp and comprehend is merely the rudimentary stage. Those advanced forms of haki represent the pinnacle of the sea. Shawn, one day, we too shall possess such power. Let us fight with abandon. If we survive until the end of this battle, let us join forces. Kaido witnessed this clash firsthand. He turned to look at Shawn, his eyes brimming with anticipation and radiance. The battle had been prolonged far too long. As twilight approached, the setting sun tore the earth into fragments. Outside the Valley of Gods, an orange glow enveloped the land, while the towering mountains served as silhouettes, cleaving the world in two. Boom. The ground trembled once more. No one knew what the future held. For a fleeting moment, everyone believed they were close to the promise of rocks, close enough to ascend as new deities within this valley named after the gods. For the Marines, the Valley of Gods represented hell, a place of despair. One companion after another fell, while the transponder snails incessantly rang, relaying fresh orders from above. Shawn witnessed the harrowing scene as both pirates and naval soldiers met their demise in a mutual destruction. Curiously, each held photographs of their loved ones close to their hearts. The echoes of cannon fire served as the grim symphony of war, while the cries of battle resonated like a relentless drumbeat. Blood stained the bodies of both foes and allies alike, yet the celestial dragons remained ensconced in their delusions of superiority. "You all deserve to die," declared Saint Satan, one of the five elders, as he thrust forward with lethal intent. Shawn swiftly evaded. By combining the shaving technique with the moonwalk, one can achieve instantaneous movement without any blind spots in any circumstance. His horns. Kaido did not receive a response from Shawn. Instead, he encountered Saint Saturn of the Five Elders. "Ah, demon, is it not reminiscent of your fiendish lineage? They proclaim themselves as gods, yet they are, in truth, the very embodiment of devils." Shawn clenched his fists tightly. The battlefield was devoid of any vacant space. The port was a chaotic melee involving Warlord, Wang Ji, and Captain John. Near the square stood Jabba and Silver Axe, now usurped by Garp and Roger. Kaido and Shawn raced towards the square, where several treasure chests remained guarded by the Knights of God and the Navy. However, Satan Saint departed from the fray between Golden Lion and Rayleigh, launching a strike towards Shawn. Fortunately, Shawn had anticipated this and evaded the attack in advance. Even in several decades, he would still bear the same visage. After all, demons do not age. A glimmer appeared in Shane's eyes. In response to Kaido's previous inquiry, he found his answer. "Kaido, you asked me whether I wished to establish a pirate crew. You expressed your desire to reach the pinnacle of the seas, to become the sovereign. You stated that one must wield the most formidable haki and strength. I believe I have arrived at my own conclusion as well." The violet lightning dancing upon Shawn's fist filled Satan's heart with a sense of distaste. This luminescence, more akin to pure white than the azure and white flashes, evoked a deep-seated terror within him. Do you comprehend the origins of war? It is the desires of the rocks and the guardianship of the Navy that fuel it, all stemming from the celestial dragons. Unless this world is turned utterly upside down, one shall never attain the title of World King. Shawn sought that fleeting breath, feeling vitality being incessantly unearthed. If dominance truly resides within the threads hidden in humanity, then one must relentlessly forge one's potential to genuinely attain it. Before I fully excavate my capabilities, let us endeavor to return to the essence of life. First, let us transcend the limits of humanity entirely. Shawn has pushed the lightning to its utmost limit, igniting the cellular energy within through electric shocks. Both speed and strength have been elevated to their zenith. As the sun gradually descends, a waning moon graces the horizon, marking a time when the moon is full on this side. Shawn gazed at the moonlight. Saint Satan felt an overwhelming sense of dread, not born of power's oppression, but rather from the terrifying thoughts that had lain dormant for centuries. Take your cursed thoughts and perish. The celestial dragons shall forever reign as the sovereigns of this world. They are its creators and deities. The staff of Saint Satan grew in size along with his body, transforming into a form adorned with multiple spider-like appendages, crowned by twin horns, and enveloped in awakening black flames. Stubborn fool. A strike came forth. His colossal physique exuded an intense feeling of oppression, akin to that of a giant. In contrast, Rob Lucci, awakened in the beast form after 38 years, still retained a human shape. The devil fruits possessed hierarchies, as did the celestial dragons, with distinctions of rank and nobility. Do you wish to overturn the world? A commendable choice, Shawn. Kaido brandished his kanabo, retaliating with fervor. Boom. Blue-violet lightning erupted simultaneously. It was a collaboration between Kaido and Shawn. Memories of youth flooded Kaido's mind, from being a war machine to being offered as a mere object. From wreaking havoc to being inducted into the Rocks Pirates. Where would the future lead? He had never contemplated sailing alongside Lilin. He was determined not to become the next Longbread. Then let us set sail. Establish our own pirate crew. Become my right-hand man, Shawn. I intend to be the captain myself, Kaido. Such naivety. Saint Satan had witnessed too many mindless fools, and these two were undoubtedly among the most prominent. Their intelligence was severely lacking, recklessly confronting any challenge, certainly a harbinger of future calamity. He himself could not have foreseen that one day he would issue orders to prevent anyone from easily provoking the name of the beasts. A clash of fists and kanabo summoned forth the full might of their beings, piercing through the dark clouds. Moonlion. Beneath the moonlight, Shawn was enveloped in a pristine white, with blood-red eyes and silvery hair. His beastly form was already formidable in strength, and now it surged to even greater heights. A crackle of electricity surged forth. The moon goddess launched a surprise attack, unleashing the purple lightning S9 strikes. With a roar, Kaido gripped the long handle of his wolf fang club, his conqueror's haki entwined with the thunderous energy, embodying the true essence of the Thunderclap 8 trigrams. Thunderclap 8 trigrams. Two bolts of lightning shot towards the sky on the side. In Shawn's eyes, crimson veins appeared. Since his soul had traversed into this realm, he had encountered numerous formidable foes, Kapu, Sengoku, and Saint Satan. Each one possessed the potential to deliver a fatal blow. He could not place his hopes in others. He must exert his utmost strength each time to grasp even a glimmer of survival. Was it the formidable vitality of the mythical Zoan type that caused this? But why were there two of the same type? Saint Satan struck Kaido with his staff while aiming his claws at Shawn. The complexities and varieties of devil fruits are vast. Among Zoan types, there are similar variations. Multiple types of the anew no Mi have been consumed by figures such as those from Alabasta and later by marine admirals. The Nikyu no Mi users include Foz and Rob Lucci. Even within the same category of human fruits, one can find Chopper's ordinary form and Sengoku's Buddha form. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia does not list a black dragon form. If it lies beyond the catalog of devil fruits, the situation becomes even more dire. Saint Satan was acutely aware of this. Both parties unleashed their powers, determined to extinguish the potential of these two pirate titans in their infancy. The existence of a mythical Zoan is improbable. It is the ambition coupled with the fruit's abilities that is truly terrifying. Black flames and haki surged through their weapons and fingertips. Lightning pierced a corner of the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Saint Satan struck. Boom. Dust swirled. And within the mist caused by the shockwave, flashes of electricity danced. Having already reached the pinnacle of the seas, the five elders Saint Satan could not fathom failing to vanquish these two young foes. Kid, next time, choose a more suitable weapon. This one is too weak. Bang. Kaido spat blood. Advanced haki often requires but a single, simple strike. Yet, there were no visible injuries on his body. Instead, it was the wolf fang club in his hand that lay shattered. It turned out to be the result of the earlier clash between the staff and the club. I will, Kaido retorted. He discarded the broken wolf fang club and resolved that from that moment on, regardless of the battle, he would wield a club forged from sea prism stone. And you? Saint Satan inquired, glancing at the crater on the ground, a remnant of their previous confrontation. A crater erupted by Shawn. Your concern is insincere. Emerging from the swirling smoke. At this moment, Shawn felt that he was ever closer to the limits of life itself. Beyond the physical extremes defined by the Navy's sixth form lies the concept of life restoration. This ability allows one to infuse vitality into any part of the body, thereby enhancing combat prowess. Subsequently, one of CP9's formidable members, the Lion, and the elite Marine Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, both excelled in employing life restoration to channel their life force into their hair during battle. Luffy and Lucci, on the other hand, could utilize this technique to rapidly recover, exemplifying the principle of consuming what one needs to restore strength. At this moment, Shawn possessed formidable vitality and defense due to his black dragon form. However, upon awakening the Navy's 6 forms, he relentlessly drained his life force on the high-stakes battlefield, paradoxically drawing further away from the return of life. Crack. He re-emerged on the battlefield. Shawn felt a delightful sense of ease enveloping her entire being. Her body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. It was as if all her internal organs were rejoicing in unison. Shawn wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exchanged a glance with Kaido not far away. Heatwave. In unison, they transformed into their dragon forms. The Azure dragon entwined with flame clouds, exhaling fire, while the black dragon radiated a blinding light, emanating a tremendous heat wave. Old fool, savor this, Kaido bellowed. As Saint Satan raised his staff, his arms positioned before him, enveloped in the armor of Haki. I shall ensure your journey is not in vain. The flames of Shawn burn with equal ferocity. A scorching wave engulfs the land, pursuing relentlessly as if possessed. 2 pillars of fire strike with tremendous force. Damned insects. Despicable lower beings. Satan the Holy rages incoherently. These 2 worms dare to resist. They remain utterly oblivious to the cataclysmic retribution that awaits them for provoking the celestial dragons and the world assembly. The war of the Valley of the Gods will ultimately reach its conclusion. At that moment, you shall all be ensnared. Pirates shall never ascend to the pinnacle of power. Satan the Holy has completely transformed into a demonic beast. His 6 spider limbs, coupled with his hands and those horns, embody the quintessential form of a bull demon. He commands the demons once more to dominate the Valley of the Gods. Roars accompany the awakening black flames that erupt from his staff, morphing into spirals of dark fire. The counterattack against Shawn and Kaido begins. Initially formidable, the missile-like assault is now diminished. Boom. The dual heat waves appear feeble before this black flame. Darkness descends. Satan the Holy spews black ink, a manifestation of the bull demon's power. Once enveloped, one loses all perception. Without the ability to sense, one becomes a headless fly, vulnerable to slaughter. The blood-red eyes of Shawn remained unyielding. The black dragon's long whiskers and mane were as white as snow. He unleashed a torrent of purple lightning, slowly entwining it around the scorching breath, attempting to amplify its power. Is it possible to do that? Kaido was momentarily taken aback, hastily trying to envelop it with blue and white lightning as well. The dual scorching breath was once again augmented. Yet, before the inky black flames, they still appeared somewhat feeble. Both sides were locked in a climactic confrontation, reaching the ultimate moment of decision. Is this what you dare call darkness? Merely ink spewed forth by an octopus. The familiar laughter of rocks echoed. Darkness suddenly cascaded like water, the encroaching shadows striking terror into the hearts of all. His hair danced wildly, his face smeared with blood. The battle had persisted for nearly a day, and he finally found a moment to break free. Dark water. With a whoosh, the darkness drew closer to Satan Saint. He felt every cell within him, every hereditary factor, being torn apart. It was the power of the dark fruit. Satan Saint, who had initially held the upper hand, was poised to ensnare Shawn and Kaido, but did not foresee Rocks seizing the opportunity to break through. This signified yet another reversal in the tide of battle. The green ancient saint, who was initially obstructing Rocks, found himself in dire straits. Rocks. Satan Saint hurriedly summoned his Haki for self-protection. Fortunately, he possessed the recovery speed of a Zoan user. Any fruit user before me is but an ant. From this moment onward, the war enters a cleansing phase. Turn to stone, you worthless beings. Rocks simultaneously drew Satan Saint's attention while attacking the ground, rendering a shadow of darkness. In a state of terror, countless sailors and pirates were transformed into stone statues, plunging the celestial dragons into dread. Rocks intended to engulf them all in darkness, obliterating them with gravitational pull. In the distance of God Valley, the green ancient saint's eyes widened, his breaths quickening. Beside him stood the divine knights, mighty as monsters, wielding the authority to judge the celestial dragons. They were unexpectedly in disarray, bereft of any fighting spirit. The powers of the barrier fruit enveloped them. After a day and a night of combat, it was ultimately Rocks, standing at the pinnacle of this era, who triumphed. Beyond the canyon, it was the Rocks pirates who had vanquished them. Rocks fixed his gaze upon Satan Saint, considering him his next target. Following closely behind were Whitebeard Newgate, Gold Lion Shiki, Charlotte Lin, King of Giants Plant, Divine Power Silver Axe, Captain John. and the culinary nightbread. Stussy, 9 snake flame flower, black carbon cicada maru, and black carbon twilight cicada. Those scoundrels had desecrated the divine. Some among the divine knights attempted a final strike, but the sea stone bullets were thwarted by the crossed fingers of black carbon cicada maru. Do not disturb our dominion over the world. Faced with this scene, even Saint Satan felt a chill run down his spine. Let this world descend into madness. The Rocks pirates are filled with too many lunatics. All officers below the rank of Rear Admiral retreat from the battlefield. Admiral Steelbone Kong commanded through the Den Mushy. Otherwise, we shall doom the new generation of the Navy. Those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above shall remain, vowing to fiercely oppose the Rocks pirates. If the divine cannot protect its people, then let this world be ours to govern. Saint Satan thrust his staff, only to be intercepted by Whitebeard's cloud cutter. Steelbone Kong strode past him. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru approached as the new pillars of the Navy, intensifying the atmosphere. The Rocks pirates appeared truly invincible. The sailors, standing in despair at the port, wondered if anyone could halt Rocks. That man is unbeatable. Amidst the sorrow, 2 young men ascended the historical stage. That man has grown stronger. Rayleigh, Roger held on to his straw hat, while his crew remained undaunted. It's just Rocks. Defeating him will suffice. Garp advanced towards the battlefield, halting the fearful sailors. From this moment forth, justice and freedom each bore their own banners. Ultimately, it would be Rear Admiral Garp and Pirate Roger who would thwart Rock's ambition to dominate the world. Prior to this, no one believed that anyone could conquer the Rocks pirates, especially after the Knights of God were vanquished. They were nearly unmatched in their might. Every crew member was of monstrous caliber. Since its inception, the Rocks pirates were unlike any before. There were no rules, no absolute rulers. Rocks united these individuals through power, strategy, and an unwavering ambition and promise. Even during the peak of the Whitebeard pirates or the so-called impregnable red-haired pirates, none could compare. Whether it be multiple captains or the emperors, they all paled in comparison to the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates boasted an unparalleled strength, with Rocks alone reaching the pinnacle, supported by the monstrous prowess of his primary crew. Even their apprentice crew members were of Kaido's inhuman caliber. At that time, the likes of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Big Mom, King, Silver Axe, and John had already made their names known. They rose to dominate the seas only after the collapse of the Rocks pirates. Not as obscure figures starting from scratch. Even the apprentice Kaido had, a decade later, claimed the ghost island of Wano. To become a resounding figure in the realm of piracy, the formidable female pirates of later times largely emerged from this very crew. The initial captain of the 9 snake pirates, Flameflower, alongside her crew member, Shaki, nurtured the illustrious Empress Hancock. Captain John, the treasure-hunting marauder, also had his followers, including the Yonko buggy. Wangji subsequently held dominion over Hive Island for decades, unwavering until his defeat by the Yonko Blackbeard. To challenge and prevail against them, one must be the pinnacle of strength upon the seas. Throughout the decades of oceanic history, it was ultimately the Rocks pirates that stirred the waves of the future. In this moment, Rocks and his crew commenced their conquest against the Knights of God. No one dared to believe that anyone could rival the might of Rocks. Sengoku, Steelbone, and Crane, do you fruit users seek your own demise? Zephyr, do you truly believe this mere hockey can harm me? Satan, from this moment on, God Valley shall become the next Hive Island. Rocks boldly proclaimed the fate of all before him. Dark Abyss. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. God Valley became utterly petrified. Numerous powerful beings were frozen in stone. Those with abilities would find themselves drastically diminished in the presence of Rock's absolute power. Be it the Gorosei, the Knights of God, or the Admirals and Fleet Admiral of the Navy, unless one is devoid of abilities, they would inevitably weaken before Rocks. Even possessing formidable hockey to counteract the effects of devil fruits means sacrificing a significant portion of one's combat strength. A moment's carelessness could lead to devastating erosion. Do you not revel in heavenly gold, in the game of obliterating nations, in defining all as pirates? Then let us all embrace the pirate life and obliterate the world of the celestial dragons. Satan, you have lived long. Have you ever tasted defeat? The darkness behind Rocks transformed into a colossal maw, utilizing the terrain of God Valley to become a black hole. Petrification, annihilation, rebirth. Fear spreads wherever darkness dwells. Defeating him leaves only a few ancient relics upon the Red Land. Captain, the true captain. In that instant, Everyone felt that success was within their grasp. Overthrow the celestial dragons and seize this world. Linlin yearned for the land of Wano, the eternal abode of the meek. Whitebeard sought his family, nurturing his homeland with unwavering devotion. Kaido craved an unending war, a world steeped in chaos. The Golden Lion aspired to dominate the seas, making the skies tremble. Whatever your desires may be, within the Rocks Pirates, all is possible. Abhor the celestial dragons, detest the celestial dragons, usurp the celestial dragons, and transcend them. Let us divide this world, O chaotic and wicked heroes of the seas. Satan's saint gazed upon the scene before him. As darkness consumed his being, the demons were subtly weakened. In stark contrast, the Rocks Pirates remained unscathed, bolstered by Rocks himself. Whitebeard's tremor fruit and Shiki's float fruit surged forth, accompanying Rock's fists in a relentless assault against Satan's saint. Celestial dragon, how many Gorosei do you possess? The darkness rends all as it obliterates the vision of everyone present. What I promised you is now within reach. The fruits I pledged are all secured. From this moment forth, the Knights of God, the Gorosei, shall serve as the finest hostages. Capture them and overturn this world. Has the celestial dragon participating in the annihilation game perished? Fear not. We still hold the elite among elites. As long as we secure victory in this round and ascend to the red line, we can bring everything to a definitive conclusion. Civilization enslaves the barbaric to erect its pyramids, yet the barbaric shall not remain subservient to civilization forever. When the yearning for freedom and equality stirs anew, civilization will be consumed by the inferno of barbaric power. Thus, those civilizations that have fallen throughout history ultimately find their histories severed. A void of history is no different. The victors of yesteryear became the deities who shaped the world, but they were merely a band of savages donning oxygen masks, masquerading as astronauts. They could not inherit the severed technology and civilization, awaiting the revival by Vegapunk 8 centuries hence. Rocks, merely a reiteration of old tales, a repetition of fate. Anew, unrestrained, chaotic barbarian emerges. In Satan's saint's eyes, Rocks appeared as a madman, reminiscent of his former self. Many years ago, he too had followed another figure, one imbued with both power and intrigue, under Rock's command. Would he be supplanted? Could he still emerge victorious? How could the handover of fate come so swiftly? Whoosh! Whitebeard's congenital cloud splitter tore through Satan's chest, blood splattering. The wound healed rapidly. Crack! Quake! Newgate denied him the chance to recover, launching a ferocious punch. The might of Haki and the tremor fruit coalesced at the tip of his fist. Sakura 10, Moku Koke, Lion's thousand cuts. Shiki lifted the ground, anchoring the towering Satan's saint's feet in the earth. Twin swords struck with blinding speed. No matter how swiftly you heal, our assault shall be even faster. A giant axe gleaming with silver could cleave mountains with a single blow. The blade of the Thunderfire sword, entwined with flames and lightning, shattered the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lingling treads upon the stormy clouds, her hair ablaze like flames. The island's outstretched hand dwarfs that of Satan's saint, seizing him with a firm grip. Wangji, in concert with the silver axe, cleaves immense gorges into his form. Boom. John exhales a mist of wine, seemingly purifying Satan's saint, only for it to transform into a fiery inferno in the next moment. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lunar goddess's purple lightning. Kaido snatches an iron rod from the roadside and charges forth. Shawn has merged the techniques of the lightning fusion spear and the gale kick. Boom. Flames, thunder, dominance, and shockwaves intertwine in a dazzling display of light and slashes. Darkness engulfs Saint Satan, leaving him unable to discern the path he once tread. It is time to conclude this chapter and unveil a new page in this world. Rocks delivers a final blow to Satan's abdomen. In this moment, all sensations of pain and harm converge. Satan feels an excruciating twist throughout his body, a sensation all too familiar, yet long forgotten. You are clearly not Nika. Why then must I face defeat? Thunderous roars echo as the towering demon crashes to the ground. Unlike the formidable Kaido at his peak, Saint Satan is not contending with a new generation challenging the old order. He faces a king-level monster, one imbued with the power to weaken and counter. The last vestiges of consciousness shatter as the darkness unleashed by Rocks gnaws at him, even petrifying portions of his heart. As the 5 Elder Stars Saint Satan collapses, standing atop his fallen form are the crew of the Rocks Pirates. They have fought tirelessly for an entire day and night, having surged from the seas in all directions, solely to thwart the rise of the new king of the world. Shawn had yet to behold the dawn. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, he gradually harnessed the formidable power of the lunar lion and began to awaken the essence of life anew. His silver hair, brimming with vitality, commenced to sway, undulating like serpents akin to the mane of rocks. "What is your name?" Rox inquired affirmatively as he traversed the space between Kaido and Shawn. "Shawn," came the reply. "You are now an apprentice crew member, proclaimed the king of the world. Can't the celestial dragons ever be defeated? Will the admirals never taste defeat? Spare me the jest. Since the Navy employs force to subdue the seas, we shall wield our strength to overturn the world. Slay, until every adversary is vanquished." Rox strode over the form of Saint Satan as the pirates surged forward en masse. Shawn heard the words of Rox, and it felt as though a decisive sound reverberated within his heart. A pirate, having emerged from the heap of corpses, finally claimed a rightful place in this world for the very first time. "Thus, let us battle until the final moment. Do not dawdle, young one." Lin, wielding her sword Napoleon, soared past Shawn. Zifa leaped into the air, his fist clashing with the glint of the sword. "Join my pirate crew, Shawn. That fellow owes me a debt. He has long since promised. With your assistance, I shall undoubtedly ascend to become the sovereign of the seas." The collision of Lin's conquerors Haki and Zifa's might unleashed a shockwave, tearing through the flames upon the ground. "An invitation, you say?" Having just become an intern aboard the Rock's pirate crew, I was swiftly invited by Lin to formally join. Indeed, this group, even in the face of life and death, is ever eager to part ways. It is no wonder that Rox ultimately found himself isolated. Should we succeed, we shall carve the world among us. Yet if we fail, each shall return to their own abode. Lin, no one desires to be a vassal to another. Shawn defeated the approaching Marine with a single punch. This body has surpassed that of most individuals. The essence of life being restored draws ever closer as it extracts the final vestiges of its limits. Shawn discovered a plethora of sustenance within the remnants of a collapsed tavern. He devoured the meat voraciously, employing a technique that transformed it swiftly into vitality, thereby restoring his physical form and alleviating the burdens imposed by the moon lion. What a stubborn little imp he is. How amusing. Next time I shall refer to you as Big Sister. When Ling noticed Shawn's disregard for her entreaties, she redirected her pressure towards Zifa. "Elbaf's spear, the might of the kingdom," she proclaimed, adorned in a pink polka-dotted gown and a wide-brimmed hat, confronting all adversaries with youthful elegance and perfection. This transpired in the pirate paradise of Beehive Island. Charlotte Lin, known as the Pirate Queen, wields the formidable powers of the Soul Fruit, a gift that endows her with monstrous strength, instilling fear in all who encounter her. Only a few non-human entities, such as Kaido, have been deemed worthy prey in her eyes. Alas, monsters seldom recognize kinship. Instead, they remain ever vigilant against one another. Kaido has never entertained the notion of complete submission. His singular ambition is to establish his own pirate crew. Shawn too harbors ambition, having ventured into the vast ocean, endowed with formidable strength and the devil fruit, as well as possessing the remarkable devil compass. Why should he remain subservient? Following the incident at God Valley, regardless of success or failure, it is only natural to establish his own pirate crew and roam the seas. The future great hero, the name of the king, shall undoubtedly be Shawn. Lin, cease your actions, for the Navy surrounds us. Zifa struck with tremendous force. At this age, he was neither afflicted by illness nor burdened by age. The combination of his armament Haki and observation Haki complemented his agile prowess. Excluding Garp, who was unwilling to ascend to the rank of admiral. He was undoubtedly the only admiral without a fruit in the past 50 years. "What nonsense are you spouting, you fool with a purple buzz cut?" With blades in both hands, Lin swung them towards Zifa. Boom. The clash of Haki in midair conjured a tempest. Kaido swiftly soared past Shawn, wielding a stolen iron rod, swinging at anyone in sight, until a Navy swordsman, adorned with a top hat and sunglasses, appeared before him. "Bogart, Kaido, you will inevitably become a scourge upon the seas. Why not perish here?" Bogart had been inseparable from Garp for decades, already well acquainted since the God Valley incident. Many had long pondered why, after 38 years on Hive Island, Bogart did not intervene. At this moment, he remained an enigma of understated prowess. Upon encountering Bogart, Kaido recognized him as one of the few remaining swordsmanship masters within the Navy. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The sword cleaved through 3 ships. Once more, Haki clashed, sending debris flying across the ground. The stone struck Shawn, yet they failed to breach his defenses. At last, he savored the final morsel of roasted meat. The warmth of Shawn's breath had just begun to cool. The mastery of life restoration had finally been achieved in its entirety. One can now more effortlessly regain vitality. Rest shall wait until the conclusion of the war. The time for battle is now. Shawn's entire body trembled as he rose to his feet, only to find himself ensnared in the midst of a battlefield. On one side loomed the colossal form of Sengoku, gazing skyward at the adversaries above. Opposite him, the golden lion Shiki hovered, commanding several naval warships from his elevated position. Sengoku, unleash your full strength. As long as I am here, none of your ships shall sail. He let out a maniacal laugh. This is the world of pirates. Shiki exhaled a plume of smoke, and with a flourish of his dual swords, he cleaved through the air, sending several warships crashing towards Sengoku. Do not presume that such trifles can dominate the seas. Justice shall not perish because of this. Sengoku retaliated, his fists smashing into the warships, shattering them to pieces, even attempting to leap into the air for an assault. Ha ha ha. You are utterly helpless, Sengoku. The golden lion erupted in laughter, relishing the sight of Sengoku's futile struggles against him. The Rock's pirates boasted numerous individuals capable of transforming entire islands into battlegrounds, with figures such as King, the Golden Lion Shiki, and Whitebeard Newgate leading the charge. Even Big Mom, utilizing her soul fruit, could exert maximum control over an island. The sheer presence of so many formidable foes on one battlefield was overwhelming. Sengoku found himself outmatched, akin to a scholar facing warriors. As long as Shiki eschewed honorable combat, engaging solely in aerial warfare, even the slightest misstep could prove disastrous. Shawn was profoundly affected by the shockwave, acutely aware of the terrifying amalgamation of dominance and fruit powers. As he turned, he unexpectedly encountered Crane, who had removed her gloves and was lying in wait. At this stage in her life, Crane was at the pinnacle of her beauty, her long ponytail attracting a multitude of admirers, rivaling even the fervent pursuit of Peach Rabbit by Kaki in later years. Of course, the age difference between them was merely a decade or two. She endeavored to utilize the cleansing abilities of her wash fruit to purify Shawn's ambitions and malevolence from within. You are still a young pirate without a bounty. Why not turn back to the shore? Crane was acutely aware that Shawn had slain a celestial dragon, leaving no path for retreat. It was equally impossible for him to heed Carp's earlier suggestion to enlist as a marine. Yet, she firmly believed that only by holding steadfast to such convictions could the fruit's powers be amplified. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be retraced. For a pirate ship to reach the shore, it must, like rocks, aspire to dominate the world. Shawn, rather than embracing malevolence, harbors a preference for ambition. Transformed into a black dragon, he confronts the Crane, a tempest of fervor unleashed. A flame emerged, neither hurried nor languid. Hey, is that you, Crane? How about you use your fruit to help me sober up? Captain John, with a swift motion, appeared before the Crane in the blink of an eye. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their strikes so rapid that bystanders found it difficult to discern the chaos. Cien felt helpless as his opponent was snatched away once more. The battlefield was teeming with formidable warriors, and it was only a matter of time before they encountered their adversaries. With such a powerful fruit at their disposal, why not cleanse the celestial dragons? Wang Ji blinked his large eyes in astonishment. As Shawn lowered his gaze, he observed that this fellow had directly assimilated 1/5 of the island. Moreover, it appeared that he had seized something of paramount importance within his palm, a precious egg. Was he not fearful of being inadvertently harmed? That enormous egg would require a considerable amount of time to hatch. Rayleigh, still in the prime of his youth, with his golden hair and beard, donned a violet cloak. He was renowned as a notorious and dashing pirate. Upon noticing the newcomer Shawn in the sky, both of them simultaneously shouted, "Do not disturb our battle, young brat." Shawn found himself at a loss for words. The Valley of the Gods was engulfed in chaos, rendering it utterly impossible to locate a worthy adversary. Was he left with no choice but to engage in slaying minions? Every individual within his line of sight appeared to be at the pinnacle of their 30 strength. Even the youthful Kaido embodied a formidable version of the enhanced conqueror's haki. The only ones younger than Shawn were the red-haired figures hidden within treasure chests, Buggy, and others. "Are you in search of an opponent?" came the voice, as the towering silhouette of Steel-Bone Kong obscured the moonlight. As Shawn swiftly turned, a fist came crashing towards the back of his head. Above in the sky, the might of the colossal ape Steelbone Kong, was unstoppable. An ancient breed. The Gorogoro fruit. Steelbone Kong's entire form swelled to a towering height of 8 meters and 9. His characteristic beard transformed into the jaw of a giant. With his fists hammering furiously, he unleashed the formidable vitality and combat prowess characteristic of the Zoan type. The Kong form has always been renowned for its overwhelming strength and divine might. Coupled with the advanced haki known as Steelbone Kong, then the Fleet Admiral, was able to assert his dominance amid widespread opposition, becoming one of the top-tier warriors of his era. Throughout his life, he had endured numerous battles. Among them, one became the pinnacle of his solitary pursuits. It was the battle that was said to rival the likes of Roger and the monstrous Whitebeard pirates. Count Red defeated Steelbone Kong. At this moment, nearly 20 years remained until that confrontation. The peak powerhouses of the sea typically reach their zenith in their 30s. Approaching 40, the duration of their peak years would dictate how long they could dominate the seas. Kaido completed the final piece after his battle with Odin, becoming the Emperor of the Sea at the age of 39. Shanks ascended to the status of the 4 emperors at only 33. Blackbeard, having participated in various battles, also reached his pinnacle at 39. After Roger's demise, the New World was known as the era of Whitebeard's reign over the seas for 20 years, as he remained at his peak long after turning 50. Presently, 2 formidable figures stand at the height of their powers upon the seas, Rocks and Steelbone Kong. Beyond them, whether it be the Knight of God, Green Bull, or Whitebeard, Roger, Garp, and Sengoku, all had just reached their peak years. In God Valley, Steelbone Kong remains an unquestionable powerhouse. Wherever his fists strike, they unleash an overwhelming haki and peak martial prowess. Following his rise, the next contender was the barehanded Garp. Yet, prior to God Valley, it was still Steelbone Kong who became the steadfast pillar of the Navy. His existence is akin to that of Sengoku, the Buddha. During the war on the summit 36 years later. Hey, what are you belittling? Do you think transforming into a black dragon allows you to disregard the justice of the sea? Those pirates who have suffered under your tyranny, the homeless and starving souls, those who have perished beneath the chaos of swords and guns, the common people who were mocked by your life and death until their last breath. If entrusted to you pirates, the future would be so grim as to suffocate. Steelbone Kong, also a Zoan-type user, was no less formidable than the later Rob Lucci. Dark flames of awakening coiled around him. Muscles taut, veins bulging, he poured all his strength into his arms. Here, let us vanquish all pirates. The instigator of chaos in the New World, the Rocks Pirates, has been obliterated. Skybone Diamond. Steelbone Kong unleashed a tremendous punch from the heights. Infused with an overwhelming aura, this blow bore a striking resemblance to Garp's martial arts, or perhaps it could be said that Garp and he shared a certain kinship. Boom. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. The Black Dragon, Shawn, looked up and expelled a torrent of purple lightning and scorching breath. Resolved to confront his opponent with an indomitable strike. How could one possibly cower before an adversary as formidable as the Admiral of the Navy? That is preposterous. Such a wretch holds no claim to the throne. Purple lightning breath. Violet lightning entwined with raging flames surged skyward, transforming into a colossal wave that clashed with the aura. Steelbone Kong descended with a mighty fist, cleaving the tempest of heat and electricity asunder. His eyes were filled with an unwavering resolve to fight to the death. Though devoid of the Buddha's light, he shone brighter than Sengoku, a being descending from the heavens. He is the true diamond. It is precisely because of his unyielding support through countless battles that the younger generation of the Navy continues to flourish. You, a reckless killer, are merely the next tyrant. Not a single pirate following the nefarious will of Rocks deserves to exist. Steelbone Kong's double fists, enveloped in aura, dispersed the flames from afar. The intensity of the attack deepened, relentlessly wearing down Shawn. He fixed his gaze upon Shawn, seeking to discern the fear of a rookie pirate within. He aspired to defeat Shawn, thereby forging a new fighting spirit for the Navy. Such an invincible entity as the Rocks Pirates shall falter, beginning with the defeat of their very first crew member. Those forlorn souls are unable to pay the heavenly toll demanded by the celestial dragons. Many who are labeled as pirates are merely those who cannot afford the cost of setting sail, because you must protect the common folk. You condone the celestial dragon's triennial games of annihilation. How could Shawn be fearful, even igniting all the fervor within his eyes? Do not tell me that this is merely a temporary measure. You have resorted to expediency for 8 centuries. If one day the celestial dragons dare not initiate their game of annihilation, it will not be the justice of your navy, nor a sudden awakening of conscience among the celestial dragons. It is because we have made our presence known. The so-called instigator, the Rock's pirates. In the form of a black dragon, Shawn soars upon billowing flames, adorned with a coat of snow-white fur. Ultimately, he entwines fire and purple lightning, enveloping them in the force of the winds. The confluence of wind blades, scorching breath, and violet thunder coalesces into a coherent, slicing, and high-temperature multi-layered energy assault. The violet lightning and scorching breath devastate the winds across 3,000 miles. Shawn widened his eyes, gazing intently at the approaching threat aimed at his head, while also observing the rising sun. Behind the Valley of the Gods, the moonlight was on the verge of fading, the lunar lion fleeting in an instant. As the new dawn broke, it was neither for the Rock's pirates nor for Shawn himself. Shawn once believed that the sun was impartial. Yet, in this moment, he comprehended that it was merely biased. After all, how could it bestow its rays first upon the red earth of Mary Geos? Do you see? Steelbone Kong, infuriated by Shawn's words, declared, the sun had risen. It shone for justice, for the navy, and for every kingdom within the World Conference. That light would dispel all your darkness. Steelbone Kong appeared as a hero emerging from the radiance. With a single punch, he shattered Shawn's most formidable strike, the overwhelming force striking the head of the Black Dragon. In that instant, Shawn understood that the sun did not rise for him. Pain coursed through his entire being as the lunar lion's state was completely dispelled. Wisps of smoke escaped from his lips. His charred steel bones clenched into tight fists, his gaze surveying the arena with disdain. With a thunderous roar, a colossal dragon plummeted from the sky. As Shawn's vision gradually blurred, just before losing consciousness, he contemplated, if the sun does not rise for us, then let us create a new sun. The storm cloud struck the ground with great force. Newgate cast off his cloak with a flourish, the striking purple emblem of the Whitebeard pirates prominently displayed on his back. Do not succumb just yet. Although Roxy Zebek is known for his reckless antics, he did not err in one regard. The true sun is born from darkness, and we are the shadows that precede the dawn. Whitebeard spun the storm clouds with a rapid motion, intertwining the tremor force with his haki, coalescing into an intangible sphere upon the blade's edge. Steelbone descended with a mighty punch, which he forcibly intercepted. The purplish-black lightning rent the air, the shockwave instantaneously uprooting the already shattered houses. The waves surged, crashing violently against the shore. Boom! The last coconut tree by the coast was snapped in half. Shawn rose to his feet, his head pounding fiercely. Fortunately, he had consumed an ample amount of sustenance earlier, combined with the restorative powers of life return and the beastly affinity. Otherwise, he would truly be in a dire predicament. With a resounding clang, the steel-like fist was no easy adversary. Whitebeard stood protectively in front of Shawn, wildly brandishing his blade. Thank you, Newgate. I am notoriously resilient. Shawn inhaled deeply, pushing the limits of his very existence, searching for that thread of dominance. The battle was far from over. The flames of the flower and Stussy flashed by in an instant. Soon, a hail of bullets surged forth. The Navy's new wave of reinforcements had arrived. Shawn turned to face the colossal waves of the era. Stussy, must you not exhibit a semblance of decorum? Cease your incessant proximity to Newgate. The flame flower is safeguarded by the flower serpent. Criticizing Stussy, she noted how, whenever peril arose, Stussy would be the first to seek refuge with Whitebeard, sheltering upon his shoulder to evade disaster. Silence. We must now prioritize our own well-being. Stussy promptly concealed herself behind Shawn. Now, Whitebeard was set to confront Steelbone in a head-to-head clash. In his beastly form, Shawn stood tall and formidable, making him the optimal choice. The recent eruption of power instilled in Stussy an intuition that, in the future seas, there would undoubtedly emerge formidable beings capable of rivaling Whitebeard in their prime. And Shawn would surely have a place among them. Your name is Shawn, isn't it? Keep your distance from her. It can only lead to trouble. The flame flower struck, sending a marine soldier flying, as Shaki personally came to her aid. I do not relish the task of caring for others. Shawn had no intention of being parasitized by Stussy. Subsequently, the Rock's pirates disbanded, and Stussy wandered the seas until she allied with Vegapunk and others. Even after the demise of Whitebeard, she emerged with a second-rate replica to exploit the legacy of Newgate, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. The peak beauty of Stussy is indistinguishable from the later clones of CP0, embodying an unparalleled blend of charm and prowess. Shawn beheld her for the first time, and her sole thought was of the white-bearded figure. This was utterly absurd. While the allure of the sea's enchantresses spanned the spectrum from youth to age, Stussy, despite not having significantly diminished in stature with time, left one to question the plausibility of it all. That white-bearded man stood an imposing 6 feet 6 inches tall. Shawn, do not even mention that madwoman. The women of Nine Snake Island are notoriously fearsome. Even Xia Qi has been known to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Rayleigh, and she may very well plead for leniency later. Stussy, though professing she would not become parasitic, had unconsciously positioned herself beside Shawn, wielding 2 flintlock pistols. Bullets flew forth as Marines fell one after another, and a few beads of sweat occasionally adorned her golden locks. One was the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, and the other, a captivating scientist. Shawn's response was to keep a distance. To transcend the confines of life, restoration signifies that the physical recovery of animal-type users will accelerate. A path to survival must be forged. Unbeknownst to him, a group of individuals had gathered nearby. The surroundings were a battlefield, with fierce energy soaring and bullets of gunpowder being deflected intermittently. Roger's sword struck towards rocks, while Garp seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch. Unlike the battle above Onigashima, this confrontation featured many participants who had reached their peak in strength and condition. This further attested to the terrifying prowess of rocks. Xia exchanged blows, only to discover that his opponent was a member of the Roger Pirates. The impact resonated through the air. The latter's haki appeared formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the might of Xia, who possessed a monstrous physique. In the realm of pirate crews, the pinnacle, represented by Roger, Shanks, and Luffy, typically constituted a formidable duo. Beneath them lay several calamity-level commanders, followed by captains. Even the Roger Pirates, before being hailed as the Pirate King, boasted a peak configuration featuring the formidable duo of Roger and Rayleigh, alongside the vice commanders Jabba, Odin, and Barrett. The remaining crew members were predominantly of captain-level strength. Shawn faced Samber, a formidable warrior of the merfolk, brandishing a harpoon. He primarily relied on the martial arts of his kind and the mastery of long weapons. With a technique known as the merfolk karate, he unleashed the 3,000 waves of the void. Moisture coalesced around Samber's fist, harmonizing with his overwhelming aura. In a single, explosive strike, boom, boom, the vapor and his formidable presence erupted simultaneously. Shawn, with his fists entwined in violet lightning, employs his fingers like arrows and his legs like a tempest. 300 strikes of violet lightning. With astonishing speed, each punch resonates with the threads of energy within him. This is the power of armament haki. Yet, even mastering the 6 styles of the Navy and awakening the return of life. To delve deeper into the essence of armament haki, one must dismantle the very fabric of the body beyond its limits. Only by exploring every inch to its utmost potential can one truly harness this formidable power. As long as one continues to battle, this can be achieved. Shawn and the Fishman Sandbell engaged in a fierce brawl, both reveling in the intensity of their combat. Stussy sensed the commotion, her face nearly twitching in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Shawn was also a fervent combat enthusiast. Was there truly no gentler soul among them? Just as ferocious as Kaido. What a delusion. All he desires is for others to bend to his will. Amidst the fiery skirmish, the flame flower couldn't resist mocking an old friend. No sooner had the words left her lips than Kaido struck the ground with a tremendous blow, creating a large crater beside Shawn. Rising to his feet, he had already reverted to his human form. Did you lose to Bogart? Shawn effortlessly deflected Samber's strike. Upon noticing Kaido's arrival, Samber grasped his harpoon, poised to confront the two. How could this be? It has only been a brief moment. Kaido rose, his expression darkened. Do you not understand? The fruit possesses the potential to awaken, especially in the case of the Zoan type, which exhibits a remarkable characteristic, an unparalleled vitality. You may not perceive it now, but once awakened, your recovery speed will be astonishing. That fellow, Saint Saturn of the Gorosei, is indeed an awakened Zoan user. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shawn immediately comprehended his intent. Without the suppression of rocks and his dark fruit, Saint Satan remained formidable. The battlefield was set. On the ground lay one of the 5 elders, Saturn. Astonished, Saint Satan opened his eyes wide, surrounded by 100 pirates. Despite their relentless attacks and gunfire, his wounds healed at an astonishing pace. Rocks, rocks. The sensation of impending doom was utterly unbearable. The dark fruit should never have existed in this world. A sphere of black light emerged beneath Saint Satan. He drew in breath repeatedly. The hexagram resembled a magical array. A faint hue illuminated his eyes. Those he fixed his gaze upon, be they marines or pirates, were frozen in place. Boom. In that instant, when fear was born, they all exploded into a mist of blood. The short-range teleportation of the magical array, the demonic presence that immobilized others, the terror-inducing gaze that could petrify, the extraordinary regenerative power that healed in an instant. In his bull-headed form, Saint Satan trembled. It was not fear, it was rage. After following him for so long, having been granted this prolonged life, he had never encountered such a devastating blow. Were it not for Rox, this blasphemer, and the weakened powers of the dark fruit, he, as one of the 5 elders, would never have faced defeat. Rox must perish, and God Valley must be obliterated. No one should ever know of this. Erase the history of this place. Rising, Saint Satan vanished from the hexagram. When he reappeared, it was deep within God Valley. Equally battered and having endured the onslaught of Rox, Saint Greenberg held 2 treasure chests. Clutching his rapier, he turned to face the newcomer. 2 of the most esteemed celestial dragons. The victors of this highly anticipated hunting competition, the nation-destroying game, had been grievously wounded by a pirate. Such a disgrace. If the celestial dragons of the Red Line were to learn that their king had been bested by the ruler of the world, what would their emotions be? Did the Knights of God still possess the strength to fight? Saint Satan had sustained significant injuries, yet he still had some strength left. Of course, Saint Greenberg gritted his teeth, a paragon among the elite celestial dragons. The blade of his sword was enveloped in haki, transforming into a deep black. Heat breath. A column of flame scorched the air. The Azure dragon howled into the valley. Kaido's gaze was cold and fierce as he swiftly transformed into his hybrid form. Launching a strike. Thunderclap. This blow was aimed directly at the severely wounded Saint Greenberg. 2 defeated foes, daring to seize the opportunity for a kill? Dream on. Purple lightning heat breath. Another wave of searing flames ensued. Who among them was not a mythical beast? As the dark smoke lingered around Shawn's mouth, he transformed into his beastly form. His fangs clashed as he devoured a piece of roasted beef. A horde of imps truly believed that, having wounded me, they could overpower me. Satan's smile was sinister. He envisioned a gruesome demise for Shawn, one of 1,000 torturous cuts. Do not speak thus. Newcomers invariably require opportunities to grow. Emerged Kuroten Senmaru from behind Shawn, his fingers interlacing. Let the barriers manifest in the air. Unleash your full might, newcomer. This vast ocean is dreadfully mundane. Hatred, grievances, fate, vengeance. One day, we shall plunge the seas into utter chaos, toppling the celestial dragon's dynasty. Kuroten Senmaru's fingers crossed, conjuring 2 transparent barriers that simultaneously materialized, extending from beneath his feet and gradually enveloping the area. As they approached Shawn and Kaido, perfect barriers formed before them. Hey, do not interfere with my battle. Do you wish for death, Kuroten Senmaru? Kaido roared with fury. He despised any disruption during combat. To grow stronger, one must cherish every opportunity to engage with formidable foes. Though severely injured by Rox, the formidable Jiringu remained powerful, capable of amplifying Kaido's strength. Should Kuroten Senmaru intervene, the path to enhancement would be jeopardized. It is merely a matter of fists striking flesh. While these barriers are indeed useful, I prefer the thrill of direct confrontation. The regenerative speed of Zoan types is truly the pinnacle of life. Shawn also rejected the assistance of the barrier. What purpose does it serve? Merely to hinder one's strength. Ha! Black Charcoal Chanmatsu laughed heartily. I never claimed I would aid you, nor shall I heed your commands. My principle for thriving upon the seas is to pursue profit by any means necessary. Suddenly, a layer of armed haki enveloped the barrier, transforming it into a formidable barrier fist, which directly assaulted Saint Grinko and Saint Satan. Once again, this detestable fruit ability. Saint Grinko seethed at the sight of the barrier. Previously, they had been ruthlessly beaten by Rox, not only suffering from the encroachment and control of the dark fruit, but also receiving assistance from the barrier fruit wielder, Black Charcoal Chanmatsu. This led to their successive defeats and ultimate annihilation. Had it not been for his extraordinary vitality, which allowed him to perform a sit-up, the news would have been utterly humiliating. Ha ha ha. I relish seeing your expressions of hatred towards me while being unable to slay me. As a member of the Black Charcoal clan, Chiamatsu had long drifted overseas. Unlike the Kazuki clan, they revered the power of the devil fruits. In Wano country, they referred to it as sorcery, using it to manipulate and intimidate the common folk. Abroad, they regarded it as the essence of survival. Thus, the siblings consumed the mimic fruit and the barrier fruit. Together, these powers formed the strongest means of self-preservation. Among the Zoan types, the mythical beasts possessed the most lives, particularly in the forms of the phoenix and the Yamata no Orochi. Therefore, they were relentlessly searching for these devil fruits, solely to resurrect the Black Charcoal clan and exact revenge. Kaido Shawn rocks. It mattered not who it was, as long as they could be relied upon. No one anticipated that one sibling would later be struck down by Kaido, while the other would perish of old age in Wano. Revenge? Ultimately, it was but a fleeting dream. Bang! St. Grinko faced off against Kaido while remaining wary of the barrier's ambush. He coughed blood continuously, each use of haki draining his vitality. Do you still have strength left? Kaido struck the barrier with a single blow, then turned his gaze towards St. Grinko. I warned you, do not interfere in my battle. Without waiting for St. Grinko's reply, the monstrous beast of the fierce ghost clan delivered a heavy blow. Haki clashed fiercely. Kaido sensed that even injured, the red-haired man before him possessed terrifying combat prowess. How dull, Kaido! Black Charcoal Chiamatsu had no intention of making himself uninteresting and shifted his attention to Shawn's battle, which differed from Kaido's youthful and overflowing haki. Shawn, being younger, lacked the imposing aura. Instead, he was enveloped in purple lightning, activating the bloodline factors within his body, continuously enhancing his speed and explosive power. Your gaze is truly repugnant. Saint Satan, upon seeing Shawn, wished nothing more than to carve him into 1,000 pieces. Had he not been restrained by the powers of the Loxus fruit and subsequently pummeled by the Loxus pirates, he would never have suffered such a disgraceful downfall. Relying on the regenerative abilities of his Zoan-type powers, he rose once more, confident that he could easily handle a mere trainee crew member. I am one of the elders. Do you understand why I am referred to as the God of War in science? Saint Satan emphasized the title of God of War. As he activated his mythical beast form, 6 limbs emerged. One hand wielded a staff, while the other was shrouded in an ominous dark aura. Spiraling from his horns was an awakening black flame. Die. With that fierce glare, he aimed to obliterate Shawn's consciousness. Typically, his stare was lethal to anyone who met it. In that moment, as Shawn fearlessly locked eyes with him, sharp spikes erupted from Satan's back. All converged into the most acute angles, enveloped in a domineering aura. Indeed, over the decades, Kuroten Senmaru had not wasted his time in developing his fruit abilities. Blood dripped from his back as Saint Satan glared at Kuroten Senmaru with gritted teeth. Despicable. That rabble of Loxus pirates, mere vermin in the gutter. Blood continued to trickle down the spikes. He took a step forward, the wound on his back visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, his palm transformed into sharp fingers aimed at Shawn. His other hand gripped the staff, attacking Kuroten Senmaru from a distance. Shawn, Kuroten Senmaru. Saint Satan roared in fury, unable to fathom that he, a noble elder, at the pinnacle of visible authority, could be so ruthlessly bullied by a band of pirates. In a state devoid of haki, your physical prowess pales in comparison to mine. Shawn observed the scene with keen eyes, calmly analyzing the situation. Indeed, the recovery rate was remarkable. Undoubtedly, the fruit of Satan's saint endowed him with an extraordinarily swift healing ability. However, his physical strength did not surpass that of the Azure dragon form. Much like the phoenix form, as long as he could endure the pain, any lost part could be restored. Conversely, the Yamata no Orochi form could regenerate a severed head, provided that all parts were not eliminated in one fell swoop. The mythical beast category is indeed exceptionally unique, rivaling that of the superhuman category. Correspondingly, the bull demon form boasted an impressive healing speed, while the Azure dragon form was adorned with the formidable protective scales of a dragon. Shawn also harbors a deep admiration for the impactful waves emanating from the colossal Buddha form, which impart a profound spiritual influence. Boom. A myriad of thoughts whirl within the mind, as a moment of critical intensity looms before him. Shawn, embodying both human and beast forms, leaped into the air with a flourish. As the dragon's tail swept away, he propelled himself forward with moonwalk and shave, employing finger guns for direct assault while the storm kick summoned violet lightning. What is the essence of haki? Awaken me. Shawn confronted the formidable might of Saint Satan. Yet, just as he was about to reach the 5 fingers of Saint Satan, an invisible force, approximately 3 feet away, obstructed Shawn's purple lightning and finger spear. This was the advanced armament Haki, imbued with the technique of flowing cherry blossoms. The remote assault could penetrate directly into the human body. Crack! Shawn channeled all his strength and power into his fingertips, complemented by his sharp claws, honed to a degree capable of piercing even the toughest steel alloys. Yet, before the formidable Saint Satan, his efforts appeared utterly futile. The 5 elders were renowned as martial deities. Foolishness. Saint Satan let out a hearty laugh as his staff lunged toward black charcoal Chuanmaru. And you? Do not presume that merely having a barrier will allow you to evade this. Boom. The staff struck the barrier, its overwhelming force passing through the air. It traversed the barrier as if gliding across skin. Nevertheless, black charcoal Chuanmaru wore a smile. My apologies, but my fruit's development is quite advanced. In less than a meter's distance, yet another barrier rose, effectively neutralizing the incoming force. Haha. Do not underestimate the abilities of a devil fruit user, Celestial Dragon. Black charcoal Chuanmaru reveled in triumph, recalling how the 5 elders and the divine knights had been severely wounded by rocks. With Shawn and Kaido, 2 monsters with bodies of unparalleled enhancement, standing guard, what was there to fear as a barrier fruit user? Bang! Shawn clashed fiercely with the purple lightning and overwhelming might. While his body suffered internal injuries, the repulsive force caused him to plummet rapidly. Boom! The stones shattered in response. Shawn stepped onto the edge of the valley and once again soared into the air. Blood poured from his mouth in great gouts. Yet a smile graced his face even more profoundly. He had thought he would perish, but to his surprise, his injuries were grave, and his strength had waned. Within him, the sound of bones mending echoed. The internal injuries of Shawn are also healing rapidly. If it were the peak of Satan's strength, this strike would be akin to Luffy's initial confrontation with Kaido's Thunderbagua. What are you saying? The muscles on Satan's face twitched. He was indeed gravely wounded. In his current state, he would certainly not be a match for the full might of Rocks or Whitebeard. Yet, confronted by Shawn, a rookie pirate whom he has faced twice without managing to eliminate, his fury surged even more violently. I genuinely wish to test whether I can unravel the layers and awaken my Haki. Shawn stood tall, electricity coursing through his entire being once more. His dark hair partially concealed the dragon horns, while beneath the glossy black scales lay sharp claws. With a flick of his tail, he endeavored to summon the spear and electricity. Storm foot, tail of the fangs. He struck again, braving excruciating pain and injuries, confronting his formidable adversary head-on. Shawn has but one task, to unearth the flicker of latent dominance within. Following this, no matter how many times he may succumb, he must rise anew. The human form, enhanced by the bloodline of the Fur tribe, has undergone a double mutation. The rigorous training of the Navy's 6 styles, coupled with the dire amplification of the Phantom Beast-type devil fruit, has forged a devil's physique through quadruple enhancement. I have foreseen your demise. The Holy Satan shall not be deterred by mere repetitions. Finger gun, purple lightning, a barrage of 6 strikes. Just as the tail pierces the Holy Satan, Shawn coughed blood as his head, limbs, and dragon tail launched a simultaneous assault, reminiscent of a voltage transformer frantically infusing electricity. You are nothing but a vile creature. Courting death. Satan's holy presence was also delving into Shawn's heart, the strikes arriving with such swiftness that they left behind mere afterimages. Shawn's vision became hollow, as a fragile thread within him seemed too faint to discern. Yet with each desperate excavation, it grew ever stronger. I shall never succumb to death. Shawn was oblivious to the number of times he had missed his strikes, nor was he aware of how many blows had found their mark. Regardless, the blood that flowed from his lips showed no signs of abating. The sensation of pain had dissipated, for it had surpassed the threshold of perception, rendering the very definition of pain meaningless. Only when that force transcended the boundaries of the mind and pierced the soul could one truly grasp its intensity. Each strike represented a defiance against death itself. Shawn's fingers danced like raindrops, unleashing arcs of electricity that could pierce the wooden hull of a ship from a distance. Were it to strike a human body, it would undoubtedly leave behind gaping wounds. Shawn evades each attack through keen perception and remarkable speed. Whenever he can maneuver away, he contorts his own form to avoid the strike. If evasion proves impossible, he resorts to his hybrid beast form, augmenting his strength with iron. Gradually, Perhaps due to excessive use or the relentless approach of a critical threshold, he finds himself at a pivotal moment. Shawn's gun not only possesses the attributes of a tempestuous foot, but also embodies the hardness of iron. Bang! In that moment, Shawn transformed into an electrifying weapon, relentlessly bombarding the surroundings. Despite the necessity of biting down hard, drawing beads of blood, and trembling uncontrollably, he knew that even the slightest lapse in concentration would revert him to his human form. You insolent wretch, do you believe you can provoke me? I am one of the 5 elders. The most loathed adversaries of Saint Satan are pirates, particularly those ambitious individuals who pursue ancient ideologies. While those who seek merely the freedom of adventure may be inconsequential, the true menace lies in those like Joy Boy, who challenge the very fabric of the world. The existence of such individuals poses a significant threat, where even their every word and action can unsettle the balance of this realm. They cannot even be rightfully labeled as pirates. Rather, they resemble a horde of madmen, a group oblivious to their own limitations, daring to reach for the heavens from beneath the sea. You fail to comprehend the vast chasm that separates you from the pinnacle of strength in this world. Even if you surpass human limits, wield an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, and attack with all your might, you remain merely a formidable monster, devoid of haki. You lack the merit to inflict harm upon me. Saint Satan's body continuously manifests wounds, yet they heal at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. Compared to the human form, the sheer terror of haki is exemplified by the almighty green ghost. The true horror lies in Saint Satan, who has honed the devil fruit to its utmost potential, achieving an almost immortal state. For even the mightiest haki users must eventually confront the inevitable decline of age and stamina. Both Rayleigh and Garp have faced this truth. Only through a devil fruit that bestows immense vitality can they maintain their peak for an extended duration. Figures like Kaido and Big Mom remain unconcerned. For even as they age, their prowess remains undiminished, as the fruit compensates for the passage of time. Shawn relentlessly assaults. The whispers echoing in his ears are not the taunts of Satan, but the very flow of blood within him, the respiration of his cells. Dominance. Indeed, without such dominance, one cannot possibly secure a position of superiority upon the vast ocean. Those true paragons of strength, particularly the users of Zoan-type devil fruits, possess a resilience akin to that of an indomitable cockroach. Furthermore, they may even be endowed with unique genetic traits. Charlotte Lingling's iron balloon, Kaido's immortal dragon scale, Satan's extraordinary healing speed, and later, Marco's phoenix flames. How can one make them taste the bitterness of death? To breach their defenses and disregard the superlative healing speed, one must possess formidable haki to inflict genuine damage. Terrifyingly, achieving such a level necessitates the advanced development of armament haki, alongside mastery of sophisticated techniques. Shawn is acutely aware that, despite the combination of advanced haki and sophisticated techniques, he has yet to master even the fundamental aspects of haki. The journey from awakening the armament haki to mastering its hardening technique, and subsequently expanding it to encompass the entire body, requires extensive time and combat experience. This endeavor merely scratches the surface of ordinary armament haki. What is considered ordinary or advanced by others feels insurmountably distant for me. To progress further, one must at least take the first step. Haki is deeply embedded within the human body. It embodies potential and aura. Yet, the very act of awakening haki presents a formidable challenge that most individuals find insurmountable throughout their lives. As one ages and their body weakens, the possibility of awakening haki diminishes, leaving little time for further development. Youth is the optimal period for awakening haki, and I am in the prime of my youth. Shawn's fingertips danced with lightning speed, each motion resembling a flickering arc of electricity. It felt as though a delicate thread tugged at his heart, relentlessly infusing energy that coursed through his bones, organs, and flesh. Come forth, he commanded, exuding an air of unassailable authority. Shawn launched another powerful strike. Before him, the adversary revealed a hint of a sinister smile. With a swift motion, the advanced armament haki enveloped his chest, effectively thwarting Shawn's assault. Your physique is remarkably formidable. That dragon scale is impervious to ordinary haki. Fortunately, I can effortlessly overcome it. Saint Satan thrust his staff into the ground, shattering the stones beneath. Simultaneously, his other hand morphed into a claw-like shape, enveloped in advanced armament haki, creating yet another layer of invisible barrier. You are woefully outmatched. Haki demands not only potential, but also lineage. The celestial dragons are the deities of creation. Each elite celestial dragon boasts an ancestry of true kings. Within our veins flows the noble blood of royalty. Your potential, at best, can only reach the starting point of our bloodline's innate gifts. With a swift motion, Saint Satan unleashed a five-fingered strike, conjuring faint black flames. Shawn's fingertips began to ache, even to the point of fracture. The defense of the advanced armament haki was exceedingly formidable. It could repel all the violet lightning and finger spear attacks from a distance. The disparity in strength was not merely a matter of two tiers. The five elders before him not only possessed awakened devil fruit powers, but also wielded advanced haki and an abundance of combat experience. Shawn seeks to bridge the chasm with his very life, undoubtedly disregarding the centuries of wisdom possessed by the Saint of Satan. I have dispatched far too many fools akin to yourself. Huh. The black flames of my 5 fingers scorch like the scythe of death. Sharon clenched his fist tightly, transforming his gun into a powerful punch. Deep within his heart, a thread was tugging at the surface of his skin. His gaze was fixed. Even if it were but a mere layer, it stood as a testament to the latent potential within the human body. What are you implying? My limits serve as your starting point. Everyone possesses their moment of dominance. Do you still dare to make such a claim? This punch, however, marks my own inception. The pinnacle of the ocean. I have taken my first stride. Shawn, with a voice hoarse from exertion, unleashed a strike imbued with an invisible aura. Not yet reaching the level of hardened armament haki. Yet, it represented his most formidable blow. Bang! The simplest form of armament haki grazed the realm of advanced haki, failing to shatter even the defense of that intangible barrier. Shawn couldn't help but smile broadly. No wonder those fellows always enjoyed shouting and yelling during battles. It was exhilarating. Suddenly, Satan's dark gaze fixed upon Shawn, and in an instant, his fingers pierced into Shawn's side. The beast, 5-fingered soul of flame. With a whoosh, blood splattered everywhere. Shawn was hurled sideways into the depths of the ravine. The pain transcended mere sensory perception, reaching deep into his very soul, once again forcing him to grit his teeth in agony. With a thunderous crash, the valley was left with a colossal crater. Shawn found himself engulfed in a torrent of agony, each pang radiating through his body, rendering him nearly paralyzed. His beastly form receded into that of a human. The exhilarating rush of his newfound power awakened within him, yet it intertwined with the excruciating pain that threatened to consume him. Even the simplest act of breathing had lost its efficacy. Shawn's vision was enveloped in a thick white mist, rendering everything indistinct. His consciousness gradually faded, yet a shadowy figure lifted him with surprising strength. Stussy, you scoundrel, how could you possibly save someone? A fiery kick sent a marine flying. The tail of the flower snake shielded him, blocking the hail of bullets. This youth possesses the ideal physique for experimentation. Stussy hoisted Shawn upon his back, his golden locks brushing against Shawn's cheek. Bang! At the very moment the trio made their escape, a formidable hand, imbued with an aura of dominance, pierced the spot where Shawn had just been. Who dares to meddle in my battle? Satan's Saint exhaled heavily as he pursued. A barrier instinctively manifested before him. The captain had remarked that this lad was an intern. Thus, he still held value. Kurizumi Semimaru struck again. The Rock's pirates prioritized profit above all else. Stussy, armed with scientific knowledge, recognized Shawn's experimental worth. Kurizumi Semimaru, seeking vengeance against the Kazuki clan, also believed that Shawn possessed both strength and potential. That was sufficient reason for him to seize the opportunity. You cannot escape. Although Satan's Saint bore multiple injuries, the surface wounds were healing, yet blood still marked his body. His sluggish movements and weary form were undeniable proof. Even a Zoan-type awakened being has its limits. He was indeed far from his prime and required time to recuperate. Suddenly, as he pursued, the barrier vanished in an instant. A man with wild hair appeared in the valley. His arrival left both Greenbow Saint and Satan Saint momentarily stunned. Move. Kaido. In almost the same breath, Big Mom, riding on a thundercloud, swooped in and seized the injured Kaido. Rocks. Upon seeing him, both Satan Saint and Greenbow Saint felt a surge of irritation, only to snap back to reality in an instant. Impossible. Rox is engaged in battle at a distance, fighting fiercely against numerous foes. How could he suddenly appear here? Haha. Fool. Have you wet your pants, Satan? The witch-like Kurizumi music transformed back to his original form. Enraged, Satan Saint lashed out. Greenbow Saint swiftly followed up with a slashing strike. Sister, this is not the time for recklessness. Korazumi Semimaru erected a dual-sided barrier to block the attacks. The siblings laughed together, their mirth echoing. Retreat swiftly. The Rocks pirates are all madmen. Madmen! Satan's saint roared to the heavens, nearly driven to the brink of madness. Shawn, wake up. The fiery blossom ensnared Shawn, while Stussy, lurking in the corner, wore a mischievous grin. Her flintlock pistol lay casually upon her leather belt, and atop her head rested a noble hat suited for leisurely strolls. To her surprise, she retrieved a vial of reagent from the pocket at her waist. As a descendant of the genetically modified bloodline factor known as Whitebeard II, Stussy, a self-altering clone, had risen to become a sovereign in the shadowy underworld and a member of CP0. She was also among the early laboratory associates of Vegapunk, prior to his rise to prominence. At this moment, relying on her astute intellect, she had concocted numerous potions, instinctively seeking the essence of life itself. In this era, O'Hara, a symbol of wisdom, remained unscathed, while the windless seas were rendered impassable. Knowledge and technology were simultaneously shackled, awaiting the inquiries of humanity that had lain dormant for 8 centuries. Once Dr. Clover deciphered the historical text and unearthed the blank chapters of history, and as the brain fruit user Vegapunk revived ancient technologies in search of truth, the intellect of humankind would finally collide. Until that moment, every subsequent madman was merely a passionate scientist at heart. Shawn, your body should be able to withstand my potion, Stussy murmured, her excitement palpable. Kaido and Whitebeard have always disapproved. Otherwise, I would have delighted in using them as test subjects. Nevertheless, I have managed to collect a strand of Whitebeard's hair. Success is inevitable, is it not? Every journey has its beginning, much like you. Stussy's potion shimmered in a delicate lavender hue, harboring unknown substances within. The fiery blossom cast an annoyed glance her way. Could you expedite the process? Why not simply poison him? Upon hearing the fiery blossom's remark, Stussy promptly poured the lavender potion onto Shawn's wound. It was rather impolite to catch someone off guard. Xiaoqi spoke elegantly from the side. The potion swiftly permeated the internal organs through the bloodstream. For a creature like Shaun, there would scarcely be another opportunity to conduct an experiment at this moment. Shaun remained with his eyes wide open, though they lacked any glimmer of life. Yet within, his consciousness endeavored to emerge from the enveloping white mist. His wounds healed swiftly, as a pale purple elixir intertwined, giving rise to new, obsidian dragon scales. Shawn's fractured fingers twisted back into place, once again returning to their normal state. A tremor coursed through his entire being, a surge of vitality erupting forth. I have often pondered the limits of human potential. In my quest for more specimens and the elusive answer to eternal youth, I joined the Rocks Pirates. Big Mom and Kaido are both extraordinary beings, exhibiting traits akin to those of certain devil fruits. I relentlessly conduct experiments, striving to uncover the commonalities and connections between humanity and these fruits of the devil. Perhaps the answer remains a distant enigma, but before that revelation, I have embarked on a journey to explore the possibility of unleashing the ultimate battle prowess of humanity through methods of overexertion. This concoction contains a potent stimulant, complemented by a super antibiotic. As long as one can withstand its effects, it can ignite hormones, thwart toxins, and accelerate healing. The cost? Only one: unceasing combat. Stussy's eyes shimmered like silk, yet alas, it is a pity that the wound at Shawn's waist has healed. A mist of white vapor emanates from his body, indicative of the cells fervently battling within him, signifying that the medicinal effects are continuously manifesting. It also implies that, unless Shawn endures such a severe blow once more, conducting experiments will prove exceedingly difficult. A series of unsettling crackles resonated from his bones. The mist in Shawn's eyes transformed into blinding sunlight. As his body healed, his cellular activity surged dramatically. With a fierce roar, the black-scaled dragon ascended into the sky. Upon regaining consciousness, an intense desire for battle welled up within him. A tempest of violet lightning and scorching winds spiraled through the air, unleashing columns of flame powerful enough to shatter mountains. The intertwining of purple lightning and chaotic winds formed a frenzied pillar of energy. From the valley emerged Satan's saint, as the hexagram vanished from the ruins. He stood at the heart of the battlefield alongside the Holy Green, facing the oncoming assault from Shawn. How could that fellow still possess such vigor? Kaido lay upon the thunderclouds of Zeus, while Lingling gazed in astonishment at the sky, utterly unprepared for the extent of Shawn's potential. Let us take a look. That young one, though still quite youthful and somewhat unruly, could very well become a trusted ally. just as you have. Charlotte Lingling was still engrossed in her dream of simultaneously possessing the formidable powers of both Shawn and Kaido. Unbeknownst to her, the two had long since devised plans to establish their own independence. Shawn will be with me. Kaido envisioned recruiting Shawn as his first mate, embarking on a grand voyage across the seas. Once the expedition with rocks proved successful, they would join forces to dominate the world. Is that so? That would be splendid. Lingling's heart swelled with delight upon hearing this, as she thought to herself that the plan was entirely feasible. Flames scorched the air, illuminating the ruins within the canyon. The battlefield, forged from the corpses of civilians and slaves slaughtered in the Celestial Dragons' hunting games, seemed to lament the injustices of the world. The Celestial Dragons have always sought to erase all traces of existence, rendering mankind oblivious and ignorant, under the delusion that history could be eternally acknowledged. Yet, such a notion is utterly impossible. Over a decade ago, individuals had begun to establish newspapers, even aspiring to make them a global phenomenon. However, this ambition was long deemed a pipe dream. Recently, however, signs of progress began to emerge. The future news mogul, Morgans, was merely 15 years old, poised to adapt to the times and convey information worldwide through the medium of newspaper birds. Prior to this, it was the Celestial Dragons, possessing CP9 and CP0, along with their naval subordinates who held the most comprehensive intelligence. In the wake of this shift, not only would Morgans rise to become the sovereign of news within the dark underworld, but various factions would also cultivate their own intelligence networks. The Celestial Dragons, in their arrogance, believed they could effortlessly obliterate all remnants of history. Yet, this illusion would be continually dismantled. At the very least, the Rocks Pirates had achieved this. For even after their captain's demise, the remnants of the Rocks Pirates instilled fear upon the seas for decades. Saint Satan. Shawn has also become a remnant of a bygone era. Prior to this, Shawn remains a novice among pirates, destined to become the sovereign of the vast seas. The roars persist, unyielding. A scorching wave engulfs the Valley of the Gods, as searing flames rain down upon the arms of Saint Satan. He had not anticipated Shawn's tenacity, nor could he fathom that a young man newly endowed with fruit abilities could endure thus far. This sensation is profoundly loathsome. The more formidable the vitality, the stronger the recollection of a detestable individual, Joy Boy. The relentless energy strikes on, illuminating the gorge, strewn with dismembered limbs and shattered bodies. Countless eyes have been blinded, and untold flesh lies mangled. Before being trampled by the Celestial Dragons, they were once family, lovers, kin, and friends. The flames elevate the air's temperature. It is unmistakably the malevolent pirates assailing the demonic beasts, yet it grants them the sole glimmer of light in death. Divine Slash. Upon witnessing this scene, Saint Greenku was filled with revulsion. He drew his rapier, executing a swift strike through the air. It is time for this sword to be replaced. Bang! One hand grasped the blade, and its surface rapidly petrified. With another powerful blow from the newcomer, it shattered with ease. What swordsmanship prowess! First, consult the king of the world. Rocks, with his long hair billowing, became indistinguishable between darkness and dominion. Boom! A fist lunged towards Saint Greenku's visage. Get down, Rocks! This time, it was not just the 5 elders calling his name, but also the Knights of God, the Marine headquarters, and the Roger Pirates. The captain, notorious for his recklessness, turned to face the dragon soaring in the sky. Illuminate this gorge, for it is far too dark. Why is it called the Valley of the Gods? Deities are not noble. The Grand Line boasts a valley of demons, far more joyous than this. Rocks erupted with darkness, drawing the entirety of the Valley of the Gods into his grasp. He resembled a human black hole, frantically tearing apart all in his path. Darkness spread, boundless and infinite. Shawn's gaze fixated on the retreating figure of Rocks, a singular, frenzied thought igniting within him, to be more malevolent than the Celestial Dragons. Such petty skirmishes are utterly inconsequential in this world. Rocks spread his arms and erupted into laughter. Remember this, you naive youths. The self-righteous navy. The Celestial Dragons. The moment madness descends, none who have set foot here shall ever forget. Wherever they may be, my will shall endure eternally, and I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Since your sense of justice is anchored in the Celestial Dragons, allowing this world to descend into chaos, let it spiral into utter madness. I shall forge a new world devoid of order, devoid of the navy, devoid of Celestial Dragons, where all are pirates. You shall all perish here, with God Valley as your sepulchre. Rox laughed heartily, his voice resonating with an ominous, shadowy timbre. The onlookers stared in horror, even forgetting to breathe. To incur the wrath of such a monstrosity means that any vision of a beautiful world shall inevitably dissipate. Rox. Steelbone Kong was the first to respond, positioned at the forefront alongside Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Tsuru, the veterans of the Navy. The five elders. Saint Satan and the Divine Knight, Saint Green Bowl, still bore unhealed wounds. Yet, the Rox pirates thrived in their might, still possessing the strength to battle. The formidable powers of Rox fruit countered those of similarly ranked adversaries, while others had not yet ascended to such heights. The battlefield, due to Rox's mere presence, forcibly delineated levels of power. Thus, the ordinary seamen could only stand in despair at God Valley, weeping, for they lacked even the qualification to strike at these legends. Their devastating fruit abilities and overwhelming haki posed lethal threats to the common folk. Indeed, Rox was indisputably the strongest force present. Do not even think about disrupting the peace of this world. Steelbone Kong roared, his fists pounding the earth as he transformed into his diamond form. His haki enveloped him, turning him pitch black, his gaze ablaze with a crimson glow. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, he was the mightiest warrior of this generation. If even he were to falter, then all hope for this world would be irrevocably lost. Sky exploding diamond. Steelbone Kong's feet struck the ground, unleashing a formidable shockwave that propelled him skyward. His muscles curved into defined lines, each contour sharp and pronounced. Darkness spread, ready to engulf God Valley. The wounded seamen fell to the ground, helplessly gazing up at the sky like slaves yearning for salvation. Countless times before, Steelbone Kong had been the steadfast backbone of the Navy. He was powerful, fearless, and exuded righteousness. This time, too, he was regarded as a hero. Miracles do not descend upon us every time. If you wish to inquire about the source of my confidence, the answer is patently clear. In terms of might and martial prowess, I reign supreme. How many among you can stand against me in a fair contest? When it comes to abilities, every power user is inherently subdued by my very essence. Mere vassals. I am the king of the world, the most formidable man beneath the heavens. Rox thunderously clashed his fists together. The members of the Rox pirates, shrouded in darkness, were taken aback. The most powerful man. Though Whitebeard felt a swell of pride within, he could not deny that Rox indeed surpassed both him and the Golden Lion, the strongest beneath the heavens. Kaido gasped, his mind drifting from the circling black dragon, Shawn, only to fixate on this singular title. The mightiest of the era had gathered here. Who could possibly contest Rox's strength? This madman harbors ambitions too vast. All I desire is to become the king of the seas. Linlin couldn't help but scoff, her heart racing as she stood atop the storm clouds. Newgate, aren't you grateful to me? The Golden Lion perched atop a massive boulder, gazing at Whitebeard with disdain. Stussy seized the opportunity to sit upon Newgate's shoulder. The king who had transformed into an island hastily relinquished the powers of the island fruit. Captain John tugged at Shawn's dragon whiskers, one hand still occupied with a drink. Hey, John. The captain is about to make his move, Silver Axe shouted, gripping John's ankle tightly. At that moment, the entire Rox pirates crew widened their eyes in anticipation. They understood that success was no longer just a step away, but within arm's reach. I know. John drunkenly surveyed the land below. The Kurazumi siblings hid behind a barrier, their gazes ablaze. Should Rox succeed, they would no longer need to plot revenge with such cunning. The world would descend into chaos, and they could directly acquire formidable strength from the Rox pirates. They would trample the Kazuki clan. What schemes and machinations could withstand absolute power? Ha ha, let us vanquish Steelbone Kong. Let us end his era. Captain, do not bypass those marines. The pirates cried out. Rox, Rox. The sea was in an uproar. Hundreds of pirates had submitted to the Hive Island, their ships encircling the Valley of the Gods. Though they were but cannon fodder, they celebrated the dawn of a new era. The Marines, aboard ships of the bygone era, hastened to their aid. Until they acquired Vegapunk's sea prison stone technology, they could no longer navigate the unpredictable winds with ease. Yet, they continued to establish branches across the globe, boasting the most comprehensive intelligence and supplies. Before the era of Rox, the sea was indeed tumultuous. Yet no one had ever managed to engage the naval headquarters in a contest of strength. The very act of uniting all was a manifestation of formidable power. Even a disordered chaos could embody malevolence. The Marines stood at the bow of their ship, and in that moment, an overwhelming fear enveloped them. Darkness shrouded God's Valley. From the sea level, It appeared as though the very earth was being consumed from all directions, with a gaping abyss threatening to engulf the sky itself. The final glimmer of hope lay with Admiral Steelbone Kong. A miracle must be wrought. Justice must not succumb to piracy. The Marines called out, their hearts clinging to this last vestige of faith. Adrift upon the ocean, a solitary vessel departed from this place. A man aboard this ship had become renowned in this era, yet he steadfastly refused to join the Rocks pirates. He was a lone wolf, placing his trust in no one. Possessing exceptional observation haki and superb swordsmanship, he had yet to consume the vampire-formed devil fruit, a mere 38 years away. He was known as the Solitary Red. Is this all your strength, Steelbone Kong? The ship of Solitary Red was the only one among the numerous pirate vessels that turned back. Regardless of whose era lay ahead, it was of no concern to him. In every age, there would always be those who tread contrary to the world. Boom. In Goddess Valley, darkness descended completely. Rocks grinned widely, delivering a powerful punch towards Steelbone Kong's face. The effects of the dark fruit eroded his body, directly affecting his lineage factor. Yet, Steelbone Kong's formidable haki sought to counterbalance this fruit's ability. You possess haki, do I not? Rocks retaliated with a flying kick, landing squarely on Steelbone Kong. As his chest turned to stone, the haki surged fiercely. The Conqueror's haki entwined around him. Boom. Steelbone Kong responded with his own armament haki. The two clashed fists. The impact resonated throughout the valley. Unlike Rock's madness, Steelbone Kong was simultaneously defending against the encroaching darkness and the petrifying effects of the sweet fruit, all while facing the augmented assault enhanced by the Conqueror's haki. A moment's lapse could lead to utter defeat. Kong, the justice behind you has been consumed by darkness. With this proclamation, Rocks ignited the terror within Steelbone Kong's heart. Silence fell. No sounds echoed in the depths of darkness. Those Marines, along with the new recruits they had trained, vanished without a trace. Steelbone Kong's observation haki provided but a fleeting moment of concern, leading to a perceptual distortion. The encroaching darkness and the petrifying effects arrived simultaneously. As his lineage factor was suppressed and his physical condition deteriorated, a layer of stone began to manifest on his surface. Rock's fist followed swiftly. Hesitation would equate to defeat. Bang! The steel skeleton expelled a crimson torrent, soaring several feet into the air. He transformed into his human form, plummeting from the heights above. Blood continued to spill from his mouth as his will rapidly faded, before his vision turned to white. He beheld Rocks claiming the last remnants of darkness. Suddenly, the Valley of the Gods was completely engulfed in shadows, high above in the firmament. Shawn inhaled deeply, warm breath escaping from his nostrils as he gazed down upon the earth. The midday sun cast its radiant glow upon the land, yet it merely brushed past the Valley of the Gods. The divine uttered, "This place is devoid of life." Darkness descends. Rocks struck the shadowy realm with a powerful fist. The colossal silhouette swelled rapidly, only to begin contracting with astonishing speed. At a certain moment, it collapsed, revealing gaping, horrifying fissures. Brilliant light emerged from the abyss. Not born of anyone's fruit abilities, but rather from Rock's own power. Light sprang forth from the darkness, heralding the dawn of a new era. Today, Shawn encountered an overwhelming multitude of monsters and aberrations. John, dangling from his dragon whiskers, reveled in the splendid scenery. Fascinating, he remarked, clearly enamored by the aesthetic. The captain was utterly deranged. Silver Axe was drenched in perspiration, while Wang Ji felt a sense of fortunate survival. Had he persisted in the previous state of merging the entire island, he would have met a dire fate, annihilated by Rock's formidable strike. In the skies above, Whitebeard and Golden Lion remained silent, each contemplating how they would fare under such a devastating blow. Lingling, however, felt a sense of discomfort. She harbored a profound aversion to the powers of the devil fruit. The darkness associated with it instilled a sense of unease within its wielders. Fortunately, her inherently mutated physique rendered her somewhat immune. Despite the weakening of her bloodline factor, the essence of monstrosity remained unchanged. The extent of the devil fruit's development was truly astonishing. It was as if haki lay dormant within the very fabric of humanity, a marvel beyond comprehension. Such wondrous phenomena surely had some intrinsic connection to the nature of the human body. Stussy was calculating, convinced that haki, the devil fruit, and humanity must be intertwined in some fundamental manner. What could it be? Talent? Or perhaps lineage? Are there still others who endure? Shawn was acutely aware that neither Roger nor Garp had perished. However, The blow delivered by Rox was profoundly shocking. A fusion of elemental force and haki that instilled a visceral sense of dread. To insist that all was well in the face of such overwhelming power would be to grossly underestimate the mightiest of this era. Fortune inevitably favors some. Rox descended to the ground, standing amidst the ruins, where shattered sculptures lay scattered before him. This indicated that, prior to the full exertion of the dark fruit's power, many had been petrified. Some had collapsed and lost consciousness, only to be turned to stone thereafter, suggesting they were initially vanquished by the dark fruit's might. As darkness receded, light once again enveloped the Valley of the Gods. Pirate ships and naval vessels began to land, yet the cries of battle had ceased, for no one knew if their adversaries still existed. Rox stepped atop a stone statue, surveying all with a disdainful gaze. He regarded the people before him with a hint of scorn. How naive they were, believing they could conjure miracles. You are not dead? It appears you lack the abilities. He mused, though it seemed they were nearly spent, with little strength left to continue the fight. Rox fixed his gaze upon the young man before him, young, at least. In comparison to himself and Steelbone Kong, the strongest force of the Navy had already fallen. Each of them bore wounds, reduced to mere remnants of their former selves, hardly deserving of the title of adversary. Even the newly promoted Admiral Sengoku, an ability user, was gravely injured, supported by Zifa as he coldly eyed Rox. Not far off, several pirates clutched their swords, breathing heavily, while the rest, ordinary pirate fodder and common sailors, had been defeated. Boom. The entire Rox Pirates crew made their entrance. Although the previous day and night of battle had taken its toll, they were far from being easily subdued. Only crew members and trainees of the Rox Pirates remained. The pirates and sailors stationed at the harbor hesitated, trembling at the sight of the corpses and shattered stone figures before them. Despair swiftly consumed the will to fight among all present. We have lost. Justice had been vanquished by the evil Rox Pirates. With this trajectory, hope was a distant memory. All would be engulfed by darkness, turned to rubble and corpses. The sailors felt despair permeating their hearts. The pirate reinforcements, though fearful and reluctant to approach the battlefield, were filled with elation. It is my first time hearing sailors weep. Where is your justice? Come. We, the Rox Pirates, are terrified. They mocked. Destruction is the ultimate truth. We welcome you to embrace piracy and join the pirate paradise. The pirates erupted in jubilant cheers, yet remained rooted in place. Such a sensation was sufficient. Approaching the heart of battle would spell doom. Each individual still standing was a monster. A mere flick of their prowess could endanger their lives. In God's Valley, there were no civilians, no slaves. For apart from the legendary pirates and marines of the future, nearly all life had vanished. The houses lay in ruins, and the corpses blended seamlessly into the desolation. As everyone held their breath, a fellow ability user, flustered and protected by Garp, grew anxious. Garp. She discovered Garp sprawled on the ground, eyes shut, lying in a starfish position. Beside him lay Roger, his face obscured by a straw hat, equally sprawled out. Roger. This sight drew a concerned frown from Rayleigh. They feared for their friend's safety. They were indeed the last glimmer of hope. You two shall fall as they did. Next would come the engulfing of the West Sea, North Sea, South Sea, East Sea, the Grand Line, the New World, and finally, the Red Continent. Our footprints shall tread upon every corner of the world. Until the world succumbs entirely to despair and madness, all shall become pirates. As Rox laughed, his haki enveloped his fists once more. Yet, a weary figure rose. He had lived for an extensive duration, always strutting with arrogance, dragging his exhausted body before Rox. He thrust his cane towards him, seemingly striving to uphold his final dignity. Saint Gring, Saint Satan bellowed, his fierce gaze fixed upon Rox. 5 elder stars. Rox seized the cane with one hand, swiftly petrifying it. The darkness below surged forth, engulfing Saint Satan. His fists intertwined with Conqueror's haki and armament haki. Divine slash. Saint Gringer unleashed his final strike, determined to defend the pride of the celestial dragons. We are the gods who create worlds. You, despicable pirate, curse thee. The cane of Saint Gringer was captured by Rox, piercing his heart. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, yet he continued to struggle and curse. Saint Gringer's final sword strike had long since lost its peak prowess. Rox grasped him with one hand, swiftly constricting his neck with dark water. Haki erupted in an instant. God, one must not be more noble than man. Rox's haki unleashed its fury, overwhelming the injured Saint Satan, who was under the fruit's control. The relentless surge of haki transformed into a dark tide. St. Gringo attempted to resist with his dark red conqueror's haki. Yet he was subdued by Rox's overwhelming momentum until consciousness slipped away. Why must there be a divine presence in the realm of humanity? Absurd. Rox unleashed his overwhelming might. As the dark tide transformed into a ferocious flood, ruthlessly wreaking havoc upon the Valley of the Gods. The pirates who had just set foot on the shore were instantly rendered unconscious by the shockwave. Sengoku struggled to breathe, attempting to withstand the onslaught with his conqueror's haki. Rayleigh stood at the forefront, also employing his haki to counter the assault. Yet, Rox loomed like an insurmountable mountain, while they were merely the ravines at its base. Utterly incapable of resisting his might. In stark contrast, the crew of the Rox pirates were filled with trepidation after battling for an entire day and night. Fatigue had begun to take its toll. The king of the world still possessed the strength for further combat. Shawn felt the overwhelming presence of the most potent conqueror's haki of this era. Within him, it seemed as though a fierce beast was stirring, not out of fear, but rather a surge of exhilaration. The powerful individuals surrounding him were all utilizing their haki to shield themselves, lest they be caught in the tumult caused by Rox. Shawn maintained his exhilaration through his beastly form and Stussy's elixir. A faint aura flickered like distant stars. Whitebeard formed a shield with his haki and the tremor power. The golden lion simply erected a towering wall of colossal stones. However, Rox continued to unleash his haki, determined to shatter all hope. In that moment, despair enveloped not just the ordinary sailors. As Rox stood atop Satan's saint's back, his hair danced like serpents. Even the admirals of the Navy found themselves consumed by hopelessness. They had not perished. Shawn possessed a formidable fusion of haki and the power of lightning, utilizing his exceptional physique to withstand the onslaught. He also relied on the formidable defense akin to that of Whitebeard, highlighting the sheer desperation of both the Roger pirates and the Marine headquarters. In the face of such adversity, the expression of Rox shifted dramatically. Following suit, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Rayleigh, and Sengoku also experienced a change in demeanor. Could it be that Roger had not perished? Big Mom, filled with an overwhelming desire, wished to strike him down. Garp is on the move. Wang Ji, having endured a few blows amidst the chaos, still vividly recalled the scene. Equally astonished, Kaido, a fellow trainee, turned to Shawn and exclaimed, "You have awakened haki. Just as you mentioned, I have grasped that elusive thread within the human body." As Shawn responded, a loud burst of laughter erupted, capturing everyone's attention. "What do you mean by dominating the world? The battle has merely commenced." Garp trembled, his body brimming with haki at the pinnacle of his life. In his 30s, having endured numerous trials at sea, he transformed time and again. His fists had once shattered a decrepit ship purely through the strength of his haki, without reliance on any external power. Every breath he took resonated with the sentiment that there remains hope. Was it merely a hollow defeat? Did one truly believe all hope was lost? A group of fools indeed. In the prime of youth, who stood up for justice. There are always young Marines. Hope should be forged by the younger generation. Garp slammed his hand onto the ground, rising with all his might. His entire body quaked as he pushed his haki to its utmost limit. When the day comes that I too become an old man, the hope must be entrusted to the younger generation. Now is the perfect moment to create hope. My iron fist is indeed invincible. Boom. Garp stood tall, his haki roaring. His short hair stood upright, floating alongside the rising sand. With a swift motion, Garp, wearing a smile, unleashed his haki, colliding with the domineering haki of Rox. Do not underestimate justice, Rox. Boom. For the first time, a haki emerged that surprised Rox. He had thought this battlefield was entirely under the control of the Rox pirates. Yet here stood Garp, this reckless youth. A mere vice admiral. How audacious you are, Garp. Rox was well aware of his own strength, but what of it? It still could not compare. He continued to mock and taunt. Hey, Roger, are you still planning to snooze? Garp ignored Rox's taunts and turned to look at Roger. The straw hat still obscured his face. In the prime of youth, free from illness, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Garp, Rayleigh, are you ready? This world is about to embrace a new era. Many years hence, people will remember the name of Roger. He laughed, and even while lying on the ground, an overwhelming haki erupted like a shockwave. Rox. Roger roared, causing the Rox pirates to tremble. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Lin, Kaido, Shawn. Later, the legendary pirates gazed intently at the man before them. With an air of pride, he donned his straw hat and effortlessly drew the renowned sword, Ace. His nonchalant demeanor left an indelible impression on those who witnessed it. Zephyr, dedicated to the principle of not killing admirals, had spent decades seeking a pirate as formidable as Roger. The three legendary figures of his era were both adversaries and allies. 38 years later, the new Yonko set their sights upon him. At this moment, this man had already gained considerable renown. Yet, the sea had not yet fully etched Roger's name into history. The Rocks Pirates, the pirate paradise on Hakanost Island, the World King, Rocks. Each of these titles overshadowed Roger's fame. As the sword was drawn, the world remained unaware of the divine retreat that would follow. After the sword was unleashed, only those at the pinnacle would have the right to draw their blades. Roger's haki surged forth, cleaving through the oppressive aura of Rocks alongside Garp. Sengoku, panting, turned his gaze back as he sensed Roger's overwhelming presence. Untamed and yearning for freedom, more eager for the sea than fish, more enamored with the sky than birds. With sword in hand, Roger was followed closely by Rayleigh and Jabba, the Roger Pirates. This straw had become etched in the hearts of all contemporaries. Now, all elite crew members rose, bloodied but unbowed. We shall declare war on the Rocks Pirates in the name of piracy. Let our names resonate across the world. Commence battle. Roger's sword struck like thunder, a tempest sweeping across the heavens. Divine avoidance. A brilliant aurora cut a path through Rock's almost domineering conqueror's haki. Fist of bone. Garp simultaneously joined the fray, his figure swift as the wind, transforming into a bolt of lightning. They spoke of an invincible sea, of world dominance. The sea's waves would always surpass the last, and the mountains would always give rise to successors. Such is the thrill of it all. The Rocks Pirates declared war on the Roger Pirates. Naval Headquarters. The World Conference. The Celestial Dragons declared war. A declaration to the entire world. Let the battle commence. Rocks felt no fear, only an unyielding desire to fight. Roger, Garp, come forth with your audacity. At the pinnacle of an era stood the sovereign, the possessor of the mightiest devil fruit ability and haki. A pirate whom countless others loathed with fervor. Rocks initiated the decisive battle of the age. Powerful figures darted past him with incredible speed. He moved so quickly that he became a blur, his punches more rapid and ferocious than Garp's. The clash of haki was stronger and more frenzied than Roger's. Boom, boom. The combined haki of the three erupted, creating shockwaves that reverberated in all directions. Purple, crimson, black, and light blue lightning intertwined. What thunder fruit! Such formidable haki bore its own lightning. Rocks, Roger, Garp. The three individuals are all fervent warriors, each a formidable force in their own right. The newcomers upon the vast ocean often perceive the strong as invincible. Yet, only those impetuous supernovas understand that while youth prevails, their indomitable will can fuel both their ambition and physical prowess, thus enabling them to become stronger at an accelerated pace. This is the secret to ascending to greatness more swiftly. In the same era, figures like Roger and Garp became two of the rare individuals to reach the pinnacle without relying on the powers of devil fruits, relying instead on relentless training. The very presence of so many devil fruit users in their time compelled them to hone their haki to its utmost strength. You are far too young. Electricity crackled around Rocks, a confident smile playing upon his lips. Thank you for the compliment. Garp launched a punch towards Rock's face, only to be met with an impenetrable barrier formed by Rock's outstretched fingers, as darkness and petrification activated simultaneously. Such formidable haki could withstand any devil fruit ability. Garp's teeth were stained with blood, yet the fervor in his eyes remained undiminished. Your gaze is all too familiar. Rocks observed the two of them, their eyes reflecting sincerity and the spirit of battle akin to that of his younger self. Enough with the camaraderie, Rocks. The East Blue shall never be your domain. Roger swung his sword, but Rocks countered by channeling his haki to clash with the sword's blade. The chaotic haki surged across the ground, assaulting every inch of soil. The very air was swept away by their haki, creating a suffocating atmosphere. This era is defined by Rocks. He proclaimed the age he claimed dominion over. No one dared to dispute this. Until he was defeated, this statement would ring true. The battle at the pinnacle ignited a sense of restlessness in others. Whitebeard remarked, Roger has grown stronger once again. The Golden Lion exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, visibly displeased. How wonderful it would be if the one battling Roger were not Rocks, but himself. The two exchanged blows with their swords, creating a cacophony that threatened to plunge the world into chaos. Just the thought of it made one want to erupt in laughter. Rocks 1T allow us to intervene in the battle. Whitebeard glanced at the fray, raising his sword. Boom. Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, unleashing a golden shockwave that collided with the power of the Tremor fruit. The admiral's cloak whipped into fierce winds. A punch from Whitebeard came crashing down. Newgate, to wield such cataclysmic power is indeed remarkable, yet you choose to unleash it upon the sea. If Rock succeeds, will your homeland be spared? Sengoku's words carried the weight of the devil fruit's effects, infusing a layer of psychological influence upon the listeners. Yet, the golden lion soared through the skies unimpeded, once again clutching a fresh cigar. With dual swords in hand, the golden lion Shiki faced no opponents. Shiki, you truly are a perpetual source of irritation. Rayleigh's muscles quivered. Just as Shaki behind him intended to step forward, she was abruptly pulled back by the fiery flower. Do not impede those warriors in battle. A true man requires the nourishment of combat. Upon hearing the captain's words, Xiaqi's beautiful eyes narrowed. Xiaqi, once this battle concludes, let us find a place to open a tavern. I shall seek you out when my adventures have come to an end. Rayleigh's blade gleamed faintly, with a few splatters of blood upon his pure white cloak. What nurtures battle? A true man remains impervious to the allure of beauty. The golden lion soared, his twin swords slicing through the air in an X formation. Whoosh! Emerging from the realm of the dead, Rayleigh clashed blades with the airborne pirate, the golden lion. The ground trembled as colossal boulders were uprooted. His overwhelming presence unhesitatingly obliterated everything in its path. Whatever was jolted into the air was instantaneously shattered by his formidable might. Shawn and Kaido merely exchanged fleeting glances as two figures rushed towards them with remarkable speed. Bogart lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Shawn, while Zephyr confronted Kaido head-on. Bogart displayed immense strength, determined to exert his full power. Kaido issued a warning as his kanabo swung toward Zephyr. Zephyr, however, was even more formidable. Exercise caution to avoid internal injuries. Shawn is set to confront the swordsmanship master, Bogart, head-on. The Rock's pirates are a scourge that must be eradicated. Forever imprisoned in Impel Down. Zephyr's cloak billows wildly. At this moment, he is in the prime of his life, his distinctive purple hair adding to his charisma. His confident demeanor, unmarred by the ailments of asthma or the ravages of aging, stands in stark contrast to the desolation he would later experience, even in his twilight years. After engaging in battle with the Straw Hat Luffy, he still possesses the vigor to challenge the formidable Admiral Kizaru. In his prime, he was well-versed in the Marine's 6 powers, effortlessly wielding both forms of haki. His physical prowess and condition placed him among the elite ranks of admirals. Kaido. Zephyr. Kaido speaks the truth. His strength is indeed formidable. Especially with his innate monstrous strength, he had mastered haki even before consuming a devil fruit. At this juncture, his power rivals that of the later calamities. Unfortunately, he faces Zephyr, a haki master whose abilities have been least affected by the encroaching effects of the dark fruit. Do you know what lies beneath the 5th level of Impel Down? There, one is destined to spend a lifetime atoning for their transgressions. Zephyr discards his gloves and swiftly throws a punch. In an instant, haki envelopes his fists, vanishing swiftly from Kaido's sight. Behold, Kaido, this is how haki is wielded. The purple light dissipates in an instant. Thunder erupts. Zephyr, a rare haki-wielding admiral, collides his fist with Kaido, making the disparity in strength abundantly clear. However, the formidable vitality and strength inherent in his Zoan form allow him to endure for a while longer. It seems you are faltering, Shawn jokingly remarked, but Kaido, in a feeble state, immediately became enraged upon hearing those words. Who are you calling incapable? Shawn. Kaido glared in his direction. Shawn is utterly astounding. He persistently swings his fists, flawlessly integrating the Navy's 6 styles with the Electric Fur Tribe's techniques in every move. Moreover, he harnesses the unique properties of the Azure Dragon Fruit, merging power and electricity into his feeble haki. Each punch resembles a swift sword strike, manifesting as a series of fierce blade slashes. He confronts Bogart with such audacity. Unbeknownst to Kaido, Shawn is currently under the influence of Stussy's potion, resulting in an intense extraction of potential, enabling him to unleash a more formidable haki and combat prowess. The more he battles, the stronger his hunger for combat becomes. You madman! Such relentless offense will leave you in ruins. Kaido can only helplessly ponder how someone as unhinged as Shawn has survived to this day. I'm fine. Just be cautious of that purple-haired elder's fists. As soon as Shawn's words fell, Bogart unsheathed his sword. Until that moment, He had engaged in long-range, sword energy attacks against Shawn. To his surprise, Shawn combined his spear and swift footwork, unleashing a fearsome attack infused with violet lightning, striking with fists as if they were swords, wielding energy as a blade. Have you heard of the name, the Black Sword? In an instant, Bogart's blade sliced through the air, its edge entwined with armed haki, transforming into an obsidian hue. The sword emanated a sharp aura, as if it could sever all that exists, aiming to cleave the world in twain. In a contest of distance, Shawn relied on his speed to evade and retaliate with sword energy. However, his opponent unleashed a formidable sword energy capable of shattering bones, instilling dread in the hearts of many. This display of power, devoid of the conqueror's haki, was solely propelled by sheer, piercing spirit. Yet, Bogart's prowess was not singular. Many formidable masters of the sword cultivate their gaze with diligence during their training. Only through unwavering focus on their blades and relentless dedication to combat can one truly master the way of the sword. Even a keen eye can instill fear in the hearts of ordinary souls, dissuading them from drawing their blades. Beneath Bogart's shades lies an aura of fierce intensity, honed through years of following Garp, gradually shaping his formidable presence. "Don't underestimate my swordsmanship, young one," he declared, though he had not forged a black blade. He fought with his sword entirely enveloped in haki, embodying the essence of a black sword. Even if it were merely for a fleeting moment in battle, it attested to his ascendance to this level. If one lives long enough, with ongoing refinement of swordsmanship and the continuous honing of haki, the day shall come when a true black blade can be forged. Thus stands Bogart, the Black Sword. Upon hearing that name, Shane felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Even after 38 years, Bogart had yet to forge his own black blade. What trials and tribulations had transpired over those decades? How could a naval swordsman, once endowed with such lofty expectations in his youth, ultimately fail to carve a path in the art of the sword? What had caused Crane to adopt a demeanor of silence, choosing to act only in moments of stillness? And what led Garp to shun the position of admiral for a life in the shadows? Dragon, once a part of the Navy, is now merely a teenager by age. What circumstances have driven him to a path of despair? Shawn witnessed this era firsthand, where the once formidable Zephyr, having departed from the Navy, remained spirited and vibrant. The renowned Black Sword, Bogart, did not abandon the path to greater mastery of the blade. Garp, steadfast in his pursuit of justice, charged forth undeterred. "Bogart, will your sword continue to strike down foes? Will the Black Sword ultimately forge a black blade? Have you ever contemplated the possibility of doubting the justice within your heart, leading you to stagnate for decades?" Bogart, who once fought alongside Garp in the Battle of God Valley, has not advanced his mastery of the sword in all these years. Is this a testament to resilience or a sign of decline? Not everyone reaches the pinnacle, even in an era teeming with formidable warriors. There are both victors and vanquished. Shawn has always understood that the majority of those who falter are but a mere reflection of the vast ocean. They are the ones whose aspirations, like shattered vessels, succumb to the depths below. Bogart, this once esteemed master of the sword, dedicated to the forging of the black blade, why does he find himself at a standstill? Are you aware of the words you utter? I am none other than Bogart, the Black Sword, a man resolute in his ambition to become the foremost swordsman of the Navy. With a swift arc of his obsidian blade, Bogart unleashed a surge of sword energy, cleaving through the air and traversing hundreds of meters in an instant. Shawn crossed his arms in front of him, exuding an aura of dominance as he formed an impregnable defense with the fusion of might and purple lightning. Armored iron blocks. The draconic scales enveloping his arms mirrored his formidable beastly form. Shawn gazed intently at Bogart, the Grandmaster of Swordsmanship, in Shawn's perspective of the future. Such a claim was unequivocally unfounded. Your resolve is far too feeble. Bogart, I cannot perceive the so-called future you speak of. If your swordsmanship is merely at this level, then my fist shall inevitably attain a caliber that rivals the sharpness of your blade. Shawn was engulfed by the overwhelming force unleashed from the blade. With every ounce of strength, he raised his arms in defense, striving to amplify the intensity of his aura to forge a formidable barrier. My sword is destined to sever all. The gaze beneath Bogart's sunglasses revealed itself, devoid of the later subtlety and concealment. In that moment, he radiated brilliance, exuding an imposing presence. Shawn confronts a Bogart that is entirely different from the one that would emerge later. A Bogart that has not yet succumbed to silence, trampled by the inexorable justice of the divine. I shall make my fists rival the sharpness of swords. Shawn executed a swift strike with his hand, the edge of his fist imbued with an intangible dominance. With a single stroke of his ebony blade, Bogut vanished, transformed into a fleeting glimmer of light. At the moment the sword's brilliance erupted, Shawn unleashed dozens of punches in rapid succession. The two figures collided with tremendous speed, sending shockwaves reverberating through the air. Fueled by the exhilarating effects of the potion, Shawn possessed an unwavering fighting spirit that knew no fatigue. Without the advanced mastery of armament hockey, it was futile to think of breaching Shawn's current draconic scale defense. Bogut was confronted with what appeared to be a humanoid monster with an extraordinarily lengthy health bar. Boom. Another clash of fists and blades ensued. Shawn ascended like a dragon, unleashing a scorching assault upon Bogut. The earth itself became a tapestry of battlefields, all centered around rocks. At the port's edge, the young marine, Dragon, merely 17, sent a pirate flying with a single punch. Don't get in the way. At the age of 40, the peak of his prowess, Garp paid no heed to his son's presence. That rascal was up to his usual antics. Dragon was hailed as the supernova of the new generation of Marines. Prior to the Great War at God Valley, the Navy had contemplated allowing Zephyr to form a specialized training unit for Marine sergeants. At this juncture, it was still 6 years until Sakazuki would ascend to the rank of admiral. Due to his connection with Garp, Dragon had already committed himself to the Navy. Yet, even to this day, after witnessing the tragedy at God Valley, he harbored deep-seated doubts about the righteousness of the current Navy. As he officially stepped onto the battlefield, his eyes were greeted by the sight of Shawn, in his dragon form, striking the earth with searing flames and violet lightning. "Dragon, be careful." Bogut unsheathed his sword, cautioning the young Marine, leading numerous soldiers into the fray. "Take that scoundrel down." How infuriating. Dragon's initial impression of Shawn was far from favorable. "No problem," Bogut declared, delivering a vertical slash with his sword, the blade's aura extending nearly 100 meters. "I am invincible." Shawn transformed into a beastly form, engaging in a fierce clash with his violet lightning dragon claws. Who is that individual? A newcomer from the Rock's pirate crew? The dragon gazed up at this unfamiliar young pirate, seemingly even younger than himself. The impact of the battle surged forward, exhaling a plume of smoke. The dragon cast a glance at the arrogant Shawn before continuing towards the battlefield. The incident at God's Valley had spiraled into an uncontrollable frenzy. The journalists who had accompanied the warship initially intended to document the events but were promptly detained by the naval soldiers. Shawn emerged from the debris of the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the ever-increasing warships and pirate vessels beyond the harbor. Is my fist strong enough? A faint, dark luminescence enveloped his knuckles. Shawn's mastery of armament hockey has intensified through the crucible of battle, evolving in strength with each encounter. Yet, you remain vastly inferior. Bogut's gaze was piercing as he regarded the bloodied, yet smiling Shawn. He could not fathom why the Rock's pirates held such a penchant for laughter. No matter how formidable one's fists may be, they inherently fall short against blades. Even with your relentless efforts and the formidable defense of dragon scales, it is impossible to rival true swords. Bogut's expression grew fierce as he raised his finger, gliding it along the blade's edge. A chilling aura of swordsmanship penetrated the hearts of all who drew near. The finest masters of the sword invariably possess a heart unafraid of death. To reach this pinnacle and keep pace with the legendary swordsman Roger and the Golden Lion, he must embody the audacity to embrace death as if returning home. The might of Shawn lies in its vitality and the protective nature of its dragon scales. The mythical beast category is endowed with the remarkable regenerative capabilities characteristic of the animal kingdom, yet the unique aspect of the Azure dragon form is its unparalleled defense. It is precisely for this reason that Kaido has attained an immortal existence, built upon the colossal strength of the Oni tribe. Decades have passed, and few have been able to inflict permanent scars upon his body. This is all thanks to the formidable powers of the Azure dragon form's devil fruit. At this moment, Shawn remains undeterred, possessing an enduring vitality even in the absence of awakened fruits. His formidable defense remains intact. For Bogut to vanquish Shawn, he must wield power equivalent to that of Zoro from the Ghost Island. That is the caliber of a vice admiral. What a brazen creature this animal-type imp is. Bogut envelopes his sword blade with Busashoko haki. The black blade reveals itself once more, and the glimmer in his eyes shifts instantaneously to a blood-red hue. He has underestimated me, the apprentice of the Rock's pirates. Do not speak so arrogantly. I am destined to stand alongside Garp, a man who will bring justice to this world. The day we return to the East Sea will herald a time of clarity across the universe. Bogart's promise indeed came to fruition 38 years later. The East Sea, once deemed the weakest of seas, now carries the title of the Monster Sea, especially in the 2 decades that followed. As the homeland of Garp and Roger, the East Sea was even referred to as the strongest sea at one point. Here it comes again. Shawn trembled all over, not from fear nor exhilaration, but from the manifestation of his observation haki seeping through every pore of his being. Ultimately, it coalesced upon his fists, enveloping them in a layer of obsidian-like markings. Yet, this was not fully solidified. The unique essence of the hardened observation haki lies in its ability to achieve a tangible, visible form. Even when merely clinging to a fingertip, it possesses the power to shatter steel. This is the true strength of the hardened observation haki. Thus, even when awakened, this formidable ability requires a period of adaptation and honing in its nascent stages. Only after reaching a certain threshold can it be compressed to a remarkable degree, materializing as a dark manifestation of observation haki. Such is the nature of hardened observation haki. At this moment, Shawn merely allowed the flowing armament haki coursing through his body to continually awaken and amplify, concentrating it all upon his fists, resulting in a tangible darkening. However, there remains a slight distance to achieving complete solidity. Yet, the goal is not far off. What of the lofty proclamations of justice? Those who have been mercilessly slaughtered by the celestial dragons are met with naught but indifference. The celestial dragons extinguish an unaligned kingdom every 3 years. During this time, have you managed to save the hundreds of thousands who perished? Or do you perceive those from the non-aligned kingdoms merely as slaves of the celestial dragons? Beneath Shawn lies the ruins, as well as the shattered remnants of existence. The discourse of upholding justice and safeguarding the seas ultimately distills into a more concentrated notion: justice under the celestial dragons, within the confines of the World Conference. Indeed. I must add a prerequisite. If it pertains to the World Conference, it is a tribute to the kingdom of celestial gold. Once the celestial dragons are provoked, annihilation is inevitable. What of the admirals of the Navy headquarters, the embodiments of justice? In the end, they are merely hounds, bred and nurtured by the celestial dragons. Shawn understood. Those formidable individuals often spoke with loud exclamations, not only to rally support and amplify the atmosphere, but also to excavate the fighting spirit within. This would continually enhance their potential. The shouts of humanity instill courage in their kind. Hence, many individuals disallow others from speaking to them in elevated tones. Such bravery compels those who bow their heads to lift them. Once they discern that those in high positions are merely a group of ineffectual beings concealed within oxygen glass domes, the brilliance of the sun will illuminate every heart. Nika's drumming will resonate within the souls of all. Silence. Silence. You have no comprehension of our endeavors. Even the modest act of upholding justice far surpasses your reckless destruction of the world's order. Bogart sensed a certain allure in Shawn's words, reminiscent of the madness exhibited by rocks. With but a few phrases, he could incite the dormant frenzy within others. Engaging in frivolous discourse with Shawn was futile. Swift action was essential to resolve the matter. Word sword. Bogart instantly launched a slashing strike. The gleam of his blade transformed into a dark line, as if traversing a chasm beneath the radiant sun, slicing through a distance of 3 meters above the ground, precisely the height of Shawn in his beast form. Let your nonsensical babble be extinguished in the valley of the gods, along with the embodiment of the malevolent will that seeks to shatter this world, rocks. Bogart's sword surged forward unabated. He firmly believed in the righteousness of his cause. Those kingdoms could secure naval protection by striving to join the World Conference. Pirates, with their wanton disregard for the world's rules, have slaughtered countless innocents. Are they not evil incarnate? The celestial dragons are indeed limited, but pirates are boundless. By eradicating all pirates, the justice of the world can undoubtedly be safeguarded. Bogart continually reassured the figure behind his sunglasses. It is undoubtedly oneself, without a doubt. Fist interception sword. Shawn did not refute. Bogart was merely deceiving himself. The outcome is clear, and the facts are laid bare before us. The Valley of the Gods is a tragedy, a mere game orchestrated by the celestial dragons. Even if the Navy slays countless pirates during the triannual hunting games, their efforts pale in comparison to the carnage inflicted by the celestial dragons over just a few days and nights. The only path forward is to rise in rebellion, to eradicate the celestial dragons entirely and establish a new order. The fist's edge, enveloped by the deep black of haki, showcases the hardened essence of this formidable power. Shawn could only achieve this extent. However, with the assistance of the purple lightning, it certainly appeared quite formidable. Fist against sword, strength against speed. As the dark light flashed by, blood oozed subtly from the knuckles of Shawn. His fists remained clenched, fingers unwavering, as his body rose and fell with each breath. Bogart had also endured a solid blow to his abdomen. He slowly turned around, sword in hand. "You have nothing to say now, Shawn?" Even after this collision, an unease lingered within Bogart. He yearned to triumph conceptually, to surpass once more. Based on past experiences, many pirates possess their own philosophies, impervious to alteration by others. They can only be utterly defeated by sheer force. Yet, Shawn's words pierced through Bogart's facade, leaving him unable to tranquilize his inner turmoil. Was your sword merely a moment too slow because the truth lay before you? Or was it due to the lifeless body beneath your feet? Shawn turned around with a broad smile, steam rising from his towering physique, a manifestation of restoration and the return of vitality. The hardened armament hockey. The battle against Bogart had bestowed upon Shawn considerable gains. "You are obstinate," Bogart exclaimed, yet blood continued to seep from the corner of his mouth. His sword faltered, and beneath his feet lay the corpses of the innocent. What was most contemptible was that these individuals had not perished at the hands of pirates, but rather succumbed to the cruel whims of the celestial dragons. You should all strive diligently, regardless of how many pirates you slay, or whether you choose not to. The heinous acts committed by those pirates pale in comparison to the triennial revelry of the celestial dragons. Evil remains unvanquished, while you close your ears and eyes, deceiving yourselves into believing you can eradicate minor evils. Truly, you embody the essence of righteousness. Xian scoffed. His feigned benevolence was utterly insincere. Listening to Xian's words, Bogart found it impossible to grip his sword tightly. He intended to call out to Xian, but regardless of the blood that continued to drip, Xian resolutely advanced towards the heart of the battlefield. Confusion lingered, yet Bogart chose to remain willfully ignorant. Garp refused the promotion to admiral, unwilling to serve as a mere pawn for the celestial dragons. To the best of his abilities, he could only protect the small corner of the East Blue, the windmill village. Thus, Bogart trailed behind Garp, seeking solace in the shadow of this great tree, hoping to find his own sense of peace. Do not be caught off guard. Beware, lest your resolve shatter. With a single phrase, Shawn compelled Bogart to close his eyes and take a deep breath. As a formidable swordsman of the Navy, he found himself unable to advance any further. A master of the sword must sever all ties. Yet the sword of the Navy's justice can never cut through the malice of the celestial dragons. This is the very reason he did not ascend to the rank of a great swordsman decades later. Halt! A youthful voice called out to Shawn. With hands poised like claws, exuding an aura as fierce as the wind's blade, stood the young Navy corporal, a rising star. Monkey-D, dragon. Do not let the trifling words of those pirates defeat you. You are Bogart. Dragon had not anticipated that Bogart would engage in such a fierce battle with Shawn. After all, when it comes to swordsmanship and hockey, Bogart was currently able to contend with Kaido with remarkable ease. Shawn possesses the mythical beast-type devil fruit, naturally. In terms of hockey and physical prowess, he pales in comparison to Kaido. It is inconceivable that he could gain an advantage in the hands of Bogart. Yet, it is precisely at the conclusion of this battle that Shawn has transcended to a higher echelon of hockey. Even while injured, he continues to seek greater strength in battle. Bogart, however, hesitates. The reality is laid bare before them. Long cannot endure this any longer. He must take action. Around him, a cadre of Marines rushes forth. Long activates his hockey, enveloping himself in an invisible mantle of power, his arms hardened with the advanced form of hockey. In this state, he can launch his primary offensive while maintaining formidable defense. Even amidst a hail of bullets, Long remains undaunted. In terms of martial arts, his 6 styles of the Navy are nothing short of perfection under the tutelage of Zephyr. Regarding hockey, his Dragon Claw Fist is a lineage of Garp's Iron Fist, embodying all 3 types of hockey. How could he possibly fear a mere Shawn? The youthful Long stands before him, yet he has not yet donned the green cloak. Beneath it, he wears green attire. His face bears no symbolic tattoos. His gaze is filled with unwavering determination. Before Shawn stands an unyielding elite of the Navy. Though still young, Long has accumulated considerable achievements. However, due to his father's influence, he has refrained from seeking a promotion. Yet, in the years following the Valley of Gods, Long rises with great force. Before the likes of Sakazuki joined the Navy, he was already a well-known prodigy. It was only after his departure that Zephyr personally nurtured more extraordinary talents, forging the Navy's illustrious golden generation, which would become the backbone of the Navy for decades to come. At this moment, Long and Shawn stand opposed to one another. With a mere 2 years separating their ages, both are formidable pirates, the strongest of the younger generation in the Navy. Their confrontation is akin to a clash of oceanic forces. As steam rises from Long's body, an invisible haki envelopes him, and his figure swiftly vanishes. It is the technique known as shave. In the instant he reappears, he delivers a flying kick, enhanced by the gale foot and armament haki. Bang! Shawn, having just grasped the essence of armament haki hardening, instinctively raises his arms to block. Little did he expect that his recent upgrade would be met with another challenge. Fortune smiles upon him indeed. Shawn believed that it is precisely through such battles that one becomes stronger. As Rayleigh stated, awakening and mastering haki is a characteristic inherent in everyone's potential. To further awaken advanced haki, one must hone their skills through a series of battles. Insight, opportunity, adversaries. In the dance with life and death, none of these elements can be overlooked. Having just endured the trials at Bogart and mastered the hardening of armament haki, he encountered Dragon, which propelled Shawn to a new level in combat, allowing him to grasp haki with greater proficiency. It was nothing short of a dream come true for someone like Shawn, who relished the thrill of battle. The white energy enveloping him resembled a certain elixir that ignites human potential. Once the effects of this elixir fade, all the pain will return to his body, and such an overwhelming onslaught could render him a mere helpless wreck in an instant. Dragon continued to unleash relentless kicks, his eyes blood red, his legs cloaked in darkness. Each strike combined the dual techniques of a gale kick and solid iron, enhanced by the moonwalk and shave, delivering blows akin to critical hits. The first attack would be before Shawn's eyes, and the second would swiftly follow from behind. The distinction between a master of martial arts and a swordsman lies in this very aspect. A swordsman often requires a profound will to face death, believing that their sword can sever all. Even when wielding a mere scrap of metal, they must possess the insight to duel with the most formidable blade. Conversely, a martial artist must embody absolute speed, strength, and mastery over their own body. A martial artist, wielding their body as a weapon, must perfect all these disparate elements. The reason the Navy's 6 styles is regarded as a technique that transcends the limits of the human body is that it stimulates human potential at various points. Dragon, having been mentored by Zephyr and Garp, showcases an unparalleled mastery of bodily coordination. Do not presume that the battle concludes here. Shawn, bang! His kicks fell like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Thanks to the technique of moonwalk, he could launch attacks from any angle, even mid-air. In an instant, he appeared from multiple directions, seemingly teleporting with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Shawn retaliated relentlessly, relying on his formidable physique and keen intuition to counterattack. In contrast to Bogart's ever-building explosive sword strikes, Dragon did not possess greater strength. Rather, he lacked a continuous barrage of assaults. After all, being the son of Garp, he undoubtedly bore the bloodline of conquerors haki. Such a person is destined to resist submission to others. It is only a matter of time before Dragon departs from the Navy. Fight back, Shawn. Are you not renowned for your eloquence? Do not let the wind respond for you. With one final horizontal slash, Dragon executed a sweeping strike that struck Shawn. Feeling the swift assault, Shawn continuously employed the technique of shaving along with other martial arts skills to counter. One was like the wind sweeping away the clouds, and the other, a flash of thunder and lightning. Their battle showcased distinct styles. Shawn faces the most formidable practitioner of martial arts among his peers. The violet lightning dances at his fingertips, illuminating every flaw that exists among humanity. The dragon moves like a tempest, sweeping everything in its path, each strike lethal. The kick concludes. The white mist surrounding Shawn continues to intensify, resembling a deflated balloon. It appears that Stussy's potion is nearing its end. Indeed, when confronting a highly mobile adversary, one must possess the ability of observation haki. My current perception relies solely on hearing and sight, while your speed surpasses mine. In such circumstances, my relentless counterattacks would merely transform into a passive reception of blows. As Shawn spoke, tendrils of smoke curled from his lips. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Realizing that mere kicks would not suffice to subdue Shawn, one would need to employ their most formidable techniques. Your words are utterly inconsequential. Despite your claims of passively enduring punishment, your counterattacks grow increasingly swift. Even while grappling with the side effects of a certain potion, you continue to push beyond your limits. The dragon reappears, flinging his cloak into the wind with a flourish. Onward, Shaun. The true battle begins now. This is the revelation I have gleaned from the essence of fair justice. Dragon Claw Fist. With a flourish, the dragon's hands morphed into the shape of claws, exuding a dark green luminescence. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth, manifesting the raw might of the dragon. Unlike Garp's interpretation of freedom and justice, the dragon adheres more closely to the principles of equitable justice. This distinction sets him apart from Garp, Sengoku, and others, defining the life code he chooses to follow. Shawn had long been aware of the dragon's preparations. From the very outset, the kicks were merely a prelude, a means of gathering strength for an all-out assault with both hands. Your dominance is formidable. Shawn could foresee a technique that intricately combines the swift footwork of the storm with the precision of a spear, seamlessly integrating the martial artistry of Fishman Karate and Iron Fist. Coupled with exceptional mastery of Haki, what appears to be a mere fist is, in truth, a dragon's claw capable of rending through all. I can do it too. Shawn, being a dragon person in his beastly form, possesses hands that resemble dragon claws. Instinctively, he envelopes his hands with the formidable aura. In an instant, both of his hands are entirely encased in the hardened armor of Haki. With white mist surging forth with unrestrained vigor, the dragon's words hold a kernel of truth. Once the effects of the potion wear off, the ensuing agony will be magnified. The neglected injuries will flood back into his body. At that moment, whether Shawn will have the strength to remain standing is a matter of great concern. I am the true Dragon Claw Fist. Shawn gazed at his opponent with a smile, though a semblance of pain had already manifested within his body. This wind shall serve as my response to you. The dragon is indifferent to the notions of truth or falsehood. It is the outcome that provides clarity. And the wind shall bear witness to all. The ocean is vast, and only the wind can nearly reach every corner. Yet, the places untouched by the wind remain the blank pages of history from 8 centuries past. They are the windless zones, the Crimson Earth continent, and the submerged Isle of the Fishman. I have a greater affinity for thunder and lightning. Shawn dashed forward, the dragon's claws striking out fiercely. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a tempest loomed. Boom. The sailors turned to witness a fierce clash between two young warriors, their fingertips tearing through everything, infused with overwhelming might. Compared to the blunt force of fists, such a piercing assault proves far more effective. It was this realization that compelled Long to step away from the Iron Fist. The world yearns for sharper entities. The Navy cannot produce true sword masters, for they remain ensnared by their own confusions. Fists are indeed the optimal choice. Even Sakazuki ultimately relinquished the swords behind him. Yet Long's emergence marked the first transformation of fists into claws. Allow me to present this world with an entirely new option. Long lunged forward with a claw aimed at Shawn. Similarly, Xiaoyin's dragon claw surged from the opposite direction. At the moment of their collision, one was a manifestation of human limits, exuding a formidable and honed dragon claw punch, while the other, though possessing a lesser intensity of aura, was augmented by the monstrous physique of the black dragon claw. As they clashed, the sheer force of their auras rendered the surrounding marines powerless, collapsing to the ground. The dragon unleashed its conqueror's Haki. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity? To soar freely like the wind, one must dominate the seas like a dragon. Your potential appears to be insufficient, Xiaoyin. The dragon rallied itself, releasing its conqueror's Haki, igniting a surge of crimson light. In its eyes, Xiaoyin represented strength, a paragon among his peers. It even recognized many familiar traits, from the Navy's 6 styles to the natural claw strikes, and to the effortless grasp of Haki, transcending the confines of mere fists. Shawn, to the dragon, is akin to another version of itself in this world. With a resounding roar, the dragon's conqueror's Haki continues to emanate. As a worthy adversary, Shawn grits his teeth and perseveres. Doubt in oneself would preclude the possession of such power. At present, the Valley of the Gods is teeming with formidable masters of Haki, among whom are those who have mastered the conqueror's Haki as well. There are even individuals who have harnessed the entwining power of this Haki, transforming the battlefield into their own crucible of trials. Whether driven by ambition or the legacy of their bloodline, they are unyielding. Shawn firmly believes that he possesses the qualities of a true sovereign. The conqueror's Haki undoubtedly lies dormant within him, waiting to be unleashed. It is merely a matter of time before the world recognizes his royal potential. Dragon, you too must be eager for this, yearning for a battle that will showcase our strength. Shawn wields his haki with an impressive aura, enhanced by the electric energy coursing through him. In contrast, Long effortlessly commands his haki with mastery. The nature of their confrontations is inherently different. When it comes to haki, Shawn is still a novice. Yet, Shawn possesses the innate qualities of a true champion. Long vehemently denies this notion. He has no desire to regard Shawn as an eternal adversary. Regardless of whether they are marines or pirates, there are countless formidable opponents worth conquering. His father, Garp, is one such example. Long, such words do not suit you. They betray your true feelings. Shawn smiled with exceptional pride. When the dragon unleashed its conqueror's haki, an unnamed aura surged within, akin to a tempest of lightning, yet it could not be released from within. Previously, when Rox had unleashed his conqueror's haki, within Shawn resides a certain sensation. Every individual endowed with the qualifications of a king, when confronted by another of their caliber, regardless of the opponent's strength, harbors an unwavering resolve to resist. This signifies that Shawn undoubtedly possesses the conqueror's haki. The ambition in your eyes is ever present. Should you not be vanquished here, time alone shall render you ever more formidable. Who shall be the next victim of your sweet words, Bogart? With a sudden eruption, the dragon unleashed its conqueror's haki, ensnaring Bogart from afar within a realm of confusion. Many on the battlefield were drawn to this spectacle. Is he your son? He bears the same regal traits. Roger glanced at Garp, and a single remark sent Garp into a furious frenzy. Why should one born to be a king remain within the Navy? Let that brat dragon serve as my crew. Garp shot him a scornful look, only to be struck by Rock's fist. Get lost. Your son is destined to be a pirate. Our family shall remain loyal to the Navy. Even as he was hurled away, Garp could not refrain from cursing. Rising to his feet, he observed Bogart in a state of bewilderment and immediately admonished him. Snap out of it, Bogart. Pirates have countless reasons to fall from grace. Yet we must never allow ourselves to stray even once. Bogart, emerging from his stupor, tightened his grip on his sword and gazed at Garp with gratitude. I had lost my way, Mr. Garp. The black sword, laden with embarrassment, sliced through the air. Perhaps he would never attain the rank of a swordmaster. Yet fulfilling his duties was sufficient. Do not be deceived by that lad Shawn. Just look at how charmingly he speaks. How many lives can he truly save? Garp again faced Rox, lest Roger succumb to overwhelming pressure. I understand now, Mr. Garp. Bogart, no longer ensnared in delusion, summoned the black sword anew. While Shawn found himself in a precarious situation, he grew irritable upon hearing Garp's counsel to Bogart. The dragon's tail manifested its armament haki, directly sweeping in for an assault. With a swift motion, the dragon managed to block the incoming attack with one hand. Shawn delivered a devastating claw strike. Yet he felt a certain deficiency reminiscent of the dragon claw fist. Lacking the physical enhancement of the Fishman tribe and the formidable haki, he also found himself devoid of the techniques inherent to Zephyr's black arm and Garp's iron fist. It could be said that the dragon is truly a prodigy of combat, capable of amalgamating the strengths of various schools. Shawn merely combined the Navy's sixth style with the dragon's claw to amplify its potency. Nevertheless, this strike was sufficient to temporarily repel the dragon. The two stood on opposite sides, and the battle endured for quite some time, each breath resonating in the air. Shawn could not help but scoff. What does it mean that I will save a few people? If a celestial dragon harms 10 individuals in a year, they could potentially wreak havoc upon thousands over their lifetime. Truly, I am accumulating boundless merit. Upon hearing Shawn's words, the dragon felt beads of sweat transform into steam. With the noon sun waning and the remnants of daylight fading, he knew he must swiftly deal with Shawn. The full moon is not a fleeting spectacle. It sustains its most perfect form for 2 to 3 days each month. Previously, he had witnessed Shawn summon the moon lion aboard the warship. This implies that he could wield it once more tonight. As a combat enthusiast, Shawn would undoubtedly enhance himself, even if it meant enduring the dual effects of the moon lion and the side effects of the potion. This would only complicate matters further. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he acknowledged the truth. Pirates always conjure countless depraved justifications for their actions. The dragon wholeheartedly agreed with Garp's earlier statement. Alas, you two are cut from the same cloth. The moon ascends. The remnants of the orange sunlight beneath Shawn's feet have entirely vanished, replaced by the chilling glow of the moon. White mist rises swiftly, accompanied by the emergence of Shawn's silvery hair. His blood-red eyes seem to awaken the power of observation hockey. His claws grow sharper, and his already imposing beastly form is further enhanced under the influence of the lunar lion. With white hair and crimson eyes, he embodies the essence of purple lightning and the black dragon. It appears that my fate is not yet sealed. Shawn exhaled a copious amount of white vapor. The side effects intensified, and anguish surged through his body, yet the moon lion stood steadfast to counteract it. From the battle in the Valley of the Gods until now, Shawn had not ceased fighting for a single moment. His body had reached its limits and was operating beyond its capacity. Not necessarily, he declared, unleashing his dragon's might as he vanished in an instant. Before the battle concluded, this would be my final moon lion. Shawn had vanished without a trace, leaving only a veil of white mist in his wake. Dragon Claw Fist. With swift steps, Long surged forth, leaving afterimages with nearly every footfall, intent on piercing Shawn's heart. Their clash sent ripples through the air, propelling them directly into the battleground occupied by Whitebeard and Sengoku. In the midst of their fierce exchange, Shawn, oblivious to his surroundings, found himself at the mercy of Long, who could only focus on his own survival. You two, step aside. Sengoku's punch unleashed a shockwave, crashing against Whitebeard's cloud of fists. Gurara, how spirited you are, Shawn. Be my son. Whitebeard's proclamation sent a shiver down Shawn's spine. Is he truly claiming me as his son? I appreciate the sentiment, but I shall not acknowledge any paternal ties. Xian's fingertips crackled with violet lightning, her attack speed as swift as a fleeting shadow. With a resounding crack, the force of her strikes and the shock waves ignited yet another explosion. Those nearby found themselves utterly unfortunate, as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had crumbled beneath them. While Whitebeard and Sengoku remained unscathed, others suffered dire consequences. Xian and the dragon engaged in aerial combat, deftly utilizing the residual force from their clash, gracefully maneuvering through the air as though dancing on the moonlit surface. The ferocity of their unleashed aura was remarkably formidable. Shawn compensates for the absence of dominance with his purple lightning, while Long employs physical techniques to make up for his lack of speed. The two engage in a fierce exchange, each strike faster than the last, as their energies, purple lightning and sheer force, occasionally burst forth, impacting their surroundings. They fight their way out of the battlefield dominated by Whitebeard and Sengoku. The moonwalk propels them into the sky, their fists and feet never pausing in their relentless assault. Even Rayleigh, soaring above with the golden lion, did not anticipate the emergence of another combatant in this aerial arena. Rayleigh, your pirate crew lacks newcomers like us. Shiki's laughter boomed, nearly dislodging his cigar. As a renowned dual-wielding swordsman, celebrated for his sharp and domineering slashes, he looked upon Shawn, an adept relying solely on physical prowess, with great admiration. Once Rox is defeated by Roger, I shall take this young man with me. Rayleigh's words, however, cast a shadow over the moment, eliciting a fierce glare from the golden lion. How dare that Roger attempt to claim our intern? In response, he unleashed a dual sword strike, sending sword waves soaring for thousands of meters, cleaving through the sea and affecting numerous naval soldiers and pirates along the way. Indeed, anyone coveted by Roger is subject to the captain's command. As the first mate, Rayleigh holds significant respect for Roger. Who else could earn the unwavering loyalty of the Pirate King, a man dedicated to upending the world while yearning for freedom? Rayleigh had previously heard of Roger's recruitment of Shawn. It seems that even after consuming a devil fruit, Shawn would make for a commendable crew member. However, having ingested the devil fruit, he would likely start as an intern. With a surge of muscular power, Rayleigh drew his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved a mountain in two. If Admiral Kazuru were to encounter the peak Rayleigh at this moment, it would indeed be a true and exhilarating battle. Night has fallen. The conflict raged on for nearly 2 days and nights, leaving both sides in a state of exhaustion. Were it not for adrenaline and the desire to fight, many would have surely collapsed. The warships and pirate vessels that arrived as reinforcements were merely witnesses of this era. Some were captured by Garp and Sengoku and taken to impel down, while others fell to Roger and the Golden Lion, bearing the weight of resentment for a lifetime. In the 20 years of Whitebeard's dominance over the New World, many were defeated. Yet, before this, they were all prominent figures of their time, lawless and unscrupulous villains. Prior to Roger, few pirates roamed the seas purely in pursuit of freedom. Most were consumed by the quest for treasure and power, driven by an insatiable ambition and a profound hatred for the celestial dragons. Shawn was struck by Long's claw, yet he swiftly retaliated with a punch. I never claimed to be a member of the Roger Pirates. Do not presume to make decisions on my behalf. With a sudden burst of energy, Shawn delivered a flying kick towards Long. At this moment, he had mastered the ability to simultaneously engage in combat with both fists while reinforcing his legs with the powerful haki, a significant advancement in his capabilities. However, he had yet to reach the level of Long, who could fully envelop himself in haki for complete protection while fighting at full strength. Nevertheless, achieving this milestone was a remarkable progression. The two continued to exchange rapid blows, lost in the intensity of their battle. Shawn has also joined the fray with his dragon tail. The dragon was astonished. He had already mastered the ability to imbue both his hands and feet, as well as his dragon tail, with the hardened form of haki. It has only been a short time since the awakening of this power. Shawn's rapid ascent in strength appears to be akin to riding the coattails of the meatball fruit. Is that look in your eyes one of astonishment? Surely, you underestimate the formidable prowess of the moon lion in its black dragon form. Shawn lunged at the dragon with a claw, relentlessly attacking from the skies before plummeting to the ground. In this form, Shawn possesses a power akin to the enhancement of Kaido during the night of the full moon. It is as if the Kaido from the Wano arc has been granted an even greater augmentation by the moon lion. The supernovas of the worst generation would undoubtedly meet their demise in the presence of this Yonka-level adversary. However, even in its current state, Shawn's strength is more than sufficient to overwhelm the Flying Six. Headbutt. Thunderbolt. Shawn activated his armed haki, encompassing even his forehead. Simultaneously, his hands, feet, and dragon tail were imbued with the same power. In the moment he charged forth, headbutting the dragon, he unleashed a comprehensive assault. Dragon God Thunder, six-wheel lance. Bang. Bang. The dragon persistently attacked, seeking to dismantle Shawn's entire being. Shawn unleashed a full frontal assault, akin to a meteor shower cascading from the heavens. As the two engaged in fierce combat, their bodies plummeted towards the ground like meteors, blood splattering in their wake. Their strength waned with each strike. Bang. A powerful blow reverberated, directly impacting the mountains behind the Valley of Gods. Wang Ji appeared bewildered, as he brandished his claws menacingly towards the Roger pirates. He was abruptly interrupted by Shawn and Long. Here again? Beware, the axe shows no mercy. The silver axe had encountered Shawn more than once in battle. Previously, it had been Kaido. Now, it was Long. This lad seems to take pleasure in making friends amidst the chaos of battle. Jabba swung his axe wildly. If the axe could be considered a blade, he would belong to the dual axe style. His relationship with the silver axe resembled that of Whitebeard and Shiki. We are not friends. Both Long and Shawn retorted in unison. Boom. Yet, they both crashed to the ground, dazed. Just as they attempted to rise, Wang Ji seized the opportunity to grasp Long firmly. Kapu-san, damn it. The massive boulder was composed of the ruins of the Valley of Gods port structures. Enveloped in a layer of haki, Wang Ji aimed to crush Long, who had just endured a fierce battle. In an instant, a purple light appeared. His arms, similarly hardened with haki, exhibited a level of strength far surpassing that of Long. He was formidable in both power and speed. The fishmen are often said to possess 10 times the arm strength of humans. Yet, this man, known as the Black Arm, was no less impressive. Black Arm Smash. The clash was ferocious. A single punch obliterated the massive stone hand that cast a shadow over the port. Zephyr scooped up Long in one arm, exclaiming, picking on newcomers again. Wang Ji. Damn Zephyr. I could just as easily dismantle your arms. Wang Ji angrily retorted, his flat-brimmed hat accentuating his imposing presence. Among the notorious pirates of Honeycomb Island, most sought to dominate territories and reign as kings over mountains. Wang Ji, however, preferred to establish his domain and cultivate his influence. Unlike the likes of Shiki, who flitted about, seemingly intent on keeping his entire crew airborne, his attire resembled a fusion of traditional Chinese and Western cowboy styles. Zephyr, I still have strength left. The battle is far from over. Long's gaze remained fixed on Shawn, wary that this adversary might slip away. That kid is a Zoan-type user. Wearing him down may not be guaranteed. Zephyr clenched his fist once more. He still had 2 years before officially ascending to the rank of admiral. Yet, he was already powerful enough to suppress Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John, an admiral-level force. To confront the resilient Zoan types, one must be swift and strong, defeating them in the shortest time possible and subsequently confining them with sea prism stone restraints. As Zephyr spoke, he cast his gaze toward Shawn. Meanwhile, at another corner of the battlefield, Kaido was gasping for breath, his entire body bound by sea stone. How could you possibly be fighting Zephyr? Ling Ling rushed in. striking down several Navy captains with a swift blow, liberating Kaido. It's thanks to Shawn. Kaido thought it imperative not to let Shawn underestimate him, yet Zephyr was currently overwhelming. Those fists and wrist strength, coupled with his terrifying mastery of hockey, were undeniably fierce. We must leave, Lingling. Crane and her followers have arrived. Stussy adjusted her hat, her golden curls whipped by the ferocious wind. Crane hurried forth, accompanied by numerous elite vice admirals from the headquarters providing support. Much like the later arrival of Momotaro, Crane was quite captivating in her youth. Just Crane alone is enough to intimidate you. Zeus, let us go, Lingling commanded, riding the thundercloud as she swiftly soared towards the valley. She needed to find Shawn to avoid being ruthlessly beaten by Zephyr. These two were destined to be her right and left arms. Taking advantage of the moment, Bogart aimed to strike at the thundercloud. A figure had been lying in wait for quite some time. Longbread, as a master swordsman, he intercepted Bogart, clearing the way for Lingling. Beyond the valley, as the thundercloud rushed by, Lingling caught sight of Shawn engaged in battle. Was he truly fighting Zephyr? Kaido was baffled. They both consumed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. One was an Azure dragon, the other a black dragon. How was Shawn so resilient? Shawn possessed the traits of the fur tribe, becoming significantly stronger during the full moon days each month. Stussy was quite intrigued. Unlike Lingling's vision of forming a pirate crew, she envisioned the pursuit of the ultimate protector and experimental subjects. That would be splendid. Lingling agreed, an enchanting vision forming in her mind. Longbread, Shawn, and Kaido as her three formidable generals, and within a decade, once her children had matured, she would ascend to become the queen of the seas. On the sandy beach, Zephyr questioned, "Who taught you the 6 powers, kid?" He was perplexed. How could a pirate master the complete set of Navy's 6 powers? Even grasping the essence of life return. "I taught myself," came the reply. The eruption of Shawn suggests that he is destined to meet his demise in the Valley of the Gods. The initial exhilaration of the moon lion gradually wanes, overshadowed by the intensifying pain and afflictions brought on by the side effects of the potion. It would be prudent for you to proceed towards the city. Zephyr stepped forward, his violet hair strikingly illuminated under the moonlight. Crackling sounds echoed as purple lightning enveloped his entire being. Shawn is also giving his utmost effort. Shawn wielded the dragon's tail, executing a swift reverse strike. The ferocity of his speed left Kaido, also a mythical beast type, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Shawn's mastery over the devil fruit to be so rapid. Did the black dragon form surpass the Azure dragon form in its superiority? Kaido could not help but scoff. The essence of the devil fruit lies in the individual's development, and this holds true for the Zoan type as well. One should not be deceived by the inherent compatibility of a prodigious individual with the devil fruit. Correspondingly, should Shawn attain the awakening of his fruit, he would face an even more formidable demonic will. Lingling understood this better than anyone. Many devil fruit users remain forever deprived of the hope of awakening. It requires not only a bond with the demonic will, but also the ability to transcend its constraints. Countless individuals, even upon reaching this threshold, may fail to awaken, ultimately becoming mere shells, as if their bodies were puppeteered by the fruit. Some succeed in awakening, yet they are no longer themselves, their personalities transformed. They may become more wrathful, more deranged, or even exhibit unpredictable moods, or a chilling demeanor. Some believe that powerful devil fruits seek out hosts destined for fateful choices. Lingling dismissed such absurd rumors. Nevertheless, even as a steel balloon, her personality during childhood, at the pinnacle of her strength, and in her old age was starkly different. Was it the influence of her upbringing, the awakening of the fruit, or the inevitable course of her life? No one knows. Each wave of the ocean has the potential to alter the course of a person's existence. Perhaps it could stir the waters, propelling one to other seas in search of a new lease on life. Or perhaps it could draw one into a whirlpool, leading to either death or injury. Shawn remains distant from the awakening of his fruit, and he has yet to fully develop his black dragon form. Meanwhile, the ambitious Lingling and Stussy have devised their own plans. Lingling, that lad Shawn will inevitably grow into a monster of the same caliber as you and Kaido, Stussy remarked. Haven't you always aspired to forge a united alliance of all races? A grand sanctuary for lambs. Shawn is indeed a commendable choice. Though Stussy spoke casually, deep down, she yearned to capture Shawn and establish a laboratory where she could conduct experiments on all aspects of human bloodlines and devil fruits. If Zephyr were to exert his full strength, could Wang Ji truly match him? Kaido, riding the thunderclouds, had not even considered Shawn in his calculations. In Kaido's perception, Having just consumed the mythical Zoan fruit, he possessed an even more formidable three-color haki. Shawn, however, has only awakened his observation haki, and his martial arts skills leave much to be desired. It would be an understatement to say he could contend with Zephyr among the members of the Rocks Pirates. He ranks even lower than the apprentice Kaido. Thus, after Kaido's direct confrontation with Zephyr, a singular thought occupied his mind. Who among the Rocks Pirates could face him head-on? Wang Ji, you overestimate that fellow. It would require my own intervention. Deep down, Lin felt assured. Among the three foremost lieutenants of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Lin, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John follow in lower ranks. Kaido and the likes of Fireflower and Stussy would undoubtedly fall even further behind. Of course, this assessment pertains to Kaido prior to consuming his devil fruit. Now, a brand new question emerges. As for Shawn, let us not jest. The ability to wield haki and mastering its use are entirely different matters. Previously, even gravely injured, Satan Saint could easily handle both Shawn and Kaido, simply because his devil fruit was developed to perfection and his haki was considerably stronger. An elephant, even in its twilight years, cannot be compared to a mere mountain. Possessing potential is sufficient. Let us not squander time. Just take Shawn away. With a command from Lin, Zeus, and Homie swiftly accelerated, leaving a trail of remnants in their wake. The battle between Shawn and Zephyr reached a critical moment on the sandy shore. Zephyr's entire being resembled that of steel. In stark contrast, Shawn's fist resembled a mere block of wood, certainly more formidable than cotton. Yet, no matter how finely honed the wood may be, how could it pierce through steel? Zephyr truly exemplified the caliber of a man who, 2 years hence, would ascend to the rank of admiral amidst the tumultuous seas. His prowess was undeniably formidable. The palpable pressure he emanated left Shawn feeling utterly drained. Even with the enhancement of the Moon Lion state, the agony intensified with the passage of time, especially as the effects of the elixir began to wane. Zephyr, on the other hand, appeared to wield his abilities with ease. It was evident that, had he not been burdened by the ravages of age and illness, the oppressive force of a master in the peak of his powers would be utterly terrifying. Fist of Cataclysm. Zephyr unleashed a flurry, his entire form enveloped in a swirling mist. With a single, devastating blow, he struck Shawn squarely in the abdomen. Ironclad, armed and armored, there was no evading this attack. Initially, Shawn had contemplated using the shave technique to dodge, or at the very least, employing the paper drawing to soften his body and evade the strike. However, he underestimated Zephyr's astonishing speed. As soon as his eyes registered the motion, his body instinctively sought to react. But the fist had already delivered its full force upon his midsection. Cough! Shawn barely had time to grit his teeth before he was struck once more by a powerful punch. Zephyr's strength was formidable, akin to an unrelenting crushing machine. The blow landed squarely on his abdomen, sending waves of agony through his very core. It was a masterful application of advanced armament haki, penetrating through his draconic scales to inflict grievous harm upon his innards. Even if Shawn possesses a rugged exterior and formidable resilience, he must ultimately concede defeat. Young man, are you repenting amidst your suffering? After all, your life as a pirate has undoubtedly claimed many innocent lives. As Zephyr's left fist descended, his right hand followed swiftly in succession. With a seamless exchange between his hands, the speed of his assault intensified, while a layer of haki manifested as an ethereal membrane in the air. Bang! When Shawn was struck, he felt a resonance throughout his chest. The pain was excruciating. Once the effects of the medication wore off, the overwhelming burden brought by the Moon Lion drained his stamina for an extended period. Time and again, he suffered grievous injuries. And even the return of life proved futile. The energy he had previously preserved through sustenance had also been entirely depleted. Shawn spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating repeatedly. Clutching his abdomen, he struggled to keep his lips sealed, lest the white vapor continue to escape from his mouth. Shawn's condition is akin to the third gear of Luffy's balloon form. Once deflated, he may very well be incapacitated. Hey, have you consumed something you ought not to? If my suspicions are correct, it must be the work of Stussy. She had previously been rewarded with a bounty for conducting experiments on a Navy lieutenant commander. Zephyr took a powerful step forward, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. The black arm launched a series of strikes, creating a Z-shaped arc. This is troublesome. Ling hastened her pace. Zephyr's maneuver is a rapid assault, transforming him into a streak of purple lightning, executing relentless attacks in a zigzag pattern. Shawn, such a novice. is still ill-equipped to endure. Is this truly your forte? It seems you hold me in high regard. However, given your character and code of justice, you would never strike with lethal intent. Zephyr, you exhibit an alarming indecisiveness, possessing absolute power, yet circumventing every adversary you could vanquish. There will always be those who escape from their confines, yet not all adhere to the principles of piracy. With arms extended before him, Shawn hardened his haki, becoming as resilient as an impenetrable fortress. His hair grew once more, an extraordinary fusion of white light and purple lightning. Within his bright eyes lay the embodiment of his most formidable defense in his beastly form, dragon armor. Heatwave storm. Boom. Utilizing his defensive stance, he transitioned into the final form of his dragon state. As his defense shattered, it marked the moment of attack. For indeed, offense is the finest form of defense. Shawn has always held the belief that relentless defense only leads to passivity. How audacious of you. My principles of justice are not so easily swayed. Zephyr, with a powerful punch, clashed against the fiery heat, yet continued his assault towards Shawn. There is no time left. Lingling lamented, left with no choice but to let Shawn fend for himself. See, I told you I was right. You cannot defeat me. As Shawn unleashed a fiery onslaught, he cleverly utilized the flame's trajectory to propel himself forward. The black dragon retreated at astonishing speed, soaring towards the ocean beyond the shore. This unexpected turn of events caught Zephyr off guard. Attack, defense, and escape, all executed simultaneously. What sort of collaborative skill is this? Fortunately, Zephyr's keen observation haki provided timely feedback. He shot upwards, intent on pursuing the advantage. Well done, you rascal. Kaido transformed into an Azure dragon, bearing Shawn upon his back, granting him a moment's respite as he exhaled clouds of white mist. Zephyr, your opponent is me. Lingling deftly parried Zephyr's fist with a swift strike. Crane arrived in haste, joining the fray. Damn it, that kid is too cunning. Zephyr had never anticipated that Shawn would exhibit such strategic thinking in battle. The Rock's pirates were a band of lunatics. It was indeed remarkable to find even one rational individual among them. Do not underestimate the rookie pirates. They have been molded by Rox himself. Crane removed her gloves, fixating her gaze on Stussy, who had just emerged from the stormy clouds. Agony. It hurts so much. Is there anything to eat? Anything will do. Damn it, I feel as if my entire body is ablaze. Shawn was engulfed in flames, with pain and agony erupting from within, an inescapable torment. His entire body seemed to emanate smoke as if it were being scorched. This battle had transcended mere strikes with the back of his fists, advancing to the mastery of armament haki. It had now permeated his limbs, skull, dragon tail, and abdomen, enveloping them all in a hardened aura of armament haki. What Shawn received was excruciating pain from the overwhelming burden. I still have some food. Would you care for some? Stussy unexpectedly produced a bottle of pills, each emanating a sinister black sheen, clearly indicating their abnormality. Do not succumb here. Those provisions can also be consumed by the trembling homies. Lingling gestured toward the quaking homies, many of which consisted of biscuits and pastries. Shawn gritted his teeth in pain, yet his stomach growled with hunger. I will eat anything. I am on the brink of death. What does it matter what I consume? Others were engaged in battle around him. Shawn seized the cookie and consumed it directly. No sooner had it settled in his stomach than a plume of white vapor emanated from his body, yet it was not a sensation of burning. It was the soul imparted by the cookie. Lingling had merely mentioned it in jest, never anticipating that Shawn would find it effortless to consume. Moreover, he possessed the remarkable ability to absorb what he required while expelling the superfluous. All those souls bestowed by the cookie were entirely reclaimed within her. Please don't eat me. Mother, save me, cried the little cake cookie, just as it attempted to flee, only to be captured and devoured by Shawn. As his hunger was satiated, his belly filled anew. Shawn resembles a finely tuned steam engine, perpetually consuming sustenance. These are solid capsules, distinct from previous concoctions, representing a substance designed to unlock the latent potential of the human body. Currently, I lack sufficiently robust test subjects, thus I have yet to observe any genuine side effects. Nevertheless, it truly possesses the capability to unleash potential. As long as one can endure the side effects, it can lead to permanent enhancement. This remarkable substance is crafted from rare medicinal ingredients sourced from several islands in newly discovered worlds with exceedingly harsh ecosystems. Shawn, I place my trust in you. Stussy's vial of black capsules is indeed formidable. Judging by her subsequent endeavors to create clone modifications, Whitebeard too may very well be of a similar nature. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a genuine Whitebeard lineage. It is entirely plausible that one could be rendered foolish by the drug. Distasteful, yet it seems consumable. Shawn consumed the hormy eyes, expelling a multitude of souls from within. Upon catching a whiff of these precious elixirs meticulously crafted by Stussy, an insatiable urge to partake surged within her. Enduring the adverse effects could lead to unparalleled strength, perhaps even more ferocious than the potions themselves. They might unleash a greater magnitude of suffering. Yet, this too was a form of bodily enhancement. Stussy was exhilarated, entirely oblivious to Shawn's reckless disposition. If she dared to consume the hormy eyes, surely she would not shy away from these meticulously concocted pills. Moreover, the side effects of the pills concealed the damage and agony inflicted during the enhancement process. Once the ordeal concluded, the repercussions would swiftly manifest, potentially leading to fatal consequences in an instant. One could either endure the breakthrough or succumb to an untimely demise. It is mine now. Shawn hastily poured the pills into his mouth, continuing to consume hormy eyes. Regardless of how long Rox intended to fight, Shawn persevered. To falter before the conclusion of the battle in the Valley of Gods would signify the failure of a crucial decision, rendering all other rewards futile. The prospect of devouring 3 devil fruits, possessing an altered constitution that negated the need for sleep, as well as the overpowered paramecia-type devil fruit, the rumble fruit, lay on the line. Shawn is indeed quite fond of it. If he does not persist now, he will soon find himself gasping for breath and fainting on the spot. Therefore, he must endure. Gurgle, gurgle. The homai swiftly transforms into vital energy through the process of life restitution. His injuries are healing, clashing with his body. The pain, however, does not diminish. It must be wholly accepted. He has also swallowed the pills. Once appearing fatigued, Shawn becomes invigorated once more. Layers of white mist emanate from his body. His physical potential is being squeezed, honing him towards a higher realm. As Stussy has stated, if he can endure this trial, Shawn's physical condition will undergo a significant transformation. He will become an artificial monster, endowed with immense strength and resilience. Of course, the prerequisite is to maintain as much rationality as possible while enduring the final agony and harm. Hiss. Shawn resembled a serpent, exhaling white vapor. Thus far, this battle had ventured into a forbidden territory, one that should not be tread by those beneath the level of the 3 calamities and stellar stars. Despite being the strongest among them, Shawn lacked not only the indomitable conqueror's haki, but even the stirring potential of observation haki remained dormant. The endurance displayed thus far was increasingly burdening his body. Stussy, will consuming this substance induce hallucinations? Shawn gazed at Stussy, sensing that she was enveloped by a myriad of luminous auras. Unbeknownst to her, as I concocted this pill, I infused it with the blood of formidable beasts from various extreme climates. From the ocean's depths, the electrifying electric eel, to the island's fiery Tyrannosaurus rex, and the colossal avian creatures that soar through the skies, shedding their feathers. In any case, the effects of these concoctions leave me in a state of bewilderment. Perhaps all living beings share a commonality, which humanity possesses, and even the devil fruits embody. It is this very essence that imbues life with its vibrant diversity. Logically, if one can withstand the effects of the potion, one could harness this trait to transform into a monstrous being. Perhaps one could attain the same formidable power as Kaido's Oni tribe, or possess the innate invulnerability akin to Big Mom. Before Stussy stands Shawn, the quintessential subject for experimentation. How splendid. I feel as though I am on the verge of auditory hallucinations. A mist of white vapor emanated from Shawn's mouth, as if the very essence of his lineage were igniting and boiling within him. The individuals before him shimmered with tiny specks of starlight, each radiating a unique hue. He could also hear the incessant chatter of those around him. Many had not uttered a word, yet Shawn could perceive their murmurs, as if they had consumed a hallucinogenic mushroom. Shawn, however, did not perceive any abnormalities in other aspects. You are truly a magnificent creation. Stussy continuously observed Shawn's transformation. Bang! Zephyr attempted to strike at Shawn once more, but upon sensing this indication, Shawn evaded his original position in the fleeting moment. This state was delicate, resembling a daze akin to inebriation, yet his perception was remarkably heightened. Shawn quickly formed a conjecture that it was the observation haki. Although he had not yet mastered or awakened it, he could sense that his awareness had become more acute. Contemplating this, Shawn simply closed his eyes, attuning himself to the cacophony of voices resonating within the hearts of those around him. Moment by moment, the inner voices of each individual varied, their movements imbued with a sense of foreboding. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered John leaning against his back. "Newcomer, have you succumbed to inebriation?" The drunken John extended a bottle of liquor toward Shawn. He had already sensed something was amiss, and the sight of the bottle only amplified that feeling. Shawn downed the drink in one swift gulp. The cacophony around him surged once more. The intoxication and white haze enveloped Shawn, and with his eyes closed, his senses heightened. "Shawn!" The dragon seized the opportunity to strike, its claws poised to pierce. "Dragon!" Amidst the white mist, a flash of violet lightning erupted instantaneously. Shawn grasped the dragon's hand firmly, questioning, "Have I accelerated, or have you decelerated?" "You, with your eyes shut." The dragon countered the electric assault with sheer might. What was even more astonishing was Shawn's condition. Despite having his eyes closed, he managed to engage in battle, indicating he was honing his mastery of observation hockey. Curse this unbearable torment of overexertion. At this rate of growth, the battle in the Valley of the Gods will soon reach its conclusion. Shawn has significantly strengthened in all aspects. Long has observed that not only Shawn, but also other members of the Rocks Pirates are growing stronger. It would be unfortunate to finally defeat one of the Rocks, only to have more formidable foes emerge. Your concerns are quite valid. Shawn accelerated his assault, even as he pursued the dragon. In contrast to the earlier forced confrontation, this ephemeral state enveloped in white mist proved to be far more potent. However, the longer it was sustained, the more pronounced the side effects of the modified potion became. The prior side effects had not vanished, they merely lay dormant, temporarily subdued beneath the overwhelming potency of the new enhancement. Shawn is utterly gambling with his life, wagering that he can endure until the very end to obtain the meatball fruit. He intends to expel all the agony coursing through his body. Although the pain is undeniably real, Shawn remains completely indifferent. As his own type, he is unfazed by such injuries, as long as he does not perish. He will push himself to the limits. Can you truly hear the whispers of my inner thoughts? Long harbors doubts about Shawn, perceiving him as an unawakened half-hearted practitioner lacking in observation hockey. It is subtle, almost imperceptible. Shawn, inebriated, stumbled precariously, nearly toppling over after a few unsteady steps. Yet, fueled by the potency of the alcohol, the heat emanating from him intensified. Boom! The flames surged through the ocean, evaporating hundreds of meters of seawater. As the dragon evaded, a wave of concern washed over him. This fellow has grown stronger. Who is this fellow? Is it me? Shawn materialized behind the dragon, appearing ethereal, akin to a specter. The burning white mist emanating from the side effects of the potion, combined with the faint white glow triggered by the moon lion, and the violet lightning merging the black dragon form with the fur tribe, rendered Shawn as an apparition that seemed out of place in the ocean. Insanity. The dragon was reluctant to utter another word to Shawn. He was purely inhuman. Let us go. Zephyr and Crane forged a path, seizing the opportunity to escort the dragon away. As they passed, they cast a glance at Shawn, only to be followed by a cadre of elite generals skilled in domineering presence and swordsmanship encircling him. On the sandy beach, numerous warships drew near, as landing marines collectively surrounded Shawn. Support Shawn. He cannot withstand this for long. Crane then turned his gaze toward the opposite side of Divine Valley. With the physical stamina of all humans severely depleted and injuries mounting, the battle between Roger, and Garp was reaching its conclusion. As night fell, the primary forces of both pirates and navy hastened toward Divine Valley, while others were forbidden from entering, for it would only result in unnecessary casualties. What fate awaited Shawn? Before departing, Kaido glanced back at the encircled Shawn. What was there to gain in such chaos? Shouldn't pirates be enamored with treasure and wealth? Captain John sat upon the ground, his back to the increasingly disoriented Shawn. Observing this scene, it appeared all was well. Ling decisively departed aboard the Thundercloud, while Stussy had long vanished, secretly concealed aboard a warship, surreptitiously monitoring Shawn's condition. Newcomer, are you smoking a cigar? Fool, do not emulate Skid's poor habits. And certainly, do not follow Rocks. He is far too fond of gambling, even risking his life. As John rose, he too was enveloped by Shawn's white mist, mistaking it for smoke. Senior, thank you. When did Shawn and John first meet? Was it within the confines of the food storage compartment aboard the pirate ship? or during their initial rescue as apprentice crew members. Regardless, let us commence from this point. Fiery breath, drunken firestorm. The two launched their simultaneous attacks. On the sandy coast, a multitude of elite marine soldiers launched their assault. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the elite generals from the era of Garp and the warring states engaged in a full-scale offensive. Shawn and John stood back to back, forging a path through the flames. Meanwhile, the battle in the Valley of the Gods had entered its final phase. Attack. There could be no respite. They were both key members of the Rocks Pirates, alongside a newly appointed intern. Although the latter bore no bounty as of yet, Kaido, also an intern, had already amassed a bounty in the hundreds of millions of berries. The elite vice admirals brandished their blades, launching their assault. Most had begun their training with the 6 powers of the Navy, transcending the limits of the human body. Through countless battles and rigorous training, they mastered the dual-color haki. Subsequently, they advanced further with their swords, leading the sailors in conjunction with firepower. This methodology would later be adopted by Zifa to cultivate the next generation of formidable naval warriors. Among them were also a number of devil fruit users, predominantly of the common Zoan type. Yet, their formidable regenerative abilities significantly enhanced their combat prowess. In the ranks of elite vice admirals, achieving 5 or more qualifications elevated one to the level of Demon Slayer order. Shawn and John found themselves besieged by such an onslaught. One was a drunken fool, while the other was teetering on the brink of madness. No matter how many more joined the fray, fear was an alien concept to them. For these two individuals, whose consciousness was all but extinguished, the overwhelming barrage of firepower posed little threat. Shawn deftly evaded blades and bullets, at times even catching the glint of a blade with his bare hands. His adversaries grew increasingly ferocious, their offensive speed compounding with each encounter. The elite generals, especially when united, proved formidable, not to mention the vice admiral leading the Marines into the fray. The battlefield descended into chaos. Only now had a semblance of change emerged. The reinforcement of pirates dwindled while the Navy's numbers swelled. After all, maintaining a vast naval presence across the world required profound resources. Even disregarding the advanced combat capabilities of the Red Continent, the disparity in numbers between pirates and Marines was striking. Yet, it was the dawning of the Rocks era that saw an influx of pirates set sail. The emergence of Roger launched everything into an unprecedented frenzy. "Do not fear them," declared the Rocks Pirates, all wielders of unique abilities. "We possess sea stone. Open fire. As long as they are human, there will come a moment of exhaustion." The onslaught continued unabated. The brutality of God Valley surpassed even that of the Marineford War. How could a once mighty Whitebeard, now in the twilight of his years, be compared to his former self? John, feeling weary, leaned against Shawn's back and dozed off. "This is not the time for slumber, John." With a single strike, Shawn vanquished the assailant. Reason gradually slipped away. Amidst the confusion, the cacophony of voices grew ever louder, following the call of his heart. He deftly evaded attacks while simultaneously launching his own counteroffensive. Shawn resembles a fish stranded upon the shore, seemingly ensnared yet capable of embracing the tide at any moment. John lay drunkenly upon the ground, gazing at the stars that gradually faded from view, his eyes clouded with inebriation. "Do you understand?" Newcomer. The majority of the Rocks Pirates have spent their youth amidst the chaos of war. We were shaped by this world, and now they cower before us. It is truly absurd. Had I not crossed paths with that fellow Rocks, I would be scouring some distant sea for new treasures. A rear admiral wielding a curved sword launched an attack, poised to strike John just as the moment arrived. Shane lifted him up with a firm grip. "John, if you continue to drink like this, you will meet your demise." The swaying Captain John hurled the empty bottle away. He wandered about carelessly, yet skillfully evading bullets and blades. With bleary eyes, he gazed at Shane, pointing at the towering figure before him, resembling a beast in form. He solemnly declared, "Rocks is a gambler. He dares to wager anything. The treasures I desire and the exquisite wines I relish can all be mine, provided I emerge victorious in the gamble. Frankly, I prefer the pursuit of treasure and the hosting of grand feasts over bloodshed. But Rocks has proclaimed that victory in gambling opens the door to all the treasures of the world. We may seek out the finest wines from every corner of the seas to raise our glasses in celebration. Do you think we can win?" Suddenly, Captain John succumbed to nausea. Yet, as he retched, the haze of inebriation rapidly spread around him. Amidst the cacophony of tumultuous thoughts, Shawn found himself inexplicably in sync with Captain John. The forms of the Black Dragon and the Azure Dragon stemmed from the same lineage. Under the influence of intoxication, An inherent explosive power surged forth. By a stroke of serendipity, guided by Captain John's leadership, Shawn managed to mimic and grasp certain techniques. Be cautious. The surrounding sailors collapsed to the ground. An elite admiral, wielding dual swords, swiftly shielded his comrades. Retreat. John invoked the power of the fruit. That drunken haze would surely render one unconscious. The sailors, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Yet, barely had they taken a few steps when the noxious scent of liquor surrounded them. The temperature surged dramatically. Scorching flames ignited the mist in an instant, engulfing the beach in an inferno. John belched, seemingly regaining a modicum of sobriety. Newcomer, Shawn. Rox has commenced his final gamble. Although I am unsure why I divulge all this to you, the fact that Rox has come to this juncture is but the work of fate. He led Shawn from the fiery abyss, casually approaching an oak chest, which he kicked open, retrieving a bottle of red wine. He drank heartily, a considerable amount spilling from the corners of his mouth. Shawn's breath quickened, his heartbeat racing. The intoxicating haze dissipated, leaving only the will to survive. A mist emerged from the corners of his mouth, a manifestation of the cellular turmoil within. In this dire circumstance, Shawn's perception and physical prowess surged remarkably, as if he were undergoing a metamorphosis. Success would render him a creature of formidable power, while failure would result in a mere skeletal form shrouded in vapor. Time was of the essence, with only until dawn remaining. Once the effects of the potion waned, the intensifying agony would consume him entirely. John and Shawn found themselves besieged by the pursuing elite generals, yet were fortuitously aided by the Carbon siblings, as barriers thwarted the onslaught of swords and might. The two stood resolutely at the valley's threshold, seemingly unwilling to advance further, until the outcome of the ultimate confrontation was determined. Cunning strategists like them would not easily align themselves. Should Rox falter, they would disperse, yet if he triumphed, their faces would illuminate with smiles, proclaiming their role in thwarting the Navy's reinforcements. As they traversed the valley, John engaged in casual conversation. Hive Island was the realm of pirates, a lawless sanctuary where anything could be bartered, even crew members. One fateful day, Rox emerged, a gambler blessed with extraordinary fortune. His strength and allure were equally formidable. As he triumphed time and again, even I fell to his prowess, yet he offered a more substantial wager, urging us all to join him in betting on this revolutionary battle. The victor would ascend as the new sovereign of the world. You were the last to board. Now, the stakes reached their zenith. However, the Rox pirates had never truly been united. From the outset, the burden of the wager rested solely upon him. Rox sought to alter the very fabric of fate. John stood amidst the valley, darkness clawing at the looming cliffs. The stone sculptures around him bore witness to the battles fought here. On the other side of the scale lay the entirety of the world. Shawn arrived at this place, the final battleground of the War of the Gods. The victor claims everything, while the vanquished must start anew. The Golden Lion, wielding dual swords, remains steadfast atop the precipice despite his injuries. Rayleigh and Jabba stand in solidarity, safeguarding their crew from attack, yet they too bear wounds of varying severity. The Silver Axe, encased in heavy armor, conceals an unseen gaze beneath his mask. Wang Ji is half merged with the island, maintaining a semblance of humanity, resembling a mass of sludge. Whitebeard stands tall, his silhouette refracted in the dense clouds, signaling a climactic confrontation. It seems that even wounded, Newgate has no intention of retreating. Sengoku, supported by Zephyr, is swathed in bandages. Both appear grim, burdened by the weight of an uncertain future. Perhaps justice has never felt as heavy as it does in this moment, one that may linger for decades to come. Crane sits upon a dilapidated chair, behind which lie the unheated figures of Steel Bone, Satan Saint, and Green Ghost, all resting on stretchers without medical aid. It was once a hospital, and it is no wonder that no one intervenes to save them. Both doctors and nurses have perished in the hunting games of the celestial dragons, a fitting consequence of their circumstances. Ling Ling, arms crossed, leans against the wall, and if not for her unique constitution, she too would have succumbed to unconsciousness. More gravely injured is Kaido, lost in thought, fixated on the heart of the battlefield. On the Navy's side, Bogart grips his sword tightly, yet feels powerless to assist. In this moment, he yearns to charge forth like Roger. But the lifeless body of a celestial dragon on the ground reminds him of the impossibility of such a notion. Dragon sensed Shawn's arrival instantly but refrained from speaking. Cradled in his arms is a box, recently discarded by Garp. Yet, he hesitates to open it, for it symbolizes a path to strength, entwined with the winds of fate. Sooner or later, Dragon will unveil this box and consume the fated devil fruit. John lies amidst the rubble, his head resting on an oak barrel from which he sips a drink. None possess the strength to continue fighting. Nearly 3 days have passed since the onset of the War of the Gods. Their stamina has been depleted in battles against formidable foes, compounded by unforeseen events and injuries inflicted by external interference. The initial onslaught by Rox and the losses incurred while subduing the Knights of God have pushed the Rox pirates, the Roger pirates, and the Navy to their limits. All they can do now is strive to recover their strength before their stamina is replenished. The ultimate victor will determine the future dominion of the seas. Luck has always favored Rox. John takes a sip of his drink and drifts into a deep slumber. Shawn has become utterly perplexed, unable to discern whether this is a feigned slumber or genuine repose. No one present can be deemed trustworthy. As Captain John himself has articulated, Rox is inherently a gambler, and each member of his pirate crew serves as a wager. Now, at the precipice of fate, the sole remaining chip is none other than Rox himself. The victor claims everything. The winner inevitably devours all. What about this time? Lingling is bewildered. How is it that both Garp and Roger, mere mortals, still possess strength to fight after all this time? How has the usually invincible Rox found himself momentarily thwarted? One must not falter, for should defeat ensue, everyone will be compelled to start anew. All efforts made thus far would be scattered across the vast ocean. Henceforth, no one shall ever be able to reunite these formidable creatures of the Rox pirates. There exists but one Rox upon the sea. As a group of nearly incapacitated individuals fixate intently on 3 pivotal chips in battle, Shawn's demeanor is utterly outrageous. His entire being emanates a cloud of white vapor, akin to stepping into a steamer. Might their overwhelming presence inadvertently spell doom for us fragile pirates? As mere apprentice crew members, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. Shawn is indeed worthy of being called the crispy pirate. However, no ordinary human has managed to endure to this point. Had it been Garp or Roger who triumphed, the Rox pirates would undoubtedly have crumbled like a fallen tree, scattering its members. Yet, if Rox emerges victorious, all the naval reinforcements will be turned to stone, obliterated in the darkness, reduced to mere fragments. With his overwhelming haki, he would rally his restored crew and lay siege to the marine headquarters. Everyone is acutely aware that only 2 outcomes are possible, for both sides find it exceedingly difficult to secure another opportunity. Rox has schemed tirelessly for this day. Not only did the Knights of God fortuitously seize the treasures of Hive Island, but the Rox pirates have also cleverly turned the tables. Upon victory, not only could they annihilate the marine headquarters, but they could also use Saint Satan and the Knights of God as leverage. God Valley has transformed into an isolated isle, shrouded in mist. Both the naval forces and the pirates who came to assist have become lost within it. Only the eternal pointer can guide them to their destination. Shawn leaned against the precipice, intermittently struck by falling stones, reminiscent of a kettle being struck. At the heart of the battlefield, 3 men had been locked in a tense standoff for an extended duration, preparing to unleash their final confrontation. Rox was enveloped in darkness, his long hair undulating like serpents of shadow. An aura of dominance enveloped his hands, the conqueror's haki coiling around him, while the armament haki resonated in the air. His eyes glowed crimson, discerning the futures of all present and attuned to their innermost thoughts. No reinforcements on this island, regardless of their location or strength, could elude Rox's observation haki. The dark aura crackled with electric intensity, sending tremors through the debris-laden ground. The other 2 men formed a triangular formation around him. Garp flexed his fists, blue and white lightning intertwining. The advanced haki, when unleashed, could evoke a tempest of electricity, particularly evident in the clash of Conqueror's haki. Garp's iron fists had been honed to perfection through this battle, destined to witness countless pirates fall before his might. Silence reigned, punctuated only by the palpable tension of their confrontation. They were all gathering their strength, and once unleashed, it would culminate in an exhilarating clash. The Conqueror's haki surged along Roger's sword, reminiscent of Shank's power when he expelled Green Bull. The blood-red aura coiled like a dragon around the sword's edge. In an instant, Roger, who had been visible to all, vanished. Indeed, he stood there, still within sight, yet he had become invisible within the realm of observation haki. Roger's transformation drew astonished glances from the powerful haki users around him. Rox regarded him with a hint of curiosity, while Garp sensed an anomaly. Outside the battlefield, Shawn blinked in disbelief. He had disappeared. Roger's presence had faded. This was the Conqueror's haki enveloping him, obscuring the perception of observation haki. a lethal technique that, when combined with rapid movement, could achieve total invisibility. The hockey had not ceased. The path of the sword was merely beginning. At this moment, Roger advanced further along the road of the hockey user. He was still youthful, the straw hat resting upon his neck, devoid of his iconic beard. And people habitually referred to him as Roger, the straw hat. Kaido blinked in surprise, uttering a phrase that would forever resonate within him. Only hockey reigns supreme over all. Boom. Darkness, blood red, blue, and white, 3 waves of Conqueror's hockey erupted simultaneously like missiles. Gold, Roger, Monkey D, Garp, Rocks D, Jibek. In the name of D. A fated confrontation unfolded. In this moment, the Valley of the Gods is engulfed in a tempest. The sky, once shrouded in clouds, is shattered into fragments, while thunder reverberates ominously. Outside the valley, the arriving marines and pirates succumb, collapsing under the overwhelming force of Conqueror's hockey. The waves surge relentlessly, heralding the commencement of a climactic battle. The roar of Conqueror's hockey resonates throughout. Lightning courses through the Valley of the Gods like water, drifting between heaven and earth, tearing apart the very souls of every survivor. Whoosh! A bullet whizzes through the air, launched from the opposite side of the valley. Yet, as the shot is fired, the wielder is rendered unconscious by the sheer impact of the hockey. Shawn's head swayed slightly, effortlessly evading the bullets. Despite the fatigue in his eyes, the frosty breath escaping his lips, and the searing sensation within his innards, his bloodline's essence pulsated through him, as every cell validated Shawn's rhythm. Not only did he survive, but he also grew stronger. The Valley of the Gods trembled, as colossal boulders shattered from the sheer cliffs. Shawn swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a cascade of falling debris. The overwhelming force of their presence rendered the valley devoid of any refuge. It was imperative to flee quickly. Remaining any longer would surely lead to demise. How infuriating. Who still possessed the strength to continue? Perhaps it would be better to perish together. The valley trembled violently as the trio's formidable aura unleashed tangible devastation. As Shawn heard a sharp crack emanating from the cliff behind him, a fissure rapidly extended, causing a colossal boulder, comparable to a battleship, to plummet. In an instant, he deftly evaded the impending threat. In this era devoid of pacifists, the Marines stand as the predominant force upon the seas. Presently, a multitude of reinforcements is being suppressed by the overwhelming might of hockey, leaving only those formidable enough to withstand such ferocity. At the pinnacle of his power, Shanks' Conqueror's hockey could render even the elite vice admirals of the headquarters momentarily dazed. Currently, a clash unfolds between the peak powers of Rocks, Roger, and Garp. It appears to be a 3-way standoff, yet in reality, Rocks reigns supreme. The two adversaries continue to engage in fierce combat, forming a strategic alliance to counteract their formidable opponent. The ground trembles as sand is violently stirred, transforming those Marines who once aimed to land at the port into mere statues. Rocks possesses an abundance of devastating attacks. The dark fruit, the sweet fruit, and his Conqueror's hockey, each capable of annihilating the approaching reinforcements. The numerical advantage they boasted is rendered utterly meaningless in his presence. Such a level of hockey can strip away one's will. The vice admirals on the beach, initially intent on drawing their swords to pursue, were unexpectedly rendered unconscious the moment they attempted to rise, overwhelmed by the formidable Dark Conqueror's hockey. Shawn inhaled deeply, grappling with the nascent mastery of his observation hockey. Were it not for the activating pills that invigorated his cells and the formidable physique granted by his dragon form, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Kaido was teetering on the brink of collapse, but fortunately, he was shielded by Lean's Conqueror's hockey. Foolish Kaido, are you still burning with fever? Use your Conqueror's hockey. Lean's words jolted Kaido from his stupor. Boom. In that instant, it was as though Pandora's box had been flung open. To counter the reckless onslaught of Conqueror's hockey unleashed by the trio, layer upon layer of hockey barriers materialized. Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, Lin, Kaido, and Sengoku all seemed to have descended into madness, wielding their hockey with fervor. They stood like formidable barriers, repelling the overwhelming force of hockey while simultaneously wreaking havoc. Boom. The once tranquil God Valley was ignited with fervent bloodlust once more. Waves surged higher and higher, and the sky transformed in kind. From a distance, the atmosphere above God Valley, suffused with the myriad hues of Conqueror's hockey, resembled a radiant rainbow. These lunatics. Wang Zhi had to summon his hockey for defense. Already exhausted, he found himself compelled to engage. Silver Axe was exasperated. It seemed that everyone had to be utterly drained before they could be easily dispatched. Encountering Garp could only spell trouble. John snored blissfully, completely indifferent to the chaos around him, choosing instead to lie on the ground and await his fate. With no strength left to flee, he resigned himself to the outcome of the battle. The dragon's countenance darkened upon witnessing Kaido's display of conqueror's haki. His own rebellious haki finally awakened, but being merely 17, he was evidently not as formidable as the others, yet he managed to conjure a protective barrier that barely held. At that moment, Kaido's and the dragon's gazes fell upon Shawn. The age difference among them was negligible, and they all possessed conqueror's haki. Surely Shawn did not lack it? Yet those scrutinizing gazes held no weight for Shawn. At 15, he felt an untamed beast thrashing within him, desperate to break free from its confines. No matter how fiercely it struggled, the cage remained unyielding. It was unbearable. Why must they suppress me? A heart that yearns for sovereignty will inevitably shatter its prison. This place resembled a primeval forest, rife with prehistoric beasts lurking in the shadows. The suffocating atmosphere compelled him. Release me. The sensation of confinement was excruciating. Shawn found himself in a state of turmoil. Despite this irrational body summoning every ounce of vitality, the indomitable spirit befitting a king refused to capitulate easily. With a resounding roar, the cage shattered under the relentless onslaught of nearly 10 forms of the conqueror's haki, each more chaotic than the last. Shan's eyes blazed crimson as a ferocious beast awakened within him. The black dragon was no longer an illusion, but a formidable dragon imbued with the majesty of its kind. Roar! The sound of its dragon's cry reverberated through the air. A surge of dark purple conqueror's haki was unleashed from Shawn's body, a manifestation of an uncontrollable awakening. The unwillingness to submit to fate revealed the essence of a king. Although its intensity did not match that of the current dragon, the aura it exuded was unparalleled. The mastery of armament haki was in its nascent stages, while the learning of observation haki was ongoing. The conqueror's haki erupted instantaneously, confirming Shawn's royal potential. Kaido beamed with delight, realizing that he should have anticipated the emergence of such an indomitable spirit, one who dared to rise above the chaos of battle and gradually become a member of the Rocks Pirates. How could such ambition for kingship not exist within him? What? Lingling's eyes widened as she witnessed Shawn awaken his conqueror's haki, her pupils constricting in disbelief. What did this signify? Another wielder of conqueror's haki. Kaido, though somewhat naive, pondered Shawn's true nature. Why did the Rocks Pirates lack unity, always embroiled in disarray? Was it not due to the abundance of ambitious souls among them? Gulalala. Lingling's sweet dreams shattered. Whitebeard laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to escape the harbor, while Stussy, concealed behind him, wore an expression of sheer joy. No wonder he could withstand my experimental drugs. Let us hope he does not perish in God's valley. Amidst the debris, Zephyr shattered the rubble with a single punch, another menace. He should have been dealt with earlier. Did Lingling foresee his royal potential when she intervened? Indeed. He was a born king. Dragon felt no surprise. If Shawn were not destined for kingship, that would be dreadfully mundane. No wonder he could utter such words. Bogart plunged his sword into the ground, enveloping his body with armament haki to withstand the shockwave of Conqueror's haki. Before him was Sengoku, shielding others with golden shockwaves and Conqueror's haki. Why did Rocks always manage to find the most extraordinary individuals amidst the masses? Sengoku had his unspoken grievances. When would the Navy assemble a formidable group to sweep across the seas? He even dreamed of a day when the Navy headquarters could boast 3 powerful admirals. Preferably, they would be of the natural type, endowed with vitality and expansive attack range, truly the epitome of perfection. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt a pang of sorrow. Reality remained harsh. The Navy's next generation consisted solely of the young Bogart and the adolescent dragon. Ha ha ha! Rocks roared with laughter, his voice echoing. I have triumphed once more. The next generation of the sea is yet another unwilling king. Others may disdain ambitious souls, but I revel in them. The more such individuals there are, the more the celestial dragons tremble and the more restless you all become. Shawn, catch my haki. As the bindings of Rock's fist dissipated, his long hair danced wildly. Approaching the break of dawn, yet the moon still holds a place. As the moon line of Shawn begins to wane, pain surges forth. Just as willpower teeters on the brink of dissolution, the Conqueror's haki of Rocks pierces through Shawn's heart like a potent elixir, reigniting his spirit. Awaken, for this is a battle for the supremacy of the seas. He commands. As crew members, you must keep your eyes wide open. Do not let a mere pang of discomfort extinguish your resolve. I endured double the torment every moment. Sometimes, such suffering can refine the human spirit like no other. With Rock's thunderous exhortation, crew member Shawn jolts back to consciousness. The cacophony in his ears fades away, the crimson haze in his vision dissipates, and the moon lion's grip is completely released. Yet, he has yet to fully grasp the art of observation hockey. Shawn felt an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. After the state was lifted, he indeed persevered until dawn, yet the agony and suffering did not abate. In fact, they multiplied manifold. Every cell within him wailed in torment. It cannot be said that misfortune has turned into fortune. Rather, it signifies a moment of transformation. Enduring through this ordeal may lead to success and strength, while failing to withstand it could result in a demise right where one stands. A newly awakened sovereign of conquerors hockey met his end in the Valley of the Gods. It is a tale so outrageous it is hard to believe. There was no bounty, no illustrious past achievements. Only the formidable warriors who participated in the battle in the Valley of the Gods spoke of a young man named Shawn, whose potential was boundless. Yet he ultimately perished there. How did he meet his end? It was due to an overdose of medicine. The side effects proved fatal. Shawn was unwilling to endure such humiliation. Ahem. Blood continuously spilled from his mouth, and confronting such agony while conscious was utterly unbearable. It felt as though his organs, bones, and mind were simultaneously shattering. A cacophony of sensations, aching, stinging, burning, and dull pain, tore through his entire being. Shawn was engulfed in a searing sensation as he transitioned from his beastly form back to his human body. He was incessantly depleting the energy he had previously stored, leaving him emaciated, with sunken dark eyes and a pallid complexion. It appeared he was on the brink of death. Hey, newcomer, don't you dare perish here. The battle among those three is far from over, Wang Ji exclaimed as he seized Shawn and, with the benevolent use of the island fruits ability, melded Shawn into the rugged cliffside. At least this way, the lad would be safe from falling debris. The mountain acted as a protective cocoon, binding Shawn in an immobile embrace. It hurts, damn it. It hurts so much, Shawn murmured repeatedly, fixated on a few words. The sensation of pain indeed permeated throughout his entire being, searing every inch of skin and every fiber of flesh. It felt as though he were on the verge of evaporating, growing increasingly frail, resembling nothing more than a mere skeleton. What did you feed that boy? The white-bearded man cast a composed glance towards Stussy. Shawn's condition is utterly absurd. The Zoan-type ability user claimed to be resilient, yet has reached such a deplorable state. This reveals the extent of the abilities being exploited, as well as the outrageous side effects of the medication. Bang! Bang! The skin on Shawn's body ruptured, blood gushing forth. Even as he cried out in agony, he continued to whisper softly. His once rolling eyes struggled to blink, attempting to regain consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Stussy swiftly moved her delicate, porcelain-like hands to document the experimental results and characteristics. Little did she know that Shawn's physique was exceptionally resilient. Had it been anyone else, they would not have survived this experimental phase, having perished long before. With a physique surpassing human limits, the traits of the fur tribe, the enhancements from the mythical beast lineage, and the state of the moon lion, coupled with the awakening of various hockey, even without mastery, all contributed to augmenting Shawn's strength. Even the sustenance provided by lingering and the impact of Rock's Conqueror's hockey were factors that culminated in Shawn's current condition. This phenomenon is irreplicable and cannot be repeated. It can be regarded as the singular anomaly prior to the successful research of bloodline factors. I have administered every conceivable potion and pill to him, Stussy remarked casually, yet was taken aback to discover that Shawn's body was still trembling, driven by sheer willpower to restore itself. Those were treasures gathered from various seas around the world, including the Grand Line and the New World. They either revive or poison. Even the Golden Lion, soaring in midair, couldn't help but comment. That kid Shawn really has poor luck to encounter you. Lingling also felt that Shawn had been taken advantage of. With such physical prowess and innate talent, he could have grown to heights unattainable by ordinary individuals, even without those potential-enhancing substances. Could it be that they were too hasty? It hurts so much. I feel as though my brain can no longer register pain. It is my soul that laments. Damn it, it hurts too much. Shawn incessantly voiced his grievances, even beginning to tremble violently as he endeavored to extricate himself from the rocky confines. So be it, let him transform into a monster. Awaken, and behold the captain's ultimate battle. Witness the moment the king of the world ascends to his throne. Rox clenched his fist tightly, launching forth with tremendous force. Garp met his strike with an iron fist, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning. The devastation wrought by his formidable presence was akin to that of an entire town. Crashing against the mountainside, concealed within, Wang Ji immediately took cover. Yet, Shawn is undeniably enduring the pain. How delightful. Even though it is excruciating. This corporeal suffering awakens Shawn's consciousness more than the torment deep within his soul. He begins to perceive the sensations throughout his body. You always delight in deceiving those who ought to uphold justice, branding them as malevolent. Garp delivers a powerful blow, his strikes resonating like a tempest. Rox effortlessly counters these attacks, all the while mocking, "What do you mean by deception? Lei and Kaido were nearly bought off by your navy. Wasn't it your navy that previously funded the Sisters of the Lamb House with berries? Spare me your childish lies. Shawn and Kaido are fully aware of their own experiences." Rox embodies pure evil. He scorns the need for pretense. His fists strike with visceral force, inflicting pain that penetrates Garp's very bones. The unleashed haki shatters the surrounding cliffs, creating a cacophony of tumultuous sounds. Flowery words. There are always those oppressed by wickedness who yearn to join in its corruption. Why not aspire to justice and become a savior of others? Garp's sense of justice will not allow him to fall easily. His last hope must remain at least partially within his grasp. Every individual in dire straits perceives their adversary as an omnipotent force, a dark source capable of annihilating the world. Yet, perhaps to others, this foe is merely an inconsequential pawn. The world appears entirely different to the strong. Rox has always believed this. His ambition is to become the king of all minions. He intends to gather those with royal potential under his banner. Only when all are kneeling at his feet can he truly claim the title of king of the world. He needs to up the ante, otherwise, those monstrous Zoan users will awaken. Rox possesses unparalleled knowledge of all fruit users. He immediately strikes the ground, darkness rapidly spreading, consuming everything once more. Only in this manner can the Zoan users like Steelbone and Satan continue to slumber. More importantly, he must severely injure the remaining foes, creating a situation highly advantageous to himself. To win the game consistently, one must be the dealer. That lad Shawn is quite remarkable. But he is ill-suited for your pirate crew. Our Roger pirates would be more than eager to welcome him. Roger grips his straw hat and clasps the hilt of his sword. The blood-red haki atop the blade twists and contorts, forming an undeniable aura. The sword of the king. A weapon of a free monarch unwilling to be restrained by anyone. What are you saying? Do you wish to steal my prey as well? Rox spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. To his crew, he did not seem particularly towering. However, amidst ordinary men, his physique was undeniably extraordinary, comparable to that of Roger and Garp. The darkness expanded without restraint, enveloping the entirety of God Valley. Regardless of allies or foes, Rox ensnared them all indiscriminately. It was only through such reckless abandon that maximum destruction could be wrought. His crew had long since grown accustomed to this. They could only rely on their own haki to withstand the chaos, for the battle had reached a critical juncture. Roger, would you care to join my pirate crew? Rox extended his fingers, gesturing an invitation. I refuse, Roger declared, slicing through the air with his sword. Once again, it is thus, Rox clenched his fist, and the darkness abruptly swallowed all sound. God Valley was plunged into eternal night. The bizarre lights in the sky vanished as well. Meanwhile, Shawn, embedded in the cliff, gasped for breath. His fingers emerged from the rock, and he opened his eyes. The sounds of his heartbeat, his breathing, the cracking of stone, and the destructive roar of darkness consuming all resonated around him. Shawn listened intently, his surroundings gradually falling into a serene hush. His entire being had grown considerably frail. With great effort, he freed himself from the confines of the stone wall, and the anguish that had resided deep within his soul finally dissipated. As his battered body made contact with the ground once more, he experienced a fleeting sense of having survived a calamity. Regrettably, there was no sustenance to be found. Otherwise, Shawn could have hastened his recovery. This weakened form was, indeed, ill-suited for combat. The moon had yet to fully retreat. While the sun timidly began its ascent from the eastern horizon, Shawn stood alone in the canyon. As sunlight poured into the Valley of the Gods like fresh orange juice filling a cup, Shawn was the first to indulge. A sensation of euphoria coursing through his entire being. Before him loomed a dark orb, filling half of the Valley of the Gods. No sounds emanated from within. Only the cacophony of destruction and chaos surrounding him could be heard. The siblings, the black carbon duo, had lowered their barrier, gazing in shock at the scene unfolding before them. The waves were gradually subsiding. A multitude of pirates and marines landed, treading over the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Advancing towards the heart of the battlefield, there lay a resident of the Valley of the Gods, on the brink of starvation. A marine spotted Shawn. Ignore him. Our orders are to protect the celestial dragons. Are you certain anyone is still alive? That massive black sphere has devoured everything. Our mission is to rescue all celestial dragons. Nothing else matters. The marines charged forth, while some pirates seized the opportunity to infiltrate, seeking treasures amidst the chaos. Yet, Shawn was aware that one by one, they would all meet their demise. The monsters in their eyes were about to make their reappearance. Sister, they are not dead. Black Charcoal Senmaru exclaimed in astonishment, hastily erecting a barrier for defense. It was futile. Before rocks, the powers of the fruits would be rendered ineffective. Though Black Charcoal Mukin spoke thus, his body was honest enough to decisively hide behind the barrier. Shawn meanders indifferently through the valley. When confronted with an attack, he effortlessly evades. Even as bullets whiz by, he merely shifts his body to avoid them. Listen, young one. Once the captain returns after unleashing the darkness, everything will be thrown into chaos. It would be wise for you to remain compliant. The most cowardly among them, Wang Ji, even attempts to counsel Shawn. Hunger. I fear not the pain. Shawn was utterly indifferent, solely focused on the pursuit of sustenance. Bread, the storeroom of the celestial dragons. John sat atop a massive oak barrel, taking hearty swigs from an enormous beer mug. Shawn glanced up at him. The two could be considered kindred spirits, one with a penchant for drinking and the other for indulging in culinary delights. Beneath the oak barrel, an abundance of delectable provisions was arranged within wooden crates. Shawn plunged headlong into the depths, voraciously consuming. Drink. Drink to the fullest. John raised his goblet towards the rising sun. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness of the Valley of the Gods, Shawn felt the earth tremble beneath him. Immediately, a powerful shockwave surged from behind. Rocks unleashed his darkness. All that had been ensnared by the shadows was now liberated. The force of the impact was sufficient to resonate throughout the valley. The once mighty marines, who had just pursued into the fray, were sent flying by the force. Ha ha ha. I have proclaimed it before, no one shall be exempt. To survive, one must endure until the bitter end. Rock's voice, enchanting and resonant, echoed throughout the valley, responding to the ears of all reinforcements. They beheld a scene of harrowing spectacle. Illuminated by the sunlight, countless structures lay in ruins, stones and gold raining from the heavens. The celestial dragon saint of the five elders had yet to awaken anew, suffering grievous blows even in his dreams. The saint of Greenbow plummeted from the sky, accompanied by the celestial knights of the dragon, the very backbone of the navy. Their most formidable forces were nothing more than defeated remnants, ravaged by rocks. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were likewise drenched in blood. No one could remain unaffected. In this battle, only one victor could emerge. Rox was aware that dissent would arise, each harboring their own ambitions. Yet what of it? All would be subdued under the influence of the dark fruit, and their final hopes would be shattered. The sole victor could only be him. Flee. Hope was utterly crushed. Those who had landed in the Valley of the Gods hastily turned to retreat. With nothing left, they would inevitably face death. The sea, indeed the entire world, belonged to Rox. Wishing to escape? I have not granted permission. Rock's ambition and madness unleashed the other side of the sweet fruit's power. The onslaught of fruit-derived strength petrified all reinforcements upon the island. Statues stood rigidly in the distance, each a monument to struggle, pain, and helplessness. Outside the Valley of the Gods, the last remnant of reinforcements aboard the warships felt a chilling dread. They had never imagined fear could manifest so palpably. Before them lay the Valley of the Gods, a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. Mountains of corpses, countless stone statues, and debris raining from the sky. Those once hailed as legends were now gravely wounded or dead. What could these ordinary souls do? Why does this world harbor a monster like Rox? Why? I merely wish to return home alive. Have I erred? I implore you, can we not turn the ship around? I wish to survive. Despair has utterly conquered all. Before this, Rox had repeatedly vanquished his adversaries using this very despair. Wherever he tread, subjugation followed, earning him the title of King of the World. Commanding all the might of piracy, Rox now challenges the entire globe. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. All that the people can do is hold their breath, hoping to render death a little less agonizing. Silence. Rocks. Garp emerged from the ruins, his body stained with blood from forehead to foot. His fists were no exception. Yet as a non-devil fruit user, this was the limit of his endurance. You keep a vigilant watch outside. Justice cannot easily be toppled. I am Garp. I shall shatter everything with my iron fist. He rose to his feet, oblivious to his own words. It was a battle, and nothing but battle remained. In the face of despair, the strong must wield their fists against the mightier. I say, Rayleigh. Roger stood upon the rubble, his feet breaking the ground beneath him, blood dripping from his blade. Behind him, Rayleigh, who had withstood Rock's heavy blow, struggled to regain his breath. I promised to overturn the world, and I vowed I would never die. Roger turned to face Rocks, his breath vanishing once more. He wielded his conqueror's haki with near-perfect finesse, appearing to vanish before others. Of course, we shall strive together for that very goal. Roger, let us fell our foes once more. Rayleigh raised his long sword, paying homage to his captain as the first mate. The members of the Roger pirates, each grievously wounded, raised their swords in solidarity. They were an elite crew of pirates, yearning for freedom and adventure, devoid of the reinforcements that the Rocks pirates or the Marine headquarters possessed. Their only reliance was upon one another. Rocks, the moment that will cast the darkest shadow over your life is upon you. Roger elegantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In God Valley, only the three of them remained to continue the fight. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion stood guard on one side, while Captain Shawn and John occupied the other. Perhaps it was a twist of fate that divided them into entirely different eras. Shawn, indulging in his feast, gradually regained his color. Turning his head, the sun-drenched Roger glanced back. In that year, he bore stubble, far cleaner than the familiar bearded visage of later years, with droplets of blood tracing his jawline. Drawn by the pull of gravity, Shawn turned around, locking eyes with him. John appeared as an observer, silently taking in the scene without uttering a word. Young man, there is much confusion in your gaze. If there is no path back on the vast ocean, then join my pirate ship. After all, the Rocks pirates are on the brink of collapse. Roger flashed a confident smile at Shawn, exuding an unwavering assurance in his prowess. This time, the outcome would be determined. Life and death would be at stake. Rocks. Garp swung his fists, his body like lightning, radiating electric energy. His haki, akin to a constricting serpent, obliterated all obstacles in his path. The onlookers, trapped in despair, gazed upon this duel. Zephyr and Sengoku leaned against each other, their eyes filled with concern for Garp. They feared not only his potential defeat, but also his unyielding resolve to fight to the bitter end. This battle, in truth, should not have involved so many participants. Yet, one after another, more individuals rushed to lend their support. Originally, if Steelbone Kong had not led the charge personally, the combatants would have been limited to the Rocks pirates, the Roger pirates, the Knights of God, and the elite forces led by Garp. However, now an entire era was entangled in this conflict. The timing was uncanny. The future warlords of the sea were either yet to be born or merely children, existing in the age preceding the rise of the three great heroes and the four emperors of the sea. It was an epoch dominated solely by Rocks, a time when even Steelbone Kong struggled to contend. With his awakened devil fruit, exceptional pinnacle combat skills, and the supreme mastery of the three types of haki, he firmly occupied the throne of the strongest. With the dark fruit in his possession, his abilities were formidable, suppressing his opponents. Meanwhile, the sweet fruit added an unprecedented level of destruction. In facing him, one had to be wary not only of being consumed by darkness, but also of the potential for petrification when defenses weakened. If an unparalleled beauty consumed the sweet fruit, her irresistible allure would lead to the petrification of those unable to withstand her beauty. Conversely, if an ambitious warlord were to consume it, their presence would be magnified exponentially. The greater the fear they instilled in others, the easier it became for those others to be petrified. This unique characteristic further augmented the power of Conqueror's haki, enabling Rocks to possess the capability to sweep through legions, even when alone in battle, devouring, petrifying, stunning. Each one could annihilate an ordinary person in an instant. From the outset, only those with formidable haki were deemed worthy to face him, and they had to be as pure in haki as possible. Otherwise, their own devil fruit abilities, even if only momentarily exploited by the dark fruit, would severely deplete their strength. Even those possessing powerful abilities alongside immunity to their effects would still be affected. As the saying goes, divided forces are easily vanquished. Rox understood this principle, which is why he was the perfect match for the dark fruit. The powers of the capable are restrained, and even the dual might of the Haki fruit is diminished. On the vast ocean, relying solely on Haki to reach the pinnacle has become increasingly arduous. To this day, standing at the forefront are Roger and Garp. Besides them, even figures like Rayleigh and Zephyr pale in comparison to Rox. Indeed, as the two of you advance together, becoming the vanguards of a new era, I have often contemplated bringing you under my banner through years of growth, repeated encounters, and enmity. Alas, fate has rendered us ultimate adversaries. Throughout his life, Rox possessed strength, fortune, and cunning, ultimately expelling all potential rivals and subduing countless strong individuals. In the end, the two who refused to yield became the only ones capable of opposing him. Roger. Garp, come forth. Rox, his fist steeped in darkness, stood amidst the ruins at the highest point, his long hair swirling like serpentine shadows. Haki coursed through his being, turning a deep crimson like spilled blood. In this moment, he was not Medusa, but a Satan from the depths of hell. Dark cavern technique. Bloody gale. Paradise. As Haki surged, harmonizing with the abilities of the fruit, each strike landed with devastating precision. The moment the opponent faltered even slightly, they would succumb to petrifying fear or be ensnared by darkness, rendered immobile. Rox remained the quintessential contender, embracing the final battle for supremacy with absolute strength. Divine slaughter. Roger suddenly vanished. His speed was so exceptional, coupled with Sword's whisper, that he disappeared from Rox's perception entirely. I glimpsed all your futures. I heard every possibility within your heart. Roger swung his blade towards Rox, unleashing an explosive force and lethal power at their peak. The might of the strike cleaved a portion of the valley asunder. Rox, with a sudden stomp, countered with a punch. Darkness transformed into a tempest, perfectly aligning with Haki. The blade struck his palm. Rox laughed maniacally, his other hand poised to strike. Galactic storm. Garp's figure crashed like a meteor. His muscles tensed like coiled springs, each cell mobilizing every ounce of Haki. A blue-white lightning surged through the blood-red Haki, erupting from fists harder than alloy steel. In an instant, Haki poured forth like blood as Rox met the onslaught. Crack, crack. The clash of lightning echoed. Once again, the skies above God's valley shifted dramatically. The sounds of battle resonated from the valley, reverberating like thunder in the ears of all. Yet none dared to approach. It would be fatal. This was an absolute zone of death. Boom. The relentless assault transformed the trio into a whirlwind of indiscriminate combat. Rox fought valiantly, his fist shrouded in darkness akin to a colossal dragon, entwined into countless obsidian serpents, gaping with ravenous moss. Roger's blade surged with an overwhelming aura, devoid of any named technique. Each ordinary strike became a critical blow. With every attack, he unleashed a crimson arc that vanished into thin air, only to reappear at the moment of Rox's defense in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, Garp charged forth with reckless abandon. Perhaps it was a trait inherited from generations past. His grandson mirrored this relentless, brawling style of combat. The battle unfolded amidst a symphony of injuries and strikes, leaving Roger and Garp no respite. They bore their pain with unwavering resolve, refusing to grant Rox even the slightest opportunity to recover. The exhilaration was palpable. Rox endured the excruciating dual agony inflicted by the devil fruit, yet he reveled in it. As long as the fight persisted, vanquishing his opponents was paramount. After all, it was a matter of life or death. Blood sprayed forth like a torrential downpour. The aura crackled like lightning, a tempestuous wind. The blistering speed ignited flames that danced in the shadows of the valley. Garp spat blood, feeling an odd sense of gratitude. How fortunate to encounter such a worthy adversary in the prime of his life. Otherwise, by the time he reached the age of empty-headedness, slumber would beckon far too soon. Rox, is my fist more painful? The steel-boned Kong, lying in a corner, was rendered mute. It was not merely age that had him in a stupor. He was entirely subdued by the devil fruit's hidden power. Thankfully, Kong remained unconscious. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated by the spectacle. Blood stained Rox's teeth, a testament to the force behind Garp's punches. Youth is truly a blessing. Yet, in this world, no matter how powerful one may be, it ultimately amounts to fleeting dominance. Without immortality or supreme authority, one is rendered inconsequential. Fortunately, fate smiled upon me, leading me to it, though uncertain if I could perform the necessary surgery on myself. I must at least attempt it. Rox retrieved a devil fruit from the garments at his waist, acutely aware of his pain and injuries. This was the most critical decision in his line of work, the surgery fruit. Rox had no choice but to consume it. Initially hoping to find a worthy host, it seemed he would have to rely solely on himself. With a gulp, he swallowed the third devil fruit, transformed by his mutated essence and consumed by darkness. Rox ingested the surgery fruit just as Garp's fist was poised to strike his face. Suddenly, he vanished into thin air. Room. The scapegoat. Rock's figure reappeared directly behind Roger. I have witnessed all that you are in this moment. Roger vanished once more, employing the observation hockey. The valley erupted in chaos. This devil fruit would once again augment Rock's formidable prowess. The allure of immortality is indeed tantalizing. Regrettably, I can only gamble once. By taking this course of action, Rox has undoubtedly forfeited his claim to eternal life. Yet, he has no alternative. After all, it is impossible to perform an immortality procedure on oneself. Roger, with his keen observation, swiftly drew his sword and struck at Rox. At this juncture, it is merely a fight to the bitter end. What is there to fear? The surgery fruit he consumed is unlikely to awaken, and even the sweet fruit cannot be easily awakened. Both combatants are in a state of severe exhaustion, relying solely on endurance. Scapegoat. Rox is not a swordsman. In his hands, the surgery fruit resembles a means of instantaneous movement within a certain range. However, it also enhances his speed, making his combat style elusive and ghost-like. Gurgle, gurgle. Shawn discovered an innocent phone bug among the food. Upon answering it, the voice on the other end inquired with urgency whether the notorious Green Saint, Satan's Saint, and the Rox pirates had been completely annihilated. It was one of the 5 elders from Mariehua. Perhaps too anxious at first, they quickly regained their composure. Who are you? The 5 elders demanded. After reheating the cooled roasted meat with a jolt of purple lightning, Shawn devoured it in one swift bite. Shawn fixed his gaze upon the video phone bug on the other side, realizing what needed to be done. Some truths ought not to be concealed. Much like a blank history. Suddenly, the phone bug was disconnected. The video phone activated. Shawn shall preserve all that transpires in the Valley of the Gods. There shall come a day when it shall once again grace the world. Within the confines of the room, as Rox expended his energy, his attack speed surged relentlessly. Who now reigns as the sovereign of this world? With the elusive powers of the surgical fruit, each battle was met with remarkable ease. Garp swallowed hard, only to realize his moisture had long since evaporated. Turning his gaze, he found Rox delivering a devastating blow to his face. Blood spewed forth as Garp collapsed, attempting to seize Rox in a desperate grasp, only to be evaded in an instant. Roger's blade struck at the very heart of the matter. Rox, wielding a knife in one hand, delivered a punishing blow to Roger's abdomen. Despite his advantage, the world's king continuously adjusted his breath, with not a single part of him unscathed. I am the ultimate victor. Ha. This battle stands as the most brutal I have ever encountered. For decades, I have not had a single day without growing stronger, all for this moment. Rox's fists were drenched in the blood of Roger and Garp. As the last hope of the sea, Garp and Roger were struck by Rox's fist, which unleashed a sonic boom, sending them crashing into the mountainside, leaving a web of destruction in their wake. The man, who was at the pinnacle of power, remained unable to shake Rox, the strongest of the sea's conquerors. Originally, I had sought to consume the meatball fruit, which would have completely nullified the side effects of the dark fruit, to let this world experience pain, and to bounce across the globe at will. I have traversed countless seas in my lifetime, thus relying on the fruit's properties allows for effortless passage. What say you, Roger? Rox afforded no opportunity for either to escape again. Even as he laid bare his innermost thoughts, he accelerated his assault. The hockey-infused punches rained down upon Roger's chest, threatening to shatter his bones. Garp struggled, his head bowed, yet no sound escaped his lips. The despair of the abyss descended, leaving no outlet for release. If the prior despair had shaken the justice of the seas, rendering the Marines helpless, lacking the courage to even step onto this island, then the current despair was such that even the strongest in the seas could not find hope for survival. Leaning against the wall, stones continuously rained down upon him. People, with their waning observation hockey, sensed the presence of Roger and Garp. Are they still alive? Even gods could not endure Rox's ferocious onslaught. Yet they must not perish. The only ones left with the strength to defeat Rox are they. Shan's belly swelled round, and his body spun in a circle. The food swiftly transformed into energy. Fractured bones, lost teeth, and damaged organs, all were rapidly mending. Despite the exhaustion that weighed on his mind, his willpower kept Shawn composed. The surging hormones invigorated everyone. The allure of eternal life surpassed even the finest wine, yet existence often fades in an instant. Perhaps it is better to be blissfully intoxicated and unconscious. Shawn tumbled from the oak barrel, having truly embodied the essence of living in a drunken stupor throughout his life. Not only did he devote his days to seeking the treasures of pirates, but the riches he left behind were countless. Newcomer, can your observation haki perceive this? Shawn appeared utterly haggard, his curly locks cascading and catching the sunlight. He bore a certain charm, his carefree demeanor mingling with the intoxicating aroma of alcohol. Shawn harbors no desire to lead such a life. The members of the Rock's pirates are all afflicted by vices. Whitebeard and Kaido share a penchant for drink akin to that of Shawn. Lean's gluttony, in contrast, is rather commonplace. The Golden Lion, much like Rocks, possesses an ambition that is resolute and lifelong. Why do you incessantly refer to me as a newcomer? The name Shawn shall resonate across the seas. Shawn rose to his feet, acutely aware of the profound enhancements wrought upon his body by the transformative elixir. Perhaps it was true. I had witnessed too many newcomers meet their untimely demise. A bewildered soul, devoid of self-will, is nothing less than a novice, is it not? Newcomer Shawn. Captain Shawn spoke with undeniable accuracy. Though his demeanor suggested a lack of vigor, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of a life steeped in revelry and adventure. Without self-determination, without ample ambition, one cannot ascend to the pinnacle of the seas. Even Roger, who yearned for freedom, embodied a liberty unshackled by any entity or existence. This very ability epitomizes the greatest ambition, unfettered and existing in a state of chaotic neutrality. This encapsulates the essence of the Roger pirates. Shawn gazed, bewildered, at the final scene before the twilight of the old era. Indeed, since traversing into this world, he had yet to genuinely seek out his own will. What do I desire? Amidst this confusion, a heartbeat inexplicably resonated within his heart. Shawn looked up, sensing the overwhelming presence of a formidable individual. Roger. He listened intently to the whispers of the world through observation haki, resonating with the conqueror's haki. Every minuscule entity in the mountains, rivers, and the valley of gods was touched by the tremors he unleashed. Every living being, still possessing a will, could feel the vibrations he evoked. Shawn understood that Roger would not succumb so easily to death. Even in the moment of being struck down by rocks, he was still desperately clinging to his will to live. Truly, his tenacity was remarkable. Nevertheless, a decade later, Roger would inevitably succumb to an incurable illness. In his earlier days, Shawn had believed that a being of such formidable strength, who had refined his haki to its zenith, should not meet an early demise. After all, during his prime, Roger's might was akin to that of the red-haired Shanks combined with the unparalleled swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman, accompanied by the ability to perceive all things through his observation haki. In hindsight, both Roger and Rocks seemed to embody the notion that only by perishing at the pinnacle could one evade the relentless pursuit of others. Had Whitebeard perished alongside Roger, and had the Golden Lion not returned to the world post-vanishment, they would undoubtedly have left behind an invincible legacy. But what, in essence, constitutes will? Is it family, freedom, power, wealth, fine wine, beauty, gourmet food, or status? In Shawn's mind, the figure of Barrett emerged. As a fellow pirate, Barrett too lacked individual will. His sole desire was to possess strength, to transcend all, to surpass Roger. What about Shawn himself? Will he surpass Rocks? What is it that I desire to possess? In Shawn's mind, the sound of Roger's breath resonated. This was not merely a matter of listening to all things. It was evidently the manifestation of the telephone bug's vivid and dominant presence. No wonder it could converse with the universe, for it could resonate directly within the depths of one's soul. This phenomenon was akin to the way the Elephant Lord and the Sea King emit their voices, echoing like the call of a colossal whale from the deep sea. Shawn felt a tingling sensation upon his scalp. In this renewed life, he had gradually awakened the three hues of haki. His body had been reinforced multiple times, transforming into a formidable entity that ordinary swords and blades could not shatter. The potent devil fruit and the astonishing devil compass. Everything infused Shawn's existence with a vibrant new essence. Opportunities and the future lay firmly within his grasp. For others, the Valley of the Gods signified an ending, a conclusion. Yet for Shawn and the overwhelming majority of individuals present, it heralded the dawn of a new era. I yearn for everything. Shawn's gaze inexplicably fixed upon the frenzied assault of Rocks. Witnessing the captain's reckless onslaught, and after experiencing the overwhelming will of all those around him, a singular thought remained: to possess everything. Why should I choose? I desire it all, even more than what Rox possesses. Shawn held the recording device tightly, etching the scene before him into its memory, while simultaneously inscribing it into the very depths of the 15-year-old boy's soul. The formidable Rox appeared invincible, yet in truth, no one stood beside him. The distinction lay in the fact that far away on the Red Earth continent, him had triumphed, possessing countless guardians who followed him unwaveringly. Had Rox faced defeat, his crew would have scattered in every direction. Shawn kept everything close to his heart, fully aware of the implications. Should he ever rise to challenge the world like Rox, he vowed not to find himself in such a predicament. Bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders felt exceedingly burdensome. To possess not only absolute strength, but also the most formidable influence. The phone bug remained vigilant, documenting the apex battles of the king of the world. Suddenly, John glanced towards Shawn, the intoxication in his eyes momentarily fading. Shawn, it seems you have discovered the course to steer the helm? Shawn grasped an apple and took a decisive bite. As vitality surged within him, ambition blossomed like a core. Once, his eyes brimmed with avarice, a trait only now discovered by Shawn. That seems about right, senior. Crack, crack. The rhythmic thumping of Roger's heart intertwined with the sounds of nature, exhausting his vitality to restore his will. A flicker from Garp's fingertips ignited a resonance from the depths of the pit. His throat was flooded with blood, rendering him speechless in pain. Garp, Roger, battered by Rox, rasped a response. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he endeavored to muster a smile. You haven't perished yet? Don't let Rox bring you down. Roger seized Rox's fist with one hand. The sword that had slipped from his grasp lay not far away. Blood stained his visage, and mist clouded his vision with each labored breath. Yet, he gradually obstructed Rox's onslaught. Roger, this time, I shall not falter unless I breathe my last. Garp's shoulder shifted, dislodging him from the mountainside. The spectators had long since been rendered immobile, astonished that Garp, despite his grievous injuries, possessed the willpower to revive. Absurd. What manner of being is this? Struggling to rise from the ground, Garp unleashed a punch aimed at Rox's nape. How detestable. Two from the line of D. Utterly oblivious to the significance of their surname. Yet you harbor the will of D. It is truly loathsome. What awaits this world? For centuries, the clan of D has wandered the far reaches of the sea. Many carry the fate of D even unto death, yet you shall never comprehend. The mere convergence of three from the clan of D in the same era signifies monumental implications. Regardless of the outcome, the unwavering will of the world, steadfast for 8 centuries, shall begin to waver. Garp, Roger, you remain too youthful. When you grasp the entirety of the world's truth, the blank history, you shall understand what has transpired. Rox swung his fists, engaging Garp in combat, each strike aimed at the vital points. Neither party flinched. To do so would forfeit the chance of victory. Roger's blade epitomized the seamless fusion of speed and might, unperceived in his movements. The Conqueror's haki surged with such potency that each blow rivaled the devastating force of the tremor fruit. Silence. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Garp's iron fist represented the pinnacle of human martial prowess. No convolutions, only direct confrontation. Regardless of the adversary's strength, unleash every ounce of power until obliteration. His fist sprang forth like coiled springs, determined to shatter any opponent's defenses. You are aging, Rox. This world shall not belong to you. Kapu fixed a stubborn gaze upon Rox, as if intending to tear a piece of flesh from him. Did Sengoku, as a Marine Admiral, not inform you? Rox wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since the devil fruits held no power over these two, he resolved to continue. Utilizing the full capabilities of his 3 devil fruits and 3 haki forms to bring them down. In a swift motion, he exchanged positions once more, appearing before Roger, just as he was about to deliver a punch to his forehead. Did you think I was unaware? Roger looked up, slicing with his blade. Your future has nowhere to hide, and I can see and hear all. Within the confines of the room, Rox faced 2 formidable foes, his advantages dwindling. He never anticipated that even one as powerful as he would be hindered to such an extent by 2 haki masters. Do not presume to judge others' lives, Roger. Rox gasped for breath, surveying his surroundings, seemingly unable to break through. Was it to be a stalemate, waiting to see whose life was more resilient? Until one of them succumbed from sheer exhaustion? After nearly 3 days and nights of relentless combat, even he had to consider the possibility of prevailing against the united forces of Roger and Kapu. Yet, even within the Rocks pirates. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion continued to grow stronger. One day, they would ascend to greatness as well. Big Mom, Kaido, and other crew members would not remain complacent. Should Rocks fail to secure victory here, all would amount to mere illusions. Speaking of being invincible, it would merely culminate in a farewell feast. By that time, no one would be inclined to heed Rock's commands. Presently, while he had yet to take the final step, it was indeed Rock's prime opportunity. In this battle, who possessed any remaining strength? Everyone was striving to recuperate, yet as long as the fight continued, they remained filled with trepidation. You two are undoubtedly the strongest adversaries I have encountered, especially you, Roger. Rocks recognized that he could not match their haki. Since the onset of this battle, Roger had grown to rival his own strength. Thus, as a fruit user, he still held one final card to play. He had not anticipated reaching this extent. To rush into battle without ever having attained immortality, what could that signify? Merely a step away from losing much. Had I acquired both the pawpaw fruit and the op-op fruit simultaneously, you would have harbored no hope whatsoever. My apologies for instilling in you some improbable expectations. Now, the time for my performance has arrived. By the way, do you know what the pirate paradise is? It is a gamble. The loser will forfeit comrades, ships, treasures, and even themselves. Rocks incessantly spoke, his incessant nature revealing the dwindling energy he possessed. Roger and Garp were also gathering their strength, preparing for the final battle. In this tense standoff, the first to strike would grant their opponent the advantage to retaliate. Conversely, lacking any strategy would lead to utter defeat. The awakening of the fruit. The Dark Paradise. As a mutant, Rocks had just consumed the surgery fruit and had begun to indulge in the sweet fruit at God Valley. The mastery over these abilities differed, yet neither had reached the stage of awakening. The shadow fruit, however, was an entirely different matter. It already possessed unparalleled power. It could be asserted that Roger and Garp imparted a lesson to all masters of swordsmanship and martial arts, demonstrating the sheer might of haki and revealing that one could reach the pinnacle of strength without the aid of a devil fruit. What Rocks was about to unveil was the ultimate technique of the devil fruit, the awakening of the fruit. Do you comprehend? My devil fruit is exceptional. As the embodiment of darkness, once the wielder enters the awakened state, other users will be affected to varying degrees. Are you prepared? Enter the Dark Paradise. The darkness from Rock's hair rapidly spread, akin to an abyssal maw consuming him. In the next moment, as infinite darkness erupted from his entire being, shadows tore at everything around him, yet their typical ferocity was absent. It merely engulfed an area of less than a foot surrounding him. Every cell in his body was exuding dark, flowing shadows until the darkness ensnared him like spider silk, enveloping his forehead, limbs, and torso. Rocks vanished from sight, replaced by an expressionless void of darkness. The humanoid shadow of Rocks remained, yet the atmosphere had transformed entirely. The darkness seemed to writhe like a dancing Medusa, resembling a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. The only features remaining were his eyes, glowing like lanterns, flickering brightly. He opened his mouth, and the darkness tore apart to articulate words. His voice, hoarse yet spine-chilling, resonated. Now, I have attained my ultimate form. A perfect fusion of the three types of haki and the awakening of the fruit. The most unique and unyielding nature of the shadow fruit. It shall become a humanoid abyss of darkness that tears and attracts all. I am darkness. I am the Grim Reaper. Rock's fists coalesced into a swirling mass of night, entwined with the colors of armament haki and conqueror's haki. He turned to Shawn, as though whispering devilishly, "Are you recording all of this? How splendid. After all, this is the ultimate conclusion. Come, for none can refuse the Dark Paradise." Dark tendrils erupted from Lux's entire being, darting forth with alarming speed. The moment they emerged, anything they touched was swiftly consumed. Simultaneously, all the fruit bearers present felt their very selves being mercilessly ripped apart. Shawn recognized that this was entirely due to the lineage factor being seized by darkness. Lux's words rang true. The full awakening of the dark fruit would unleash indiscriminate devastation upon all those with abilities. While physical debilitation was one aspect, being consumed by darkness would spell utter doom. Come on, Roger. At that moment, Lux resembled a beast. Just as Garp launched his attack, he did not even employ his hands. The dark tendrils surged forth from within him, coalescing on the surface to unleash a frenzied torrent of haki. Roger, leave those tendrils to me. Charge. Garp endured relentless assaults while attempting to retaliate as best he could. The surrounding ability users were drastically weakened. Already diminished in strength, their stamina waned further, compounded by various injuries. Now, they were mercilessly tormented by locks, an experience unbecoming of any human. "Do not command me, Garp." Roger leapt forth with a perfectly timed slash. His sword's gleam sliced through the Valley of the Gods, cleaving the gorge in two. As the mountains collapsed, they settled unevenly, creating a precarious angle. Yet, Lox's body split cleanly in half, creating an even more ferocious force of consumption. The tendrils multiplied, affecting the crew of the Lox pirates. Unless they could resist with haki to mitigate the adverse effects of their lineage factors being torn apart, they would face debilitating weakness. That fiend has returned. Whitebeard's sword struck the ground, relentlessly pulling debris towards it, nourishing Lox. Gold Lion plunged his twin blades into the crevice, cursing incessantly, "Damn it. Roger, strike a blow for me too." The ferocity of the consumption was overwhelming. Ling Ling could no longer ride the clouds, resorting to embedding her sword into the cliffside. Long bread clung to his legs, akin to a small figure being torn apart by gravity. Lox was a madman. I had warned that he was unreliable. Ling Ling lamented her misfortune. She absolutely had to see what the dark fruit truly looked like upon her return. This was utterly absurd. However, it seemed that awakening was no easy feat. Ha ha ha. Lox continued his maniacal laughter, seemingly devoid of reason, yet perpetually exuding his own haki. Hearing the captainess' laughter, Kaido longed to strike him with a spiked club. Having consumed the devil fruit, he felt his entire being enhanced multiple times, yet now, being torn apart by this darkness made his insides feel as if they were in chaos. The very blood within him felt as though it would be consumed, an utterly terrifying experience. Afraid? Are you in fear? The dark fruit, prior to its awakening, was the only devil fruit that could not be elementalized, bringing double the agony. Yet, once awakened, it unleashed an insatiable force of consumption, rendering even light and haki powerless to escape its grasp. This elucidates the reason why elemental transformation is unattainable prior to awakening. Even the wielders of such powers are ensnared in a state of confinement. This devouring force rends not only you, but also the wielders themselves. The intense gravity inflicts a duality of torment, rendering elemental transformation impossible. In its stead, the most formidable of natural-type devil fruits emerges. Ha ha. Rock's laughter grows increasingly maniacal. Has he been supplanted by the will of the devil fruit? No one can ascertain. In such a grotesque state, who can determine what he truly is? Certainly, he does not belong to humanity. Let the seas plunge into terror. Rox extends his arms, allowing Roger to strike relentlessly. His form disintegrates into countless fragments of darkness. From each fragment, myriad tendrils surge forth to consume all. Futile. I can anticipate your attacks. Darkness is my essence. I am the embodiment of darkness. To strike against the natural type, one must possess an observation haki that transcends it. Yet even you cannot surpass my observation haki. No one can impede this. Since I cannot vanquish you, I shall devour the entirety of God Valley. Rox is as formidable as him, not a whit less. Only a scant few remain in God Valley. Let it all be resolved by ensuring mutual destruction with the entire pirate crew. The Roger pirates and the stronghold of the Navy shall also be eradicated. You madman! Roger understands that in the end, Rox will never accept any outcome other than his own victory. Even a tie would signify a complete loss of opportunity. Such a perfect chance as God Valley is unlikely to present itself again in this lifetime. It must be decisive. I knew it would come to this. Newgate, Shiki. Do you also wish to perish alongside this lunatic? Sengoku grasps the rock barehanded, occasionally smashing it into pits. Now, everyone is like grasshoppers in the same boat. Rox, realizing he cannot defeat Garp and Roger in a winning state, resolutely chooses to eliminate everyone. In this manner, he can still claim victory. Furthermore, even a draw is unacceptable to Rox. Hence, for the sake of an unrestrained triumph, Rox unleashes a frenzied assault, releasing all his darkness and haki in its most potent form. He has never adhered to the rules. Whitebeard anticipated this. Rox would never hold back. Rox has always been a madman. I warned you not to provoke him. Trouble. The most vexing aspect for the Golden Lion is that he too has been ensnared in this turmoil. Before this scene, darkness continues to rend and consume all. The tendrils begin to reach the edges of God Valley. The valley starts to tremble and quake. The voracious force incites a vortex storm, accelerating the pull of all things toward the heart of darkness. Shawn grasped the dragon's shoulder with one hand, while his foot was clutched as a lifeline by Captain John. "Newcomer, do not let go. Otherwise, we shall all perish," John exclaimed, hurling a bottle of liquor into the air. The bottle soared towards rocks and was promptly consumed. Upon hearing Captain John's words, Shawn turned to the dragon and implored, "Dragon, do not let go, or we shall all be torn asunder." The state of the Dark Paradise was one of consuming and attracting the bloodline factor. Even those devoid of abilities would be affected. The dragon clutched a treasure chest in one hand while grasping Zifa's hand with the other. "Uncle Zifa." At that moment, Zifa silently gazed at the distant crane. The crane clung desperately to the rock, casting a resentful glance at the group of imposing men. "Why don't you all perish? I am a wielder of abilities, and the impact on me is far greater." With a resounding crash, the dark tendrils shattered the advantageous rock. Fortunately, it had not yet fallen, having been drawn in to be devoured. Amidst the tempest, the darkness accelerated its expansion, unlike the previous dark abyss. This was a self-amplifying consumption process. It implied that the longer Rox's awakened state persisted, the more perilous the situation for others became, while he himself grew increasingly powerful. "Roger, go forth." Rox continued to taunt. Only his eyes retained their glimmer, and the words that escaped his lips resembled the whispers of ancient deities. Dark tendrils emerged indiscriminately from all directions, shattering and consuming everything they touched. Rox stood at the core. With every object and life he devoured, he augmented his strength. His form swelled to a towering height of over 12 meters, akin to that of a giant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Rox had preserved only the obsession to annihilate all. He surrendered himself entirely to the darkness, for it was the only way to attain the pinnacle of power. The dark tendrils were guided by the observation haki to find their targets, employed the armament haki to assault foes, and wielded the Conqueror's haki to sweep away the insignificant. The number of tendrils proliferated from dozens to thousands, until Rox vanished from sight. His entire being expanded into an aerial abyss of darkness. Consume. Annihilate. No distinction remained between friend and foe, only darkness endured. Above the Valley of the Gods, the abyss of darkness reached the rock face, advancing towards the obliteration of the entire island. Remaining here was tantamount to awaiting death. Even so, Shawn wielded the phone bug with his dragon tail. "I yearn to attempt once more." Roger grasped the hilt of his sword. The sounds of all existence echoed in my ears once again. I perceived the presence of Rox from the depths of darkness. If we could but tear a rift in the abyss, there would be a chance. However, our haki is still insufficient. Upon hearing Roger's words, Garp unwaveringly placed his trust. And mine too. Whitebeard, with one arm, shielded against the consuming force. Haki roared from his fist, igniting white lightning that erupted in tandem with Garp's pale blue lightning. Crash. In the darkness, haki illuminated a corner of the void. "This madman even seeks to kill me." The golden lion unleashed his haki, and his words were equally merciless. Even my cigar was consumed. Dark tendrils lashed out to attack. Captain John decisively let go, planting one foot on the ground to commence a sliding maneuver. He did not wish to be struck. Even a slide could buy him some time. Garp urged us to unleash our haki. Zephyr unleashed his haki, kicking the dragon away. In that moment, Crane was also saved, seizing a corner with her haki. At present, everyone was being torn by darkness, drawn into the bloodline factor. Though it appeared that they were using haki to protect themselves, their conditions were, in fact, dire. Shawn plunged both hands into the rocky strata. Aside from one hand resembling a dragon's claw and a dragon's tail that had yet to shed its scales, only the dragon scales remained on his entire body. This vividly illustrates the terrifying nature of Lox's awakened form, which seemed poised to consume everyone in its vicinity. Typically, in order to attract others with his fruit abilities, one would need at least some degree of contact. Yet now, he exerted a remote influence that was exceedingly abnormal. The novice village felt akin to a climactic finale. And indeed, the high-level arena was an entirely different realm. Shawn exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, yet his conqueror's haki had only recently awakened, making it difficult to trigger once more. His observation haki had merely enabled him to evade bullets and attacks. The once clear voices of others' inner thoughts had vanished, indicative of a higher state. Only his armament haki remained, having just achieved a level of hardening, which, to some extent, proved useful. Ultimately, the sole ability capable of being triggered stood out remarkably. Shawn's formidable haki seems as elementary as that of a novice to these individuals. What else can be done? Captain John, upon what foundation do you cultivate your observation haki? Is it through the indulgence of libations? As Shawn exuded an air of dominance, he engaged in casual conversation. Captain John, rendered speechless, found himself caught in the grip of Shawn's formidable presence. Indeed, he had encountered a kindred spirit. Inebriation may distort one's senses, yet it does not impair perception. John's words might be credible to others, but not to him. Shawn does not believe a single word. What nonsense is this? If one state does not affect their haki, then Whitebeard would not have been besieged by the 3 admirals in his old age, nor would he have been ambushed by his own son. Similarly, how could Captain John meet his demise at the hands of his own subordinate? Hey, are you questioning me with that gaze, Shawn? Captain John widened his eyes. What else could it be? Try experiencing hunger and see if your haki remains unaffected. As Shawn's words lingered in the air, John swiftly evaded the assault of the dark tendrils. It appeared that his haki was indeed more formidable, particularly in terms of his Kenbunshiku perception. You possess an abundance of fallacious reasoning. Haki represents the latent potential of humanity, and the state of the human body can indeed be constrained, much like how sea prism stone restricts devil fruit users. However, with each transcendence of human limits, haki enhances one's physicality as well. Even an ordinary human, endowed with advanced haki, can far surpass the strength and speed of the average individual. As John spoke, he flexed his muscles with pride. Shawn glanced at his physique, silently showcasing his biceps. You are rather youthful. Captain John was equally bored, especially since there was no liquor to indulge in. After all, it was Rock's madness that compelled everyone to face their doom together. Even he must come to his senses eventually. Indeed, he was young, exceptionally so. Shawn nodded. In terms of age, he was indeed quite youthful, even among humans. Those who have tapped into their potential are no longer ordinary individuals. So, why does Roger suffer from a terminal illness? And why was Garp pierced through by a sword? To what extent does haki enhance the human body? Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they encountered exceptional circumstances. A battle that touches upon the brink of human despair may yield hidden injuries. Alternatively, after experiencing a decline in their condition, they could have fallen prey to a sneak attack from a master of haki swordsmanship. Ultimately, without a robust physique, everything amounts to mere illusions. Shawn feels fortunate that the very first devil fruit he consumed was of the mythical Zoan variety. The advantages are manifold. Not only does it grant him elemental attacks and the ability to traverse the skies, but it also bestows upon him a physique impervious to harm that ordinary individuals cannot withstand. His second choice, the Paramecia-type bubble fruit, enables him to perform an array of conceptual feats, expelling pain, memories, compressing air, and launching others away. Every island he has visited can be marked, allowing him to reach them swiftly through the fruit's capabilities. Once Shawn has traversed the entirety of the world, he will be able to utilize the bubble fruit to arrive at any destination with unparalleled speed. Moreover, he can alleviate various physical sufferings and transfer them to others. Should he acquire a mutated constitution, the third devil fruit he chooses will undoubtedly be of the Logia type. The integration of these 3 categories would be nothing short of perfection. In Shawn's mind, a tempest of thoughts converged, nearly causing him to lose his commanding presence. Awaken, newcomer. Captain John's words jolted Shawn back to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he found that darkness had enveloped the entirety of the Divine Valley Island. Warships lay anchored beyond the island, while sailing vessels fled in haste, only to be met with an all-consuming darkness. This was not the darkness of mere elements, but a sinister paradise woven with countless dark tendrils, devouring all within the Divine Valley. Occasionally, the haunting laughter of rocks echoed from within. To approach the Divine Valley, even by a single step, would result in immediate capture by the grasping tendrils of darkness. The sea formed a colossal whirlpool, ceaselessly swirling around the core of the Divine Valley. The waters congealed, drawing hundreds of ships that sought to flee back into its grasp. They had not anticipated that, having abandoned the desire to fight, they would also be stripped of the right to merely observe. I warned you that Rox was the king of the world. Had we not provoked him, this would not have come to pass. Why must we attempt to thwart him? Such power is insurmountable. Whether serving the celestial dragons or Rox, is it not the same? The lamentations are widespread. The Divine Valley has become but a mere point at the core of this whirlpool. The vast expanse of the churning sea is terrifying indeed. As Rox proclaimed, he is instilling fear in this world, far across the red soil continent. Utilizing the image-transmitting snails aboard the warships, the 5 elders witnessed this unfolding scene. Unable to establish contact with Saint Satan and Saint Greenbrick, they feared for their safety. Was that the dark fruit? A special natural ability that should have been exceedingly difficult to awaken. How could rocks have achieved it? What truly transpired in the Divine Valley was far more urgent than they had anticipated. Were there still communication snails on the island? Should they board the warships to confront the situation, or await Rock's arrival in Mariehua? The remaining 5 elders fell silent. Their conversation abruptly halted by the appearance of a figure clad in black robes, crowned in majesty. Lordum, the remaining 4 of the world's highest authority. The 5 elders knelt on one knee. The world was undergoing a transformation unlike anything seen in centuries. Even the awakening of the colossal kingdom machinery of Fishman Island centuries ago had not incited such concern. They awaited a mess response. The king of the world? The figure seated upon the throne disdainfully crossed his legs. Did Rocks truly merit such a title? Drew forth a sword once pledged to loyalty by the former 19 kings and plunged it into Rock's bounty poster. If he prevails, you shall act. I shall have him deliver you. What? Upon hearing the term he uttered by the matron, the 5 elders bowed their heads deeply. As you command, Lordum. Only you are the king of the world. Several individuals knelt upon the ground. A faint rustling sound echoed. As I meticulously erased the location of God Valley from the map. Regardless of whether Rocks triumphed or faltered, his survival was implausible. Even if he managed to vanquish the Rocks pirates, the Marine headquarters, and the treacherous crew members, he would still have to contend with the fully revitalized elite of the Celestial Dragons. God Valley, a dark paradise, was illuminated in fragments by surges of overwhelming might. Only the echoes of Rock's laughter reverberated through the valley. In this moment of despair, Whitebeard and Garp united their strengths to illuminate a path for Roger. Shawn seemed to hear a voice from deep within. It was a conversation between Roger and Rocks. The one who possessed the voice of all things, Roger, was conversing with Rocks, who had been consumed by the will of the demon. Farewell, Rocks. Roger's blade surged forward with unwavering resolve. The crimson aura of his might represented not only destruction, but also a beacon of hope. Shawn bears witness to history. In that fleeting moment when the tentacles withdrew, Roger traversed the darkness, firmly plunging his blade into the abyss. The pain is excruciating. Roger, why must I endure this double torment? Who has stolen the fruit that rightfully belongs to me, the machi-machi fruit? Rocks roared within the dark abyss, as he existed in the state of the dark paradise. Roger's blade pierced his heart. No matter how formidable a Logia user you may be, even an awakened one possesses a tangible form. I can hear every whisper of your soul, Rocks. With both hands gripping the sword, Roger summoned all his strength to drive the blade deep into Rock's heart. He must eliminate Rocks. Even the faintest glimmer of hope cannot be permitted, otherwise, everyone will suffer dire consequences. In the midst of darkness, Lingling found herself at a loss for emotions. Initially, she aspired to seize the machi-machi fruit, only to have it snatched away and consumed by Bear. Yet, as a result, Bear later endured unimaginable suffering. Had the fruit's possessor been Rocks, he would have expelled the torment within him and allowed others to consume the surgical fruit, awakening it to perform an eternal life operation. Thus, an overwhelmingly powerful Rocks would become invincible, so potent that he would be beyond reproach. By a twist of fate, this inadvertently altered the destiny of the world. Roger, why not join me in conquering the world? Rocks cried out in anguish. Having reached the brink of his waning will, life rebounded from its nadir. Even in death, he would take enough with him to cushion his fall. You traitorous lot. If I must perish, then we shall all perish together. Roger, do you wish to comprehend the essence of the devil fruit? Rock's eyes glimmered from within the darkness. He laughed, resembling a demon at the end of his rope. Does Rock still exist in this moment? Or has he wholly surrendered himself to the demon, trading for even greater power? While others might shy away from such possibilities, Rocks harbored no qualms. After all, death loomed, so why not drag others down with him? There truly are demons within the devil fruit. The dark fruit simultaneously drives both the demon and the fruit itself. Do you know what transpires when the will of the demon runs rampant? Whitebeard, Shiki, Lingling, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, John, Kaido, Black Carbon Makuro, you wretched traitors. You will soon understand the cost of your actions. Rocks emerged from the abyss, reminiscent of a mire-laden swamp. As his blood ignited, his dark, interwoven skin ruptured, releasing a torrent of dark plasma. The Valley of the Gods surged with madness. Every devil fruit user felt a constricting pain around their throats. With Rock's injuries worsening and approaching the brink of death, the demonic will within them accelerated its awakening. Rocks, We have not betrayed you. We have merely observed. The Kaido siblings were in excruciating anguish, their consciousness fading into obscurity. Once deprived of their bodies by the demonic will, they would become mere shells of their former selves. Especially for Zoan-type users, they would be reduced to feral beasts, willingly succumbing to domestication. What is this? Kaido felt such torment for the first time since joining the Rocks Pirates. Indeed, it was a stark contrast to the past when Whitebeard had stepped in to invite him as an apprentice crew member. Following that, the only one who treated Kaido with kindness was his dear sister, Lin. Beyond that, he merely learned the ways of drunkenness from John. It was only with the arrival of Shanks that he first experienced the camaraderie of peers. Rock's self-destructive method, even he had not foreseen. Do not let the demons in your mind consume you, Kaido, Lin urged, placing a hand on his shoulder. The demonic will. This was a trial that all fruit users must face after pushing their abilities to the extreme. Only by resisting the demon's grasp could true fruit awakening occur. Kaido vowed to remember this taboo throughout his life, to guard against being devoured by the demonic soul. Rocks, you are not the only one who can reach the pinnacle of fruit awakening. Shiki gritted his teeth, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. The very sea resonated with their struggle. It was precisely because of this achievement that the golden lion could defy the norms, causing the seawater to levitate. From the moment I set foot on Hive Island, I anticipated this day. Thus, even as I approached awakening, I sought the right moment. Rocks, every individual must grow, indeed. This is your final opportunity, yet it should not mark the beginning of your destruction. I too have loved ones to protect. Whitebeard's sword stood firm in the ground, his conqueror's haki erupting with intensity. A powerful will clashed against the demons, opposing Rock's self-destructive resolve. In a state of desperation, Rocks had accomplished what many predecessors could not. Yet in the final moments, he succumbed to the frailty of human nature. A bunch of ambitionless and aimless fools. Those who are content to remain in the shadows can only ever be pirates, never kings. How can you lot even claim to possess the qualifications of a true monarch? Truly, the heavens are blind. Locke seethed, his teeth clenched. He reached out from the shadows, gripping the blade with unwavering strength. Come on. Even the awakening of the fruit would bring immense agony. For those who have not awakened, they shall perish together. Locke roared with ferocity. At this moment, only those with the prowess of haki could fathom the profound perils inherent in the devil fruit. Henceforth, a saying circulated within the Roger pirates: never consume the devil fruit. Consequently, when Buggy accidentally ingested a devil fruit, he would harbor resentment towards Shanks for decades. Even after the red-haired pirates were established, they adhered to the principle of abstaining from consuming the devil fruit. The sea, unfathomable and fraught with danger. The sea prism stone, capable of confining, suppressing, and diminishing the powers of its wielders. The fruit harbors a demonic soul, and the peril of its awakening is ever present. It is countered by the rare and bizarre dark fruit. The dual threats of observation and armament haki inflict targeted damage. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, each of these 5 threats poses a grave danger to any who possess abilities. Only through the awakening of the fruit can one attain a semblance of resistance. Yet, over the past 8 centuries of maritime history, how many have truly awakened their fruits? If we consider 2 decades as an era, from Locks to Roger to Newgate, the number of fruit awakeners is exceedingly scarce. Demonic will arise. Locks was on the brink of madness. He cared for nothing now but the obliteration of all. He sought to drag everyone down with him. To dare to strike him was to be prepared for equal retribution. Roger, are you truly certain that throughout your life, you will never harbor the ambition to dominate the seas? Power can lead one astray, and greed will consume them. Those you save today will inevitably stand against you. As long as the celestial dragons exist, Mary Geos will merely be an appendage to Mary Ehwa. The Navy will pursue you for eternity. Perhaps one day you shall awaken to find yourself escorted to the execution platform by Garp and Sengoku themselves. Locke spread his fingers wide, piercing Roger's abdomen. The encroaching darkness would corrode your blood year after year. The more battles you engage in, the more severe your condition will become. You kill me in a bid to protect this world, then let this world strangle you in return. Nothing can dispel the absolute darkness. This is the wound infused within your very bloodline. Rock's eyes were filled with madness. He had already plunged into the abyss and would never allow others to taste freedom. After the awakening of the dark fruit, the suppression it exerted upon its wielder was comparable to being infused with seastone bullets and subsequently shackled in chains. Hence, Rocks faced the other crew members of his pirate fleet with an air of invulnerability. Yet, He faltered before Garp and Roger, for they were two formidable masters of hockey. Garp, alongside Whitebeard, charged into battle, while Roger fought fiercely with his very life, striking a lethal blow against rocks, an overwhelming attack on a non-devil fruit user. In this awakened state, the darkness corroded Roger's very bloodline. More accurately, it inflicted damage upon his lineage factor. Unless Roger were to traverse decades into the future and encounter Vegapunk, undergoing a transformation akin to Bonnie's recovery from her jade-scale disease, he would remain vulnerable. Furthermore, the awakening of 3 distinct devil fruits would be necessary. The surgery fruit to heal at a cost, the sickness fruit to treat with specific sacrifices, and the Nika form to expel the encroaching darkness with the power of the sun god. The awakening of all 3 was exceedingly arduous. One offered eternal life. Another was a rarity, while the last had not seen a user in 8 centuries, remaining shrouded in obscurity. In the aftermath, Roger would undoubtedly traverse the globe, facing constant peril and erosion until he fell gravely ill, yet still became the Pirate King. At this moment, Rox delivered a blow akin to a fatal strike, inflicting ultimate harm upon himself. As he drove the blade forth, the blood of the king dripped in the darkness. He raised his gaze to Roger, a smile slowly spreading across his face. "Roger, are you willing to pay this price?" His words resonated like thunder. Was it not possible? As long as Roger remained a pirate, he could not escape the relentless pursuit. Could one truly hide for a lifetime? Countless pirates had been captured and impelled down, having grown weak in their old age, unless one cultivated loyal subordinates who would support them unto death. Yet in Rock's era, and even prior, pirates held no family or companions. They were merely grasshoppers on a ship, waiting for the captain to weaken and be replaced. The best outcome would be to be cast off the ship, while the majority met a far grimmer fate at the hands of their crewmates. Rox refused to perish at the hands of such ineptitude, especially as he neared the twilight of his life, with countless eyes coveting his throne. Why not seek eternal life and wield unassailable power? To become the new king of the world, supplanting the celestial dragons. In that time, Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and Lin Lin would ascend to the ranks of the new elders, while the admirals of the navy would be at their side. Rox would merely remain in the shadows, allowing all to charge forth in his protection. Just one step away. "Roger, you have ruined my journey that was merely one step from completion. Sooner or later, you will surpass me in your excesses." Rox, heavy with erosion, darkly deprives humanity of its bloodline factor, corroding every inch of skin. My domineering aura is sufficient to nullify the effects of the fruit. Rox, you are utterly useless. Roger's 3-color hockey has reached the pinnacle of the world, and he stands at the zenith of his power. I refuse to believe that the fruit's effects would be of any benefit to him. A wave of black smoke disperses, merely dispelling the effects of the sweet fruit. How could this be? Even if the fruit were awakened, it could not possibly yield such results against a hockey of high awakening. You are woefully ignorant. As I have stated, the dark fruit is the most peculiar of all devil fruits. Though the reason for its extraordinary efficacy eludes me, it undoubtedly alters your very bloodline. Since the non-awakened state cannot be elementalized, it naturally bestows other effects. Fate is impartial. Having stripped me of the power to command the seas, it must allow me to suppress the world. Roger, do you now regret your choices? With a sweeping palm, Rox sends Roger flying, the blades slipping away in tandem. Amidst Rox's chilling laughter, Roger plummets from the sky, witnessing the collapse of Rox, a maelstrom of dark madness erupting. This man, seeking to deliver a final blow to all traitors before his demise, inflicts upon the savior Roger an insurmountable pain. The erosion of the bloodline factor. The strongest strike in the awakened state of the dark fruit is akin to wagering one's life to grant another eternal life after the awakening of the surgery fruit. I do not regret. Roger calls out to the darkness that is Rox. I refuse to believe that unless you seek no salvation throughout your life and evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy, for you are their savior. Ha ha ha. This world is absurd. Only I remain lucid. Rox is no longer human. From the depths behind him emerges a mass of shadows interwoven with darkness, opening a gaping maw reminiscent of a voracious beast, ready to consume him whole. Deliver me to the demon, and you to the reaper. Rox sacrifices himself to the demon, merely to perish together. Roger. Rayleigh cleaves through the dark tendrils with a single stroke, bearing Roger on his back. You reckless fool. Hearing the first mate's admonition, Roger can only laugh heartily. Rayleigh, our era has only just begun. Even as life ticks down to its final moments, it is enough to upheave this world. Madness. Yet all this can only be mused internally. Who in the future shall know the truth? The man who paid the heaviest price is known to the world solely by the title of Pirate King, oblivious to the fact that he was meant to bear another title. Hero, Roger. Garp clenches his muscles once more, delivering a mighty punch that shatters the tendril before him. What is the Navy doing here? We shall protect our captain. The dual axes of Jabba cleaved the tentacles into fragments. The crew rallied around, encircling Roger in the center. Enough of this idle chatter. It is that scoundrel Rox who truly deserves condemnation. Zephyr's fist shattered the darkness, standing steadfast alongside Garp to protect the Roger pirates. The majority of others were fruit users, now wholly preoccupied with their own survival. Individuals like Whitebeard and Golden Lion, Awaken-level powerhouses, could barely muster their haki to shield themselves. The weaker ones were likely to descend into madness on the spot. Even among the Navy, a few animal-type users, including lieutenants and captains, lost their sanity under the influence of Rox. Consumed by the will of the demon, they were utterly subjugated by their abilities. The Navy headquarters had spent considerable time taming them, ultimately confining them to impel down, serving as its eternally tireless guards. No one could escape. No one. Rox's laughter sent shivers down the spine, as if he merged the voice of a demon with his own, producing a tone that sent chills through the air. Perhaps. The demon Rox floated in the darkness, his mind echoing in its final moments, conversing with the demon within. Why do those of the D lineage gather? Is it by chance, or is it fated? Could it be that long ago, someone shared my thoughts? If so, he must have succeeded to play a part in the shadows. Otherwise, from whence comes the notion that the surgery fruit grants eternal life? The will of D cannot be severed by mere bloodline. Whose will have I inherited, and who will tread the same path as I? Roger, Garp. You two cannot escape the will of D. The whispers of the demon could not transcend the darkness. Only Roger, glancing back at Rayleigh, caught a glimpse. Can you two hear it? Do not forget to seek the answer. With a smile, Rox faded from their minds. A sudden headache seized Roger as he pondered the will of D, the puppeteer behind the scenes. The answer? You two? Roger possessed the innate ability to hear all things. But who was the other? He gazed toward God Valley, where the darkness raged with frantic tentacle assaults, filled with wails and roars. Shaun is one among them, seemingly unremarkable. At this moment, the will of D is not only being inherited but also awakened. Someone can hear the voices of all things, just as I do. Roger's words caused Rayleigh to furrow his brow. Listening to all things? Throughout their adventures, Rayleigh and Roger had encountered countless formidable beings. To date, they had yet to meet another possessor of the observation haki capable of such profound perception. It could even be said that this ability to hear all things is Roger's unique gift. Who is it? Rayleigh scanned the surroundings, noticing that no one else seemed to share Roger's extraordinary perception. I do not know. That fellow appears to be quite adept at concealing himself. It was Rox who spoke, claiming that two individuals were listening to him. Perhaps they were within the Rox pirates. Roger took a deep breath and returned to the ground from behind Rayleigh, once again gripping his sword to engage in battle. Rox had entered the final phase of his frenzy. Their only task was to survive until Rox met his demise. The users of devil fruits were enduring great torment, while the masters of haki had to sever all dark tendrils, until Rox was completely exhausted, reduced to ashes. Captain, you must rest. The crew looked at Roger, who was wielding a long staff, originally positioned at the rear. Our pirate crew has always been led by me from the back. Why are you meddling? Roger wiped the blood from his brow and continued to sweat profusely, appearing utterly unfazed. Captain, just now, Rox claimed to have dealt you a grievous blow. Jabba hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. That guy was merely trying to frighten us before his demise. Do you really believe Rox? Roger chuckled nonchalantly, reassuring all his crew. He was aware that it had indeed taken a toll. Yet the ultimate erosion of the dark fruit lay precisely here. Conventional methods could not eradicate it, and the danger was but a minor concern. Only time and battle could truly provoke it. Roger expressed this in hopes that everyone could fight without reservation. Survive first. The rest can be entrusted to the sea. He did not believe that such an expansive ocean would harbor an incurable affliction. Perhaps haki could advance further, entirely expelling the effects of this fruit. Suddenly, another swift attack from the dark tendrils ensued. Roger cleaved it in two with his sword, the haki manifesting as a crimson wave, slicing through nearly 1,000 meters, carving a path from God Valley. Alas, it was soon shrouded once more by the dark tendrils, leaving no escape. Rox was sustaining this state at the cost of his life. The awakening of such a potent devil fruit was utterly absurd, and there was no turning back, unless he perished from exhaustion. The golden lion wields dual swords, no longer relying on the powers of the float fruit to soar through the skies. It seems he is reluctant to employ his abilities while under the shadow of corruption. Yet, not a single bead of sweat falls from his brow. Among the corrupted, Lingling stands out as particularly unique. She frantically beats her head against the walls, her once flawless iron balloon losing its properties, leaving her bloodied and battered. It is akin to the shattering of a cherished photograph of a nun. Mother. Lingling cries out in anguish as nightmarish memories flood her mind, a cacophony of overlapping shadows akin to the Grim Reaper. Each soul within the House of the Lamb dances joyfully before her, even though many later became esteemed guests at her birthday cake tea party. Yet, the horrors of childhood remain irreparable, haunting her dreams for years. Lingling opens her mouth to scream, as if her throat bore gravestones, each engraved with the names of the nuns. Demon. Kaido pounds his fists against himself, striving to maintain lucidity. He senses something within his blood stirring. If he cannot conquer it, he will be consumed. However, he has yet to fully unlock his powers, barely skimming the threshold of awakening. He can only rely on sheer will and haki to endure the agony inflicted by his bloodline. Kill me. Wangji. Silver Axe clutches his head, feeling as though every cell in his body is being torn apart. Wangji, equally tormented, presses a hand against his hat, his features twisted beneath the brim. Below the cliff, Crane endures the torment of darkness, beads of sweat accumulating slowly. This is a kind of suffering he never wishes to experience again. Sengoku grumbles inwardly, contemplating the future of the Navy. Perhaps this is why the Navy headquarters insists on having its aspiring admirals consume devil fruits. He had only just begun to emerge, alongside Garp and Zifa, as a formidable figure when the headquarters rewarded him with this devil fruit. As a mythical Zoan type, it possesses not only all the advantages of the Zoan class but also extraordinary combat capabilities. Initially, Sengoku considered himself fortunate, yet now, he comprehends the limitations imposed on those who wield the powers of the devil fruit. Unless one is secretly a user of the dark fruit ability, danger lurks at every turn. Prior to awakening, one cannot elementalize, enduring double the anguish. However, upon awakening, elementalization becomes possible, yet the will of the devil is exceedingly formidable, and a moment's carelessness may lead to a loss of self. Sengoku has long been aware that the Navy headquarters is scouring the seas for devil fruits, particularly the rare Logia types. The celestial dragons take great delight in acquiring these devil fruits, each valued at over 100 million berries, to turn slaves into users, compelling them to perform. Due to their extreme peril, Logia-type devil fruits have historically been forbidden for casual use. If shackled with sea stone, the user cannot elementalize, rendering them incapable of amusement. Removing the sea stone shackles necessitates replacing them with explosive ones. Such devices are lethal to ordinary slaves, even to typical Zoan and Paramecia users. However, elemental users can swiftly escape, effortlessly dispatching a few foolish fishmen in the process. We have not yet aged. Are the five elders still deliberating on the next generation's strongest force? Sengoku muttered to himself, casting a glance at Zifa and Garp. Surely, these two have become exceptions, instilling a sense of danger in the five elders. Some thoughts ought to remain unspoken. The majority of celestial dragons are but refuse. Yet, it cannot be denied that some possess formidable abilities and ambitions, despite their base nature. A casual remark from Crane left Sengoku in a cold sweat. It would be wise to refrain from such utterances. Sengoku glanced at Steelbone Kong. Saint Satan had long been buried beneath a massive stone in a deep pit. Their lives and deaths are inconsequential. We shall deal with it when the time comes, as they will not be heard. Crane rolled her eyes. Witnessing the events of God Valley had only heightened her disgust. As they traversed the edge of the cliff, John and Shawn exchanged glances. Despite the anguish, John remained silent, engrossed in his drink. The only source of his discontent was the dark force that had siphoned away his fine wine. Does it not hurt, John? Shawn lay on the ground, gazing at John beside him. The pain was excruciating, leaving him to resort to his teeth as a mere appetizer. As John spoke, his teeth clattered ominously. Goodness! It turned out that this seemingly carefree fellow was drinking to the point where his teeth were on the verge of shattering. And you, Shawn? John inquired, gritting his teeth. I was in unbearable pain just moments ago, but now I feel nothing. Shawn was uncertain of the reasons behind his turmoil. The most excruciating moment had been during the release of darkness by Lox. He felt as though he had plunged into a dense fog. A black dragon circled the sky, casting its gaze upon the earth and fixating on Shawn. Just as his will was about to succumb, on the verge of being devoured, agony ignited within his very cells. Yet, a voice emerged, awakening Shawn from his despair. It was Lox. The Lox who, in his final moments before sacrificing himself to the demon, roused Shawn from his loss of will and inadvertently activated his unique observation haki. Much like the Shawn who had completely collapsed under the influence of drugs. This newfound ability to perceive the hearts of others, and even the essence of things, surged forth once more. He heard everything that Lox had uttered. The mention of the two of you referred specifically to Shawn and Roger. His life had burned to its conclusion. Shawn instinctively rose to his feet, his figure having grown significantly more gaunt. It is likely that only after indulging in feasting and slumbering into a deep stupor post the great battle of the Valley of Gods will he return to his complete form. As Shawn gazed at the sky, the anguish of all those present reached its zenith. Outside the valley, the formidable Zoan-type warriors of the Navy headquarters were consumed by the malevolent will, never to awaken again. Darkness annihilation. What was obliterated was not his own being, but the very essence of light. Shawn gazed upon the skies above the Valley of the Gods, where the dark tendrils swiftly retreated. As the majority of shadows coalesced, only 9 colossal tentacles, as wide as mountain peaks, ravaged the valley. Once, the Valley of the Gods resembled a profound abyss ensnared between heaven and earth. Now, it was being dragged and toppled by the dark appendages. Above the chasm, the tentacles intertwined to form a throne of inky darkness. In this realm, only the horrifying darkness was visible. This was the paradise of rocks, a domain woven with the essence of demons and deities alike. I am the victor. All of you are the sovereigns of this world. Am I the loser? Then let us all be reduced to ashes together. Rox sneered, though it was the demons who mocked. In truth, Rox had already triumphed over the demons. He was not merely an awakened fruit user, but the most formidable and perfected wielder of abilities. Even Blackbeard Teach, who would rise to become the Emperor of the Seas 38 years hence, could not compare to him in the mastery of the dark fruit. It was merely Teach's prudent selections that forged for him a fruit configuration even more potent than that of Rox. Thus, in this era, Rox was undoubtedly the king of the world. Even the later pirate king, the marine heroes, and the strongest man and creature could only look up in reverence. Endless adversaries emerged, including the unexpected Roger and the treachery of his devoted subordinates. Even the seemingly omniscient 5 elders were defeated, nearly meeting their demise in the Valley of the Gods. The outcome was such that Rox would not concede defeat. He had not been vanquished by any singular opponent. Even if he sacrificed his will to the demons, he would strive to annihilate this absurd world as much as possible. The ocean was farcical, and you were nothing but a band of fools. What justice did the Marines uphold? What freedom did the pirates cherish? It was laughable. One was a sycophant groveling before celestial dragons, the other a wretched cur hiding in shame. Kill me, yet the true essence of me remains, the world king. A celestial dragon who has dominated for 8 centuries. Ha 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 ha. Tremble, fools. Rox laughed boisterously, reminiscent of a rabid dog, cornered and thrashing about. The dark tendrils withdrew from the throne with a resounding crash. They pierced the cliff face like iron, suspended above the Valley of the Gods, transforming into layers of obsidian steps. Atop these steps lay the ultimate throne. Rox ascended the staircase, step by step. All eyes were drawn to him, as if their souls hung in suspension, their powers being summoned. In that moment, Rox released not a hint of his overwhelming presence. Yet all felt compelled to kneel in submission. For decades since I embarked upon the seas, adventuring, slaughtering, conquering, scheming, employing every means imaginable. Sengoku, you will understand. This world awaits the arrival of the next king. You should all tremble. I have departed, and the seas shall never know tranquility. Pray tell, who besides myself can subdue this horde of monsters? Await, for the most chaotic struggle for the throne is about to commence. This dark throne may metamorphose into innumerable possibilities. Regardless of your insincere intentions, the reality of your swelling ambitions cannot be altered. Even if your sole desire is to safeguard all that you possess, you shall inevitably contend with these beasts. Otherwise, they will lay waste to all that you have meticulously cherished. Rox sits majestically upon the dark throne, casting his gaze over the myriad beings of the earth. Within the narrow Valley of the Gods, hearts pulse in reluctant agreement with Rox's sentiments. The ambitions of the Golden Lion, the reckless desires of Lingling, and Kaido's penchant for conquest and destruction, they all must tread the path that Rox once walked to ascend the throne. Even if Roger yearns solely for freedom and Whitebeard wishes only to protect his family, A lack of sufficient strength will render them susceptible to obstruction and influence. Indeed, this is a war into which one must inevitably be drawn, whether willing or not. Roger, filled with reluctance, understands the futility of escaping the grim future that Rox has outlined. Years later, as he ascends the scaffold in Logtown, he remains haunted by the experiences of this day. Perhaps, when he utters the words of the great treasure, he, kneeling upon the execution platform, will have unwittingly claimed another invisible throne. The question of Rock's existence becomes trivial. What is truly terrifying is that he once walked this earth. From this day forth, every monster emerging from the Rock's pirates is acutely aware of the higher status, power, and influence that pirates can attain. They will relentlessly vie for everything until the era of Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard gives way to the age of the Four Emperors. The ambition to rule will inevitably corrupt the hearts of all. Even the future 7 warlords of the sea will be but pawns in this power struggle. Once ambition is ignited, it cannot be quelled. Rox, that scoundrel, seeks to awaken the ambitions of all his monstrous crew with his dying breath. The warlord of the sea abhors such behavior, as it merely draws those individuals further down a path of wickedness. Unbeknownst to them, they will soon witness Roger's proclamation of the Pirate King's great treasure, alongside Whitebeard's final influence. It will not cease. This is a flawless relay of chaos. Defeating those individuals and imprisoning them in Impel Down is the only course of action. Garp shatters the incoming tentacles with a single punch, for he harbors no belief that there exists an opponent he cannot vanquish. Even one as formidable as Rox met his end, becoming a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, upon their departure, they scatter and flee, while we pursue one. Others will rise to power across the seas. Within 5 years, even those like Shanks and Kaido, mere apprentice pirates, may wreak havoc in their regions. This group of individuals, united by Rox, appears to be restrained, yet in reality, they are confined to a single place. Now begins the true tempest of the ocean. The Dark Throne has been etched into the hearts of every individual possessing the potential of a king. Sengoku feels a shiver run down his spine. He cannot fathom the chaos that the ocean will soon witness. The primary architect of all this turmoil is none other than Rox. It can be asserted that, at this moment, Rock's influence over his contemporaries is akin to witnessing the execution of Roger before his demise, before the rise of the notorious warlords of the sea, as well as the likes of Shanks, Buggy, and Dragon. It is merely the erasure of Rock's historical existence by the 5 elders that renders him seemingly less formidable. Ambition has a tendency to expand. Just observe the fervor in their eyes. Rock's will shall not be extinguished. Sengoku grits his teeth as he gazes upon the battlefield. The crew of the Rock's pirates does not mourn the loss of their captain. On the contrary, they feel exhilarated and jubilant. For them, this is the ultimate conclusion. Rox is dead. The reign of the Dark King, who could suppress a myriad of bizarre devil fruit abilities, has come to an end. Thus, it is before his tombstone that even more avaricious souls will gather in celebration. Shawn is also among them, his gaze increasingly intense and unquenchable. Newcomer, your eyes seem ready to devour. John wiped the blood from his mouth and fixed his stare upon Shawn. After 20 years of tumultuous change, who will be the next sovereign? Shawn clenched his fists. The answer was unequivocal. It's me. Annihilate. Rox, with a sinister satisfaction, reveled in the moment. This was splendid. The insatiable greed and ambition of humanity, the unyielding desire to possess everything. This embodied the very essence of the ocean's chaotic fury. It was precisely this that gave birth to the devil fruits, arising from the lineage factors. The limitless powers of these fruits were a testament to the boundless imagination of humankind. With a thunderous explosion, the throne shattered. Rocks melted into the Dark Throne, and the Valley of the Gods was suddenly engulfed by tendrils of darkness. Absorption ensued, an incessant pulling, until all existence was ground to dust. Life flickered, but for a moment. Before his demise, Rox sought to exhaust the final vestiges of power within the devil fruits to manifest his ultimate worth. Darkness was omnipresent. Rox opened his mouth, and a dark demon emerged in the Valley of the Gods. This demon towered above, dwarfing even the mythical beast form of Satan. The already constricted Valley of the Gods now resembled a realm consumed by a malevolent force. Rox offered himself to the demon, his life igniting in a blaze of annihilation. The darkness ignited the lineage factors within everyone. The fruit users were the first to be struck as if by lightning. Damn it, it hurts so much. Kaido swore he would never forget that accursed captain, Rox. How dare he bring calamity upon his own crew in his final moments. Pain twisted his insides, forcing him to collapse to the ground. Curse be rocks, that mad ant. Longbread's sword pierced the cliff, exacerbating his agony, rendering his already diminutive frame even more wretched. Rocks. Lingling yearned to dismember him. Her steel balloon had been repeatedly breached, all due to Rock's targeted assaults. Such power should not exist, for heaven's sake. The Golden Lion was utterly astounded. As a sky pirate, it was his first experience being pinned to the ground, forced to endure pain without shedding blood. Lest his injuries worsen, the potential of the fruit lay in its development. He ought to be the unprecedented perfect host for this devil fruit. Whitebeard remained steadfast, gripping his blade. Did it hurt? Certainly, but what could he do even if he screamed in pain? Wang Ji and Silver Axe longed to strike this captain. In truth, the most tormented were the Rocks pirates. The Roger pirates were largely unaffected, shielded by the formidable presence of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku, Saru, and Garp, and even Zephyr. Though gravely injured, they would soon find salvation. Captain John surrendered his resistance, choosing instead to lie on the ground and await his fate. He did not believe he could withstand the most potent attack of Rock's devil fruit in his dying moments. His skin oozed blood, ravaged by the dark corruption, erasing and tearing at his lineage factors. Shawn, how is it that you remain unscathed? John noticed that Shawn was merely leaning against the oak barrel. It truly hurt. I just couldn't be bothered to mention it. Shawn casually deflected the question, yet within him, there was no sensation of pain at all. Was it a deliberate act by Rocks? If so, why? Logically, one would think that employing indiscriminate attacks at such a moment would maximize their impact. No. That doesn't seem right. Shawn's gaze was fixed upon Rocks, who had transformed into a colossal embodiment of darkness. At this moment, Rocks resembled more of a demon. It was indeed Rocks who had spoken in the shadows, yet the one who made this decision was not necessarily the same. Was it the malevolent spirit of the dark fruit? Instinctively, Shawn felt no erosion of his essence. But why? Shawn lifted the oak barrel, taking generous gulps of the wine contained within. Suddenly, the earth was torn asunder. Everything was drawn away by an overwhelming gravity, including the wine Shawn had just tasted. In that moment, he too was yanked upwards, and with a forceful punch, he created a hole to grasp the fissure in the ground. Rocks gazed down upon the earth, perceiving it as nothing more than a realm engulfed in darkness. At that instant, whether human or object, stone sculpture or living being, all were consumed by this inky void. From an external viewpoint, the once dark whirlpool expanded rapidly. After a swift escalation, it abruptly froze. With a resounding crash, the vast sea bore witness. The dark vortex condensed at an alarming rate, devouring everything within the Valley of the Gods. The agony felt by the people was starkly different from the tremors produced by the tremor fruit. It was a sensation of being consumed and torn apart. The colossal whirlpool upon the ocean's surface was truly terrifying. Previously, Stussy had commandeered a warship, now irresistibly drawn towards the vortex, on the brink of submersion. She gazed into the distance at the Valley of the Gods, unable to comprehend whether anyone remained alive. Let it be destroyed. Perhaps that would be for the best. At least the Marine headquarters would be no more, and she could live a more unrestrained existence. Yet, with the absence of the Rocks pirates as a formidable shield, she would inevitably find herself wandering aimlessly in the future. The thought alone brought a pang of sorrow. While Stussy was lost in such contemplation, seawater cascaded across her face. Within her crystalline eyes, the scene of the Valley of the Gods was mirrored. In less than a second, the valley transitioned from expansion to contraction, culminating in a sudden explosion. It was annihilated. The possibility of such destruction instantly registered in Stussy's mind. Shortly thereafter, the whirlpool's velocity began to slightly diminish, indicating the dissipation of gravity. The darkness receded, and the Valley of the Gods returned to its normal state, albeit devoid of buildings. Now only a landscape of shattered stones and nearly toppled ravines. What had transpired there? Had Rocks emerged victorious? That must have been his attack. For a moment, I almost believed it was the end of the world. This man truly seeks to become the sovereign of all. While doubts lingered in the hearts of the people, the scene within the Valley of the Gods was starkly different. Shadows began to plummet from the sky. Shawn crashed heavily against the mountainside. The few surviving warriors from the war turned back once more, only to feel a chill creeping down their spines. A faint light inopportunely swept through the Valley of the Gods. An unsettling shiver coursed through them, their heightened senses and instincts whispering the truth. Rocks was not dead. How could it be? Even the most formidable of beings could not possibly still be alive. Yet, as Shawn weakly turned his gaze, he beheld a living human standing in the colossal pit at the heart of the valley, Rocks. His eyes shimmered with the purity of a newborn, radiating a translucent glow. As everyone turned back in a state of grievous injury, their hearts pounding like drums, a singular question echoed. Why? How could this monster still be alive? Rox, with a glint of brilliance in his eyes, grinned widely. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, dark as the night. A conqueror's will crashing forth like the most terrifying oceanic waves. To think you could slay me is nothing but a delusion. I am Rox, the king of the world. Ha 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 ha. I am immortal. Rox laughed maniacally, yet his skin cracked repeatedly under the strain. This overwhelming presence was suffocating, rendering them gasping for breath. Shawn braced himself against the overwhelming force, gazing in sheer astonishment at Rox.The back. Roger and Garp rose once more, unsteadily preparing for battle. They were oblivious to the fact that if Rox had not perished, they would be at a loss on how to secure victory. It was not until the aura of Rox surged forth that he fixed his gaze upon Shawn outside the pit. Pointing a finger at the young man, he proclaimed, "Surely. You must feel it. The darkness has chosen you and your companions. There is no escape. The formidable devil fruit will actively seek its host. Wherever it may be reborn, it will find you. This is the splendor of fate. Shawn, the darkness has already marked you. What will be your choice?" Rox's voice reverberated, echoing in the ears of all present until his overwhelming presence suddenly diminished. As he approached Shawn step by step, his aura faded alongside him. Rox stood steadfast, his gaze fixed luminously upon Shawn. The powers of the devil had vanished, and the three-colored aura was depleted. He remained in a forward stride, frozen in place. In the final moments of his life, a cracking sound emanated from Rox's lifeless body. He was petrified, his mouth twisted into a perpetual grin, laughing maniacally. His wild hair solidified at that moment, resembling a siren returned from the depths of hell. He was dead. This being, once deemed invincible, the most potent force who had single-handedly commanded nearly all the monsters of his era, was truly gone. It was this very reality that left everyone in disbelief. All stood in stunned silence. As the genuine rays of morning sunlight poured forth unreservedly, the king of the world, Rox, though fallen, remained as a statue, unyielding in his final stance. No one could desecrate his remains, unless they were to obliterate his entire form. Even the retrieval of any viable cells proved futile, for Rox's body had been irrevocably turned to stone. What madness had this man wrought? Sengoku turned to Shawn, bewildered by the events that could have prompted Rox to utter such words before his demise. Suddenly, Shawn regained his senses and retrieved a moderately sized video phone bug from his attire. It appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness and was petrified as he surveyed the surroundings. The Valley of the Gods was filled with stone sculptures, creating an impression that life had never graced this place. Shawn concealed the video phone bug back into his sleeve, intending to release it when the opportunity arose. The longer the power of the sweet fruit remains, the greater the risk of complete petrification. Much like Rox, who previously petrified nearly everything in God Valley, this would render the situation utterly hopeless. Moreover, total destruction is tantamount to death. If, within the next few days, an individual fortuitously consumes the new sweet fruit and swiftly reaches the stage of awakening its powers, there remains a chance for salvation. Conversely, any minor misstep could result in the inability to save anyone. It is worth testing the capabilities of the meatball fruit as well. Shawn pondered whether the meatball fruit, once developed to a certain extent, could retrieve the recorded footage. Although the battle against Rox did not evoke a significant uproar in the world, Shawn resolutely refused to allow the Gorosei and the celestial dragons to erase the existence of one who once opposed the world government. This footage served as the most direct evidence of Rox's past existence. As darkness receded, light once again embraced the world. Yet, the people, weary and exhausted, leaned against the corners, awaiting their recovery. Similarly, Shawn found himself in a parallel predicament. As a user of animal-based abilities, he merely needed to regain a modicum of strength to effect his escape. "Hey there, care to join us?" Jabba, adorned with dual axes at his waist, extended a hand toward Shawn. As the foremost figure beneath Captain Roger and First Mate Rayleigh, he stood as the optimal choice for recruiting newcomers into the Roger Pirates. "I refuse to serve anyone else. Don't even think about it." Shawn sat against the wall, gradually regaining his breath as the waves began to calm. The terrified pirates and marines alike surged into the Valley of the Gods, only to be met with a scene that sent shivers down their spines. Their fear intensified upon beholding the statue of Rox. Garp was surrounded by a jubilant throng of marines, who attributed the victory in this conflict solely to his prowess. Roger, however, remained indifferent, his crew bracing themselves for an impending confrontation. "Do you wish to perish, fools?" That man has just vanquished rocks. Garp cautioned the Marines, urging them to refrain from attacking the Roger pirates at such a critical moment. Though they hesitated, doubt lingered in their minds. Pirates saving the world? Don't be absurd. Sengoku, now the highest authority following Steelbone Kong's unconsciousness, grasped his chest and issued commands. Everyone, commence rescue operations. We must save whoever we can, no matter the cost. The war had concluded, and there was no room for unnecessary complications. The next phase involved cleanup, and they needed to steer clear of rocks to avoid any traps. After Sengoku's orders, a colonel from the Marine headquarters rushed to his side, clutching a gurgling snail phone. Upon receiving the device, he barked, "Steelbone Kong, immediately seal off the Valley of the Gods. We must erase all traces of rocks, obliterating this place from history, while we cloak it in mist. We will act to ensure no navigational pointers can ever lead back here." The five elders issued their decree, insisting that incidents like the kidnapping and annihilation of celestial dragons must not escape into the public domain. Moreover, the defeat of one of the five elders, alongside the presence of some young celestial knights, posed a significant threat if more individuals began to follow rocks or harbor such reckless ambitions. This year's hunting game is hereby terminated. The five elders delivered their final command and angrily hung up the phone. Yet, many Marines and pirates from Hive Island still dared not gaze upon Rock's statue, as the man's past was too outrageous, every achievement enough to instill terror. A pair of Marines sprinted towards Garp, carrying two boxes, which, upon opening, revealed two infants, one with fiery red hair and the other with deep blue locks. This sight prompted Garp to reminisce about Greenbrook's saint. Was this fate? Why must a child be condemned to become such a wretch? Garp lifted the treasure chest and glanced at the Roger pirates, who were taken aback to discover several more chests. Roger, in high spirits, could hardly resist the temptation. "Boys, seize them. Those are treasures that the Rocks pirates would have fought to the death to obtain." The Roger pirates were suddenly invigorated, rushing forth in excitement. Garp glanced at Roger and, seizing the moment, tossed a treasure chest into the fray. It was no ordinary chest. It contained the most potent devil fruit. Lingling's eyes sparkled with delight. "It's mine." Shiki felt emboldened, instantly soaring into the air. "Hey, don't underestimate us." Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba joined forces, with their crew members closely trailing behind. They swiftly seized two treasure chests. "Farewell, Garp." Cradling the chests, Roger fled at breakneck speed. That fool. Garp felt a strange sense of survival after the chaos ensued. "Roger." Lingling stamped her foot in frustration, lamenting yet another loss of precious treasures. The members of the Rocks pirates exchanged awkward glances, pondering who among them still held the potential to become the King of Kings. "Hey, Newgate, let us join forces. Let us forge a brand new, unbeatable pirate crew." Shiki laughed heartily. "I refuse." Whitebeard gazed at the retreating Roger pirates, realizing that with the collapse of the Rocks pirates, only Roger's crew would possess formidable strength in the future. Indeed, a new sovereign had emerged at this very moment. "I have no desire to be your subordinate, and I want to let that scoundrel Roger escape." Lingling surveyed her surroundings, noticing the absence of Kaido and Shanks, sensing something amiss. She hastened towards the port, realizing that the young rascal had made a swift getaway. John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji had already appeared at another port. Following these formidable pirates, the crew of Hive Island rushed forth, rallying behind various new captains. Korizumi Semimaru and Korizumi Mitsuki seized a pirate ship, deciding to return to Wano. Stussy took the opportunity to hide within a warship, waiting for the right moment to escape. "We must leave, Shaki." The Fireflower resolved to rebuild the Kuja pirates, with Shaki accompanying her as the first mate. Whitebeard departed alone, determined to search for crew members personally, aimed at making each one a part of his family. With a flourish, massive stones and ships soared through the air. The Golden Lion, leading thousands of pirates, became the first great pirate of the new era. "Kekeki, the time that follows shall belong to me." With a swift leap, Whitebeard ascended, strong enough to lift dozens of meters. Whose era is next? Whitebeard is confident in securing his place in the world. However, regardless of who it may be, the combat prowess aboard his ship pales in comparison to that of Roger. No one can serve as the right-hand man to these formidable pirates like Rayleigh or Jabba. Furthermore, there are no crew members who have developed their strength in the same manner as those of the Roger pirates. Whether it is Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, or Big Mom, they all must seek new combat crew members and require time for growth. The inherent flaws in the personalities of Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John will inevitably lead to varying outcomes. Some have maintained their positions for decades, while others have fought relentlessly until their demise. And some have even been betrayed by their subordinates in a drunken stupor. The remaining individuals naturally drift apart. Thus, in this era, the only crew that can rise first and possess the strongest power is undoubtedly the Roger pirates. Even if the Whitebeard pirates grow stronger, without Kazuki Oden's intervention, only the captain would be able to contend with Roger, while the others would be easily crushed. Moreover, not only did Kazuki Oden become a member of Roger's crew, but Barrett also joined as well. This equates to 5 formidable forces battling against a pirate crew with solely one elite power. Henceforth, the Golden Lion will have the advantage in numbers and abilities, while Whitebeard boasts the mightiest paramecia and the power to devastate the world. Ultimately, the only one capable of truly dominating an era is Roger. The rest can only contend on equal footing. Outside the God Valley Sea, Big Mom returns to her pirate ship, only to find that Kaido is absent. That deceiver. He even promised to introduce Shawn to me. What a liar. On the other side of the sea, aboard a departing warship, Kaido and Shawn are indulging in a hearty feast. Why not seize a pirate ship? Kaido, the first mate. Shawn is truly a natural glutton. Before joining the Rock's pirates, I would often indulge in the naval branch's feasts. After Kaido responded, he sensed something amiss. You scoundrel. I am the captain. You spoke too late, Kaido. Shawn forcefully compressed over a dozen steaks between slices of bread, creating a formidable sandwich. With a wide-open mouth, he devoured it in one swift motion. Meanwhile, the long-dormant demon compass began to rotate once more. The previous multiple choices had culminated in their first outcome. The second, surviving the final moments of the Valley of the Gods. The third, establishing his own pirate crew. Once a decision is made, the compass bestows its rewards. Having successfully endured until the end of the Valley of the Gods, the demon compass granted the boon of a mutated physique. Bang! The mutation of the Shawn bloodline factor has commenced, leading to an immediate slumber. Are you imitating John? Please do not leave this mess for me to handle. I truly find Kaido remarkable. Shan's character is truly lacking. In that moment, as Shawn lay in a deep slumber, a colossal warship, accompanied by several smaller vessels, was being escorted towards the Red Earth continent. 4 elderly figures stood in silence, awaiting the return of their colleague. In an unprecedented gathering, the Celestial Dragons, who typically indulged in their own pleasures, had all assembled in this place. Upon the warship, the bandaged Green Saint, wielding a western sword, made his way to the deck. There, the 5 elders Saint Satan, who had been standing for quite some time, turned to face him. The events surrounding the Valley of the Gods could not be uttered as a favor to Green Saint. As a member of the 5 elders, Satan was determined to uphold the dignity of the Celestial Dragons. The thought that their esteemed position and the identity of the Divine Knights had been vanquished by the Rock's pirates was utterly disgraceful. Such a revelation should remain forever unspoken. Silence, Green Saint commanded as he ascended the mechanical lift towards Mariehua. The other members of the Divine Knights remained reticent. They had once believed the Celestial Dragons to be supreme, invincible. They had even seized vast treasures and devil fruits while the Rock's pirates were away, convinced they could navigate freely among the world's strongest pirate crew. Little did they know that Rox, the bane of those with devil fruit powers, personally led the charge to teach them all a harsh lesson in humility. Consequently, the younger members of the Divine Knights became increasingly eager to attain strength. The trials undergone by the elite Celestial Dragons far surpassed those of ordinary Celestial Dragons, and their royal lineage endowed them with formidable talents. Satan sighed. Regarding the matter of the child, I am deeply sorry, but I shall do my utmost to ascertain their whereabouts. Let us consider it as though they perished in the Valley of the Gods. There is no need for that. Green Saint clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. This battle was a humiliation for him. Why was it that Rox was ultimately defeated by Roger and not by Garp? In other words, it meant that within his era, 3 individuals were more powerful than he. Moreover, in the future, Whitebeard and Shiki would only grow stronger. Even the descendants of his bloodline had vanished, their fates unknown. We are the deities who shape the world. We should trample upon the corpses of all commoners. For the honor of the Divine Knights and the sacred name of the Celestial Dragons, I shall not be defeated by anyone again. Having witnessed the true nature of this world and the tumultuous seas, Green Saint's fighting spirit surged. Upon exiting the mechanical ladder, the Celestial Dragons erupted in jubilant cries. Rox has finally been vanquished, Green Saint. Saint Satan, you are the sovereign of the Celestial Dragons. Let those pirates understand that even the arrogant Rox has met his demise by his own folly. Let us swiftly organize a new hunting competition to seek out new non-affiliated kingdoms. The Celestial Dragons cheered, and to the vast majority who remained unaware of the truth, The reality was that Garp had defeated Rox, and Green Saint was the returning champion from the Valley of the Gods. The Knights of God remained silent. This crisis, although resulting in the demise of numerous celestial dragons, ultimately eradicated the most arrogant of pirates. The Rox pirates were utterly dismantled, with its crew scattering in disarray. Saint Satan of the Five Elders returned, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, regaining his speed more swiftly than others. Upon exchanging knowing glances with his companions, he hastily departed from the bustling square. In the palace conference room, several elders incessantly issued commands. Lord him, Saint Satan sought to discern the divine will, for all was at his behest. The bald-headed elder, gripping his katana, responded affirmatively. Nodding, Saint Satan acknowledged the signal as the transponder snail rang. The bearded elder answered, and commands that would shape the future for decades to come were thoroughly enacted. At that moment, God Valley had been obscured, its magnetic field distorted and shrouded in fog. Due to abrupt climatic changes, even though God Valley lay in the West Blue, it had become as twisted as the New World, rendering it a non-existent place erased from maps. Under the previous directives of the Five Elders, the Navy promptly proclaimed Captain Garp as the hero of God Valley. All losses suffered by the Celestial Dragons, the war's proceedings, and everything concerning the Roger pirates were completely expunged from history. From now on, they declared, there shall be no God Valley, no Rox. The focus will shift to Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. Hive Island is destined to incite a rivalry among pirates for a while, allowing them to deplete one another. Without the cohesion of Rox, the pirate paradise will merely be a gathering of scoundrels. Their bounties will be elevated, and the histories of all kingdoms, both those of the World Conference and others, will be altered. No detailed information shall be reported. Those who dare to speak carelessly shall be executed. Anyone who dares to mention the humiliation of the celestial dragons at God Valley shall be deemed a pirate and shall be slain without mercy. Seek out the bloodline descendants of Rox. Kill them upon sight, regardless of their authenticity. The three transponder snails fell silent, each representing the direct intelligence organizations of CP-0, its subordinate CP-9, and the Marine headquarters. Soon, a new history overshadowed the past. Every individual located on the world deck felt a profound shock. At this moment, the most incredulous reactions emanated from the West Sea. As the site of God Valley, the West Sea's navy, pirates, and civilians alike were astounded. Not long ago, they had heard of the Rox pirates' massive assault on God Valley, and now, in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a topic that even Rox himself was reluctant to mention. As for who had defeated the World King, few were privy to that information. It was said to be Garp, and thus it was presumed he must have done it alone. Yet, soon after, even God Valley vanished. Those who survived in this brutal sea quickly realized the necessity of discretion. The new generation would remain completely unaware of what had transpired. Even the youth of this era, who would eventually grow into old age 38 years later, would find their memories forgotten. Time erases all, and the waves wash away every trace of dust. In the West Sea, Garp, who was enjoying grilled rice crackers aboard a battleship, had developed an afternoon tea ritual. He slapped his hand on Sengoku's back, exclaiming, "These guys are simply infuriating." Gurgling, Sengoku awkwardly took the transponder snail call from Admiral Steelbone Kong. "Hey, Garp, you rascal. You're now a naval hero. If you don't get promoted to Admiral soon, you might miss your chance." Steelbone Kong urged him earnestly. Garp promptly hung up the transponder snail. After that, until the rise of the new generation of monsters, the so-called no-opportunity Garp repeatedly declined promotions to the rank of Admiral. In the Flower Country, the then violent leader, the head of the 8 Treasure Navy, was only 40 years old, still in his prime and eager to witness the excitement. However, he had just returned from the Grand Line, only to find the war had concluded. Hey, did that fellow Roger do absolutely nothing? Who would believe such nonsense? He declared, vowing to find Garp and smash his iron fist with his headbutt. In O'Hara, the archaeological sanctuary of the West Sea, Dr. Clover gazed in astonishment at the newspaper notification from the Marine headquarters. 17-year-old Nico Alvia was equally bewildered, exclaiming, "Doctor, they must be concealing the truth of history." The young Robin bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, the only difference being their hair color. In a world dominated by the Navy and the world government's control of information, people were utterly oblivious to the whole truth. At that moment, within a news agency on a distant island, a young ability user who had just consumed the bird fruit, albatross form, clenched his fists in determination. Morgan, merely 15 years old and an apprentice, silently vowed, "I will ensure this world knows the truth, How could rocks ever be defeated by the celestial dragons and Garp? Above the world's deck, only that man has vanished, taking with him his entire existence and trajectory. For the first time, the powerful among us have come to realize the true terror of authority. Even rocks was not immune to erasure. What chance do they stand? In the West Sea, within a dimly lit chamber, the sound of chains echoes incessantly. Shawn slept exceptionally soundly, perhaps due to the excessive strain endured in the Valley of the Gods. Akin to the relentless pursuit of a hawk. Following the conclusion of the war, he had not feasted sufficiently and had drifted into slumber until now. Hey, Kaido. Where is this? My hands are bound by chains. Shawn lifted his gaze, his eyes wide open. The dimness obscured his vision. Yet he could sense the presence of several towering figures nearby. Kaido was seated beside him, patiently awaiting Shawn's awakening. On either side of him stood individuals even taller than Kaido, members of the giant race. It was already well known that the giants of the sea extended beyond just Elbaf. The giants of the West Sea, the giants of the triangular mist, the snowy giants, and the berserk-like demon race all belonged to branches of the giant lineage. Legends speak of a time long past when they united in purpose, only to later disperse for reasons unknown. Since then, no formidable giant has been able to unify all giants. Consequently, even the giant kingdom of Elbaf is perpetually embroiled in conflict. A century ago, the giant pirate crew wielded immense power, reigning as masters of the seas. However, time has taken its toll, and many have met unfortunate fates. Encountering two giants in this place is indeed a rare occurrence. Yet, they seem to be in discomfort. The giant on the left appears almost suffocated, emitting foolish sounds of discontent. With every movement, the clinking of chains resonates, each chain crafted from a substantial amount of sea prism stone. Even so, restraining this colossal giant proves to be a formidable challenge. Thus, Shawn feels little to no effect from their presence. Likely because all the sea prism stone shackles are employed to confine the giant beside him. The other giant, however, remains silent, suggesting that relations among the giants are indeed strained. With a sudden realization, Shawn comprehended the gravity of his situation. Having feasted to his heart's content, he now found himself imprisoned. Nevertheless, after the mutation of his physical constitution, he sensed an unusual rhythm within his heartbeat. He had also acquired the remarkable ability to consume 3 devil fruits, along with a buff that rendered him free of the need for sleep. He resolved to consider this slumber as the final rest before the journey that lay ahead. Kaido, what transpired? Shawn remained utterly oblivious to the events that transpired after he fell asleep. Given Kaido's current prowess, it was indeed unlikely that an ordinary person could capture him. The battle at God Valley had been exceedingly exhausting, leading to his slumber. Kaido yawned and vigorously patted Shawn's shoulder. Who could have anticipated awakening in such a place? It must be the Navy branch of the West Sea. Nevertheless, it matters not. We shall indulge in a feast before our departure. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Kaido's eyes as he proudly proclaimed, I used to do this whenever I was famished. However, this time, he felt somewhat drained, likely due to the influence of the sea prism stone since becoming a devil fruit user. Rising to his feet, the chains clanked incessantly around him. With his immense strength and domineering presence, he could easily break free. It was merely a prison belonging to the Navy, after all, not impelled down. You kindly brought me to the Navy for a buffet? I must express my gratitude. Shawn felt a lingering weakness upon awakening, harboring a deep-seated admiration for Kaido. The cunning old fox. The restraint of his devil fruit abilities suggested a commendable purity in the sea prism stone shackles. Fortunately, his physique had been enhanced through Stussy's previous experiments. Coupled with this recent mutation, with a swift motion, he hardened his arms with armament hockey. Shawn felt that, in such a state, he still possessed the strength to fight. Ultimately, it is power that reigns supreme. Even in the fierce battle atop the battlefield, Marco could not utilize the abilities of his phoenix form. Yet he still fought valiantly using his martial prowess. Kaido, this monstrous entity, was merely unable to wield the various powers of his Azure dragon form. His strength remained undeniably formidable. Only Shawn understood that Kaido had been weakened. Physical constitution is of paramount importance. It would be even better if one could possess the intensity akin to Lingling's. Shawn surveyed his surroundings, his mind conjuring the image of Lingling bound tightly by Quinn in her old age. You kid, come with me. Once we've had our fill, we shall set sail. And I shall appoint you as my first mate. Kaido struck the prison door frame with a powerful fist, the sound echoing with a resounding clatter. Don't even think about it. The moment we escape, I will promptly declare the formation of my own pirate crew. Shawn has yet to complete a significant choice, that is, the establishment of a pirate crew. The corresponding reward for this decision is none other than the lineage factor of the pawpaw fruit, a conceptually superior paramecia-type devil fruit, capable of marking every location visited. Kuma, after parting ways with Bonnie, traverses the world, effortlessly sending others to any place he has visited with a mere slap. Although it requires time to move swiftly through the air, the advantage lies in its direct, unerring efficiency. It is simply perfect. Rapid movement, swift assistance, explosive pressure, damage projection. In memory, all delectable, much like food. The colossal giant, originally reclined, suddenly opened his eyes upon overhearing the conversation between Shawn and Kaido. With a thunderous sound, the ground trembled. This cage was dwarfed by his massive stature, forcing him to lie prone. Currently, only 4 individuals were confined within the naval branch's prison, 2 colossal giants, alongside Shawn and Kaido. The 2 smaller giants. Logically, they could not contain anyone else. With a resounding crash, the giant collided with the cage, creating a gaping hole. His towering height necessitated continuous climbing, yet the space remained exceedingly cramped. Hee delicious. The voice of the ultra-giant sounded rather simple-minded. Meanwhile, another giant, who had been peacefully slumbering, opened his eyes, producing an entirely different sound. How terrifying. A fierce wolf. You, lacking gentleness, are truly a mischievous child. Rather endearing, yet undeniably a man's voice. In the pitch-black darkness, Shawn found himself unable to see even his own hand, unaware of who or what lay before him. However, if this ravenous giant were indeed the infamous San Juan wolf, then by the calculations of time, he would currently be 61 years of age. Towering at an astonishing height of 180 meters, his physique surpassed even that of the formidable Os. Although he possessed abilities, his immense size rendered him an indomitable presence. Akin to a behemoth that could not sink in the ocean and could tread upon molten lava without so much as a burn. It was only fitting to refer to him as a mischievous child, and his voice, unique in its resonance, could only belong to another giant from the West Sea. He had once excavated a colossal figure, Jasmine, and impelled down, reaching an astounding depth of 5 layers back in 62. A user of the push fruit. I'm so hungry, brother Jasmine, I'm so hungry. Wolf struggled, the confines of his cage beginning to crack under the pressure. Shawn. Kaido never anticipated that he would not need to intervene. The situation in the West Sea appears quite abnormal. What a foolish child, come along with me, evil wolf. Jasmine swiftly retrieved a shovel from the wall behind her. With a single thrust into the ground, the once unyielding floor rapidly softened. Almost instantaneously, the enormous pit morphed into a swirling circle, enveloping evil wolf within. They are about to escape, children. At the age of 122, Jasmine's tone was rather endearing, as she encased everyone inside like uncooled caramel. The entire naval branch's prison began to roll into chaos. When the original guards rushed in from outside, they felt as if the world was spinning. They are escaping. I had always said that the giant race cannot be contained. There isn't an abundance of sea stone. Are those 2 newcomers part of the giant race? One of them seems not to be a pirate, lacking a bounty. Due to Kaido, Shawn's stature was also considerable, leading to the misconception that he was an underdeveloped member of the giant race. Ah, it's a key. Jasmine twirled the shovel, and a string of sea stone keys fell from the guardroom. He appeared casual, yet was remarkably precise in using his abilities. Snap! The shackles were undone. Kaido instantly felt a change. Previously, he had not perceived the sea stone as a threat without consuming a devil fruit. Only through experience does one realize that even the capable must pay a price. The power has returned. Shawn transformed his hands into dragon claws, scales once again enveloping his form. Let us surge forth, my crew. Our destination is the Grand Line. Shawn charged ahead, the cage unfurling under Jasmine's influence. Sunlight cascaded onto his face, accompanied by a resounding crash. The ferocious wolf plunged into the harbor, inadvertently stirring up tumultuous waves. The sea lashed against the naval base's port. The earlier sounds of escape from the cage were already terrifying. Now, they were utterly horrifying. Several monsters appeared near the harbor, having shed their sea stone restraints. It was inconceivable that ordinary sailors could contend with such foes. I had long suspected that returning home for a visit was ill-advised, yet here I was. Captured by the Navy, Jasmine was capable of navigating through the sea stone-enhanced advanced city with a formidable power level of 5. This time, disaster was narrowly averted. However, like Kaido, he was accustomed to such chaos. After all, escape was always possible. The port already had several supply ships and reinforcements arriving, preparing to escort giants and newly arrived pirates. Upon seeing the mountains of crates stacked at the harbor, the ferocious wolf recognized them as food. Without hesitation, he seized them with his massive hands and began devouring them voraciously. This sight terrified many, yet some seasoned veterans managed to suppress their fear and resorted to reason. Firing their weapons. Bang! Bang! Bullets flew one after another. Against the ferocious wolf, they were merely an itch, and even for Shawn, they posed little threat. Unless they were imbued with sea stone, individuals with special constitutions were hardly endangered. So hungry. So hungry. The ferocious wolf disregarded everything, allowing others to attack him. Yet aboard the warship, two individuals exhibited peculiar expressions. One was a young boy, seemingly around 11 or 12, clutching a pair of scissors and a rag doll. Dressed in leather with studs, he exuded a distinctly punk aura. His hair and lip color matched, adding to his audacious demeanor. The other was a young naval sergeant, dispatched to apprehend him, who had been promoted to naval lieutenant after the battle in Divine Valley. Had it not been for his father's influence, he would have ascended even higher, for even a rear admiral from naval headquarters would not stand a chance against him. As the wind from the ferocious wolf lifted his cloak, the young sailor, arms crossed, fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon the young pirate at the harbor. Initially believing he was merely following orders to detain the ferocious wolf while Jasmine headed to Advance City, he was taken aback by this unexpected twist. No wonder the old man wore a mischievous grin. Dragon, with a swift motion, cast the rebellious punk boy onto the port. The previously chaotic harbor suddenly regained its composure. Upon sighting the warship that had arrived to escort the criminals, they realized it was from headquarters. It was Dragon. He was none other than the son of the legendary hero Garp, now regarded as the strongest of the new generation in the Navy. All eyes were drawn to him. Courage rekindled. Dragon. The first encounter between Jasmine and the young man, Long, piqued her curiosity, prompting her to glance over. Bathed in sunlight, the towering Jasmine donned a pink skirt. Her scruffy appearance and pouting lips, coupled with the iron shovel in her hand, rendered her irresistibly charming. It transpired that following the slumber of Kaido, held captive by the Navy, the headquarters was promptly informed. Although unfamiliar with Shawn, Kaido was indeed a notorious apprentice of the Rock's pirates, renowned throughout the seas. Garp was tasked with pursuing the notorious pirates yet to depart from the West Sea, designating Long to escort them. Unexpectedly, not a single one of these individuals was easy to manage, as they swiftly made their escape. Pa, the young man, who had fallen to the ground, rose to his feet. He surveyed the imposing figure of the giant, Kaido with his devil-like horns, and the seemingly ordinary Shawn. Casting a disdainful glance at Long, I shall undoubtedly become the strongest pirate upon the seas. Just wait until I set sail. I am destined to be the future king of the sea. Moria, merely 12 years of age, was a notorious delinquent from the West Sea, far from the average child, ultimately reaching a height of 6 feet 9 inches. With purple hair and lips, along with a pair of adorable little horns, he towered over many despite his tender age. Silence. You cannot use your petty bullying of townsfolk as an excuse. You shall be imprisoned for at least 3 months. Long delivered a punch to the rebellious Moria. Ouch. Damn you, Long. Moria seethed, his teeth grinding in anger. He had never been a good individual prior to setting sail. To be precise, he resembled a blend of the supernova Becky and the spirited Bartolomeo, brash and domineering, already taking steps to form his own crew. Long happened to pause in the town on his way to the headquarters, casually imprisoning Moria. Let me go. Long. Moria refused to believe that he could not be as audacious and unrestrained 3 months hence. What s with those horns of yours? They're rather small. Kaido, noticing Moria's similar features, couldn't he help but interject, his tone dripping with mockery. Hey, you're the guy from the bounty poster. Moria's eyes widened. He recalled seeing the man's visage on the wanted notice. Before him stood Kaido, the very member of the now-defunct Rock's pirates. Kaido, at just 21 years of age. He was a monstrous pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries, a price set before the incident at God Valley. It was rumored that all members of the Rock's pirates would soon face increased bounties. Bastard. Moria regained his composure, recalling Kaido's taunts, and immediately erupted in curses. Indeed, Moria was quite arrogant before receiving a beating. He bore a long sword at his waist, one that appeared battle-tested. Moria, despite your unattractive appearance, I extend an invitation to join the Shawn pirates. Shawn, who is that? Moria blinked, having never heard of such a figure. Is there a bounty on him? Yet, it appears that Kaido, Moli, and the vicious wolf are all surrounding Shawn. Could he truly be their new captain? Upon hearing this, Dragon furrowed his brow, contemplating the formidable threat that Shawn posed. Alarmingly, there had yet to be an increase in his bounty. Before the Valley of Gods, he was a nameless entity. Devoid of any bounty, essentially, he was a ghost. After the battle at the Valley of Gods, he became infamous, swiftly landing himself in prison, thus rendering a bounty unnecessary. This is disastrous. One cannot fathom how many lives he might ruin. Hey, Moria's irate voice interrupted Dragon's thoughts. Shawn, you scoundrel, are you indirectly calling me ugly? How rude. I became a delinquent at the tender age of 12 in a small town in the West Sea, and yet, I am being mocked by an obscure individual. Enough. Dragon interjected before Shawn could respond, wishing to silence Moria's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Kaido was unleashing violent blows, taking down a marine with each swing. Moly, too, had conjured a nearly 10-meter stone barrier to thwart the marine's onslaught, transforming it into an impenetrable wall of defense. Not to mention, a colossal giant wolf lounged by the shoreline, indulging in a buffet feast. In an instant, the conqueror's haki swept over the harbor, causing the marines to turn and collapse to the ground. Shawn beamed with delight. As the dark dragon within him rebelled once more, striving to unleash the overwhelming presence of a sovereign, a dragon, with such meager ferocity, could hardly intimidate the crew of the Shawn pirates. What? Upon hearing Shawn's words, the dragon was the first to express its discontent. What does the Shawn pirates even mean? Although he had yet to finalize a name, it would certainly not be this one. It sounded as if it were merely an extension of Shawn's authority. Kaido's conqueror's haki erupted, attempting to assert his captaincy through a confrontation with the dragon. What merit does this small island possess? The naval colonel from the marine branch wore a bitter expression. Boom. A multitude of sailors collapsed simultaneously. Shawn found himself caught between two formidable wielders of conqueror's haki. Yet he remained utterly unperturbed. The kingly essence within him surged like a rampaging beast, increasingly igniting with every moment. You underestimate me far too much. Suddenly, the dragon's cloak was stirred, and a tempest began to sweep from the harbor like a tidal wave. He had consumed the devil fruit hidden within that treasure chest. The situation had once again reversed. Moria, now alone, could hardly believe that these were the true powers of the sea. He must venture forth to witness this glorious new era, especially Shawn. The clash between the dragon and Kaido had no effect whatsoever. It was utterly audacious. I feel so dizzy, Moria thought. Despite his towering stature, he was but a child of 12. After being struck by the force, he fell into unconsciousness on the spot. How pathetic, at most. You are merely a trainee crew member. Shawn clenched his fist, striving to awaken the ferocious beast within him and unveil his true kingly essence to the world. This was not a place for the conqueror's haki. Mere mortals would be utterly overwhelmed. The colonel of the naval branch found himself helpless. Grappling with Jasmine and tormented by the relentless abilities of the push-push fruit, his head throbbing in response to the challenge. It was an arduous battle. To complicate matters further, a gluttonous wolf was wreaking havoc, indiscriminately hurling various objects. Most of the marine soldiers were ensnared by these two colossal figures, lacking the strength to mount any offense. Behind them stood Shawn and Kaido. Ugh, ha ha ha. Kaido reveled in the anxiety of others, his delight only intensifying. In his hand, the spiked club remained a mere scrap of iron he had scavenged, yet his unmatched presence was enough to instill fear. He vowed that after this battle, he would acquire a more suitable weapon, preferably a spiked club forged from sea prism stone. Among the myriad materials found in the vast ocean, sea prism stone was the most resilient. Other weapons easily broke under pressure. As for swords, he held little regard for even the most exquisite blades made from rare materials. The finest weapon would undoubtedly be the unparalleled Great Blade, especially one forged with haki into a black blade. Let us make our move. Kaido disregarded the marine soldiers charging behind him. He was determined to swiftly defeat Dragon. Even though he had endured a few punches from Garp in God Valley, he was confident he could handle Dragon now. His true opponent should not be you. Dragon, arms crossed, exuded Conqueror's haki, fixated on Shawn. Their interactions had been most frequent, and their age difference was minimal. The adversary before him had briefly unleashed Conqueror's haki in God Valley. Even a fleeting awakening signified a continual growth of kingly potential, destined to eventually burst forth. Underestimated. Are you, little brat? Kaido tightened his grip on the iron staff, his armament haki coiling around the metal like a serpent. Your new captain is about to unleash his wrath. Dragon's long hair billowed in the fierce wind, his cloak rustling like a pirate flag. Captain? Upon hearing himself referred to as Shawn's crew member by Dragon, Kaido's fury ignited instantly. Damn it! Do not mistake me for someone else's lackey. I am Kaido. In a fit of rage, Kaido's muscles tensed, veins bulging ominously. Transforming into his dragon form, Kaido's visage morphed into that of a dragon, sprouting a pair of majestic horns. His physique rapidly expanded, manifesting as the Azure dragon soaring upon flame clouds. The skies above the naval branch were instantaneously shrouded by Kaido's colossal dragon form, evoking primal fear and reverence. What is that? A clawed super sea serpent? The sniveling wolf cast aside the marine in his grasp and reached out, attempting to touch the mighty body of the Azure dragon. You reckless child, do not touch dangerous things, Jasmine exclaimed, using her fork to lift the port, transforming it into a soaring path that shielded the wolf's deadly hand. Despite the wolf towering over 100 meters among the giants, he was merely a teenager in the throes of youth. Jasmine, you are too fierce. I only wish to eat, lamented the wolf, utterly oblivious to the impending peril. Just as his palm was intercepted, from Kaido's throat, now transformed into a colossal dragon, gray smoke billowed forth. A torrent of flames surged forth from his throat. Blast of heat. The intense heat instantaneously raised the temperature of the port. Orange-red flames ignited the sky, leaving the marine soldiers stationed along the coast in astonishment. Having witnessed numerous powerful beings in the West Sea and supported various islands alongside their colonel, they had never before encountered such a force, one that transcended humanity. Is that monstrous creature merely an apprentice of the Rock's pirates? How could we possibly conquer a mythic entity? One marine exclaimed. Silence. The higher-ups have decreed that we must not utter the name of Rocks. Yet, even if it were forbidden to speak, the truth remained undeniable. A mere apprentice wielded such formidable strength. What of the officially recognized crew members, those of monstrous caliber? Perhaps thousands were already ensnared in terror across the vast ocean. Without having witnessed the Battle of God Valley, one could scarcely fathom its brutality. Reinforcements came in waves, yet both pirates and marines became embroiled in chaos. Ultimately, only a scant few survived, and that was due to Rocks conjuring a storm vortex with his dark gravity, sweeping away the supporting warships and preventing their approach. Otherwise, the death toll would have been far greater. After the war, the majority of the deceased were transformed into stone, each demise more horrific than the last, with not even whole corpses to be found. These were the elite Marines from the headquarters, no less. One could only imagine the impact on the Navy. It was said that the higher-ups decided to recruit more Marines worldwide, and the West Sea had already begun this endeavor, all to combat the scattered forces of the Rock's pirates. Dragon's breath. The dragon responded to Kaido's fiery blast. As he raised his gaze, his form, though not elementalized, summoned a fierce gale. Whoosh! The tempest swept through the waves and buildings. The high-velocity storm collided with the blast of heat, extinguishing it in an instant. As the elements clashed, Kaido turned his gaze towards the dragon, recognizing that this individual, who had once excelled in the Navy's 6 styles of hockey, had now gained the formidable power of a devil fruit. A natural-type devil fruit. It is merely wind. I can wield it too. Kaido was on the verge of crashing to the ground, preparing to unleash his whirlwind attack through rapid spinning. Yet, before he could descend, a tremor rippled through the harbor. Despite the absence of any signs of battle from Shawn, a ferocious beast within him surged forth at that moment. My hockey shall be as unrestrained as the black dragon. Shawn stepped forward, his leather boots crushing the wooden planks of the port beneath him. A presence, distinct from the armed color of Conqueror's hockey, erupted around him, a manifestation of his formidable spirit, ambition, and the unyielding essence of a ruler unbound by any constraints. Above the vast expanse of the ocean, this power bore another name, Conqueror's hockey. It was the first time he actively unleashed this formidable force. Shawn's domineering aura manifested in a deep shade of violet. Kaido. The Azure dragon soared upward, hovering above him. Behind, the colossal figures of Jasmine and the ferocious wolf stood resolutely against thousands of marine soldiers amidst a hail of gunfire. Behind the dragon lay the stunned young man Moria, a member of the Extreme Path. Before him stood Shawn, emanating a fearsome Conqueror's hockey. His fierce gaze locked onto the dragon, thus engaging with the world itself. Click. In the distance, a reporter hidden within the ship's cabin swiftly pressed the shutter. No one comprehended how reporters at sea could appear in any location. They were omnipresent, as if they had miraculously developed features akin to their users, like a telephone buck. As the scene froze in time, Kaido could not suppress his irritation. Hey, you dare to make me a mere backdrop, Shawn. Damn it, Shawn. Kaido was taken aback that Shawn, being 6 years his junior, could be so audaciously cunning. There were always underlings aspiring to be the elder brother, by age. He should address Shawn as such, yet he was inexplicably determined to assume the role of captain. Bad wind. Kaido had no intention of being a mere background for Shawn. Plunging headlong into the fray of marine soldiers. Twisting like a giant serpent, He generated blades of wind through his rotations. This infuriates me. He was filled with both rage and resentment, particularly towards Shawn. Kaido harbored a dual sentiment towards this young man. On one hand, he admired him and sought to recruit him as his first mate. On the other, he felt absurdly outshone by Shawn time and again, as if he were relegated to the position of subordinate. My first mate is furious, dragon. Shawn's conqueror's haki clashed with the dragon, once again rendering numerous Marines unconscious. The naval colonels were left speechless, lamenting the diminishing combat strength. With such circumstances, their forces would dwindle significantly. The colonels were plagued by headaches. Enduring 2 consecutive shocks of conqueror's haki was beyond bearable even for them. Iron block. They were compelled to employ this defense, yet upon steadying themselves, their eyes widened in horror as they were poked by the malevolent wolf. How terrifying! It was the steel man. Bang! The colonel, already struggling to withstand the onslaught, was utterly overwhelmed. Rolling his eyes back, he collapsed to the ground. There existed a significant disparity in combat prowess between the naval branch and the headquarters. Although they held the same rank, the reality was that several tiers of difference in strength separated them. Nonetheless, managing to endure for a moment was commendable for these seasoned Marines. Were they setting sail? Jasmine was busily crafting the vessel. With a fork, she uprooted the ground, amalgamating various construction materials, even warships, into a haphazard assembly that vaguely resembled a boat. In truth, it was a luxurious version of a wooden plank ship, akin to a super-enhanced version of the bizarre vessel that Blackbeard had once sailed. Jasmine, what a grand ship. Even I can fit aboard. The malevolent wolf plopped down, nearly capsizing the vessel. You little rascal, sit at the center and unfurl the sails. Jasmine, with a deft motion, gathered the sails of over a dozen warships, using the malevolent wolf as the mast. Whoosh! The canvas sails billowed as the wind filled them. At the harbor, following repeated shocks of haki, countless Marines had succumbed to unconsciousness. The howling winds continued to assail, bestowing immense power upon the sailboat. Shawn swiftly enveloped his fists in the hardened armor of haki. After unleashing his conqueror's haki, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, uplifting his spirits considerably. What a delightful sensation! Kaido, you proceed ahead. I shall hold the rear. Shawn vanished in an instant, employing the art of swift movement. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, a kick aimed at Dragon's arms was unleashed. No one can impede the emergence of a new era yearning for freedom. With a graceful moonstep, Shawn spun in midair, delivering another kick that combined the technique of the gale foot. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of attacks ensued, utilizing feet as if they were the fingers of a gun. With the enhancement of armed haki, the power surged even further. What do you speak of as longing for freedom? You are merely a deluded group of pirates, remnants of rocks, the madman who aspired to dominate the world. Dragon transformed his 5 fingers into talons, cloaked in armed haki. With a swift motion, a blade of wind materialized above his arms. Unlike the thunderous, molten, frozen, or luminous elemental assaults, this wind attack was direct and unyielding. Wind can manifest in 2 primary forms during an assault. 1. Through high-speed gusts that inflict slashing and grazing effects. 2. By invoking vast storms or tornadoes that deliver widespread devastation and even alter the climate itself. However, the essence of a devil fruit lies in individual mastery. Dragon clearly demonstrated a commendable synergy between it and haki techniques. Previously, Shawn's attacks had all been evaded through elemental manipulation, rendering Dragon, cloaked in a cape, seemingly invulnerable. Your observation haki still lacks the finesse required for mastery. Presently, Dragon's entire being was enveloped in wind, with only his fists merging haki and wind blades, maximizing the potency of his clawed punches. Years later, Smoker, the Smoke Man, would employ a similar technique. However, his lackluster development of his fruit severely diminished the damage inflicted upon those who wielded dual haki. The wind, in contrast, was elusive and enigmatic, capable of both individual harm and collective destruction. You must have witnessed the true nature of this world during your journey to God Valley. The celestial dragons and the world government's ocean will never genuinely uphold justice. Shawn launched a series of relentless attacks, transforming the dragon into a whirlwind. Suddenly, the dragon's 2 fists emerged behind Shawn, only to be thwarted as he swiftly turned and blocked the assault with his arms. Rather than heed the cunning machinations of a pirate like you, I shall follow the dictates of my own heart. I have always steadfastly believed in fairness, equality, and justice. If one day I ride the winds of this era, it shall be the storm that answers us. Upon elemental transformation, the dragon's power surged dramatically. It could extinguish flames, disperse smoke, resist the piercing chill of the wind. Engage in a contest with thunder and dance with light. In a sense, it was indeed a fruit embodying multifarious capabilities. Thus, even when faced with overwhelming numbers, he stood undaunted, bolstered by his own martial prowess and formidable willpower. What perplexes me more is how you managed to conveniently locate both Jasmine and the wolf. Perhaps from the moment you and Kaido were captured, this scheme to recruit crew members and sow discord began to unfold. It is indeed a grave miscalculation of justice that you have been led to this juncture. The dragon's gaze fixed intently upon Shawn, its hands clawing at his shoulders like a dragon's talons. The robes billowed, revealing what seemed to be a swift whirlwind swirling within. Prior to the attack, it heightened the wind pressure to its utmost potential, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp gusts. Elemental transformation is hardly capable of overshadowing willpower. Such a state makes it all too easy for the body to become substantial. Dragon, no matter how you try, you cannot deceive the depths of your own heart. Time will reveal all. Every moment you have endured will affirm my words. Haha. How fortunate it is to exist in this most tumultuous of eras. Shawn was seized by the dragon, his shoulders rising until he transformed into a beastly figure towering over 7 meters. The obsidian scales shimmered like battle armor, reflecting the intense midday light, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming oppression. The dragon's claw clenched tightly, and the wind-whispering song fell silent. The dragon could not respond. He recognized the truth embedded within Shawn's words. The scenes witnessed in the Valley of the Gods even led the dragon to question, is there truly no path beyond becoming a malevolent pirate or a righteous navy in these vast seas? Must justice always serve the celestial dragons, or does freedom necessitate villainy? He was at a loss. Depart from the navy, dragon. Join me on the voyage as we seek the answers. The obscured truths in the past concealed by the celestial dragons will one day be unveiled. Shawn extended his hand, inviting the dragon to join the pirate crew. Madman. A tempest of wind blades surged forth, thousands of razor-like gusts assailing Shawn in an instant. A storm erupted from the dragon, swirling into a vortex far more expansive than the fierce winds of its Azure dragon form. Each wind blade struck Shawn, while others flew forth, cleaving through the naval branch's structures. Boom. The towering walls were cleaved in twain. Shawn was enveloped in the hardened armor of hockey, facing the onslaught of frenzied wind blades with unabashed laughter. The torment was exquisite, ever since undergoing the enhancement from Stussy's potent pills. The agony once associated with battle had transformed into sheer delight. Indeed, Shawn revels in the agony born of battle. This corporeal sensation of palpable existence emanates from the Valley of the Gods. Ha! The sound of Shawn's unceasing laughter echoes. The dragon coalesces into a tempest, sweeping past him. When it materializes once more behind Shawn, his heart races uncontrollably. One cannot deceive the innermost feelings. This notion of justice is certainly not what the dragon desires. Foolish Shawn. If you do not depart soon, that imbecile wolf will surely sink the ship. Kaido seizes Shawn and leaps towards the grand vessel. The dragon turns, its gaze tinged with a hint of hesitation. Shawn was cradled by Kaido towards the pirate ship, one hand grasping the nearly lifeless Yakuza youth, while the other reached out towards Long Long. The world awaits your response. Set sail and pursue all that you desire. When faced with uncertainty, consult the sea breeze. Such is the allure of the ocean. At the tender age of 17, Long was young and fervent. He had followed in the footsteps of Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa from a young age, honing his physical prowess, mastering the Navy's 6 styles, and awakening his hockey. Despite his youth, he had emerged as a formidable force among the younger generation of the sea. If Kaido was the epitome of hockey among pirates, then Long undoubtedly held that title within the Navy. Now, with the addition of the even younger Shawn, every encounter with him ignited an irresistible yearning for the ocean within Long's heart. Get lost. Long gritted his teeth. Should he depart? His father, Garp, was a hero of the Navy, and countless individuals would choose to join the Navy to protect this world rife with malevolence. What would become of him, the son? If he abandoned the Navy, would he linger in indecision, or dare to take a leap of faith? The winds would mercilessly billow the pirate flags as well as the sails of merchant ships. The Navy's ensign too would flutter in the breeze. Perhaps one day he would have to leave, but now was not that time. Get lost. Long resolved firmly. He must accumulate strength, yet he required the right moment. There would be like-minded individuals within the Navy, just as there were in this world. He would venture into the vast ocean, waiting for the day when he could gather the strong and question the world. Long, the rhythm of your heartbeat cannot be stifled, even by the wind. Shawn lay sprawled across the deck of the wooden ship, laughter bubbling forth as he reveled in his newfound freedom. At last, he possessed his own vessel. Albeit humble in appearance, it served as a sanctuary. The dragon, however, wished to cast his gaze away from Shawn. A super hurricane swept across the island, billowing the sails with fervent force. The fierce wolf clutched the edges of the sail, guiding the grand ship through the tumultuous winds and currents with remarkable speed. From his position on the coast of the naval base, the dragon observed the ship's departure intently. "What a lunatic!" he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries nor felt any significant fatigue. He merely sought a moment of respite, reminiscent of a child who, having committed a misdeed for the first time, understands that he cannot deceive his own conscience. Companions. The waves, propelled by the wind, surged forth, propelling the ship into the vast distance. Giant fish leaped from the ocean's depths, while seagulls glided gracefully on the breeze, departing with the wind. The crew exchanged glances, sensing an unfamiliarity among them. Although they had shared moments of camaraderie, their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and even their names eluded them. To be precise, they were unaware of Shawn's name, for the others had bounties on their heads. Cough, cough. Moria, who had fallen to the ground, began to cough. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his aching head. The towering youth, standing over 3 meters tall, found himself obscured from the sunlight by the larger figures surrounding him. He turned to behold Shawn, who sat cross-legged upon the deck, a bottle of wine resting on the wooden surface before him. Rather than bowls, it resembled a large pot, brimming with exquisite wine. With a cheerful smile, Shawn addressed Kaido, Jasmine, Wolf, and Moria. "My name is Ronald D. Shawn. From this moment forth, I shall be your captain. The Shawn pirates shall vie against all the formidable forces of this era. One day, we shall claim the throne of the seas and ascend as the sovereigns of the ocean, the kings of kings, and the gods of gods. The Shawn pirates are hereby established. Comrades, to sea." "What?" Everyone was left perplexed. "To sea. How do we set sail? With a makeshift vessel crafted from the push-push fruit?" And none of these appeared to be human crewmates. No one was in agreement. Nor did anyone wish to recognize Shawn as captain. "Hey, Shawn, stop being foolish. The pirate crew is named the Beast Pirates. I, Kaido, am the captain." Kaido would never consent to such a notion. He would rather die than acknowledge someone like Shawn as captain. In times of crisis, one must rely on steadfastness. A whimsical character like him was far too unreliable. Smash. He downed the drink in his bowl and shattered it on the ground. "After all, he is a new breed. I haven't even decided to be your subordinate yet." Jasmine's face flushed with delight. Though feeling somewhat out of place, she felt compelled to reiterate her identity as a half-human, half-woman, causing her to become rather bashful. Gulp. Jasmine had no fondness for alcohol. After just a few sips, she finished an entire barrel, with a few droplets splattering onto Moria's head. "Hey, I still need to return to being the boss of the town's Yakuza. How could I possibly serve someone as obscure as you, who doesn't even have a bounty? And you, could you refrain from spilling while drinking?" Moria pondered why he was risking his fortune at home to associate with someone so outlandish as Shawn. Suddenly, Wolf, holding a bathtub of alcohol, accidentally spilled some, drenching Moria like a drenched chicken. "I've had enough." Moria longed to return home. He too felt the allure of the sea, but the current scene was evidently unsuitable. Who knows what might transpire next? Bang! The fish tank crashed to the ground. St. Juan Wolf casually tossed the fish tank, which landed squarely on Moria's head, rendering him unconscious. Delicious. Wolf relished the drink that Shawn had provided. Hee. Tasty. Jasmine used a harpoon to fashion a small arched room from the floor to shelter Moria inside. "Rest for a while, little one." Moria lay with his hands on his abdomen, despite the bumps on his head, resting peacefully. Strangely, Kaido could not fathom why Shawn had suddenly lapsed into silence. Just as he was about to use his observation haki to investigate, Shawn appeared before us in an instant, casting a colossal painting onto the ground. The artwork seemed somewhat askew, yet its form was discernible. It depicted a skeletal pirate flag adorned with the shape of a black dragon, its surface resembling the rippling patterns of the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type. "Evil wolf, hoist the pirate flag." Shawn tossed the pirate flag to the ferocious wolf, who draped it over his head. What a splendid pirate flag. The wolf, famished, yearned to devour an entire island. Once again, his stomach rumbled with an insatiable hunger. Kaido regarded the pirate flag with a degree of satisfaction. The ripple it bore was reminiscent of his Azure dragon form, albeit differing in hue from the black dragon fruit. What? Kaido suddenly sensed an unsettling discrepancy. How could he have been deceived by Shawn so easily? A giant of dubious nature, a dim-witted giant, and a malnourished little imp? Shawn, do you truly believe I would accept such crew members? Our mission now is to return to the New World, to Hive Island. Kaido longed to return to the New World, where he could truly demonstrate his prowess. In the West Sea, East Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, even the mightiest could only rank as average in the New World. To grow stronger and dominate a realm, one must return to the New World, teeming with formidable opponents. You speak the truth. But where exactly are we now? Shan's stomach emitted a low rumble, signaling hunger. There was food. Jasmine seemed to have unearthed a considerable amount of provisions, likely from the ship's storeroom. By the way, does anyone know how to navigate a vessel? Shawn placed a piece of fried pork chop into her mouth. Among this group, perhaps steering amidst the currents of the sea would be manageable and under normal circumstances. They could observe the waves. But beyond that, it is challenging to ascertain their location in a place where even the signposts are unknown. Regardless, apart from Moria, who seemed too weary to awaken, everyone was preoccupied with the urgent task of satiating their hunger. The grand ship drifted like a miniature island amidst the tumultuous waters of the West Sea, inadvertently entering the domain of the Flower Country. The Flower Country, the sovereign of the West Sea, the current leader of the Eight Treasures Navy, the sharp-headed Green Pepper, eagerly prepared for action. Captain, the Jolly Roger of Whitebeard has appeared in these waters. However, it seemed that an unidentified colossal ship was approaching from the opposite side of the sea. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the Green Pepper scoffed. Whitebeard Newgate, that fool dares to venture into the Flower Country. Once I break through the ice continent and seize the treasure, I shall undoubtedly rise to become the strongest. Let Whitebeard experience my 8 punches and head spear. Moreover, many comments were being observed, with some fans posting exquisite images while others were diligently correcting inaccuracies. Old man, just ahead lay the Flower Country of the West Sea. Are we certain we wish to replenish our supplies? 7-year-old Marco could be considered one of the earliest crew members to follow Whitebeard. However, at this juncture, he remained merely an apprentice sailor. Previously, during the outbreak of the God Valley War, Whitebeard had some of his crew remain on a certain island in the West Sea. They were primarily teenagers, with Marco being among the youngest. Over the years, Newgate had taken them in from various places during their maritime adventures. In Hive Island, there were those who secretly mocked him, believing that Lin bore children indiscriminately, while Newgate had a penchant for adopting them. Both were deemed to lack ambition, possessing strength but no aspirations. Yet, ironically, they were the first to gather a group of initial crewmates after the war's conclusion. Besides them, Wang Ji and the Golden Lion also played significant roles. They had virtually welcomed the majority of the combatants from the Rocks pirates. Other pirates chose different paths. Some followed Captain John in treasure-hunting adventures, while others fought alongside Silver Axe. The Flame Flower, meanwhile, collaborated with Shaki and others to re-establish the Kuja pirates. Previously contemplative Stussy, having pondered over Whitebeard, departed alone to seek a research institute where she could fully realize her ambitions. The 2 siblings from the Kurizumi clan quietly returned to Wano country, deciding to bide their time. The sea had entered an era dominated by the crew of the Rocks pirates. Roger's elite pirate crew could not hinder their rise, nor would they interfere in the affairs of outsiders. Meanwhile, figures such as the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Green Pepper, the aloof Red, and the Momo fruit user, Bondi Wald, also dominated their respective territories as formidable pirates. With the downfall of the Rocks pirates, Green Pepper wielded formidable 3-color hockey, the ancestral 8-punch technique, and his proud headbutt. He also boasted vast military strength and wealth. This new era rightfully deserved a place for him. Whitebeard, before being lured under Rock's command through the game of pirates, he had little territory or influence. Green Pepper, having long heard of Whitebeard's famed reputation, knew that any pirate worthy of kingship would not bow to anyone. Green Pepper, the Whitebeard pirate, seemed to merely be passing through, taking a brief respite. His subordinate crew appeared reluctant to stir trouble. "Shut your mouths," exclaimed Green Pepper. "I shall show you what true Iron Head skills are." With a swift kick, he sent one flying. Draping himself in his favorite cloak from his youth, he stepped out the door, racing towards the port. "Whitebeard," he bellowed, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. "Is there trouble?" Whitebeard, seated in a chair on the deck, was about to respond to Marco when he realized that this island harbored a fierce individual. He glanced at the 8 Treasure Navy's flag. Confirming his suspicion, it was indeed Green Pepper, a fellow who had ventured through the New World. Little did he expect that the events of God Valley would draw him back to his homeland, only to encounter trouble instead of the anticipated excitement. "Father, is he truly a dangerous character?" Marco flapped his wings, a hint of golden light flickering amidst the pale blue flames. This was the legendary Zoan-type devil fruit gifted to him by Whitebeard after the incident at God Valley, endowing Marco with the dual roles of apprentice crew member and lookout. It's nothing to worry about. I shall handle it myself. Gururara. Green pepper. Long time no see, you sharp-headed fellow. Whitebeard leaped off the deck towards the port. Marco quickly embraced the small boy wandering about on the ship, a child born in the West Blue, innocent and dark-skinned. At only 4 years old, he was the youngest pirate aboard, even younger than Marco. Marco. Father. Let's go. Jaws pointed toward Whitebeard, who was leaping toward the port. That is a worthy opponent for father. We must, Just as Marco was about to advise the hot-headed Jaws, he caught sight of a large ship in the distance at the port. To be precise, it resembled a small mountain floating on the sea, adorned with a rather peculiar pirate flag. Marco, what pirate crew is that? I've never seen such a flag before. The crew member, astonished, gripped the curved dagger tightly in one hand while priming the flintlock pistol with the other. Not far from the waters of the Flower Kingdom, a grand ship slowly approached, gliding through the waves. Shawn sat atop the head of the ferocious wolf, savoring the high sea breeze. After drifting for several days, the crew had grown weary, succumbing to a deep slumber. Kaido and Moria lay on either side of Jasmine, snoring contentedly. The wolf's snot bubbles seemed almost capable of taking flight. Why is it that, despite being an ability user, he remains buoyant in the sea? Could it be a matter of physical constitution? Shawn simply cannot comprehend. It turns out that this decades-old wolf is a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, which accounts for its extraordinarily massive physique. Even the bubbles it exhales while sleeping can expand and float. However, this creature is utterly abnormal. Just like when following Blackbeard, it becomes weak and feeble in the sea, easily sinking if it loses its footing. Its body often resembles a puffed-up bun. The giants are indeed peculiar beings. They have consumed both the diminutive and the enlarged devil fruits. Shawn gazed ahead, attuning himself to the direction of the wind, seeking seagulls to hone his observation hockey. He yearned to master it swiftly to seamlessly integrate into combat. However, his eyes fell upon a colossal island. Their port lay on the side, bustling with numerous pirate ships, 2 of which proudly displayed the Jolly Roger, those of the 8 Treasure Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. To be precise, the 8 Treasure Navy was a band of merciless marauders, affiliated with the Land of Flowers. Unlike Becky's clandestine operations, they were versatile, prepared for adventures and battles across both land and sea. It was precisely due to their formidable prowess that the Land of Flowers had ascended to dominance in the West Sea. There's hockey, Kaido exclaimed, his eyes snapping open, glowing crimson as he fixed his gaze upon the port. It's land. He rubbed his neck and boasted. I always said that transforming into dragon form would allow for swifter flight. Upon detecting the distinct hockey, Kaido's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Whitebeard Newgate. He became the guiding light for the rookie members of the Rocks Pirates. But weren't you lamenting hunger? Shawn leaped from the head of the ferocious wolf, the commotion rousing Moria from his slumber. What? We've reached the shore. He. I shall become the strongest in the town. Moria felt a surge of confidence return. Suddenly, a thud resounded as Kaido struck his head, causing a large bump to swell instantly. Ouch, damn it! Moria cried out in distress, rolling about the ship while clutching his head. It seemed he was plagued by misfortune. Ever since encountering Shawn, he had been subjected to Kaido's relentless beatings. The two had been embroiled in a ceaseless debate over who should be the captain, while the 2 giants acknowledged Shawn as the leader. The reason being that Kaido, with his rugged appearance and youthful age, sported a full beard. Of course, this was primarily Moria's assessment, though he himself bore a similarly hirsute visage. As for Moria, he had long been regarded by Shawn and Kaido as nothing more than an apprentice crew member, though in reality, he was merely a punching bag. Once I set sail, I shall have my revenge. Moria gazed into the distance, momentarily entranced. He recognized this place all too well, the architectural style and the flags of the port unmistakably revealing its identity, the Land of Flowers. As a denizen of the West Blue, he was acutely aware of the significance of this location. There was no turning back. Even if he attempted to flee, he would inevitably be captured and conscripted into the 8 Treasures Water Army. A rumble resonated through the ground, followed by a violent wave crashing from the sea behind them. The large ship, already close to the shore, was thrust forward, awakening both Moria and the ferocious wolf. Whitebeard was in battle. There were indeed formidable foes here. With a roar, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, and the ship was propelled by the monstrous waves. Shawn stood upon the dilapidated wooden deck. Newgate unleashed a punch at the harbor, causing the very earth to tremble. He cast a glance towards the colossal ship and flinched upon recognizing its occupants, Kaido and that young man. What on earth? Where did all these giants come from? It had only been a few days, and Shawn somehow managed to gather such a multitude of giants. Moreover, Kaido was leading the charge for Shawn. Their disappearance had nearly driven Lin to despair. Who dares to covet the flower country? Qingjiao had initially intended to confront the foe with his 8-burst fist. However, upon Whitebeard's entrance, he immediately executed his iconic move. With arms crossed, his fists reverberated through the air. The sheer force ignited tumultuous waves, shattering numerous structures in the harbor, and even causing the flower country to sway. The devastation that would ensue if such a punch struck the ground would be catastrophic. The harbor would likely collapse into the depths below, followed by the emergence of countless fissures across the island. What if such a punch landed upon Qingjiao's head? Would his 8-burst fist be sufficient against the tremors of the tremor fruit? Could his head cone withstand the onslaught of Whitebeard's cloud-cutting strike? Qingjiao found himself in awe. How had the monsters of the Rocks pirates become even more formidable? Nevertheless, his sharp skull was still enveloped in armament haki, and his fists were likewise hardened by it. Power is the ultimate reality. No matter how potent a devil fruit ability may be, a master of haki must never concede defeat. The impetuous Qingjiao was at the pinnacle of his youth. Although he may be considered middle-aged compared to Shawn, his years at sea had been replete with trials, honing his haki, martial skills, and worldly experience into a formidable strength. Gritting his teeth, Qingjiao expanded his observation haki, sensing the approaching presence. Was it a colossal dragon? Behind it followed powerful giants and an unusually large ship. Quite formidable indeed. He grew up in the West Sea and has encountered numerous giants residing in that region, particularly the ferocious wolves that roam freely, feasting as they please. For him, it is merely a means to satiate his hunger, yet for others, it spells catastrophe. These coarse-skinned, robust wolves are aptly dubbed the colossal warships of the sea, although they are clearly wielders of devil fruit powers. Even the might of the ocean cannot diminish their inflated prowess. Qingjiao can hardly claim ignorance of the wolves, who are frequent visitors to the naval stronghold. As for Mo Li, his bounty approaches 200 million berries, attributed to his elusive nature. There is no prison from which he cannot escape. It is said that one day he inexplicably vanished from Impelled Down, leaving many to wonder how he achieved such a feat. An investigation was launched into the matter, leading to the conclusion that he likely utilized the push fruit. Yet, even with the chaos reigning at Impelled Down, not a single soul could trace Mo Li's path. Ultimately, this giant pirate elder departed with remarkable nonchalance. As a hybrid of human and demon, he traverses the seas, and though a bounty has been placed upon his head, few dare to pursue him due to the exorbitant risks involved. Qingjiao may not be well acquainted with Mo Li, but he is familiar with the bounty. However, on board the ship are 2 young men. One, Moria, tall with purple hair and lips, yet unnaturally pale, a sign of malnutrition. The other, Shawn, slightly taller than Moria, exuding a confidence reminiscent of other pirate captains. Yet, they leave him with no impression whatsoever. Hey, Whitebeard, are these fools your crew? Qingjiao doubts it. Their timing coincides perfectly with Whitebeard's arrival in the Land of Flowers, making it hard to believe it is mere coincidence. Perhaps it is a premeditated assault. I'm merely replenishing supplies, Qingjiao. Whitebeard grasped his weapon, the Tontata sword, signaling his intent to engage seriously. What had just transpired was merely a greeting. With a roar, the waves and storm converged, manifesting into a tsunami. As a non-devil fruit user, Qingjiao found himself somewhat powerless against such a natural disaster. While he could hold his ground against Whitebeard, halting waves of this magnitude posed an insurmountable challenge, especially as they threatened to engulf the entire island. Stop lying, Newgate. You are no master of deceit. Qingjiao vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he unleashed his 8-fist punch. Drill Dragon Spike. Qingjiao opens the door. The head drill collided with tremendous force, capable of shattering even the ice continent itself. This was the embodiment of haki, manifested in his powerful head drill. Qingjiao, Whitebeard, one hand gripping his sword, twirled it in the air. The whirling winds swept away debris in their path, yet his stature remained unyielding. Bang! As the towering clouds cleaved to the ground, the air became solidified, as if even the most cataclysmic upheaval could not disturb this blade. Whitebeard raised one hand, muscles surging in every fiber of his arm. His iconic beard and smile illuminated simultaneously. With a swift motion, the tremor of the quake manifested as an invisible sphere of power. When his fist sliced through the air, it collided with the sharp skull of the green pepper. unleashing an impact that splattered like a blade's edge. The tremor's force rippled through the surroundings, reviving a previously quiescent earthquake. People fled in a panic, and ships swayed precariously on the sea. Why provoke Whitebeard, the monster of the New World? The Green Pepper leader must vanquish the pirate. A man clutched his wife and daughter, an ordinary worker from the port, now on the brink of losing everything. His home and long-saved possessions lay shattered. To them, the Eight Treasure Navy was not a band of pirates, nor did the Navy view them as such. The Eight Treasure Water Force was a power nurtured by the Flower Country, employed in various wars, thus labeled as violent mercenaries. Whitebeard. The Green Pepper did not anticipate that his full-powered strike would only momentarily withstand the might of the Tremor fruit. That force could still exert a wide-reaching influence on the surrounding elements. 8-Burst Fist, Ultimate Technique. Conical Dragon Spike. The Green Pepper was determined. Today he would ensure Whitebeard tasted blood. Gritting his teeth, he charged fiercely, armed with the hockey of armament enveloping his head. He collided with his strongest technique. Yet Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged, his feet firmly planted, his blade unyielding from the start. Green Pepper, have you made progress with your hockey? Whitebeard's commentary felt like an insult to the Green Pepper, for only the stronger had the right to critique others. He believed himself not inferior in hockey and martial prowess. Newgate, how dare you rampage in my homeland, showing such contempt? The conqueror's hockey erupted as their skulls clashed. Garara, you rely too much on your skull. Whitebeard unleashed his own conqueror's hockey, for otherwise, his sons behind him would be adversely affected. Perhaps I should replenish supplies here and set sail to the Grand Line to construct a new ship, a vessel ample enough to carry all, allowing my sons to race freely without worry. Green Pepper, is your son not yet married? Why not join my pirate crew? Whitebeard repelled the Green Pepper's attack with his hockey, leaving the peak-raging Green Pepper at a loss, his head throbbing unbearably. You madman who claims sons everywhere. Don't even think about laying a hand on mine. With a swift side strike, the Green Pepper unleashed the profound essence of the 8 Trigram's fist to extricate himself. Yet, he was still struck by Whitebeard's overwhelming hockey and the tremors of his power, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into over 10 buildings. As he struggled to rise, a colossal dragon roared forth, unleashing a searing blast towards Whitebeard from above. Let me see just how far apart we truly are, Newgate. Kaido bellowed, his laughter echoing with anticipation for this long-awaited battle. Finally possessing the transformation into his dragon form, which significantly enhanced his strength. How could he possibly resist the temptation to test it? Well done, Kaido. As Shawn made his entrance, the colossal figures behind him stood at the seaside. Their imposing stature compelling even the members of the Whitebeard pirates to gaze in awe. Moria felt a profound discomfort, particularly upon spotting Whitebeard and Qingjiao, causing his hair to stand on end. These two were notorious pirates, their bounties well known to him. Who are you, kid? Qingjiao struggled to rise, still reeling from the overwhelming presence of Kaido. What perplexed him further was Shawn. Rubbing his head, Qingjiao's mustache bristled in astonishment at the lineup commanded by this new captain. Suddenly, a newspaper bird swooped by. However, prior to the rise of the News King, this edition was of a specific type, priced considerably higher. After several days at sea, Shawn had also garnered a bounty. As a multitude of bounties fluttered down, the first to catch attention were those of the Roger pirates and remnants of the Rocks pirates. Among them were several concerning Shawn's crew. Qingjiao picked one up, his eyes nearly bulging out as he beheld the bounties of these newcomers. The massive warship Saint One the Evil Wolf bore a bounty of 230 million berries. Kaido, 320 million berries. Moria, 25 million berries. And Shawn, a staggering 100 million berries. It was not only Qingjiao who was bewildered. Moria, having stumbled upon the bounty sheet at the port, wore a face of astonishment. Why, he pondered. Was it that for a first bounty, he had merely 10,000 berries while Shawn commanded 100 million? Qingjiao scrutinized the explosive headlines on the newspaper. Shawn pirates escape from prison. Captain Shawn, alongside Vice Captain Kaido, conspires to flee the Navy branch, rescuing the infamous pirate giant Moria and the formidable warship Evil Wolf, while abducting a certain delinquent, Moria, as a deckhand for the pirate crew. The report suggested that the captain had allegedly escaped from an unspecified location, previously serving as a trainee for a certain enigmatic pirate crew, with the reasons for his bounty remaining undisclosed. Undisclosed? Qingjiao was left with a myriad of questions, as the entire account was shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, He speculated that it could only pertain to a trainee from the Rocks pirates who had escaped from God Valley. But why the secrecy surrounding the bounty? Surely, it couldn't be for slaying a celestial dragon. Shawn. Kaido roared in fury, his gaze fixed upon a bounty poster floating in midair, depicting Shawn standing resolutely at the port, flanked by two giant figures, with the soaring Azure dragon Kaido circling above, seemingly serving as a backdrop for Shawn. While some were enraged, others wept. At that moment, Moria was frantically pounding on a battered wooden crate by the shore, its contents strewn across the ground, nearly swept away by the waves. How am I supposed to go home? A first bounty of only 10,000 berries. What a disgrace. Shawn, woe is me. All is sought, wishing for all to be well. A multitude of bounty notices fluttered down upon the deck of the Whitebeard pirates. The young diamond, Jozu, was unfamiliar with the individuals depicted, yet found the image of one Shawn strikingly handsome. Marco picked up a bounty notice and compared it with Shawn's visage. It was him, Shawn, the one who shone brilliantly in God Valley. In his nervousness, he nearly extinguished the flames. Nearby, a crewmate entwined a meteor hammer, gazing in astonishment at Marco, inquiring, "Hey, Marco, do you know that guy? Who is he?" As a crew member under Whitebeard, he had remained stationed around the islands near God Valley during the battle. The nautical charts reveal the vast expanse of the waters surrounding God Valley, yet islands were not absent. In fact, several sizable islands beyond the waters of God Valley had served as their temporary refuge as Whitebeard's subordinates. Beads of sweat appeared on Marco's forehead. He swallowed hard, stating, "That guy is an extraordinary monster." He emerged from the God Valley War, designated as an apprentice by Rocks. Despite his brilliance, even daring to strike against the celestial dragons, his unique circumstances prevented exposure. Were it not for the current predicament, Sengoku and the others would have relentlessly pursued us in Linlin. He would likely be pursued by at least one admiral. This young man, Shawn, had become an apprentice of the Rocks pirates at the tender age of 15, a monster akin to Kaido in his youth. The reason for being chased by an admiral was not solely his strength, but also the ambition reminiscent of Rocks, a new generation of pirates, audacious enough to openly confront the celestial dragons. Marco, still merely a 7-year-old child, despite having consumed a mythical Zoan devil fruit, was significantly overshadowed by the experienced youth that was Shawn. "Hey!" exclaimed the crewmate in disbelief. It turned out that the prodigy his father had warned them never to provoke was indeed this very individual. Had even the unruly Kaido been subdued under his command? If such a figure allied with green pepper, would they bring trouble to their father? Some, filled with apprehension, departed the ship, eager to lend support to Whitebeard. In the blink of an eye, dozens of crewmates had gathered. Marco flared his blue flame wings, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on Shawn. "If we defeat him, we shall be the strongest of the new generation." Some felt tempted, observing that Shawn appeared to possess only average strength, merely taller than most. "Shawn, Kaido. Long time no see." Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He dismissed Kaido's fierce attacks as utterly weak. A mere tremor of air was sufficient to summon a tempest in response. "Newgate, you monster." Kaido initially believed he could gain an advantage. To his surprise, even from a considerable distance, Whitebeard's fist generated a tremor that left him feeling quite uncomfortable. In a foul mood, Kaido turned to gaze at Shawn by the sea, wishing fervently to bludgeon him to death with his spiked club. How infuriating. "When did you become the captain?" Kaido's anger was palpable, his nostrils flaring with rage. "Upon my return to the New World, I shall assemble a new pirate crew in the shortest time possible." "Oh," Shawn dismissed with a wave of his hand, utterly unconcerned. "If you were to depart from the Shawn pirate crew, you could naturally embark on a fresh beginning. However, I would advise against such a course. Considering the arduous journey to attain the position of vice captain, do not return only to be overshadowed by Moria, this apprentice crew member, due to seniority." Bang! As the provoking words of Shawn echoed, he collapsed with a thunderous sound. The transformation of his body commenced anew, as a novel bloodline factor was on the verge of merging within him. Accustomed to such operations, Shawn drifted into a serene slumber. The demon compass world, selecting the final option of destiny, to venture forth and establish his own pirate crew. Mission accomplished. He was duly rewarded with the bloodline factor of the machi fruit. "Sisters, protect the captain." Jasmine promptly raised her fork, standing resolutely beside Shawn, her skirt billowing in the tempest stirred up by the Whitebeard pirates. How infuriating. "Don't look at my skirt." Jasmine had not anticipated the presence of so many rascals. "Captain, he is asleep. I shall protect him." Let us change our provisions. The ferocious wolf plopped down by the seaside, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight in the port. In that moment, the Whitebeard pirates, who had recently gained the upper hand, found themselves subtly subdued. Hey, don't sleep at such a critical time. I have never acknowledged being your first mate. Underestimating Green Pepper and Whitebeard will lead to ruin, you scoundrel Shawn. Kaido proclaimed indifferently, yet he positioned himself protectively in front of Shawn, his mace swiftly enveloped in the armor of Haki. Ha ha ha. Shawn pressed his palm against his forehead, declaring, I shall not succumb to slumber again. Kaido. He merely lay there for a moment, attuned to the rhythmic beating of his heart. After the mutation of his physique, not only had his physical capabilities been enhanced, but even the desire for sleep had been stripped away. The prospect of falling asleep had become an impossibility. While the captain and first mate demonstrated their harmonious synergy, the novice crew member, Moria, adeptly sought to assert his presence. Ugh, this is utterly inedible, he exclaimed, questioning the nature of the foul fruit, wondering if it had spoiled. Moria cast aside a half-eaten fruit into the sea, watching as a peculiar fruit, encased in a dark skin adorned with faint crimson stripes and wrapped in leaves, was swept away by the waves. He cleared his throat several times, realizing that his earlier irritation had left him feeling like smoke was rising from his throat. He casually grabbed another fruit from the nearby broken crate, only to discover it was equally distasteful. With a sudden jolt, the seawater splashed around him, and Moria felt as though he had caught a chill. How strange. He hadn't been ill since he was 5 years old. A devil fruit? Kaido remarked, surprised that Moria had stumbled upon some semblance of luck. In truth, the crate was never meant to be broken. It would have simply drifted with the currents toward a small town until Moria consumed its contents. The name of that fruit was the Paramecia type shadow fruit. Shawn strode towards Moria and unceremoniously cast the weakened figure into the harbor. You are now a wielder of power, Moria. Wielder of power? Moria gazed at the fruit, once bitten and now distant, realizing it was no ordinary fruit. Instinctively, he sensed something within him quivering. Darkness gradually coalesced in his palm, prompting an instantaneous shift in the expressions of Kaido and Whitebeard. Yet, swiftly, Moria's shadow stirred, revealing it to be a false alarm. The devil fruit of rocks was certainly not a mere shadow. What a peculiar and unsettling sensation, indeed, that young Shawn is cultivating a crew of empowered pirates. Whitebeard nonchalantly waved his hand, instructing his sons to procure supplies while he settled onto a wooden crate by the shore to rest. Boys, go fetch food, fresh water, and navigational tools, essential items. Shawn rubbed his shoulders, feeling a peculiar sensation after acquiring the powers of the meatball fruit. He longed to playfully bounce a few individuals around. Although one could only launch oneself towards places previously visited, a random bounce was not out of the question. As for the location, that was left to fate. Shawn, no. Captain, what is this strange look in your eyes? Moria felt a chill run down his spine. Upon turning around, he was confronted by a hurried figure blocking his path. You little brat. This is the territory of the 8 Treasure Navy. This is not a reunion banquet for the remnants of the Rocks pirates. Get out of here. A green pepper collided with Shawn. It couldn't take down Whitebeard, so how could it possibly defeat you? A mere bounty hunter with a bounty just over 100 million? Hee. Shawn's palm has manifested a charming, fleshy orb. Air compresses between his hands, producing peculiar sounds from the port. Pressure cannon. I wish everyone well. What remarkable power has that lad awakened? Whitebeard knows that Shawn possesses the ability of a mythical beast in the form of a black dragon. He initially believed that the power being utilized at this moment was indeed that of the fruit. However, standing nearby, Kaido is fully aware that this is not the capability of the fish fruit at all. 8 strikes fist. Green Pepper would never allow anyone to threaten the 8 Treasures Navy twice in succession. Previously, Whitebeard merely had to make a slight move to bring calamity upon the port. His martial arts and Haki can only hold up against Whitebeard for a few exchanges, let alone withstand a large-scale attack. At this moment, if Shawn were to act freely, how would Green Pepper ever establish himself in the Land of Flowers? Does this mere rookie pirate truly believe that his illustrious reputation as the formidable Green Pepper is merely a fabrication? Pressure cannon. Shawn remained inscrutable. The air pressure cannon shaped like a bear's paw etched into his palm. The hardened armament of his Haki served to safeguard him. As his physique further reinforced itself, Shawn, in his beastly form, wielded dragon-clawed bear paws. With a forceful strike, he unleashed his attack. In his youthful prime, the formidable Green Pepper found himself overshadowed by the monstrous Whitebeard. Yet, The sharp conical skull he possessed was forged by the legendary Garp, who had leveled mountains to shape it. How could he possibly fear an obscure figure like Shawn? There was no sign of aging, no hint of despondency, only the spirited vigor and indomitable will of a warrior. To be a true champion upon the waves, one must embody these very qualities. Boom. The eight-fist punch surged with tremendous ferocity as Green Pepper braced himself, ready to showcase a spectacle to Shawn. He was resolute in his belief that Shawn could do nothing to him. At the moment their techniques clashed, the air compressed to its utmost, generating a terrifying force. This sensation was oddly familiar to Whitebeard, who possessed the tremor fruit. Not only did it resemble his own combat style, but it also bore a striking similarity to Sengoku's Buddha's light shockwave. Cough. Green Pepper was taken aback when his head met resistance. The air obstructed him, engaging in a clash with Haki. For one lacking in Haki, or possessing a feeble one, this strike would have penetrated the body, delivering a devastating impact. Do you still have a trump card up your sleeve? Green Pepper was astonished, realizing he had yet to unleash his ultimate technique. Shawn unleashed a formidable technique derived from his fruit ability. Little did he know, this was merely the fundamental skill of the bouncing fruit, representing its most basic development. By compressing air within the palm of his hand, he engaged in combat. Higher levels of mastery allowed him to propel others, achieving long-distance transmission, including the ability to launch himself for rapid movement. The pinnacle of this development enabled him to manifest pain and even memories. Bear could be regarded as the quintessential embodiment of the bouncing fruit's potential. Shawn is indeed an unexpected presence, capable of developing the meatball fruit into something far more versatile. You underestimate the 8 punches of the Flower Kingdom, thinking yourself superior. The might of Haki is not inferior to that of the strongest devil fruits. The 8 punches, bone-shattering spike. Green Pepper stomped down, shattering the stone slab beneath him, and charged toward Shawn, compressing the air above his head into a destructive force. With a whoosh, he vanished in an instant, breaking through the air layer to produce a sonic boom. The previously stagnant atmosphere was now filled with the residual pressure of the cannon's impact. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted as hundreds of floor tiles were shattered. A large crater appeared in the ground, maintaining the shape of a meatball. The surrounding pirates were left in stunned silence, while the soldiers of the 8 Treasures Water Army could hardly comprehend the scene. Why was their 18th leader, Green Pepper, so extraordinarily strong, yet always faced with even more monstrous opponents? To them, Green Pepper already seemed beyond human. They forcefully propelled the pressure cannon. Shawn made his move earlier. As the Green Pepper broke through the initial barrage of pressure cannon fire, he initiated his assault. The meatball fruit gradually became familiar to him. By recalling the methods previously employed by Bear, Shawn infused his own Haki into his attacks. A series of strikes ensued, incorporating techniques such as finger thrusts and stormy kicks. The Navy's 6 styles have now become thoroughly integrated into Shawn's daily combat repertoire. Boom, boom. The Green Pepper unleashed the essence of the 8 strikes fist, relentlessly attacking. With each blow that shattered a pressure cannon, the surrounding structures, beach, seawater, and trees met with unfortunate destruction. This exemplifies one of the weaknesses of a Haki master against a capable opponent, even at his peak. Roger was unable to completely counter the residual force of Whitebeard's tremor fruit with Haki. Consequently, despite Whitebeard's repeated confrontations with Roger, the effects reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Steel crumbled under the pressure cannon's onslaught. One can only imagine the agony it would inflict upon a human. Are you prepared for your demise? The Green Pepper inquired, gazing intently at Shawn. 8 strikes fist, apex spike. It is time for the newcomers to understand what it means to be a great pirate. He had endured losses and injuries from his battles with Whitebeard, yet he firmly believed that his family's legacy, the 8 strikes fist, and his most prized technique, the apex spike, would pierce through Shawn's defenses. In his previous encounters with Shawn, the sensation of Haki shattering Bear's paw shockwaves was strikingly similar. It felt as though the air itself, imbued with the form of the tremor fruit, reverberated with shockwaves, devoid of the golden aura of the Buddha form. This ability was indeed peculiar. Could it be derived from Shawn's zone transformation? Did my Azure Dragon form lack such a capability? Kaido found himself perplexed. Despite the lightning coiling around his kanabo, he could not unleash the shockwaves from his palm, no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that the Black Dragon form is indeed the manifestation of an even more formidable zone-type fish fruit? Bear paw shockwave, thunderstorm. As the calculations unfolded within their minds, Shawn's hands had already compressed a complete sphere of pressure. The vast expanse of air was constricted, causing many at the port to collapse from oxygen deprivation. The elasticity condensed the air to an unnatural concentration, and its release would spell disaster. Moreover, within it slithered dozens of violet bolts, dancing like serpents. The excessively high compression, infused with these electric arcs, caused dazzling radiance to emanate from Shawn's palm, shining with a dim white light. Ultimate technique. Green Pepper charged forward. His head, sharpened further by the encircling armament haki, was unafraid of any famed blade. Firmly believing that his skull was his greatest weapon. G-H-la-la-la. This young man, Shawn, shone too brightly. He evoked an instinctive desire to protect and embrace him. Due to his experiences with the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard had always been reluctant to sail alongside those wielding conquerors' haki, wary of potential betrayal. Yet, Shawn's age, talent, and rare disposition made him a regrettable loss to overlook. Father, you wanted to join us. Marco, concealed behind Whitebeard, perched upon a makeshift throne of stacked wooden crates. Newgate firmly severed the clouds, his haki and the tremor fruit forming an invisible shield. He gazed intently at Shawn, fully aware of the ambitions harbored by the new generation. Life and death are fated. Boom. Shawn and the green pepper collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A bear paw-shaped pressure shockwave radiated from the center, tearing through all in an instant, delivering a dual onslaught akin to both a shockwave and a tremor. Crack. Violet lightning surged through the chaos, amplifying the terror and inflicting considerable devastation. The green pepper, caught in the midst of it, was the first to endure the brunt of the assault. Shawn, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on Shawn. Yet, even as he contemplated launching a steadfast assault with his head, he remained undeterred, willing to endure the torrents of impact, even as blood spilled from his lips. Shawn has vanished. The capabilities of the Machi Nomi have progressed. Beyond merely bouncing air, it can now propel individuals and even manipulate all things. I seek everything, wishing for all to be well, piercing through all obstacles like a sharp cone, a skull that traverses mountains and glaciers. Armament haki honed through countless trials. Why must one repeatedly falter before the seemingly effortless acquisition of fruit abilities? The mind of Qingjiao buzzes with tension. He is struck by compressed air, pain thwarted by haki, enduring blow after blow with gritted teeth. Despite the compassionate gazes of the 800 naval vessels, Qingjiao harbors no intent to cease. Lightning continually lashes at him. With determination, he seizes one bolt of violet lightning. Will he be ridiculed by his subordinates? As the 18th generation pillar, leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, and the pride of the Flower Kingdom, he cannot allow himself to be subdued repeatedly due to a lack of a formidable devil fruit. He glances back at Shawn, his pride undiminished. His haki is powerful enough to evade a mere rookie, and his observation haki is so adept that he can dodge a barrage of bullets. His armament haki, manifested through his head and fists, is capable of piercing through warships. Such strength is deserving of pride. Yet, he witnesses firsthand the devastation caused by his own resistance, the tremors of the Gura Nomi collapsing the port. Qingjiao had vowed on the very year he set sail to protect everything he cherished. You little brat, do you truly think you can defeat me? I am Qingjiao of the 8 Treasures Navy. I am the man destined to acquire the treasure of ice, ensuring the Flower Kingdom's total dominance over the West Sea. Qingjiao is enveloped in a layer of greenish armament haki. With a resounding roar, he bursts forth from the impact zone of the Machi Nomi. He emerges in disarray, his garments tattered, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Do not underestimate haki, you insolent child. Qingjiao's eyes gleam with red intensity. He has had enough of this passive resistance. He must become stronger until he utterly vanquishes his opponent. Shawn. The pale green armament haki appears particularly unique. Surpassing the ultimate secrets, it embodies the true essence of the 8-punch fist, a realm achieved by its founder. By merging armament haki with martial arts, through relentless honing and day and night training, this power is born of a will to survive. Qingjiao has finally comprehended the higher mysteries of haki. The 8-punch fist shall rise in his hands. Whitebeard calmly assesses the situation. Despite the terrifying impact, the haki spreads, threatening to daze the onlookers. Yet, when these forces reach the Whitebeard pirates, they are effortlessly deflected. Whoosh! The gust of wind surged around Whitebeard, parting the sea and creating 2 sweeping white waves, carving deep trenches that spanned several dozen meters. Old man, Green Pepper exclaimed, why does the aura of dominance seem so commonplace now? Marco, unable to comprehend, had yet to awaken his own haki. Nevertheless, he had witnessed numerous powerful warriors wielding haki, most commonly seen as the hardening of armament or the wrapping of blades. Only a select few exhibited unique styles. For instance, Whitebeard seamlessly integrated his powers with the tremors, rendering them intangible. Only during a clash with another formidable opponent would a blood-red aura manifest. It is worth noting that haki also varies in rank, classified as high or low. As an observer, Whitebeard partitioned the harbor into 3 sections, with the other 2 belonging to the 8 treasure navy and the Shawn pirate crew. Shawn. Green Pepper's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He was convinced that he could now shatter the ice continent. Indeed, the legends surrounding the treasures of the ice continent had been pursued by the 8 treasure navy for generations. Little did he anticipate that the final push towards awakening haki would come from his encounters with Whitebeard and Shawn. More importantly, it was Green Pepper's unwavering determination and will that fueled his resolve. Even without meeting these 2, he believed he could achieve a breakthrough within a year. Green Pepper, he called. Shawn appeared before the Green Pepper, the palm of his hand, resembling a meatball, forever etched in the Green Pepper's memory. If one were to randomly select a destination for travel, where would you choose to go? Why the element of randomness? This is because, upon acquiring the meatball fruit, Shawn's first arrival was in the land of flowers. What significance does this hold? Is the intention to hurl the Green Pepper away only to have it return? The simplest course would be to randomly launch someone. Haha, do you still believe that your fruit abilities can affect me? Such a Navi youth. You will soon come to comprehend the profound truths behind the 8 shown fist of my 8 treasure water army. The Green Pepper's conical skull and fists are ensnared by the subtle yet potent aura of the 8 shown fist's true essence. It may appear unremarkable, yet it is a sophisticated technique, akin to the flowing cherry blossoms of Wano country. Alas, the Green Pepper proves to be quite disappointing. After finally awakening this ability in his lifetime, he was rendered incapacitated by a single punch from Garp. Even if his skull were to mend in old age, it could not rival the strength of his prime. Who would have thought that Shawn would encounter such a phenomenon? The 8 shown fist's true essence. The potent flowing cherry blossoms of Wano country. Centuries ago, many kings of the sea must have unearthed their own powers. How fortunate it is to witness a martial art on the brink of oblivion in this era. The skeletal structure of Shawn emitted a sound of reorganization. After several enhancements, it culminated in a hybrid form of both human and beast. With dragon claws clenched into fists, it grasped the fleshy paws with an imposing aura enveloping both hands. The dragon's tail swept away the dust and debris. What set this transformation apart was not only the elevated voltage of the purple lightning and the formidable haki enveloping the fists, but also an additional layer of impact generated by the fleshy paw fruit, which could be unleashed at the very moment of action. With each instantaneous movement of Shawn, the foundational speed and the technique of shaving are once again amplified through a powerful rebound. Allow me to experience your might, Green Pepper. Do not let me down. With this battle, I shall thoroughly master the observation haki. Whoosh. The speed of the meatball's rebound can produce a continuous whoosh sound through the air. Green Pepper initially believed he could decisively defeat Shawn by surpassing the threshold. Little did he know that his opponent was no pushover. 8-fist punch. The true essence of the secret art, skull pyramid. A single explosive strike. The 2 engaged in a simultaneous clash of fists. Shawn harnessed the electric force of the thunderous impact to withstand the profound essence of the 8-fist technique. He also summoned the strength of the dragon tail to fortify his skull against the onslaught. The tip of the needle met the edge of the sword. The aura and force reverberated through the port, stirring the waves of the sea. Layer upon layer of water was dispersed, rendering many civilians unconscious and toppling buildings. A handful of the 8 treasures navy remained conscious, fervently rallying behind their leader, Green Pepper. Defeat that monstrous brat. In stark contrast, Shawn's pirate crew appeared nonchalant, with the brutish wolf clumsily transporting provisions, food, and fine wine. These delicacies were bestowed by Shawn, purchased with naval belly. Jasmine wrapped her arms around a fork, playfully slapping her cheeks, exclaiming, "Captain Shawn is so manly." She was bashful, twisting and fidgeting, cheering like a cheerleader. Perched atop a pile of supplies, a man of the Oni clan crushed the iron rod in his grasp into a ball and tossed it aside. Could it be that the mythical Zoan-type devil fruits possess a hierarchy? Kaido found himself perplexed, feeling overshadowed by Shawn. Were it not for the differences in their physical prowess and aura, he might have questioned the very essence of his existence. Hey, this is incredible. Moria was at a loss for words. However, when he bore witness to the clash between Shawn and Green Pepper, something deep within him stirred, ready to ignite. Head cone technique. Green Pepper unleashed the newly awakened profundity of the eight-fist technique, attacking with reckless abandon. Dragon violent impact. Shawn possesses the formidable power of the meatball fruit, with a flicker of crimson light occasionally glimmering in his eyes. Whenever either side reveals signs of decline or experiences a moment of awakening and breakthrough, it heralds the impending defeat of the adversary. I wish for all to be well. Father, which of the two will emerge victorious? Marco inquired cautiously, utterly mesmerized. Shawn, as Whitebeard had stated, is merely in his teens. In comparison to Marco, he appears nearly twice his age, yet the majority of the Whitebeard pirates are of a similar youthfulness, mere adolescents who, under Whitebeard's guidance, regard him as their father. Even with Kaido's presence, he is still significantly older than them. Moria, too, resembles a mere child compared to them, as he has become virtually unrecognizable to anyone now. In contrast, Shawn appears particularly exceptional. At the same age, he possesses a far greater prowess. The notorious pirate, Qingjiao, is, after all, a long-celebrated pillar of the Eight Treasure Navy. Why, then, does he find himself at a disadvantage when confronting Shawn? Old man, Shawn's fruit ability is remarkably unique. He can teleport instantaneously, and his attacks bear striking similarities to yours, Marco incessantly muttered. In his youth, as a novice crew member, he was far more spirited than the languid demeanor he later adopted. It was not merely the prolonged voyages that dulled his temperament. Perhaps he unconsciously bore the weight of the Whitebeard pirate's responsibilities. In any case, the current Marco was chattering incessantly, inquisitive about everything, and eager to test his mettle against formidable opponents, embodies the youthful essence of the phoenix. You ask far too many questions, Marco, Whitebeard chuckled, though inwardly he relished this lively spirit. These children were ones he had witnessed grow before his very eyes. Even Marco was training, aspiring to become a true combat sailor. At this moment, none could foresee that the novice crew member Marco would one day become the illustrious captain of the Phoenix. Nonetheless, their battles were undeniably entertaining. Shawn consistently brought forth surprises. The fish fruit, a mythical beast type, surprisingly possesses shockwaves, reminiscent of Sengoku. Whitebeard felt the aftermath of the duel between the two. He raised his bicento and casually unleashed a tremor. No matter how the shockwaves surged, they could not breach the invisible barrier formed by his haki. Shawn, if you win this duel, consider becoming my son. Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed. Grrrr. Not only was Shawn himself taken aback by the invitation to be adopted, but Kaido also found himself momentarily speechless. When he was invited by Whitebeard to join the Hive and become a trainee in the Rocks Pirates, he felt a peculiar sense of distinction. Both Lingling and Newgate treated him markedly differently than others. He later realized that Lingling regarded him as a younger brother, while Newgate treated him as a son. What a surprise! Kaido never anticipated that Shawn would receive such an invitation as well. He yearned to form a pirate crew with like-minded individuals, akin to an older brother and younger sibling dynamic. If he could invite Shawn to be his first mate and recruit several other monsters similar to himself, such a pirate crew would undoubtedly be extraordinarily formidable. In recent days, Kaido had even coined a name for himself: Azure Dragon, Black Dragon, Evil Wolf, Giant, Purple-Haired Rascals. None of them were ordinary humans. He simply dubbed it the Beast Pirates. Yet, he wondered if the world harbored so many Zoan-type devil fruits. Kaido, Moria called out to him. Hey, what are you planning, trainee? Kaido turned his head, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Moria, emanating an aura of menace. I seem to possess the ability to manipulate other shadows. An instinct whispers to me that if I could encapsulate a shadow within my own body, I would grow stronger. Moria, armed with scissors in one hand, attempted to sever the shadow of the fierce wolf, yet the expanse was too vast to accomplish his task, leaving him exasperated and frustrated. If only he could transfer the wolf's shadow to the captain, victory over Green Pepper would surely be within reach. Moria was eager to try, yet utterly incapable of doing so. Then consume more shadows, you fool. That guy, Shawn, intends to confront his adversary head-on. If you fail to acknowledge his resolve, you shall remain a mere pawn of fortune for all eternity. Kaido glanced at the shadow in Moria's grasp, feeling no disdain for the powers of a paramecia user, but rather a contempt for Moria's lack of awareness regarding death. This exemplifies the distinction between mountain bandits, ruffians, and pirates, from the Four Seas to the Grand Line. From isolated islands to the vast red line that traverses the world, only the pirates roam freely across the globe, resorting to any means for survival. Some are despicable, ruthless, and prey upon the weak. Others embrace freedom and adventure, seeking treasures. Still, some dominate regions, acting as mere pawns of the powerful, regardless of the method. The weak cannot endure. If Moria lacks this awareness, he will never discern his differences from others, be it pirate or navy. He will inevitably remain incapable of rising to greatness. Awareness. Moria observed the battlefield, where the sails of the 8 treasure navy lay in tatters. At this moment, he was merely anxious, yearning to lend Shawn a helping hand. Before becoming a pirate, he had been a tyrant in a small town, excessively arrogant and overbearing, once believing himself invincible. Had he not encountered Kaido during the transport of Shawn to impel down, and had Shawn not rescued him, he might have continued his reckless ways, naively thinking the sea was not formidable. That man had rampaged through God Valley, lost in his own fervor. What was green pepper in comparison? Kaido had unwavering faith in his first mate. From the day they met, he had witnessed Shawn's exponential growth and strength. How could he possibly falter against a mere green pepper? Would Shawn prevail? Moria confirmed that his heart indeed raced in sync with Shawn's battle. He had been perplexed by Kaido's reprimands, but now he experienced a revelation. It was a yearning for power, a fire igniting within his blood, desiring to become an unfettered pirate. Like Shawn, he wished to face formidable foes like green pepper without fear. Just a taste. Moria delicately severed a fragment of the shadow of a green pepper and consumed it, feeling a slight surge of strength. However, this enhancement was merely temporary. To assimilate more shadows, a more formidable physique was imperative. His gaze brimmed with burgeoning ambition as he murmured to himself, "I must become stronger." Moria remained fixated on the unfolding battle, unwilling to miss even a fleeting moment of the fierce combat. Whoosh! Shawn vanished once more, his speed so astonishing that even the adept observation haki of Qingjiao could not perceive his movements. The clash unfolded over hundreds of rounds, a relentless exchange of willpower and physical prowess. The fruit's abilities had silently woven themselves into the fabric of the battle. Although in the prime of his life, Qingjiao found himself breathless and fatigued. When he beheld Shawn materialize before him, his eyes glinting with a crimson hue, a shiver ran through him. "You have truly mastered the observation haki. Such swiftness." In merely the first skirmish, the battleship harbor lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. Shawn has boldly transcended his limitations, mastering the observation haki he once could only awaken without full control. At this moment, he truly possesses the complete trifecta of haki. The bouncy nature of the pawpaw fruit renders the green pepper unable to strike Shawn. The tide of battle has entirely shifted in his favor. Despite wielding a superior level of armament haki, I find myself unable to land a blow on you. How infuriating. This little brat, who only knows how to dodge, dares to use my green pepper as a whetstone. The green pepper entwines its legs with haki and, in an instant, vanishes. He applies the profound essence of the 8-strike fist to his legs, augmenting his speed. He intends to engage Shawn in a direct assault. "You stand no chance now, Beetle Uncle." In Shawn's eyes, a crimson glow indicative of observation haki emerged. His hands were enveloped in armament haki. With heightened perception, the speed and power of his strikes could be executed with unparalleled precision. The impact of the meatball clashed against the crisis of the fishtail pattern. Suddenly, the sound of air and haki, intertwined like lightning, resonated beside Qingjiao's ear. Shawn amalgamated the meatball fruit, the Azure dragon form, and the 3-color haki. His palm collided with the full-force green pepper. One unleashed a shockwave that erupted without contact, while the other delivered the profound essence of the 8 punches, inflicting internal damage from a distance. At the moment of impact, the uncontrollable force radiated outward, toppling entire buildings and sending waves soaring nearly 10 meters high. It was only after a few moments, when the clash reached its zenith, that the two were finally propelled apart by the shockwave. Shawn collided with the side of a sailboat, momentarily losing his footing in a moonwalk. Qingjiao, with a single punch, shattered the harbor control tower, bringing himself to a halt. How infuriating, to have devastated an entire harbor, yet fail to subdue such a minor character as you. Am I truly that weak? Qingjiao advanced once more towards Shawn, his body marred with bloodstains and bruises. Yet the one he deemed a mere petty character, Shawn, retaliated with an open palm strike. From his palm erupted a surge of pain and fatigue, the ability of the fleshball fruit having ascended to a second evolution. A soft crimson agony manifested in the shape of a bear's paw. Qingtiao disdainfully responded with a headbutt. Boom. They collided once more, with Qingtiao enduring both the shockwave and the dual agony. In that moment of searing intensity within him, he instinctively unleashed a punch towards Shawn. At the instant his kingly potential ignited, he unleashed a fierce conqueror's haki, crashing against Shawn. You little brat. Did you not expect this? I am a man born to be a king, even if you possess a formidable devil fruit and command a dual haki in this world. Those lacking the conqueror's haki are ultimately just another face in the crowd. Qingtiao, in his audacity, spat blood, unwilling to allow Shawn to steal the limelight. Shawn executed a soaring kick, declaring, Uncle Beetle, this is the reign of the king of the West Sea. Even if it were the New World, it would be nothing more than a mere crossing of the river. The great fish devour the small. What kind of fish are you? As the dark purple aura of Conqueror's haki erupted, he responded to the distant figure of Whitebeard. Newgate, this is my answer. The clash of Conqueror's haki tore through the air, producing flashes of lightning. The remaining 8 treasure navy at the port fell into unconsciousness. The eyes of Green Pepper were filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that this obscure youth possessed the qualities of a king. His previously held pride crumbled entirely in that fleeting moment. The crimson glow re-emerged in Shawn's eyes as he struck down upon the Green Pepper. Farewell, Beetle. In an instant, the moment his palm made contact with the Green Pepper, the momentarily hesitating pirate vanished into thin air. The rivalry of the formidable is decided in mere seconds. A moment's hesitation is all it takes for defeat. Witnessing this scene, a barely concealed smile graced Whitebeard's face. For the first time, Kaido felt that Shawn was not merely approaching him, but perhaps was on the verge of matching or even surpassing him. As the Green Pepper was sent flying through the air, 3 grand warships were flanked by 7 ordinary vessels, all sailing towards the Flower Kingdom. Hey, Sengoku. Did you hear anything? Garp gazed towards the sky. Of course, the speed is remarkable. What do you think it is? Garp, you scoundrel, are you stealing my ramen? Seeking blessings for all, wishing everything to be well. Shawn. The Green Pepper had not anticipated being defeated in the fleeting moment of hesitation. Struck by Shawn, who wielded the advanced observation haki, he had honed his mastery of haki and martial arts through countless rounds of relentless combat, only to be launched away in a state of agony and fatigue. Ultimately, it was the Conqueror's haki that shattered the last remnants of the Green Pepper's pride, leaving him in a state of instantaneous despair, propelled away by the powers of the bouncing fruit. Though the Green Pepper was under the influence of the fruit's ability, his consciousness waned as he was flung into the air. He had intended to unleash the profound truth of the advanced armament haki's 8-impact fist, but his vision blurred, and he lost awareness just before colliding headfirst. A singular thought lingered in his mind. He must find Shawn again and obliterate this scoundrel, piercing him with hundreds of holes using his head. With a splash, as smoke billowed from the Green Pepper's mouth, the elastic air layer created by the bouncing fruit hurled him into the depths of the sea. Since Shawn had only marked the Flower Kingdom with his powers and could not return the Green Pepper to that location, he whimsically propelled him away. The whereabouts of this maritime expanse remained a complete enigma. It would be up to the Green Pepper to explore once he was fortunate enough to survive. With a roar, the turbulent sea surged as a tiger-toothed whale opened its cavernous maw and swallowed the Green Pepper whole. One wonders where the infamous head-piercing Green Pepper will make his next appearance. The West Sea, the Flower Kingdom, the 8 treasures water army port. Shawn gazed at his hands, their palms adorned with charming little flesh pads. The original form of the Azure Dragon possessed remarkable strength and regenerative abilities, with an unparalleled level of physical defense. Now, his speed had been enhanced to a near-instantaneous leap. If he were to land on Sabaody Archipelago, he would undoubtedly claim the title of the foremost among the supernovas. Captain, little Moria has fainted again. The fierce wolf lifted the unconscious Moria, who had been rendered senseless by the collision of shockwaves and Conqueror's haki. He appeared as though he were merely holding a rag doll. Without a second thought, he tossed him onto the deck. It's all right. Even at 80 years old, he is not as tall as you. At this moment, what astonished Shawn was not the timely replenishment of supplies due to the absence of Green Peppers, but rather the long-still demon compass, which had once again begun to show signs of movement. In truth, since departing from the Valley of the Gods, the demon compass had merely been fulfilling the rewards of previous choices. The last time it spun to reveal a decision was upon entering the Valley of the Gods. With ample supplies aboard the ship, including a considerable quantity of berries from the Navy, we ensured sufficient provisions of food and fresh water. It appears that we are soon to embark on a journey that will be even longer than the last. Shawn calmly issued his orders. The port was no longer obstructed by any opposition. The supremacy of the sea prevails, since the Shawn pirate crew emerged victorious, having vanquished their leader. They were thus entitled to replenish their supplies at the harbor. Jasmine engagingly haggled with the merchants, while the ferocious wolf took charge of the transportation. The compass continued to spin, as if entwined with the singularity of fate, striving to forge a new choice. Newgate was awaiting our arrival. Kaido had discovered a treasure chest containing a brand new alloy baseball bat, far superior to the previous iron rod. Ever since the Valley of Gods shattered the spiked club, he had been in search of a worthy replacement. It seemed that apart from the New World, finding a complete seastone spiked club forged through rigorous training was quite a challenge. This item was merely serviceable, barely fit for use. As the 8 Treasures Water Army remained silent, allowing the 2 victors, the Shawn pirate crew and the Whitebeard pirate crew, to come and go as they pleased, it was inevitable that Shawn's bounty would rise once more. The level of threat had now escalated to that of a kingdom. Shawn awaited the compass's change. His stomach growling with hunger, he decided to seize a substantial piece of roasted meat from the tavern, tossing a few silver coins onto the table. With a hearty bite, he savored the meat, feeling a sense of comfort as it filled his belly. Shawn, do you comprehend what lies ahead? The white-bearded man sat atop a crate, anticipating the arrival of 2 newcomers. Departing from the Valley of the Gods meant a fresh start for everyone. He too must reassess these youthful individuals. In the short term, they may not pose a threat to his position. However, if these 2 young prodigies, both possessing the qualities of kings, were to join forces, they could forge an indomitable pirate crew. The white-bearded man perceived the emergence of a nascent pirate crew that rivaled the Roger pirates. If he were to grasp Shawn's true intentions, it would indeed be terrifying. The Roger pirates had, at their zenith, boasted at least 5 formidable combatants. Shawn yearned for a more formidable and flawless Rocks pirates, a crew over which he held absolute dominion, composed of unparalleled warriors, rivaling the 4 emperors. Each of them commanded their own fleet, akin to the grand armadas of the 4 emperors. He aspired to gather at least 10 such allies until he firmly secured the foremost position upon the seas. He envisioned seizing the entirety of the marine headquarters in the bounty of the Red Line in one fell swoop. Bang! The 3 sat in their respective places. Shawn found an oak barrel to serve as a small stool, a glass of red wine accompanied by roasted meat. Kaido felt as though his time with the Rocks pirates was but yesterday. Soon, he was once again in search of a dining hall, drowning his sorrows in copious amounts of alcohol. Shawn, Whitebeard smashed a large jug onto the ground. Gulalala. With your vessel, you cannot possibly navigate the Grand Line. Newgate was not merely engaging in casual conversation. His gaze was fixed upon Kaido and Shawn. In an instant, the expressions of the 2 changed. Goodness! Did he still aspire to take on a son? Shane, Kaido sprang to his feet with great haste. Let us head to O'Hara. Its port possesses a maritime industry second only to that of the Land of Flowers. Archaeologists in pursuit of ancient relics require vessels as well. Whitebeard cast an appreciative glance at his 2 brothers. Rising to his feet, he grasped the Tsongyun Xie with one hand. Do not be so brazen. I have no desire to recruit you 2 ambitious scoundrels. After this farewell, our next encounter will be as adversaries upon the vast seas. My sons, set sail, Whitebeard proclaimed. Raising his long blade high, his robust figure was draped in a snow-white cloak. Marco lifted Jozu, casting a glance back at the ever-watchful Shane. As you wish, father. The crew members each took up their designated roles. There were helmsmen, shipwrights, chefs, and sailors aplenty. Ah, young ones, Whitebeard turned to address the youths by the shore. The pirate ship unfurled its sails, embarking towards the direction of the Grand Line. Sengoku and Garp had remained in the west blue. It would not be long before they arrived. The wave stirred memories within Kaido. As a scene from 6 years prior flickered before his eyes, the moment he was invited by Whitebeard to join the Rocks pirates. A turning point that irrevocably altered the course of his life. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he could not suppress his ire, exclaiming vehemently, "Do not be so self-important. Even if Steelbone is to come personally, I shall reduce him to a mere pulp." Kaido's furious words elicited only the sight of Whitebeard's retreating figure. The compass spun. Shawn gazed at the departing Whitebeard pirates, then turned to survey the port, ravaged by battle. Isn't this the premier maritime hub of the West Sea, Kaido? Upon hearing Shawn's inquiry, Kaido paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's been utterly devastated by Newgate and Green Pepper. What are we to do now?" We shall make do and head to O'Hara to refurbish our pirate vessel. We too must set sail, with O'Hara as our destination. Shawn discovered a navigational pointer belonging to the 8 Treasures Navy. The wooden plank ship, propelled by a warship, departed from the harbor. The 8 Treasures Navy felt a sense of relief as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Quickly, seek out the leader of the Green Peppers. Where could he have been struck down? Several hours after the wooden vessel had set sail, the naval warship finally arrived at the port. Upon witnessing the ravaged coastline, the warriors of the warring states felt their blood surge with fury. Tell me, in which direction did they head? Garp was determined to pursue them at the swiftest pace. O'Hara. We have lost a navigational pointer from O'Hara. Upon receiving intelligence from the 8 Treasures Navy, the warship briefly paused before hastily turning its bow. At this moment, aboard the plank ship, the crew had feasted and refreshed themselves. Shawn felt a sense of comfort. Although there was no dedicated chef, Jasmine prepared hearty meals in large pots every day, and they tasted quite delightful. As the hands of the clock drifted across the ocean, the night deepened. Everyone had long since succumbed to a peaceful slumber. Shawn's eyes remained wide open, completely devoid of fatigue. Haven't you grown weary after a day of incessant turning? The demonic compass, equally obstinate, persisted in its rotation from day to night, ultimately settling in alignment with the recording pointer. In the dead of night, the sea lay shrouded in inky darkness. This evening, the moon was absent, and ominous clouds enveloped everything in a suffocating embrace. Shawn grasped the demon compass. Visible only to him, a luminous veil descended silently. Choice 1. A formidable enemy would soon approach, abandon everyone, and flee alone. Forbearance in the face of adversity would yield the reward of the traits of the Fishman tribe and the lineage of the devouring fruit. Choice 2. Undaunted by the powerful foe, take all crew members in battle until the break of dawn, with the reward of the characteristics of the Fishman tribe and a mutated exoskeleton. Shawn had previously encountered fateful decisions that presented 2 distinct scenarios. The first involved challenges of increasing difficulty accompanied by correspondingly greater rewards, akin to a question that was virtually obligatory to answer. The second was a multiple-choice scenario where all options were desirable, allowing for an indulgent feast of possibilities. This time, however, only 2 choices were proffered, yet both promised equally bountiful rewards. The unique characteristics of the Fishman tribe served as the foundational bone. The distinction lay in the mutant exoskeleton and the lineage factor of the Munch fruit. The former represented a successful technological advancement by the Vinsmoke family after many years of research. Once activated by Sanji, it enabled the wielder to shatter blades imbued with armament hockey through sheer physical strength. This could be regarded as a formidable enhancement, significantly augmenting human combat capabilities. The implications of such technology underscore the profound transformations it could bestow upon humanity, exemplified by pacifists, seraphim, exoskeletons, and genetically modified beings. Should the seraphim concurrently possess an exoskeleton and emit laser beams, coupled with the capacity for mass production akin to that of modified beings, it would indeed herald a cataclysmic disaster. Any faction wielding such military power could easily dominate the world. The Munch fruit, on the other hand, may initially seem unremarkable. Classified as a paramecia-type devil fruit, it grants the ability to consume anything, including steel and stone, allowing for absorption or reconfiguration into entirely new materials without issue. Shawn is also aware of a crucial point. The power of the devouring fruit can bestow an ordinary person with the abilities of a second devil fruit, specifically the capacity to consume other users. This is akin to how Big Mom devoured the nun to acquire the soul fruit. Should Shawn obtain the power of the devouring fruit, he would become the singular entity in the world capable of wielding the powers of 4 different devil fruits. The exoskeleton's effects are conferred in the form of an Azure dragon, yet without advanced armament hockey, it fails to inflict damage. His strength reaches a monstrous level, particularly after Shawn has undergone double enhancement, potion modification, and the augmentation of his fur tribe characteristics. The exoskeleton is tantamount to a human consuming a super serum fruit. While the devouring fruit can compound its advantages, I find it utterly fascinating. In Shawn's memory, Wapple, the wielder of the Munch fruit, is yet to be born for another 9 years. Presently, the world is rife with formidable contenders vying for supremacy prior to the era of great pirates. Various devil fruits have either been consumed and remain untransferred, or are concealed in diverse corners of the world. I choose, wait. Shawn picked up the compass and examined it closely. There was no limit on the time for making a choice, only a time constraint for the task at hand. A countdown began, marking the time until dawn the following day. Should it surpass midnight, the objective would alter to enduring until the dawn of the current day. The compass. You claim that Walpo has yet to be born. Does this devil fruit already possess a master? Naturally, the cursed compass could not provide a response. Shawn gazed out at the vast ocean, where a large island emerged before his eyes. Towering trees stood in the center, bearing the weight of time and the shadows of truth. Logically, one would assume that the devil fruits were abundant, making it improbable for them to be found in this particular location. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Shawn felt an inexplicable reluctance to make a decision at that moment. Meanwhile, the archaeologist Alvia of O'Hara, who would later become Robin's mother, was merely 17 years old. Even the flower fruit had yet to be consumed. An instinct stirred within me, urging me to take a gamble. The ambition in Shawn's gaze burned like a blazing torch. However, one must first possess the necessary leverage. To Shawn's surprise, the demonic compass began to turn upon hearing his words. The needle, for reasons unknown, sought a direction. Do not struggle, if fate could choose. Why not stake everything in life? The last time in the Valley of the Gods, the Azure dragon form you presented, and the meatball fruit all serendipitously appeared there. Is there not an inevitable connection? Shawn listened intently to the rhythmic beating of multiple hearts. The desire for the fruit was as strong as the yearning for the exoskeleton. Such an invulnerable physique would undoubtedly amplify both defense and strength exponentially. At that moment, a new iron balloon would be born into the world. Missing this opportunity could mean waiting for another 20 years. The fruit of the devouring must also be acquired. Shawn is poised to take a colossal gamble on whether the demon compass operates under specific rules. In the previous two instances concerning the rewards of the devil fruits, he narrowly missed the opportunity. This time, it is highly probable that a similar fate awaits him. Allow me to speculate, dear compass. You have spun for an entire day, only to present a decision as dusk falls. What could be the reason behind this? Perhaps it is the moment when a vessel departs from O'Hara, the second most significant harbor of the West Sea, destined for the Grand Line, carrying within it a certain paramecia-type devil fruit. After a convoluted journey of 9 years, it fell into the hands of Walpo, becoming the hallmark of a tyrant. Shawn closed the compass in his hand, allowing it to spin like a top. Could it be? The sound of a horn echoed. The lighthouse's beam swept across the ocean. A merchant ship, navigating through the night, was making its way towards the Great Route. A tattered pirate vessel was no more than 3 nautical miles away, almost brushing past it. However, after making a choice, waiting quietly for the enemy's arrival would mean losing the chance to seize the devil fruit. The cursed compass does not operate entirely at random. It truly influences the choices of fate. It turns out that what is referred to as a pivotal moment in destiny is merely a rare opportunity in the tapestry of life. Shawn did not rouse the crew. With a swift leap, he outpaced even the graceful moonwalk. In the blink of an eye, he appeared upon the deck of the merchant vessel. The night was eerily silent. Yet, the sailors and the first mate soon spotted the Jolly Roger. Quickly, steer clear of this area. A pirate ship is approaching O'Hara. Do not provoke us. This vessel carried an abundance of invaluable information and ancient texts, poised to yield immense profits upon publication. The merchant ship altered its course, navigating the waves with newfound determination. Entirely unaware of a sudden intruder traversing every hold, kitchen, and secret chamber. Utilizing his observation hockey and innate instincts, he sought a rare devil fruit. He began in the hidden chambers. Had they known that such a fruit was concealed aboard, they would have safeguarded it, as each was worth at least 100 million berries. Was there none to be found? Merely archaeological materials and historical tomes. Shawn embarked on his trek, the wind momentarily flitting towards the warehouse. He meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, including each treasure chest and the intricate piles of goods. Shawn almost doubted himself as he glanced at the compass. The needle abruptly halted. This indicated that the munch fruit was soon to acquire a host, with the next host destined to be chosen 9 years hence. To be consumed? It was the kitchen. Whoosh. Shawn swiftly maneuvered, teleporting to the most probable kitchen design location as suggested by the commercial discourse. He found himself in an expansive kitchen. Fruits were arranged on the countertop, and an oddly shaped fruit was on the verge of tumbling from a paper bag. Its surface was a deep purple, resembling the elongated beak of a carnivorous plant. Just as the sous chef, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively reached for the fruit to slice it, he felt an emptiness in his hand. The fruit he had been holding had vanished. Was it an illusion? Surely, I had just obtained a dragon fruit. On the deck of the merchant vessel, Shawn took a decisive bite of the gomu fruit and addressed the stationary compass. I choose option 2. With the choice made, the devil's compass illuminated, revealing a myriad of faint glimmers. It exhibited an exquisite blend of ancient gold and deep purple hues, its material and quality evidently enhanced. Has it been upgraded? Shawn casually discarded the remnants of the tontata fruit into the sea. With a vigorous flick, he returned to the ship. Kaido stood atop the slumbering belly of the ferocious wolf, gripping a metal rod, his expression one of perplexity as he gazed at Shawn. Where have you been? As a formidable wielder of haki, one would be perilously close to demise without even this modicum of awareness. I went to indulge in some food and drink. Shawn's assessment was that the food was utterly unpalatable. Insanity! Kaido exclaimed as he turned to O'Hara, the ship having already entered the harbor. Little did anyone know. The mutated constitution of Shawn shall henceforth unlock the fourth gate. O'Hara, harbor. Shawn did not disturb the slumber of the ferocious wolf, Jasmine, or Moria. He secured the vessel with ropes to the mooring post, while simultaneously anchoring the naval warships at the 4 corners designated for propulsion. It was just past midnight. Yet the harbor tavern remained as lively as ever. After consuming the munch fruit, Shane's already rapidly depleting body craved sustenance once more. Kaido, growing impatient, swiftly led Shane to a tavern. Within its walls, a diverse array of individuals could be found: merchants, pirates, local scholars, and weary travelers making their late-night journeys. Shawn sat at the bar, where one could order and consume food with remarkable speed. Kaido, seated nearby, displayed little interest in the culinary offerings. "Boss, I demand meat and all manner of delicacies," Captain Shawn exclaimed, brandishing his knife and fork, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Wine. Bring forth the finest vintage from the West Sea." Meanwhile, Kaido, the object of many watchful gazes, slammed his hand upon the bar. Quickly! The proprietor, sensing impending trouble, recognized immediately that these two were pirates, formidable and not to be trifled with. He hurriedly attended to the kitchen, determined not to delay service for these extraordinary patrons. A soft gulp echoed in the room as someone cautiously observed the duo. "Hey, wasn't that fellow Kaido? His bounty is astronomical. What brings such a notorious pirate to O'Hara?" A pirate from the West Sea produced a bounty poster, comparing it stealthily. Upon realizing Shawn's identity, he broke into a cold sweat. This individual was also a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, rumored to have committed an atrocious act so heinous that no details had graced the newspapers. The reward was purely for his malevolence. Pure malevolence? A woman with long white hair had been listening intently to the pirate's discourse. A long rifle lay upon her table. Dressed in a trench coat, she exuded an air of confidence, her high-bridged nose and striking features suggesting she was more than just a scholar. She resembled a huntress. What could be so wicked as to warrant the removal of the reason behind such a bounty? This is amusing, if such a threat existed. Why haven't the admirals pursued him? The West Sea has only seen a few important figures recently due to that incident. Otherwise, even the green pepper of the 8 treasure navy remains in the New World. One individual spoke with authority, appearing well-versed in the intricacies of the situation. What of it? Does he dare to kill a celestial dragon? Does he really believe everyone is like rocks? Bang! Someone slammed their hand on the table, glaring furiously at him. In an instant, another individual pressed his head down onto the table. "Madman, utter another word, and I'll end you." Indeed, even in ordinary circumstances, one must not casually mention the celestial dragons. It is a profound taboo, particularly to curse them with death. Should such words be reported to the Navy, one might not survive the night. The silver-haired woman, however, was unfazed. She sipped her coffee and casually nibbled on a midnight snack. She awaited the arrival of Dr. Clover, who was embarking on a voyage to decipher an ancient script aimed at confirming their theories. This endeavor was linked to the enigmatic events that would transpire 8 years hence, pivotal to the salvation of the world. In the preceding years, archaeologists and linguists had tirelessly endeavored to unravel the meanings embedded within these ancient texts. As for the likes of Shanks, Kaido, and Olivia, she held little concern. As a scholar, her sole desire was to unearth the truths of history. The pirates soon fell into silence, recognizing that regardless of whether these monstrous entities from the New World were merely passing through or had ulterior motives, it was wise to refrain from idle chatter. Kaido, inebriated, quickly succumbed to tears, his demeanor decidedly poor under the influence. "Hey, Shanks, I propose we venture into the New World. Let us find a place so formidable that even the Navy cannot breach, where we can amass our strength. Blackbeard once spoke of a land called Wano. In due time, you shall be the general, and I shall be the overlord. Kaido slurred into Shanks' ear. With her attention solely on the food, Shanks took 2 slices of toasted bread and encased them around pieces of roasted meat, pressing them together to create a diminutive sandwich. She opened her mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Another. Perhaps due to the effects of the munch-munch fruit, her appetite had significantly increased. The food melted in her mouth, transforming instantly into energy. Coupled with her dragon form and the ability to restore life, she was able to accumulate an even greater vitality. Shawn's mouth possesses the potential for further transformation, rivaling even the abyssal maw. A peculiar intuition lingers in my mind, suggesting that the consumed items not only absorb energy but can also be rearranged and transformed. Should one consume artillery, it could metamorphose into a cannon and, moreover, be reshaped into novel materials. His teeth and internal organs have undergone modification as well, allowing him to effortlessly crush anything with a single bite, digesting it seamlessly. This fruit should be bestowed upon Lingling. When the time comes, it will be delectably satisfying, ensuring she shall never know hunger again. Shawn once again sandwiched over 70 pieces of steak between slices of bread and swallowed them in a single bite. The flavor is delightful, he remarked. Kaido, yet again, fell into a deep slumber. He devoured an additional 30 servings of pasta, accompanied by a reserve of fruits for dessert, sufficient to last 2 days. Shawn effortlessly lifted Kaido onto his shoulder. Is this sufficient? 5 high-purity gold coins spun on the table. The tavern owner, trembling, cradled them in his hands, utterly astonished by the prospect of payment. A notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million had never been known to settle his tab. After all, this was the West Sea, not the Grand Line. Were it not for the God Valley incident, such a plethora of formidable pirates would have never graced this place. He stepped out of the tavern. Shawn stood by the seaside, basking in the gentle sea breeze. A short distance away, Orivaya awaited the arrival of an archaeological vessel. The ocean wind billowed her overcoat as it welcomed the approach of more than a dozen ironclad warships. Shawn is in search of a brand new sailboat. Once he finds one, he plans to trade in his old vessel, as it still contains a substantial amount of berries and gold coins. This alloy is rather inferior. Let me give it a try. He cast a glance at Kaido's utterly useless alloy-spiked club. Shawn devoured everything in his path, including streetlights and the hull of a naval warship. When he finally expelled his mouthful, it transformed into a brand new alloy mace. Its quality vastly superior to what had come before. He casually tossed it to Kaido, but this only incited the wrath of the warship's captain. This is infuriating. Unable to find Whitebeard, I instead stumble upon you 2 wretched stragglers. Garp cracked his knuckles, not anticipating that his pursuit would lead him not to Whitebeard, but to Shawn and Kaido. Let us send these nefarious seeds to impel down. Garp. Sengoku observed the scene from above with a dispassionate gaze. Neither of them had slumbered that night, while Shawn, in stark contrast, was still indulging in a midnight snack. You've caught up, have you? Long time no see, Garp. Sengoku. How could Shawn be unaware of the battleship's speed? Nevertheless, as long as he is well fed and satisfied, it suffices. He came to O'Hara solely to acquire a new pirate ship. Crafting one from scratch is far less convenient than purchasing a ready-made vessel. He simply needed to select the finest among them. In the tavern, some patrons heard the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, they beheld the brightly lit harbor, particularly the imposing figures of Admiral Sengoku and the legendary marine hero, Garp. In an instant, their inebriation evaporated. Could it truly be? The Garp and Sengoku from the newspapers. What misdeed had that fellow committed? I had warned you against speaking ill. The port was thrown into disarray. Olivia gazed at Shawn with confusion, pondering whether all pirates possessed such eccentricities. Thanks to her exceptional genetics, she stood nearly as tall as the adult Robin, approaching an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Yet, upon encountering the crew of Shawn's pirate band, she realized she still belonged to the realm of ordinary humanity. We must hurry, Olivia. We encountered Vice Admiral Garp on our journey, who escorted us here. Admiral Sengoku was originally pursuing the Whitebeard pirates, but it seems fate has intervened. Our voyage has confirmed the accuracy of our previous deciphering of ancient texts. It is time to unravel the mysteries of ancient writings across the world. Heaven knows what the rest of history's texts might reveal. Yet, we have gained much this time. Dr. Clover exclaimed with unrestrained joy, eager to take his student Olivia away. However, the once chaotic port had descended into utter disorder as battles erupted. The powder kegs had been ignited. Garp instructed Bogart and the other 3 vice-admirals to safeguard the civilians. Admiral Sengoku's form expanded, radiating a brilliant golden light. "You little rascals. It is truly regrettable that I did not eliminate you back in God Valley." Sengoku unleashed a powerful punch imbued with a shockwave towards Shawn. Kaido's Azure Dragon Shield. Shawn utilized the elastic properties of the Machi Machi no Mi to compress the air, generating a powerful shockwave. With one hand, he employed the formidable body of Kaido, the strongest creature, as a shield for defense. Kaido, abruptly sobering from his intoxication, bore an expression filled with murderous intent. "I have found a new ship, Kaido." Shawn remained indifferent to Kaido's anguish, his gaze fixed upon Dr. Clover's grand vessel. A resounding crash echoed as a golden shockwave collided with an air shockwave, illuminating the nocturnal sky in an instant. "The update was delayed. I shall endeavor to be more prompt tomorrow." Meanwhile, the mystery unfolds, with everyone speculating on the identity of the 3rd devil fruit. In truth, Shawn is a wielder of 4 fruits. Do as you please. I merely wish to return to the New World expeditiously. Kaido grasped his spiked club with renewed vigor, swiftly pivoting. He sensed an increase in the heft of his weapon. In a flash, he enveloped the club in his armament hockey. The colossal wolf blanket aboard the ship was propelled skyward by the shockwave. This blanket also served a dual purpose as a sail. Jasmine, cradling Moria, treated him as a mere cushion, startled awake by the tumult of battle. Her fear prompted her to hurl Moria toward the harbor. Bang! Bang! He crashed through several bottles of liquor in succession. Moria, abruptly awakened from his slumber, found himself in a tavern, only to discover that the proprietor and staff had fled, leaving him in excruciating pain, feeling as if he had been beset by a horde. The shockwave from outside swept through, tearing the roof from its moorings. Moria resigned himself to his fate, recognizing that this was not a consequence of any past transgressions, but rather an unfortunate circumstance of having Shawn as his captain. To encounter figures like Garp and Sengoku in the middle of the night, could his luck possibly deteriorate further? Why must I constantly find myself in battles of this magnitude? Moria concealed himself behind a wall, with the only escape being the power of the shadow fruit. If he did not grow stronger, he feared he might one day meet a watery demise. He retreated into a shadowy alley, contemplating and honing his fruit's abilities. Occasionally, figures dashed past, and Moria understood that as long as he remained on this island, he was destined to be discovered by Shawn. Returning home was not an option, as it would bring shame. Being captured by the Navy would spell certain doom. Although he was valued at a mere 10,000 berries, he was still marked for capture and would face eternal confinement. Moria recognized that depending on others was futile. He must cultivate his own strength, meticulously observing the shifts and shadows. They flowed like water. If he could maintain control over his shadow, particularly his own, he could become more formidable. I should first master my own shadow in battle, as Captain Shawn has stated that self-enhancement is paramount in training. Moria diligently practiced his fruit's abilities, striving to develop his skills as a shadow mage and shadow warrior. Meanwhile, the battle at the harbor finally erupted. Kaido had not anticipated facing an opponent devoid of weaponry and without a devil fruit. Garp, you truly know how to navigate these waters, Shawn. Kaido marveled at Shawn's perceived incompetence. Providing his crew with ample opportunities for growth and the chance to elevate their bounties was a captain's duty. Sharon confronted the shockwave as the previously compressed air gradually depleted. The advantage before the golden light began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, he flicked the air with his other hand, condensing it into a mere small sphere, and launched a counterattack against Sengoku. Are you getting tired too? Sengoku did not change his stance, but continued to gather his strength. After days of absence, he had surprisingly further developed his fruit abilities. This shockwave was indeed peculiar. Was it wind-based? In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Sharon could utter not a single word. His hands alternated in relentless assault as air shockwaves clashed with pressure cannons against the backdrop of Buddha's radiance, deepening Sengoku's confusion. He had never anticipated that the fish fruit, a mythical beast type, possessed such capabilities. It was an oversight on his part. Sengoku resolved that after capturing and defeating Sharon and Kaido, he would report this matter to Steelbone Kong, insisting that any future encounters with the fish fruit's mythical type must be safeguarded by the higher-ups. Its combat prowess was formidable. The golden shockwave, reminiscent of the Buddha form of the fish fruit, was extraordinarily powerful, capable of clashing head-on with the tremor fruit. Furthermore, it possessed a motivational effect on others, invigorating their spirits. As an ability user, he understood all too well the terrifying aspects of such fruits, rivaling even those of the natural type. Let it not be said that it was mere carelessness. Everything that transpired in the Valley of Gods was merely a passive occurrence. You are destined only to endure the blows, for neither your haki nor your fruit abilities have reached their zenith, Sengoku. Shawn swiftly commenced his taunting. The meatball fruit accelerated the compression of air, preparing for a final desperate attempt. As the surrounding air steadily dwindled, Sengoku finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Are you extracting the air? The long-prepared Sengoku aimed to deliver a devastating blow to Shawn. A golden shockwave surged through his other hand, augmenting his battle prowess. Shawn persists until this very moment solely for this technique. It is merely a matter of enduring until dawn, yet one should not underestimate the new era. Dragon penetration. Meatball impact. Confronting the formidable strike that merges the imposing aura of the warring states with radiant light. Shawn, taking advantage of his ignorance regarding the information about the meatball fruit, seized the opportunity to compress a substantial amount of air. The impact of the meatball erupted violently, colliding with the fist of Sengoku. This menace, Shawn, has grown even more formidable. Garp's combat style is not merely a display of brute force, rather. It embodies a harmonious fusion of personal agility, strength, and haki. In contrast, the strategic genius Sengoku unleashes his power with grandiosity whenever he engages. TCH. With a smile at the corner of his eye, Shawn remarked, "Kapu, wasn't I supposed to be a promising marine? How did I become a menace instead? Mind your tongue. From the moment you were marked for a bounty, there was no turning back, you fool." Kapu replied, unleashing a flurry of punches, his overwhelming might rivaling that of Sengoku's golden shockwave. The port lay in ruins, a sight too tragic to behold, leaving Shawn visibly displeased. After all this effort to find a place with a decent ship, you two marines have ruined it? Who exactly are the pirates here? That wretched Kapu. Cough. Kaido was sent soaring into the air, realizing that the strength he had once prided himself on now seemed insignificant. The might of an admiral was terrifying, especially one at the peak like Kapu, who was even stronger. Non-devil fruit users could only unleash their formidable power for a brief period due to the ravages of age. Kapu was unable to fend off the treacherous strike from Rain-S Shiryu. Similarly, Rayleigh acknowledged that in his advanced years, he was no match for the Yonko Blackbeard. The pinnacle of strength, after all, lasts but a mere 20 years. Shawn's first devil fruit is a mythical Zoan type, the Azure Dragon, which maximizes vitality. The second is a Paramecia type, the meatball fruit, which compensates for the shortcomings of the mythical type, enabling high mobility and extensive area attacks. The third, still a Paramecia, is the glutton fruit, allowing him to store even more vitality. Simultaneously, it alleviates the drawbacks of the Azure Dragon form, which requires the combination of flesh and dragon scales to wield true damage, necessitating advanced observation haki. With the all-consuming glutton fruit enhancing his inner strength, he becomes an impenetrable force, the voracious black dragon. Notably, the glutton fruit grants Shawn the unique opportunity to possess a fourth fruit ability, a gift reserved for those with his mutated constitution. Shawn shall await, patiently anticipating the arrival of the opportune moment. Once the choice of rewards, namely the unique traits of the fishman and the mutated exoskeleton, is acquired, his physical prowess shall become unassailable, akin to an earthly embodiment of invincibility. As I traverse the vast seas and explore every island, I will possess the ability to strike with precision and navigate effortlessly. In that time, regardless of your strength or the multitude of your numbers, I shall traverse the expanse in an instant. This world shall no longer harbor anyone capable of detaining, obstructing, or vanquishing me. Shawn wiped away the bloodstains caused by the clash with Sengoku. Were it not for rocks, I might not have exercised such caution. I owe it to the first and last captain I encountered. Perhaps it was on that fateful morning at Hive Island, the moment rocks laughed. Seeing the ambition glimmering in Shawn's eyes. Certain wills are destined to be inherited. You are upholding rocks well. Unforgivable. Sengoku beheld the fervor, greed, and arrogance in Shawn's gaze, strikingly reminiscent of Rocks himself. Even at the same age, Shawn surpassed him. No, I shall surpass them all. Shawn's body swelled rapidly, transforming into a fearsome, clawed black dragon of gluttony. Wind flame, heat breath. The compressed air infused with purple lightning and scorching breath evolved into a brand new offensive technique for Shawn. Buddha's light. 3,000 realms, sovereign of the world. Sengoku was taken aback, realizing he had to employ genuine techniques to confront such a novice as Shawn. The Conqueror's haki and armament haki were simultaneously enhanced. It merged seamlessly like fine threads into a golden shockwave. With this punch, he aimed to vanquish the malevolent black dragon, to dare inherit the ambition of rocks, who sought to dominate the world, even if it meant dying 1,000 deaths, was no trivial matter. It was no wonder he could enlist Kaido. When the dragon, using a snail phone, spoke of scheming to imprison the Navy branch and take away the evil wolf and Jasmine, I initially thought it was mere coincidence. Now it appears that your ambition has indeed conquered Kaido, executing a scheme that incited the most nefarious elements of the West Sea. He spoke the truth. You are questioning this world, and you wish to devour it. Sengoku, already towering in his Buddha form, ascended even further, his physique reaching 1.5 times its usual size, with every inch of muscle epitomizing perfection. Resplendent golden light enveloped him, serving as both his greatest defense and offense. The brilliance of Buddha's light shone brightly as Sengoku gathered power with one hand behind him and propelled forward with the other. The shockwave pierced through his palm, the golden light flashing in succession. As the conqueror's haki and armament haki finally extended from his arm to his wrist, converging in his palm, Sengoku commenced with the Navy's combat initiation. The force of his palm was the true, lethal strike of the ocean's pinnacle warrior. Watch closely. Did you not always believe you were strong? Sengoku's eyes, now glimmering gold, fixated on Shawn, even his glasses tinted with the hue. Boom. The shockwave surged forth, terrifyingly imbued with top-tier haki. Many believed that admirals relied primarily on their devil fruit abilities, but when the actual achievements were laid bare, they understood that none among them wielded weak haki, particularly among the older generation of admirals. Sengoku stood out as the only one who was not solely a master of haki, yet he was an exceptionally fierce combatant of the mythical beast type. Shawn exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing a fiery breath that cleaved the heavens. As the flames surged across the sky, the black dragon descended in the eyes of all on O'Hara. Jasmine clashed with Bogart, wielding the powers of the push-push fruit, making the very floors of the port serve as his graceful sleeves. The vicious wolf was besieged by the vice-admirals, howling in pain while swelling ominously, nearly floating from its own inflation. In a corner, Moria adeptly maneuvered the powers of the shadow fruit, consumed by thoughts of his own weakness. Why? Why am I so feeble? Are those Navy and pirates not human? Why can I not withstand even a single glance from them? As Moria cursed, he endeavored to battle with shadows. At last, his shadow rose, a swarm of bats flapping their wings around him. Little did he know that any one of these monstrous foes could ascend to a high rank within any faction, with some even at the pinnacle of power. Even without encountering Shawn, the future him, despondent as he may be, was still one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is not that enemies like Garp and Sengoku were weak. Rather, Moria, the novice pirate, had unwittingly encountered a max-level boss before even leaving the rookie village. Desperate. Let me slay them. Moria's distinctive voice emitted a sharp cry. His shadows joined him in the fray, as bats soared and darkness descended, heralding the emergence of new monsters onto the world stage. Is that fellow one of their pirate crew? Alvia shielded Dr. Clover's retreat, her shotgun never ceasing, relentlessly pulling the trigger. There are still some documents on the ship. I must retrieve them. Dr. Clover turned back, risking his life to ensure the success of this mission. Let me handle this. Alvia dodged an impact, but was still struck by a bullet. Upon leaping onto the gangplank, she dashed into the battlefield without a backward glance. O'Hara had only just grasped the technique to decipher ancient texts, yet to locate and unravel the entirety of the world's historical narrative would require at least 8 years. At this moment, they remained unaware that the time to reveal the truth by discovering the historical texts would arrive far sooner than they could ever imagine, irrevocably altering the future of O'Hara and indeed the entire world. Boom. The archaeological ship was tossed off course by the shockwaves of battle. The black dragon expelled its fiery breath, which, after being accelerated and compressed by elasticity, manifested in a state akin to extreme concentration. Both temperature and voltage surged exponentially. Following a thermal explosion, it unleashed a sustained barrage of fiery damage comparable to long-range weaponry. The intensified pressure of the purple flames pierced the night sky. You shall not harm the island that is home to the Tree of Knowledge. Countless human insights and ancient tomes reside here, preserving the flame of civilization. How dare you? Vile pirates, incinerate the fruits of their labor. In the midst of the battlefield, the might of the warring states erupted with a brilliance of 3,000 golden rays, shattering the oppressive heat. Faced with relentless thermal pressure, he countered with an even more potent aura, one that transcended all else. But what of the union between that aura and the fruits of labor? Dr. Clover cast a glance at the fierce confrontation between the Black Dragon and the towering Buddha, pondering the necessity of protecting O'Hara at all costs. Little did he know that years later, it would be the very warring states who would unleash the decree to annihilate O'Hara. Doctor, you must flee. With the great warring states present, those pirates cannot obliterate O'Hara. Alvia will remain unharmed. The elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters guard the coast where that ship approaches. None of these pirates shall escape alive. The archaeologists swiftly shielded Dr. Clover, hastily escorting him from the locale. At the port, Moria had grown indifferent to the strength of the Navy and its adversaries. Give me back all my shadows. He bellowed, continuously swapping positions with the shadows, allowing them to ambush with increasing mastery, inadvertently advancing to more sophisticated techniques. He could not allow the captain's battle to be disturbed. After all, Shawn was a delightful young lad. Jasmine utilized a fork to push a multitude of cement layers, entrapping Bogart within. It hurts. I'm being attacked. It hurts so much, Shawn. The vicious wolf seized a warship, swinging it forcefully towards the elite vice admiral of the Navy. In the heavens above, Garp relentlessly pummeled Kaido, landing blows that shattered even the alloyed-spiked club. Damn it. Is this all there is to your strength? Is my limit merely this? Kaido questioned himself, feeling the weight of desperation as he faced an admiral. He had indeed grown stronger. Why then must he succumb before those of admiral caliber? Coughing up blood in frustration as his body plummeted from the heights. The Azure dragon was absent, leaving Kaido to crash down upon the shore. He gazed at Shawn and witnessed the colossal Buddha break through the searing heat, delivering a decisive blow to the Black Dragon's forehead. Flames dissipated as smoke billowed from the dragon's mouth, and soon, it fell straight from the sky, reverting from its draconic form back to that of a human. Shawn stretched his limbs wide, resembling a large character, gazing at the seemingly demonic adversary before him. In the end, the captain and the first mate were no match for the formidable general? How absurd. The horizon bore no trace of dawn. How could they possibly accept defeat here? Boom. As they both fell to the shore, creating a massive crater, a buzzing sensation echoed in their minds. The indomitable will to resist failure reverberated within them, unconsciously emanating waves of conqueror's haki. The station marines at the port were taken by surprise, collapsing to the ground. Shawn. Kaido. The two roared in unison. Get up. A disaster-level pirate stands in stark contrast to the overwhelming strength of an emperor-level general. Even with a monstrous devil fruit, one must awaken the advanced haki or the fruit itself. Without mastering absolute power, they would merely remain a slightly stronger punching bag in the face of such overwhelming might. Shawn, Kaido is endowed with formidable vitality, possessing thick blood and high defense. The most formidable adversary before him also wields the most potent attacks and extraordinary speed. Let us exchange opponents. The two clasped hands and staggered out of the deep pit. It is against the nature of two ferocious dragons to submit to mere mortals. Their fists are enveloped in haki. It appears that to further develop the Zoan type, haki must be refined to a higher echelon. A bloody battle to the end is imperative. Before consuming the fish fruit, Kaido was already a master of haki. After years of rigorous training, he fought alongside the Rocks pirates across various lands. At this moment, devoid of weapons, his fists are stained with blood. When he gazes once more at his opponent, it is none other than Sengoku the Buddha. With a swift motion, the armament haki manifests in a deep, blood-like hue, clearly showcasing an invisible layer of air. The previously overwhelming haki transforms into a fluid grace, flowing like rippling water. The true essence of the eight-strike fist reveals the subtle gentleness within the iron fist, akin to the resilience found in Rock's blade. What secrets of haki do you all conceal? I surmise that the disparity between the advanced and the rudimentary lies not solely in the quantity and quality of haki, but also necessitates the comprehension of certain techniques. What shall I name this technique of mine? Kaido's fist, entwined with armored haki, exhibits a hint of gentleness. Let it be called Kamigawazi. Haki concealed in the deep valley, the divine name is thus unveiled. The haki, honed over many years, is now genuinely ignited. After enduring numerous blows, Kaido finally grasps the techniques of advanced armored haki. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have mastered some extraordinary power. Sengoku charges forward, entwined in dual-colored haki once again. Boom. Kaido retaliates, gaining a slight advantage, yet must confront the golden shockwave. He is propelled backward, clashing mid-air. In this world, every form of haki varies from person to person. Merely grasping a modicum of technique does not confer superiority. Arrogance was the very reason for the downfall of Rocks. Sengoku is mistaken in one regard. The sole reason for Rock's demise is that he was not sufficiently powerful. Enough of your grandiloquent boasts, Sengoku. Kaido strikes furiously, his fists entwined with lightning, stirring the night. On the other side, Shawn now faced a formidable adversary in Garp. One was a towering, beastly figure of the Zoan type, while the other was a vice admiral of the Navy, standing significantly taller than the average man. Confronted with Shawn's nearly comprehensive capabilities, Garp exhibited no trepidation. Rather, he cracked his knuckles, producing a sound reminiscent of bones creaking. He shook his head, casting a disdainful glance over the arena. Rock's left you troublemakers behind merely to allow the seeds of chaos to poison the world. Today, we shall bring his will to justice. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of a steel fist. Garp's eyes glowed a vivid crimson, his entire body enveloped in blue and white lightning. A radiant white aura emanated from him, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. His mastery of the 3 types of advanced haki was unparalleled. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Shawn, utilizing his observation haki, diligently searched for the location where Garp might appear. However, time was of the essence. Bang! Since he could not locate his opponent, he resolved to vanish instead. Suddenly, Shawn vanished without a trace. With the assistance of the meatball fruit and his already swift pace, he could easily traverse the realm of instantaneous movement. Hey, is this the speed you take pride in? Cap's voice echoed from behind. A buzzing filled his mind. How terrifying. Was Cap truly this extraordinary in his prime? Shawn had only witnessed Garp in his prime within the Valley of the Gods, a time when formidable warriors abounded, rendering him merely an ordinary figure amidst the greatness. The remainder of his memories pertained to Garp's later years, during which he often appeared indifferent to the affairs surrounding him. Those recollections were nearly forgotten. Although Garp did not hold the title of admiral, it did not imply a deficiency in his prowess. In his zenith, he represented the Navy's most formidable force, his status rivaling that of Kaido during the Paramount War. If one were to claim that nothing could withstand the molten magma 38 years hence, it could equally be asserted that nothing was beyond the destruction of the Iron Fist 38 years prior. Every aspect of speed and strength was calibrated to its utmost. Boom! Shawn gritted his teeth and propelled himself forward once more, resolute in his determination to evade a strike to the head from Garp. As he emerged from the shadowy corner of the port, Garp was hot on his heels, unleashing a devastating punch. The ferocity of his haki pierced through the air, rivaling the impact of a shockwave. The pain surged throughout his entire being, a relentless assault that made his very insides quiver. Bounce! Shawn accelerated his movements to gather strength. Time and again, he vanished, yet no matter where he reappeared, Garp would always arrive ahead of him. The observation haki predicted his location, while the armament haki targeted his internal organs, and the Conqueror's haki amplified the damage further. This is the weight of the Iron Fist, the burden of justice. Garp materialized directly in front of Shawn. After numerous attempts to escape, he had reached a point of no return. Outmatched in speed, he could only resort to brute force. The bloodshed reached its climax at this moment. Shawn felt that with each injury, the vitality he unearthed only grew stronger. Indeed, both dominance and fruitfulness are forged in the crucible of battle. This, perhaps, is Shawn's greatest advantage, possessing an unparalleled capacity for recovery. Come on, Garp. Shawn unleashed a punch, utilizing the vast amounts of compressed air cannons that had been meticulously prepared. This would be complemented by an imposing assault, supplying the entirety of the energy accumulated by the fruit to the human dragon form of the Azure dragon. Just as matter can be devoured and fused, so too can energy. This represents the advanced application of the fruit, Shawn murmured to herself. At this moment, she was not only exploring the potential of the fish fruit, but also refining and developing the capabilities of the meatball fruit and the swallow fruit. Even her haki was potent enough to envelop her entire being. With a swift motion, she hardened her body with the full armor of haki. Shawn cast a wry smile towards Garp, despite having endured numerous blows that left him in excruciating pain. Fortunately, he still possessed the energy for one final strike. Garp, while lamenting the frustrating resilience of Zoan-type powers, could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure at Shawn's rapid progress. How splendid it would be if such a talent belonged to a marine dragon. Shawn, Kaido, would they not be capable of shouldering the future of the Navy and becoming the new admirals? Yet here he was, with only his son pursuing justice. Let us determine the victor, Garp. Shawn unleashed a flurry of punches, the shockwaves intertwining with his formidable will, creating an invisible force of penetration. Garp shattered them repeatedly with his own resolve. The port continued to echo with the sounds of explosions, each impact toppling the remnants of structures. It was you who obliterated the port of the 8 treasure navy of the Flower Kingdom, wasn't it? You scoundrel. Garp delivered over 30 punches, perhaps fueled by his fury, which accelerated his assault, dismantling Shawn's shockwaves and will entirely. Ultimately, the tangible strikes landed upon the abdomen and chest. Even the dragon scales and the full-body hockey armor found it arduous to withstand such genuine damage. Uffed. Shawn spat blood, his speed and strength faltering. Yet, an unprecedented joy surged within him. Before I could make a move, Whitebeard had already obliterated that place. However, much like this port, does it not concern you? Sengoku's initial assault had decimated more than half, hadn't it, Garp? Shawn retaliated, throwing 3 punches in quick succession. Garp responded with 10 strikes that were swifter and more powerful. Their stamina had reached its limits. They needed to swiftly eliminate the crew. Sengoku launched a punch that sent Kaido flying, commanding the obliteration of the remaining pirates. If you wish to challenge me, you are far too early in your endeavors. Garp struck Shawn squarely in the face, propelling him toward the shore like a cannonball. Boom. After completing a sit-up, Shawn and Kaido, battered and bruised, managed to rise to their feet. Despite the pain they had endured, their laughter resonated with an extraordinary joy. Uffed. Do you still have the strength? Kaido coughed up blood, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Just a little. Shawn remained composed, assuring, rest assured. Not a single soul shall perish. He extracted the very last vestiges of energy and vitality solely to seize the forthcoming meatball fruit. Did Sengoku intend to eliminate others while seizing the opportunity? A mere fantasy. As Shawn teetered on the brink of collapse, Kaido glanced upward. The great Buddha ascended, its iron fist looming ominously above. 2 formidable commanders unleashed their might simultaneously. Not a single remnant of the Rock's pirates would be spared. The aura of dominance radiated. Courting death, Sengoku, the Buddha, was incensed. The golden light enveloping him dispelled the dust. His towering figure leapt directly into the abyss, delivering a thunderous punch towards Shawn. Whoosh. Shawn propelled himself and vanished from sight. Kapu. Sengoku anticipated the boy's next move. Galactic impact. Kapu descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch that enveloped the entire harbor town. As Shawn instantaneously appeared beside Kaido, he immediately bore the brunt of the strike. Truly, the Iron Fist Garp is formidable. His haki is exceptionally potent. Ha 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 ha. The haki surged forth, obliterating the surrounding structures, while the floor and underground waterways were violently uprooted. Shawn gritted his teeth, his mouth filled with blood. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed maniacally, his expression twisted by the overwhelming force of haki. The ground beneath them continued to collapse and crumble. Shattered dust was sent soaring, unable to settle due to the oppressive haki. The white light generated by the armament haki and the thunder ignited by the Conqueror's haki created a tumultuous atmosphere. Even the most formidable Zoan-type users would feel the pain deep within their bones. Damn it. We have yet to cause a ruckus in the New World. To surrender so easily here would be utterly disgraceful. Shawn's palm moved once more. Wait for me in the heavens. Turning to Kaido, Shawn's gaze shifted dramatically. I refuse to flee. So what if you are an admiral? It's not as if I have never fought before. What is there to fear about Kaido? One cannot hone their haki and grow stronger without confronting mightier foes. Yet, his figure swayed, bloodied and battered, standing only through sheer willpower. It's absurd. I never said you should be the first to leave. Shawn winked and vanished, only to reappear at the coastline. To his surprise, dark crimson stains had appeared on his palm, evidently a consequence of forcibly wielding his powers. Moria, the apprentice crew member. You shall be the first to await our full assembly. Shawn struck Mariah on the back with a firm hand. Captain. Mariah barely had time to turn around when a vice admiral's blade cleaved down to where he had just stood. Molly. I have heard whispers of the summit of the western sky. Shall we tempt fate and endeavor to reach it? Shawn felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. Behind him, Kaido valiantly assumed his beastly form, resolutely engaging in battle to hold back Sengoku and Garp. As the first mate, it was an inescapable duty he was bound to fulfill. Of course, Captain. Jasmine replied without hesitation, placing her unwavering faith in Shawn's judgment. With a swift motion, Bogart shattered the prison cage, only to discover that Jasmine had vanished without a trace. Beast, you hulking figure, ensure you don't sink once you ascend to the heavens. Shawn stood atop the head of the ferocious wolf, cradling a warship that had been reduced to mere fragments. The wolf is hungry. With a swift motion, the power of the meatball fruit proved to be astonishingly effective. Although the teleportation of the wolf had drained considerable energy, it was indeed possible. As for their destination, Shawn was uncertain. Regardless, they were propelled skyward. utilizing the fruit's ability to leap in the same direction and at the same moment. Should fortune not favor them and they did not ascend to the pinnacle of the western sky, but instead plummeted into the sea, the fate of the ability user would be sealed. Next in line is you, new companion. Shawn struck the archaeological vessel with a resounding slap. Whoosh! The grand ship, long coveted, instantly vanished from sight. It was not until this moment Shawn turned to gaze upon the battlefield. The notorious pirate Kaido, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, was relentlessly pummeled by Sengoku and Garp, yet he stubbornly rose time and again. His weapons shattered. He was left to fight with nothing but his fists. Was it still too early? If Whitebeard or the Golden Lion were present, the situation would undoubtedly be different. Kaido pounded the ground, defiantly standing once more. He could not retreat, for doing so would plunge Shawn into dire straits. Bind him with sea prism stone. Sengoku hoisted the nearly unconscious Kaido and tossed him to his subordinate. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed in the air. The two titans of the Navy, Sengoku and Garp, cast aside their capes on the roadside. With their ties loosened for battle, they advanced resolutely. Shawn cast a glance at the night sky. The moon was gradually descending, a sign of the impending dawn, though there remained a while yet. Come and chase if you possess the ability. Shawn forced a bitter smile. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward. Whoosh! Sengoku and Garp swiftly vanished, pursuing Shawn with the incredible speed granted by the gum-gum fruit. Yet, before they could reach him, Shawn had already burrowed underground. Fist of conflict. Garp, utilizing his observation haki, pinpointed Shawn's approximate location beneath the earth. He directed a powerful punch towards the ground where his head was positioned. Boom! A massive hole was blasted into the earth. To their astonishment, what lay beneath was not a human, but a black dragon. As its head was struck and its body was thrown into disarray, Sengoku, in his Buddha form, landed a fist on its abdomen. The black dragon arched its body, seemingly on the brink of defeat. Its head and body were subdued by Garp and Sengoku, respectively. However, the dragon's tail burst forth from the ground. Kaido, nearly ensnared by the sea prism stone, felt the earth beneath him as he grasped for stability. His teeth ground ominously, and with his knee touching the ground, he prepared to rise again. The dragon's claws followed the tail's emergence. The naval commanders simultaneously drew their swords to strike. Shawn! Kaido roared, unwilling to abandon his crew. Moreover, at this juncture, it mattered little whether it was the vice-captain or the captain. Wait for me in the skies. At the moment when Shane's dragon claw made contact with Kaido, Garp spun around at lightning speed, yet he was unable to attend to both ends. By the time he arrived, Kaido had already been sent flying. Whoosh! In the next instant, Shane reverted to his human form, breathless, his vision blurring. I swallow. I swallow. Shawn disregarded all else, consuming everything, be it soil or tree roots, determined to carve a path. The battle had already caused numerous collapses and voids in the port, and now, multiple breaches emerged. The seawater surged uncontrollably, flooding the craters. Shawn heard the sound of the approaching sea behind him, yet his consciousness was nearly extinguished. Even the great General Sengoku could not plunge into the water to pursue him. With a splash, Garp was determined to capture Shawn today, leaping into the sea. All that could be seen was an individual who had emerged from the earth, wielding the ability to solidify the very ground into a formidable barrier, obstructing the path ahead. Shawn is just behind this. Garp unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the obstruction. A sphere, reminiscent of a bubble yet tinged with a faint crimson hue, emerged, embodying a fusion of agony and exhaustion. Stubbornness incarnate. Garp, possessing a formidable mastery of haki, was able to obliterate all barriers. With a single blow, he dispelled the fruit's effects, allowing the sea to surge forth. All that remained were foul curses. At the final moment, Shawn unleashed his exhaustion and pain, breaking free from the underground. It was akin to administering a stimulant to himself. My progress in fruit development remains inadequate. Among the three types of haki, my mastery of the most rapidly advancing armament haki has only reached the stage of full-body hardening. Shawn swayed as he walked, reflecting on the fact that he had been in this world for nearly half a month. He had merely awakened the three types of haki, consumed 3 devil fruits, and formed a pirate crew. Truly, he felt he was bringing shame to all those who traversed worlds. Fortunately, he had managed to delve into the library within the Tree of Knowledge. Garp had intended to pursue him relentlessly, but he never anticipated that Shawn would take refuge here. You dare to use Dr. Clover as a hostage. The original entrance had already been shattered by Shawn. Inside the Tree of Knowledge, silence reigned. Clearly, it was unexpected for a pirate to reach this place. Do not move, or I shall send you to feed the fish. Starving, Shane led the expressionless doctor. Clover straight to the kitchen. Energy depleted, and without replenishment, everything would come to an end. Where's Alvia? The doctor inquired anxiously, with the pirate Shane present. How could his student not have returned? I do not know. Shawn could hardly recall Alvia. For now, satiating his hunger was of paramount importance. Garp ceased his pursuit. The treasures within the Tree of Knowledge were invaluable, each a unique artifact, to be preserved with utmost care. Countless tomes were arranged here, embodying the knowledge of myriad professions across the globe. Dr. Clover cast a glance at Shawn, uncertain of the pirate's intentions in this place. You may take my life, but you must not destroy these books. They are the wealth of humanity. Is the collection truly the wealth of humanity? And what riches does the final island, laughed Tail, possess? Do you wish to glimpse the future? Shawn devoured the food in the kitchen with reckless abandon, consuming it in a hasty manner. A faint glimmer appeared on his brow, as a fragment of memory in the shape of a meatball surfaced. Neither Garp nor Sengoku made an appearance. Yet they commanded a multitude of marines encircling the Tree of Knowledge. From the perspective of the Navy, it was a formidable sight. Shawn has taken Dr. Clover and several other archaeologists hostage as leverage. Yet, the atmosphere within is surprisingly pleasant. This cannot be true, can it? Beads of sweat trickle down Dr. Clover's forehead. He has just witnessed a fragment of memory, Shawn's recollection of the impending destruction of O'Hara. The 5 elders have issued orders, and Sengoku has initiated a demon extermination decree, with the Kaido and Akiji personally intervening. The so-called indestructible tree of all-knowing meets its fiery demise. He stands in a haze, paralyzed by confusion. The memory of the mochi fruit is shown to Dr. Clover, only to be retracted entirely. This signifies that Shawn's mastery over his fruit has advanced. Do you not believe that those outside, who are meant to protect you, might one day turn against you? Surely, O'Hara cannot be more populous than God Valley. Yet it too was laid to waste. Certainly, I could also erase the memory you have just glimpsed. Shawn stacked more than a dozen sandwiches and devoured them all, followed by gulping down the grape juice in a fervent manner. His injuries were healing at an accelerated pace, as he had deliberately reserved some energy for consumption. The provisions in the kitchen pantry were nearly exhausted by Shawn alone. In the past, his animalistic instincts could at least satisfy his hunger, but now, with the power of he had transformed into a reservoir of vitality. No more, Dr. Clover said, his expression grave. If the historical texts were to unveil the truth, would O'Hara truly face annihilation? Indeed, for during this outing, he had deciphered a fragment of historical text. It described an ancient technological civilization, whose advancements surpassed even those of the present day. This revelation filled Dr. Clover with astonishment, yet also with perplexity. Why had such an advanced civilization vanished? Now, through Shawn's memories, one could easily speculate. The 5 elders were deliberately concealing the truth, for to touch it was to court death. The historical texts remained unsolvable, posing a peril to one's life. Dr. Clover closed his eyes. Yet, it was imperative to decode them. Otherwise, the truth would remain forever buried. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and seized Shawn with urgency. Let today's events be as though they never occurred. I shall not cease my efforts to decipher the texts. If that fateful day ever arrives, you must ensure that the deciphered materials and documents are preserved. The doctor's words were left unspoken. Shawn replied, I understand. This is the wealth of humanity. Ha ha. Dr. Clover laughed heartily. Do you believe me? Shawn glanced at the clock and proceeded forward, with the provisions replenished. The next step was to await the arrival of the appointed time. Doubt lingered. Only by stepping into the future could one validate it. Dr. Clover approached the main entrance. A pirate ship awaited at the harbor, laden with a bounty of golden berries, now belonging to you, Doctor, while I have acquired your archaeological vessel. Shawn departed in the opposite direction, while Dr. Clover pushed open the door and bid farewell to the person behind. Until we meet again. This moment granted precious time to save one of history's most nefarious individuals, which later proved pivotal in the salvation of O'Hara. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, and Bogart was the first to charge inside through the rear entrance of the research facility. Shawn appeared quietly. The sunlight streamed into the doorway, bestowing a touch of warmth upon the blood-soaked figure of Shawn. To his surprise, he found he was not alone. The obstacle before him was not Garp or Sengoku, but rather the dragon who had come specifically to offer assistance. It has been a long time. Shall we embark on the sea together? Shan's meatball bounced, preparing to propel itself away. If you are here, it signifies that Dr. Clover has intentionally drawn the fire towards you. The person he seeks to rescue is one I should not hinder. The dragon gazed intently at Shawn, their eyes locking in mutual regard. So, why is that? Reminiscing? Shawn smiled with mischief. I wish to invite you to establish a new faction, a third force independent from both the pirates and the navy. It is a justice that does not bow to the celestial dragons, a freedom that is not devoid of order, embodying true fairness while harmonizing justice and liberty. The dragon's outer garment is a robe of deep green. His complexion is somewhat pale, yet his gaze is unprecedentedly resolute. I am no savior. Your invitation holds little significance for the pirates. However, as a fellow human, Shawn expresses his admiration for you. But first, gather your strength, dragon. Shawn propelled himself forward. Yet the dragon remained unmoved. This marked the first direct confrontation between the two since their encounter in the Valley of the Gods. A fierce gale swept through Shawn's ropes, followed closely by a barrage of pressure blasts. In just a fleeting moment, a clash of elemental and superhuman forces ensued. The dragon was taken aback by Shawn's astonishing progress. In merely a few days, he had mastered the complete armament of Busashoka Haki. Even the black dragon form had harnessed the power of such air shockwaves, rendering his once formidable storm attacks utterly ineffective. Dragon, you are powerless to withstand me now. Shawn chose the same timing and direction as Kaido. I wonder if you would make the same choice. Long, once impetuous in his youth, harbored regrets for his inability to discover true justice. It was only upon encountering Shawn that he experienced a profound awakening, gaining clarity about his purpose. Yet now, he must abandon Shawn to wander alone in a navy where justice remains elusive. Do not inquire of the winds, rather, question this world. Shawn does not believe that everything should unfold naturally. If one does not strive for change, one can only await demise. Winning the lottery requires purchasing a ticket first. Does it not? Whoosh. The figure vanished. Where did that scoundrel go? Garp and Sengoku hastened to this location with remarkable speed, inquiring about this world. The dragon dissipated like a gust of wind. You were just here. Let me question this world. Garp seethed with anger, yet upon turning his head, the dragon had already disappeared without a trace. Little did he realize that the dragon had long since aligned itself with another cause. It would not be long before it established its own dominion, currently merely accumulating strength and awaiting the opportune moment. Who? The sound of wind whistling past his ears was overwhelming. The target was in the sky. The exhilaration of such rapid transit was indescribable. After expelling pain and fatigue, his body swiftly recuperated without the need for sleep, resulting in Shawn feeling as if nothing were amiss, all thanks to the perfect synergy of his fruit abilities and physique. The rubber ball eliminated pain and exhaustion. The mutated constitution required no rest. The Azure dragon was responsible for recovery, and the devouring of energy was simply for storage. However, the energy accumulated post-recovery was soon depleted. By a twist of fate, Shawn ignited the torch of civilization, simultaneously unleashing a tempest upon humanity. Like a butterfly, its wings fluttering now will transform into a storm in the future. It traverses the clouds, soaring over the western horizon. After a long while, Shawn collided headfirst into the clouds. Captain, they have been waiting for you for quite some time. I have captured a female pirate. The first mate has succumbed to unconsciousness, as has the apprentice sailor. That mischievous child, Wolf, has fallen into the forest below and is now out of sight. The harpoon unfurled the clouds, revealing Jasmine's charming and bashful smile. How is it that this group always finds themselves embroiled in such predicaments, no matter where they go? Shawn surveyed his surroundings, as if perched upon a cloud beside colossal vines. Above, perhaps, lay the golden bell, its base inscribed with the annals of history, the Bell of Pandora, captured by Jasmine. The female pirate was none other than the archaeologist Alvia. The devil's compass spun, and an ethereal glow surged into Shawn's being. A gift of fate bestowed upon the completion of his choice. The traits of the fishmen combined with a mutated exoskeleton. Shawn found himself devoid of time to attend to others, as his physique commenced a new round of transformation. Crack. The attributes of the fishman tribe have been acquired. Shawn's genetic factor has undergone a frenzied metamorphosis, resulting in a further mutation of his already enhanced physique. His strength and defensive capabilities are nothing short of monstrous. If it were previously merely a consequence of repeated activation, Shawn's strength, vitality, speed, and mastery of electricity, along with the lunar lion, have transcended the capabilities of ordinary beings. The fishman's tenfold arm strength, superior physique, control over the moisture in the air, and the ability to breathe underwater will bestow upon Shawn further enhancement. Bang! Instinctively, one hand grasped the colossal vine, and with a mere claw, the outer skin of the vine was effortlessly torn away. Shawn is indeed a capable individual, unable to navigate freely beneath the waves. However, Endowed with the characteristics of the fishmen, he can still breathe underwater, much like the formidable Jack the Drought. The moisture in the air can also be extracted and utilized through the arts of fishman judo and fishman karate. The genuine enhancement will not diminish due to the ocean's constraints. After soaring through the skies for an extended period, he felt a considerable drain on his stamina. Yet, with the energy reserves acquired from the Tree of Omniscience, one would expect to sustain this exertion for quite some time. Surprisingly, after acquiring the traits of the fishman, his energy began to deplete at an accelerated rate. The fusion of bloodline factors necessitates cellular loss during the process of enhancement. Captain, you appear to be in a rather poor state. Do you require assistance? Jasmine asked, having bound Orvia and discarded her aside, securing her with a fork at the neck. With her hands anxiously cradling her jaw, she felt a surge of concern for Shawn. Do not worry about me. That rascal, the wolf, won't be easily dispatched. It's merely a few hundred meters. As long as Kaido and Moria remain unharmed, all will be well. Shawn leaned against the colossal vine. The activation of the mutated exoskeleton commenced. Crack! Shawn's limbs and head contorted into a grotesque amalgamation, as bizarre sounds echoed relentlessly. It was only after a dozen distortions that the cacophony of snapping bones finally subsided. The characteristics of the fur tribe and the fishman tribe rendered Shawn, this mutated human, utterly inhuman. The aberrant exoskeleton augmented his defenses to an unprecedented degree. With such formidable resilience and strength, even the blade of the Plague Queen could merely strike and shatter. Crack! Crack! After twisting several times, Shawn rose from beside the colossal vine. The heat radiating from his body evaporated continuously, carried away by the winds of the White Sea, transforming into a misty vapor. It is important to note that ascending further would lead him into the White Sea itself. The air grew increasingly thin, and the temperature plummeted. I am hungry again. Shawn's stomach rumbled, transforming his physique into a furnace. As his strength grew more refined and formidable, his consumption of energy from food accelerated. The reserves he had amassed previously in O'Hara had been entirely depleted. Shawn rose, his mind consumed by a singular thought, the need to procure something to eat. The captain had no pressing concerns. The fates of first mate Kaido and little Moria were of little consequence. Jasmine was exuberantly elated. The grand vessel hovered amidst the intertwining vines and clouds, precisely at the location where Shawn and his companions had arrived. This area was spacious enough. The reason the direwolf was absent was due to its massive size, which would have caused it to plummet directly down. It had been swept away to the lofty heights of Half-Hat Island. The principle behind the meatball fruit's ability to transport others is rather straightforward. It involves marking a location through the fruit's power, akin to the target fruit. However, the target fruit allows for the selection of a person or object. Subsequently, by utilizing the elasticity of a strike, one can determine the direction and timing of the bounce. The direction is fixed, the transmission time is singular, and thus the destination remains constant. Even in the absence of the fruit's power to create a specific mark, accuracy is still assured. Shawn has not possessed the abilities of the bouncing fruit for long. Starting from the port of the Eight Treasures Navy in the Land of Flowers, only a few days have passed until reaching O'Hara, but he has already engaged in 2 fierce battles and spent countless nights in intense study. After all, Shawn requires no sleep at night. He devoted himself entirely to honing his haki, physical combat skills, and fruit abilities. This diligence has led to his current mastery of the Azure Dragon form and the bouncing fruit's potential. He even managed to enhance his entire body with armament haki when facing Garp, thereby gaining a thorough understanding of the principles behind the fruit's teleportation. Now, with the fruit markers from the Land of Flowers and O'Hara, should he wish to return, Shawn needs not rely on chance. He can simply follow his own intentions. At this moment, Jasmine trailed behind Shawn, one hand grasping Alvia. Strangely enough, upon their sudden arrival at this peculiar locale, the sky island amidst a sea of clouds, the archaeologist Alvia did not panic. Instead, she remained remarkably composed, even when bound, showing no signs of undue struggle. She was assessing her situation and the environment around her. Particularly after witnessing Shawn's remarkable fruit abilities, she felt a deep sense of astonishment. To escape the combined might of an admiral and a marine hero, and to do so without a single casualty among the entire pirate crew, foretold a resurgence of fame upon returning to the seas. What intrigued Alvia even more was why a pirate as astute and powerful as Shawn had remained obscure until now. Captain, what shall we do with this woman? Jasmine inquired, shaking Alvia slightly. I shall simply send her back with one decisive strike. Shawn had indeed marked O'Hara. It was merely a mistake that led one person to venture forth. No. At this moment, Alvia finally spoke. Her long white hair was dampened by perspiration, and the myriad experiences she had endured during this time swirled in her mind. It is worth noting that it took Luffy 3 days and nights to travel from the Sabaody archipelago to Amazon Lily. Although the transport of the pawpaw fruit is swift, soaring through the air still requires time. Moreover, the journey was from the peak of the West Sea to the skies above the Grand Line's Gaia Island. As a woman of nearly 1.9 meters, Alvia had shown remarkable resilience by not succumbing to starvation. I am a scholar from O'Hara. Your maritime adventures necessitate the presence of a navigator. I have scrutinized the structure of your pirate crew. There is no navigator, no true chef, no helmsman, nor shipwright or sniper. I can assume the roles of both sniper and navigator. Please allow me to join your voyage. Fate shall decide life and death. As an archaeologist, Alvia was driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, compelling her to explore and excavate. What exactly is this place? An island in the Sky Island. O'Hara possesses some records, yet no living scholar has ventured to investigate personally. What of this vine that traverses the White Sea? Its culture is distinct, its customs unique, and it may even conceal relics of ancient civilizations. Should I miss this opportunity, how much time would the next chance demand? Alvia's gaze indicated her hunting rifle. She was not merely a scholar or navigator, but also a skilled sniper. Shawn glanced at her, utterly disinterested in those various identities. He merely recalled the image of Jasmine casually stirring while cooking with a fish fork. Are you skilled in the culinary arts? Shawn's stomach grumbled once more. Naturally. Yet it paled in comparison to the chef in the tavern. Alvia suddenly realized her misunderstanding. The true favorite of this pirate crew was the chef. What sailors? Shawn boldly claimed he could send anyone soaring to the heavens without the need for navigational guidance. You have been accepted as a temporary chef, marksman, sailor, and archaeologist. Shawn leaped onto the ship and promptly reclined on the deck, exclaiming, Fear not, we shall not perish from violence, but we may indeed succumb to hunger. Just call me Alvia. Freed from her bindings, Alvia swiftly grasped the shotgun. While diligently documenting her observations of the floating island, she began her search for the kitchen. It was evident to her that Shawn held the crucial role of chef aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, on the deck, Kaido and Moria had been tied up by Jasmine like rice dumplings, soaking in the sun to regain their strength. Perhaps we're in need of a ship's doctor as well. Shawn cast a glance at the crew's dismal state, continuing to bask in the radiant sunlight above. The sea of clouds entwined with unending vines. Above this lay the golden bell, which had not tolled for 4 centuries. Who shall be the next to light the flame? Shawn felt a restless itch in his hands, an overwhelming urge to smash something. Hurry and attack, he bellowed. This band of barbarians dared to aspire to conquer the island of the gods. Seize it for me. He pointed. Is that creature from the Skypea tribe? How terrifying. Gaia Island, since it was thrust into the skies 4 centuries ago by the tumultuous currents, has been revered by the inhabitants of the Sky Islands as the island of the gods. From the epic battles waged by the valiant Calgara to the present day, warfare has never ceased, perpetually igniting conflict and stirring the flames of battle in a relentless cycle. The Sky Islands, suspended above the White Sea, are intricate and ever-changing, boasting the pinnacle of the West, the southern lands, and the very region where the island of the gods resides. Furthermore, it is the place where Urki recuperated and where Kaido leapt into the sea, also part of the Sky Island. Nami studied the celestial navigation above in the small Sky Island. This war in the Sky Islands has persisted for 400 years. Today, the skies are bright and serene. Under the command of their 30-year-old leader, Gonfall, the Sky Island inhabitants launched their assault. Although Gonfall had grown to favor peace compared to his predecessors, conflict with the Shandians lingered until the arrival of Roger. It was Enel's emergence that firmly established this territory as the domain of the gods. In the years that followed, to protect the Sky Islands, Gonfall gradually transformed into an elderly figure. Clad in shining silver armor and wielding a spear, he rode upon his flying mount, Pierre, who had consumed the horse fruit. He shone brilliantly, navigating the battlefield as if it were an uninhabited realm. The Shandians, too, fought valiantly. Their kin were equally youthful. The next generation of warriors had yet to be born. The gods believed that all within the Sky Islands belonged to its people, while the Shandians were bound to uphold their ancestral duty, to guard the golden city of Shandora, to protect the golden bell of Shandora, and to preserve the ancient scripts of history. Even though the golden bell had remained silent for 400 years, its location shrouded in mystery. The enmity between the generations would undoubtedly endure. If not for the more deranged Enel, it seemed that only mutual destruction would bring an end to this conflict. Protect Shandora. The tribesmen donned wolf-head attire and brandished wooden spears, standing resolutely at the forefront. Today, they expected yet another costly engagement, with both sides suffering heavy losses and ultimately retreating to their respective territories. Yet, fate had other plans. Just moments ago, a colossal vine in the sky had caused a commotion. With a thunderous roar, several gigantic creatures ascended. One giant, comparable to a small mountain, plummeted to the ground, a bewildered wolf. The wolf is hungry. Saint Juan, the wolf, opened his eyes to find no crew members in sight. Only the thin air left him dizzy, soon followed by a swarm of tiny beings scrambling about. Upon his arrival, they all stood frozen in place. Could this creature possibly be the reinforcements summoned by the denizens of the White Sea? The Sandia tribe was equally bewildered when an attempt was made to attack. Their spears could not pierce even the hide of the ferocious wolf. Hungry, the wolf paused for a moment, feeling a bit more alert. With a swift motion, he swatted away those obstructing him. Grasping a fruit from a tree, he devoured it as if plucking grapes. Standing there, he resembled a colossal monster comparable to a giant. The giant race was already renowned for their remarkable stamina and defense, and this was further amplified by the fact that he was a user of the inflated fruit ability. Towering over 180 meters. What? The esteemed Lord Gonfuer, this creature is not reinforcements from the Sandia tribe. Upon receiving the news, the inhabitants of the Sky Island were all taken aback. Meanwhile, the Sandia tribe received the same intelligence. What on earth is this creature? Did it come from the sea? Hungry, the wolf uprooted several trees and ignited them upon encountering flames on the ground. He seized the Sky Island creatures and tossed them onto the fire to roast. With a swift motion, he straightened a small tree, skewering a string of Sky Island creatures, blood spraying everywhere. The flames grew ever more intense. The Sandia tribe and the Sky Islanders were not even in a position to fight, as they were preoccupied with extinguishing the fire. Only the wolf seemed unfazed, sitting there, waiting for his roasted meat. Both sides maintained a silence in the presence of this behemoth. After extinguishing the flames, they retreated to a distance, trembling, unsure of what to do. In truth, humans from the sea had always been this way. In the past, humans from various seas engaged in fierce battles with rare tribes until the appearance of the lunar beings led to their defeat. Subsequently, they were enslaved for 800 years, with even the history of past wars erased. If Nika had proposed peace 800 years ago, no one would have agreed. The future, however, holds promise. When the simmering anger of 8 centuries is reignited, the next Nika will undoubtedly emerge. People will follow him into battle. For this time they have waited too long and have learned to cherish. The wolf has now become a creature that has descended upon the Sky Island, akin to a deity like Enel. The original god Gonfuer merely held a status comparable to that of the Ashen tribe, once claiming to be a divine race on the Red Earth continent. Old gods will ultimately be supplanted by new ones, who will then reconcile with their former followers. They will either worship the new god alongside mortals or face annihilation. Fear has been ignited. The Sky Islanders and the Sandia tribe felt their minds buzzing. The unknown is what truly terrifies, a being so indomitable and powerful as the wolf embodies fear itself. Just as everyone held their breath, bracing for their impending fate, a joyful chime resonated over the White Sea. How delightful! The wolf adored it. As he savored his roasted meat, he gazed up at the White Sea. At the summit of the mist-covered vines lay the location of the legendary Golden Bell. Tribe members, could that be the fabled sound of the bell? The youth of the Sandia tribe have only heard of this bell in tales. The chieftain, too, had never encountered it. Yet the melodious chime indeed resonates with the enchanting quality of legends. Could this be the divine sound that echoed through the heavens 4 centuries ago? The spear held by Gonfuer trembled in his grasp. Once again, the bell rang out. The chieftain of the Sandia gazed upon the giant wolf as if looking up at a deity. The lights are lit. Someone exclaimed as the lamp of Pandora was ignited. To battle. No one paid heed to the presence of the wolf, as if it were a mountain that rightfully belonged in this place. The Sandia people, the wolf, and the inhabitants of the Sky Island all lifted their gazes to the heavens. What they beheld was a massive black-scaled dragon coiled in the firmament above. What is that? Someone inquired. Captain Shawn, the wolf, munching on roasted meat, uttered in a daze. Captain Shawn, it sounds delightful. The wolf likes it. Shawn. This name is etched in the hearts of all. He is the one who sounded the golden bell. The chime reverberates continually, drifting from the floating islands of the White Sea to Gaia Island, where the heavens meet the sea. The descendants of the Nolandu clan tremble in anticipation, while the townsfolk of Magic Valley gaze upwards, rendered speechless. A shadow of a divine dragon looms in the sky. Click. A reporter captures this moment almost instantaneously. A colossal dragon spirals through the firmament, its silhouette casting a breathtaking reflection in the sky. What is that? Is there a dragon above? A creature from myth. But where does that melodious bell sound originate? I have never heard such a delightful resonance before. The legends of the floating islands are witnessed by thousands on this day, flourishing like never before. Days later, upon reviewing the intelligence and photographs from the far-off Red Soul continent, the elders of Mary Geos cast their fury upon them, discarding them into the refuse. The Shaun pirate crew has vanished, having abducted the archaeologist Alvia. Now, the great sea routes resound with the dragon's voice. That detestable bell tolling once again. Do you know what to do, Spandane? The elder among the 5 elders, the judicial martial god, St. Vachli scolded through the transponder snail. He is a balding man with 2 prominent, curled white mustaches, responsible for overseeing all matters related to Judicial Island, as well as all CP0 to CP9 organizations. The one receiving this ire is none other than Spandane, the future commander of CP9 and son of the elder. Extinguish the light. Vachli slammed the transponder shut, his anger intensifying. At your command, I shall swiftly investigate the whereabouts of the Shaun pirate crew. CP9 will eradicate them all. Spandane is determined to uncover the traces of the Shaun pirate crew. The seas are abuzz with chatter about these new pirates. This matter must not escalate further. All of this began at noon on that fateful day. Shan's stomach continued to rumble. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. I'm so hungry. Shawn felt that the essence of life was fundamentally tied to the act of eating. Suddenly, the 2 individuals bound together like Zongzi beside him began to cough. Kaido opened his eyes, his face flushed red from the sun, while Moria appeared on the verge of dehydration. During their days spent soaring to the Sky Island, there had been a distinct lack of sustenance and hydration in the air. Would everyone still relish the meals lovingly crafted by Jasmine with her fork? Jasmine twirled on the deck, feeling content with their recent adventures, and couldn't help but reminisce about the joyous moments spent in Impel Down. In the future, she vowed to transform everyone into a new breed of humanity. With a cheerful exclamation, she announced, "For lunch, we have seafood risotto." Olivia wheeled out a large pot of rice, accompanied by an abundance of seafood, fruits, and bread on the other trays. It was quite splendid, especially in the absence of any ravenous wolves. There was more than enough food for everyone to enjoy. Shawn was delighted, for he no longer had to consume the meals prepared by Emoli. That fork was practically a tool of destruction, employed for everything from demolition to chaos. Even the act of cooking required a vigorous stirring. Overindulgence could easily lead to food poisoning. Indeed, Shawn is immune to poison. He merely has an affinity for cleanliness and hygiene. Food. Kaido swiftly rose, shattering all his bandages, and promptly tossed the seafood into the air. Moria, tears welling in his eyes, not only indulged himself, but also enlisted the help of his shadow to feed him, fearing that any delay might lead to choking. Shawn's mouth resembled an abyss. Before Jasmine had even begun to speak, the food had already been devoured. Is the role of a chef primarily reliant on physical strength? Miss Alvia recalled the time at the O'Hara Tavern, where Shawn consumed an entire meal worth several gold coins. Moreover, it seemed her appetite had only increased. Miss Alvia, the head chef, I have yet to eat, Jasmine stated, grasping a fork and preparing to serve herself. What chef? Moria then noticed the presence of a newcomer. And right from the start, she was a chef, while he had remained merely an apprentice crew member for so long. Is she from O'Hara? Kaido glanced at Shawn, uncertain of what had transpired in the interim. Indeed, her primary role was that of a chef, with additional responsibilities as a sharpshooter, navigator, and scholar. Shawn reclined on the deck, basking in the warmth of the sun, while the others came to life, completely disregarding the lone, starving wolf. In the kitchen, Jasmine busied herself creating desserts. She first took a fork and pushed chocolate onto a mound of mashed potatoes, subsequently locating mayonnaise and fruit preserves. With a fork that had presumably encountered an array of peculiar substances, she mixed them together. Thus, a colossal serving of dessert ice cream was born, a concoction of outrageous ingredients. Yet it should be edible, particularly for that ravenous wolf. Shawn offered the most reasonable appraisal of this exquisite cuisine. On the deck, the crew exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a singular thought shared among the survivors of O'Hara: gratitude. There was no need for disheartenment. Henceforth, every crew member would rival the formidable strength of the Golden Lion. In that eventuality, each one would be capable of confronting a vice admiral. Shen's words were met with Kaido's strong approval. What an admiral! Not even the fleet admiral can rival me. I shall become the strongest in the world. After his revival, Kaido's vitality swiftly returned, bringing him back to his previous state. Captain, where shall we go next? If, as you say, this is the sky island of White Sea, located above, how do we return to the ground? Moria felt overwhelmed. He had seen much of the world. Yet, could he truly face a marine admiral alone without the certainty of being utterly defeated? Transform into a dragon and fly back, then simply leap down. I shall send you flying with a single strike. Shawn presented 3 remarkably simple solutions. Moria shivered at the thought, especially with Jasmine beside him, indulging in homemade ice cream. Is this the mindset of a pirate? Alvi mused. Were she in the same position, she would undoubtedly seek a means to reach the land. The 3 methods proposed by Shawn seemed rather perilous, their very nature instilling fear. At this thought, she instinctively clasped her hunting rifle, for it contained valuable treasures. Shawn clapped his hands and gazed towards the section of vines obscured by clouds. The crew was consumed with worry about how to depart. As the captain, he yearned for more. Having arrived at the Sky Island, 2 treasures awaited, the historical text and the devil fruit. The historical text was within reach. Even though O'Hara had yet to fully decipher the ancient history, scholars had begun to unravel this script, and with Alvia on their side, there was no cause for concern. She was perfectly suited for multiple roles. As for the devil fruit, the rumble fruit and the causality fruit were indeed rare gems. Currently, Enel was merely 1 year old, and Urki was only 9. Even if the fruits possessed their own will and scurried towards them on legs, such coincidence seemed implausible. Crewmates, ascend. Shawn pointed towards the summit of the vine, a fierce dragon taking flight. Kaido followed closely behind, and the 2 colossal dragons ascended into the sky, leaving the other 3 in a state of stunned silence. I find this sentence somewhat peculiar. Moria felt reprimanded, yet had no choice but to ascend the vine. Feeling it too laborious, he decided to let his shadow pull him upward instead. You must heed Shawn's words. Jasmine, having consumed half of her ice cream and feeling quite full, picked up a spade and began to shape the clouds into a makeshift ladder. Finally, only Alvia remained. An ordinary individual, shouldering a hunting rifle and clutching her notebook as she climbed towards the summit of the vine. Did I make an erroneous decision? Alvia couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yet, the memory of Shawn, the black dragon with scales as dark as ink, struck her as rather endearing. She shook her head to dismiss her wandering thoughts and continued her ascent. At the pinnacle of the vine, the air grew increasingly thin. Shawn and Kaido gazed upon the golden bell, awestruck by this ancient and magnificent relic. Why, in the heavens above, was there a bell? Kaido found himself perplexed, yet suddenly sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, Shawn seized him without warning, using him as a pillar to strike the bell. Do on. Kaido felt an overwhelming urge to despair. Shawn. It was scarcely moments since he had narrowly escaped death, yet here he was, embroiled in peril once more. The resounding chime of the bell, however, offered a soothing balm to Kaido's wounded soul. Shawn had long been curious about the sound of the golden bell in the world of pirates, and to his astonishment, it rang with a clear and melodious chime. After striking it several times, it subtly affected the Sky Island and the Grand Line. Kaido and Shawn returned to their normal forms, appearing beneath the golden bell, gazing intently at the inscriptions above. A spark of brilliance flickered in Shawn's eyes. Are you familiar with the script? Kaido did not anticipate Shawn's vast knowledge. I do not recognize it. Shawn gazed at the ancient script, finding nothing familiar within its intricate symbols. Soon after, Moria and Molly arrived, both taken aback by the sight before them. As Molly scrutinized the ancient text, her eyes flickered with recognition. It seemed she had encountered it before, yet the memory eluded her. My goodness, the ocean is truly wondrous, utterly magnificent. Moria reclined upon a cloud, inhaling the thin, exhilarating air. In my youth, I read tales of the great northern sea liar, Norland, who spoke of a golden city along the Grand Line, where a golden bell rang with unparalleled beauty. Countless souls have sought this golden bell for centuries, never suspecting it might exist in the heavens. Moria reveled in the artistry of this creation. A more serious voice soon echoed in their ears. After enduring the arduous climb, nearly succumbing to the perils of altitude and oxygen deprivation, Alvia spoke earnestly, but that's not all. If the golden bell truly exists, it implies that the other stories within Norland's legend may also hold a kernel of truth. Disheveled, she approached the golden bell, meticulously examining everything around her. Upon gazing at the ancient script, her attention sharpened, and she articulated the words with deliberate clarity. In the presence of the divine, I inscribe this truth, etching the promise of the Sea King into history, an indelible testament to the legend of the Sea King. As Alvia uttered these words, Kaido's pupils trembled with astonishment. One of the fabled ancient weapons, the Sea King, actually existed in the mists of antiquity. Fishman Island. It takes centuries for a Sea King to emerge. Would it take decades more? Kaido murmured to himself. If he could harness the power to control these sovereign beings of the sea, surely he could dominate the world. Roughly so, but there are certain characters that require further analysis according to linguistic and archaeological logic. I must first inscribe them. Alvia busily set to work, her conviction unwavering. This journey was undeniably worthwhile. Had she not made this decision? Who could have reached this sky island to uncover the truth of history and the patterns and powers of the Sea King? Hey, what is that shimmering golden light below? Moria pointed towards a radiant spot on the ground. Soon, he realized the implications of his words. Was he truly courting disaster by speaking such things in front of Shawn? It's gold. We struck it rich. Shawn kicked Moria away. Captain, spare me. Moria lamented, tears welling up in his eyes. It is often said that piracy is fraught with peril, yet he never anticipated such extreme risks. Madam, please proceed this way. Jasmine transformed the clouds into a slide. Thank you, Jasmine. Alvia was utterly startled. A normal person would surely meet their demise from such a fall. With a leap, Shawn required no dragon form. The demon compass spun once more, likely due to its enhanced capabilities post-upgrade, presenting a new choice immediately. It seemed intent on preventing any rebellious thoughts from Shawn. The point of fate had manifested, unveiling a fresh demonic decision. Choice 1. Journey to the southern land of Baika to obtain the Thunder Fruit. Reward, Fishman Soft Arts. Choice 2. Dominate the Island of Gods, proceeding to the southern land of Baika to seize the Thunder Fruit. Reward, Ancient Goddess Lunaria S trait, Flame, and Fishman Karate 2. This flame is more direct, and Fishman Karate can be utilized on land. However, opting for choice may first prove rather insipid. Shawn's recollections of the Lunaria tribe are limited to 2 salient points. Firstly, when flames manifest, they enhance defensive capabilities. Conversely, when the flames dissipate, there is a remarkable surge in speed. Secondly, the flames themselves possess a certain potency, and the Lunaria tribe exhibits exceptional adaptability to their environment, demonstrating formidable resilience. Even such a powerful lineage ultimately succumbed to the ancient gods, being supplanted by the new divine beings known as the celestial dragons. When considering the unique characteristics of the Lunaria tribe, I find myself endowed with the attributes of fire, lightning, and vapor, symbolizing 3 distinct entities that inhabit the skies above, the earth beneath, and the waters within the vast ocean. Shawn descended from the heights, filled with elation. What if, in due course, wings were to sprout? If they appeared unseemly, one could simply utilize the power of the Munch fruit to consume them, allowing for their emergence at a more opportune moment. Shawn understood that wings were never merely a burden. With a thunderous crash as the crowd reached land, the cloud ladder shattered. Kaido took flight for a moment, while Shawn leapt directly down. To speak of the strongest being, even the act of self-destruction had been preemptively avoided. Gold City, Moria cried out, his small wings and the tiny horn on his forehead quivering with excitement. The shadow bat flapped its wings incessantly, rejoicing in this moment. Could they be invited to play hide and seek? Jasmine was indifferent to the exorbitant value of gold. She employed the power of her push-push fruit to carve a tunnel through the gold, transforming it into a playful passage. Here, every structure was cast from gold, resplendent in its opulence. This was in stark contrast to the seemingly underdeveloped civilization of the Shandians. If the legends were indeed true, then what of the diminutive folk mentioned in the tomes? Alvia marveled at the scene before her. This journey had utterly dismantled countless previously held conclusions. The lies of Norland, the discredited legends, even the ancient script. Once all was validated through the Golden Bell and Gold City, Alvia's mind became a whirlwind of historical texts. What had transpired 800 years ago? Those powerful enough to command the Sea Kings, why had they met with defeat? She gazed at Shawn's silhouette, her heart brimming with questions. Was this deliberate on your part, or merely a stroke of coincidence? Alvia began to contemplate her own narrative. She could not fathom that arriving at Sky Island was mere chance, nor that discovering the historical text beneath the Golden Bell was simply fortuitous. Shawn is undoubtedly a figure of profound wisdom cloaked in apparent folly. In truth, it is quite a coincidence that Shawn would choose to visit the Sky Island, albeit in an unexpected manner. As for the historical text, Shawn was already aware that it pertains to the Sea King. It is far less intriguing than striking the Golden Bell. Ignite the lamp of Chandora. How delightful it is. It might even leave the 5 elders sleepless through the night. What are you gazing at? Shawn sensed Alvia's gaze and turned to look. A golden pillar rested upon his shoulder. Nothing transpired. Alvia's lines necessitated Shawn to transfer all the damage. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his resources in O'Hara and needed to conserve them. As the Sandians approached, they beheld Shawn and his companions, appearing as if they had descended from the heavens. A chill ran down their spines. Who were these individuals? The only one resembling normalcy looked as if he had rolled in the mud several times. Did you ring the bell of Shandora? Where? The chief's eager gaze was fixed upon them. For 400 years, since the death of the great warrior, they had been seeking this opportunity. Let our sailors elucidate. As the comrades transported the gold, once they reached the surface, they could procure more supplies and construct even more formidable ships. Shawn was reluctant to waste his breath. After launching the great ship into the Golden City, it came to a halt only after colliding with a warehouse full of gold. The Sandians were utterly indifferent to such matters. To them, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the wealth of the Golden City. Alvia inquired about the Golden Bell and the historical texts. The elder, in the prime of his life, was already in tears. Our mission is accomplished. The Sandian tribe rejoiced. Yet a massive hand lifted the great ship. The ferocious wolf held the vessel aloft, gazing at Shawn on the deck. Hungry, he exclaimed, feeling his stomach rumble. Taking advantage of the moment, Jasmine fed the remaining half of her homemade ice cream to the wolf. Delicious. The wolf found no issue with it. To Shawn, the fork was a weapon, but to him, it was merely a utensil suited for dining. Prepare for battle. Drive the Sky Islanders out completely. The chieftain wiped away his tears and raised the spear once more. The Sky Islanders, following the wolf, were astonished by the splendor of the Golden City. They felt their throats burning with anticipation. The deity raised the spear, commanding the charge from atop the flying warhorse. Peel. Kill. Seize the gifts of the gods. Indeed, war would never cease unless a stronger being emerged. What god? Shawn cast his gaze upon the inhabitants of the Sky Island, who had seized lands from others for 4 centuries, extinguishing countless innocent lives of the Sandia tribe. They harbored ambitions of total annihilation, yet in the end, it would culminate in mere reconciliation, as if the atrocities committed over these centuries had never transpired. This island is mine, for I am a deity. How could I allow anyone to act with impunity so close to my domain? Upon Shawn's arrival at the battlefield, the entire pirate crew assembled. The Sky Island inhabitants and the Sandia people stood paralyzed with fear, not to mention wielding spears. Even attacking with shell blasts could not match the might of Shawn's pirate crew. Where do you wish to flee, Flower Country and O'Hara? Shane stood before a solitary figure on an empty island. I am unfamiliar with the place you speak of. Whoosh. With a single strike, Shawn sent his opponent flying. Let fate decide, be it the vast ocean or solid land. The sheer force of his blow instilled terror in all present. This journey would surely soar for days and nights on end. Regardless of whether you hail from the Sky Island or the land of Shandia, from this moment forth, you shall acknowledge but one deity. I am Shawn. Who among you dares to oppose this declaration? Shawn stood at the heart of the battlefield, where no one dared to oppose him. We still have the Lord of the Skies, Nolan. The Sandians also have their own descendant of the serpent god, Nolan. Is a serpent truly considered a deity? Then what shall I be deemed? As a dragon. In an instant, the realm of Shawn expanded, its crew transformed into malevolent beings. The colossal wolf giant cradled the grand vessel, while Jasmine twirled, her golden essence morphing into towering walls. The black and azure dragon spiraled majestically in the heavens above. Shadows of bats danced through the forest, casting an eerie ambience. Alvia stood spellbound upon the ground, dwarfed by the deity of the Sky Island, Gonfur, whose stature paled in comparison to hers, and whose spear was no match for the might of a shotgun. The serpent god, Nolan, the master of the void, curled within the waters, shivering in trepidation. Yet, the chieftain of the Sandia tribe did not engage in a desperate struggle. He understood the profound mission that he and his kin bore, to await the one who could decipher the ancient script. Once this mission was fulfilled, the Sandians would be liberated. Withdraw. We shall remember the name of Shawn. The celestial steed of Gonfur had grown weak in its legs. What constitutes a god? Is it an island dweller adorned with wings, or a celestial dragon clad in protective armor? The battle had not yet commenced, yet it was already concluded. Shawn has marked the Isle of the Gods. The war has come to a close. Chief Sandia raised his goblet as the feast of Cloud-Hidden Village commenced. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Shawn retrieved a pointer, expressing his desire to discern the direction of the southern land, Baika. The chieftain produced a leather map of the White Sea, meticulously crafted over the past 4 centuries. One notable point marked the location of Baika in the southern realm. Shortly thereafter, under the cover of night, a pirate ship laden with an abundance of Sky Island shells set sail towards the southern land of Baika, while the inhabitants of Sky Island were compelled to depart in disarray. For many years, a legend regarding a deity endured, whispering of a god named Shawn, who possessed the capacity to render anyone invisible to the world. At that time, a denizen of the Sky Island awakened in the North Sea, only to find himself propelled into a multi-day flight by a careless swipe from Shawn. As the devoted attendant of the god gone full, he had long yearned for genuine territory. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he found himself amidst the earth. In his dreams, he overheard discussions nearby. How terrifying! That fellow possesses wings. Can he truly fly? A young man of nearly 20, donning pale yellow spectacles, sat ensconced within the room, his body enswathed in bandages. Perhaps, but he does not appear to be a native of the North Sea. A youthful figure stood by the window, armed with a dagger, and was but 17 years old. The pirates have become increasingly rampant, these wretched beings. The boy clenched his fists, wishing fervently that his punches could erupt like molten lava, obliterating the heads of all pirates. Palusalino, it is said that several naval branches in the North Sea are recruiting apprentice sailors. Those who perform admirably may be dispatched to the naval headquarters to join the training camp, receiving instruction under the formidable black-armed Zephyr. The youth by the window could barely contain his impatience. The formidable tides of the era compelled him to confront the oncoming waves. Sakazuki, is it that fellow who has instilled such urgency within you? Fear not, for I shall accompany you. The bespectacled young man rose, setting aside a newspaper that rendered the recently awakened inhabitant of the Sky Island momentarily speechless. The article detailed a group of novice pirates in the West Sea. The Shawn pirate crew had committed numerous atrocities, annihilating the 800 naval ports of the Flower Kingdom, and their leader, Green Pepper, remained unaccounted for. The sacred haven of knowledge, O'Hara Port in the West Sea, had suffered devastation, yet they had mysteriously vanished from the grasp of Admiral Sengoku. The notorious pirate king, Roger, had returned to the Grand Line, and the Golden Lion soared across the Red Land. This world was enduring relentless torment at the hands of pirates. The guardian of the Sky Island spat a mouthful of blood upon the bounty notice, where Shawn's reckless laughter echoed. His unconsciousness lasted for several months, and upon awakening, he discovered that the two benefactors who had rescued him had already joined the naval branch ahead of him. The tides of the world surged with great momentum, likely spurred by Shawn's emergence, which inspired numerous new recruits to enlist in the Navy. The storm had not yet subsided, biding its time for Shawn's pirate crew to once again set sail upon the ocean. In the White Sea, the archaeological vessel had journeyed for days before encountering its first island where supplies could be replenished. At this moment, a 9-year-old boy, towering at 6 feet, was at the port procuring items for the temple. This transitional chapter shall conclude by tomorrow night, and I apologize if this period seems somewhat tedious. I invite everyone to speculate on the upcoming landing zone and the first individual they might encounter. It is anticipated that 3 formidable individuals shall board the ship, each possessing terrifying strength, including an admiral-level figure, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a commanding officer, all within the same maritime domain. I humbly ask for your support in all endeavors. Supplies replenished. Shawn commanded, and the vicious wolf was the first to leap onto the shore, startling the inhabitants of the Sky Island to the point where they almost believed an earthquake had struck. Among them were several monks from the Sky Island, one of whom was merely 9 years old. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the rampant tyranny of the celestial dragons had given rise to a multitude of pirates, forcing many children as young as 8 or 9 to fend for themselves. Shawn entered the tavern and soon indulged in a lavish feast. After all, he had amassed a considerable fortune and riches from the island of the gods. Before departing, he had left a telephone worm with the chieftain of the Sandia tribe. As the first territory he had claimed in the Sky Island, this exchange had yielded a substantial amount of gold, rendering the journey quite worthwhile. Shawn possesses an insatiable appetite, welcoming all forms of sustenance without the slightest hint of pickiness. Recently, after diligently refining the abilities of the meatball fruit and the gulp-gulp fruit, he has fully integrated their powers into his physique. His Azure dragon form has evolved in tandem with his martial prowess and hockey. Presently, he has managed to merge the gulp-gulp fruit with his internal organs, rendering him capable of consuming anything and everything. Furthermore, he can synthesize a multitude of substances, including various metals and the energy derived from food. Shawn has contemplated the ability to consume various forms of energy, such as magma and ice. After all, the munch-munch fruit belongs to the paramecia class. It is not merely about ingestion, but rather an instantaneous assimilation of energy. Previously, he had transformed food into stored energy. The most evident transformation brought about by the meatball fruit is the emergence of meatball-like formations in the palms of his hands. During combat, he can generate powerful air pressure blasts, enabling rapid movement. Over time, he has developed the capacity to expel memories, pain, and fatigue. Yet, Shawn believes this is merely the beginning. With the fusion of the munch-munch fruit, he has begun to extract impurities from precious substances, synthesizing more perfect materials. If this continues, the prospect of swallowing magma may well become a reality. At that point, he could effortlessly regurgitate magma spheres. Even the patterns on his feet may take on the shape of meatballs, akin to the mouth of a pacifist that emits lasers. Shawn does not hesitate to allow his mouth to consume everything while simultaneously propelling objects away. With his tongue and mouth directly manifesting the powers of the meatball fruit, he unleashes a barrage of air pressure cannon blasts. Gulp. As Shawn indulged in a delightful piece of roasted meat from the distinctive island, his thoughts remained unscattered. Just then, a small bald-headed boy approached, adorned with two playful spheres that the island's children cherished. One might mistakenly assume he was a figure of extraordinary powers. "Sir, many children in our temple are going hungry. Are you adventurers from the sea?" he inquired earnestly. "I have heard the adults say that you possess various seeds that can yield food to satisfy our hunger." The naive boy, clutching a backpack, awaited Shawn's response with innocent anticipation. Is that truly what they have said? Shawn turned to gaze outside the tavern. A group of adults from the floating islands were indulging in laughter and mischief, seemingly at the expense of a child. Although he towered over most of them, his heart remained kind. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of these pirates, each one exuding an aura of menace. Yet, they chose to target the boy, perhaps seeking to humiliate him, fully cognizant that inciting the pirates could lead to life-threatening consequences. The boy widened his eyes. "What is your name? And how old are you?" Shawn continued to devour his meal, seemingly asking a casual question. "Urki, 9 years old. I am but a humble monk in this temple. Yet the divine has deemed me rather dull-witted. In my childhood, I mistakenly consumed a fruit imbued with sorcery, rendering me more resilient than others. However, my progress in cultivation has been considerably clumsy, and thus, everyone affectionately refers to me as the foolish monster." Urki appeared far more endearing in his youth than he does now. "Do you wish to explore the world beyond?" Shawn twirled the noodles with a fork over a dozen times, coiling a plateful of pasta together, and consumed it in a single bite. "What do you mean?" Ulki was oblivious to Shawn's intent. He merely responded instinctively, "Moria." Shawn set down his utensils. "Understood." Moria erupted into a fit of mischievous laughter. "Urki, you shall henceforth be the most junior of the crew." He chortled with glee. Shadows danced as bats suddenly burst forth from the tavern. Moria was elated. He was no longer the lowest in rank. "Listen here, lad. Remember, I am Kaido, the governor of the beast pirates." Kaido leaned against the bar, casting an appraising glance at this promising recruit. "Governor Kaido." Urki, with a foolish expression, turned to Shawn, perplexed by this newfound figure of authority. "We are pirates, and I am the captain, Shawn. Within this crew, each member has the opportunity to establish their own fleet, yet there is but one captain, and that is I." Shawn raised a hand. "As for Kaido aspiring to become the governor, let him be. Within the ranks of the Shawn pirates, he holds the position of vice-captain, while you, Urki, are merely an apprentice crew member." An apprentice crew member. Urki found himself bewildered by this new identity. Yet soon he was met with the harrowing sounds of screams from outside. Some were ravaged by Moria's shadows, while others had their shadows stolen, condemned to a life devoid of sunlight. Unless, of course, Moria happened to be in a benevolent mood and decided to relinquish their shadows. "Supplies have been replenished," declared Chef Alvia, brandishing a shotgun outside the tavern. "Let us set forth, Urki." Shawn and Kaido strode ahead, crossing the threshold of the tavern. Ulki and Moria trailed closely behind them. The sun shone particularly brightly today. Having endured years of torment from the island's inhabitants, Ulki departed without a backward glance, seemingly acquiescing to the whims of fate. On board, a fierce wolf powered by a floating energy source propelled the entire vessel forward, thanks to the powers of the expansion fruit. Gliding through the white sea, Jasmine donned the latest JK style, looking radiant and charming in the sunlight. The islanders had once believed that monsters were a rarity in the world. However, upon encountering a pirate crew composed entirely of such beings, they realized their ignorance. The fresh-faced apprentice crew member, Ulki, also served as the shipwright, possessing an extensive knowledge of ship maintenance techniques from Sky Island, as well as an intimate understanding of the propulsion gems. Install the propulsion gem, and let us set sail. Shawn pointed forward. By consuming multiple islands with varying attributes and merging them, a brand new propulsion shell was created. It could autonomously absorb the wind, transforming into a propeller, achieving an astonishing speed. When the Shawn pirates departed, the island astonishingly found itself devoid of a month's worth of supplies, all purchased. If one were to assign blame, it would be for Shawn's insatiable appetite. Aside from Alvia, no one had a modest appetite here. Even during these past few days of studying and documenting various experiences, Alvia had to intensify her training, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of her physique. As night deepened, Urki lay within the captain's quarters. Moria, lurking outside, was eavesdropping. You dare to listen in? Kaido thought of giving him a good whack. No, it's just that the captain has been summoning Urki to his room these past few days. I wonder what they are up to, Moria said, his face alight with curiosity. Mind your own business. Kaido scolded, having unconsciously leaned in to listen as well. Even Alvia was eavesdropping. It was only natural for a sniper to hone their hearing. Inside the cabin, Shawn is utilizing the abilities of the meatball fruit to bounce back from exhaustion. Ulki, endowed with the power of the causality fruit, endures damage from his abilities, causing his body to grow stronger. Witnessing this scene, Shawn, seemingly lost in thought, opened his mouth. Pressure cannon. Boom. A pattern resembling the meatball fruit manifested on his tongue and within his mouth. He compressed the air to an extraordinary degree, transforming it directly into a shockwave cannon. Urki was sent crashing through the door, propelled backwards. Karma. After enduring the damage, Urki swiftly rose, growing even stronger, and unleashed a devastating strike. Shawn swiftly exited the cabin, using his paw to bear the weight. Indeed, the development of the fruit has progressed further, allowing you to refine your physique. Through Shawn's research, it was discovered that Ulki serves as an exceptional sparring partner, second only to Kaido. Shawn, ahead lies another island. Jasmine called out from the lookout, gazing into the distance. To the south, there lies Baika. Without a moment's hesitation, Shawn exclaimed, Captain, I have grown stronger. Is this what you refer to as fruit development? Urki felt a surge of joy, for now he only needed to train daily and acquire the knowledge of shipbuilding. There was no deception, nor would he be left to suffer from hunger. It was an unprecedented life of bliss. You're insane. Next time you seek a sparring partner, count on me, he declared, for no one else could withstand your onslaught. Kaido crossed his arms, utterly surprised that Shawn was still training. It was indeed terrifying. Perhaps it would be prudent to keep my distance from the captain to avoid becoming a punching bag. Moria quietly distanced himself. In the corridor of the cabin, Alvia emerged onto the deck, map and compass in hand. Dark circles adorned her eyes, a testament to her sleepless nights spent studying and occasionally honing her auditory skills. At last, the truth was revealed. She could have indulged in a restful slumber, yet they had fortuitously arrived at Baika. Is this Baika? Urki rose, his heart brimming with astonishment. According to legend, Baika was once a place of divine presence, which later departed for the limitless seas. Upon hearing his words, Alvia swiftly set her pen to paper. However, Shawn understood that the so-called Sea of Infinity possesses two interpretations, one being the boundless expanse of outer space, and the other, the vastness of the ocean. If the deity emerges from the sea, then its destination lies within the cosmos. Conversely, if it originates from the universe, its final resting place is the ocean. Years later, Enel, having harnessed the powers of the Rumble fruit to a significant extent, obliterated the island in a cataclysmic event. It is inevitable that either the red line or the moon serves as the divine origin. Shawn stood at the bow of the ship, concentrating on harnessing the pressure of the air. Boom. A small test proved successful. Indeed, the air pressure cannon was no less formidable than a laser. Although the bear had developed the capabilities of the meatball fruit to an abstract conceptual level, it still bore certain limitations. Once the fruit awakened, it might very well unleash life itself, or even more. For instance, the SS fruit can extract another's life, condensing it into a bead, causing the person from whom life has been taken to age rapidly. If the meatball fruit could also expel another's life, it could hasten their demise, allowing the life force to be transferred back to oneself or to another. This method of immortality is far more convenient than that offered by the surgery fruit. Gods. How powerful are they? Kaido scoffs at the notion of deities. Indeed, even while adventuring upon the vast seas, sitting at the bow of the ship carries an ominous connotation. Yet Shawn remains undeterred, as do other pirate captains who enjoy perching at the ship's fore. Legends of the sea speak of gods of immense power, and on Sky Island, every leader of a small isle is referred to as a god. In other words, it is perfectly acceptable for Enel to declare himself a god, just as Gonfal may do so. Yet, there are always those who disdain allowing others to occupy such exalted heights. Shawn is precisely this kind of individual. The D clan, known as the nemesis of the divine, raises a question: why are you a god while I cannot be one? Only those deities who reveal their vitality are truly divine. Those devoid of it belong merely to the realm of fantasy. The grand vessel rests upon the shore. Shawn's observation haki swept across the expanse, its coverage already considerable. Although it had yet to encompass the entire island, its range was steadily expanding. Clearly, Shawn was in pursuit of something. Kaido followed closely behind. This island bore no significant difference from the previous ones. It was merely more expansive. Still one of the many sky islands, with nothing remarkable to distinguish it. One might have expected to encounter ancient ruins or historical texts, yet none were found. As Shawn ascended the island, the inhabitants of the Sky Island greeted him with their customary warmth. However, the fierce demeanor of those he encountered was rather intimidating. Both the ancient inhabitants of the Sky Island and the later arrivals, such as Enel, displayed a similar desire to claim this divine land for themselves. This fervor was a straightforward admiration directed towards the mightiest among them. While there are benevolent souls everywhere, they cannot encompass the entirety of the populace. This sentiment became even more pronounced following the arrival of the Shawn pirate crew. It was difficult not to feel enthusiasm. Even the deity of Baika could not compare to their presence. Shawn spoke directly. I am in search of a baby, approximately 1 year old, named Ainalo. Before the deity of Baika, the seemingly respectable elder wore a face of obsequiousness, anxious not to provoke these otherworldly beings. Ainalo? He is merely a child from an ordinary family. Why pursue him? The deity of Baika expressed his confusion, unable to fathom Shawn's intentions. He feared that Shawn might be an acquaintance of Ainalo's family. Would he be outraged upon witnessing the state of Ainalo's household? Take me to him. Shawn discerned his thoughts and immediately adopted a frigid tone. Wherever the crowd gathered, it was a sea of curious yet fearful gazes. Anxious not to miss the spectacle of this peculiar group, it was not until Baika's divine envoy led them to Enel's doorstep that the scene unfolded. There stood a woman, her stomach growling with hunger, poised to slice into the bizarre fruit she had painstakingly acquired. The fruit was deemed peculiar solely because the thunder fruit exhibited a vibrant yellow hue and was adorned with an array of sharp spikes. She found herself at a loss. The inhabitants of the Sky Island were no strangers to conflict. After all, the battles over God's Island had raged for 4 centuries, culminating in Enel's domination following the sinking of Baika and Urki's ambitions to conquer the seas. However, Enel's later actions became excessively authoritarian, suffocating many and rendering past events seemingly trivial. Much like the emergence of rocks, which awakened many pirates to the necessity of claiming dominion and nurturing their own power, lest they drift aimlessly like the Roger pirates. This paved the way for the later emergence of the 4 emperors who would rule the New World. Enel's arrival was a microcosm of the White Sea's Sky Island, epitomizing a king who did not lurk in the shadows. Enel, be cautious with your fruit consumption. Shawn grasped the thunder fruit tightly. Considering Enel's circumstances and the gaunt appearance of his mother, it seemed likely that after consuming this thunder fruit, she would no longer survive. As a wielder of a natural type ability, he was nearly invincible on the Sky Island. Yet, it was inevitable that hatred would one day obliterate this island completely. Shawn devoured the thunder fruit, yet it remained undigested within him. This act was akin to utilizing the fruit's powers to store the devil fruit in his belly, to be summoned when necessary. After all, keeping it nearby was hardly safe. Hey, consuming 2 devil fruits simultaneously could be fatal. Kaido initially intended to intervene, but it appeared that Shawn was entirely unscathed. It was merely a matter of preserving it within, so why the fuss? Shawn remains unfazed. Is your Azure dragon form inadequate? Curiously, I possess the ability not only to store items within my abdomen but also to utilize an air pressure cannon. It appears that the Azure dragon form possesses fewer capabilities than the black dragon form. The more Shane spoke, the angrier Kaido became. All right. Kaido was truly at a loss for words. Why did the mythical Zoan form of the fish fruit possess so many additional capabilities? In contrast, Enel and his mother within the house appeared to be in imminent peril. The deity of Baika, upon seeing Shane, seemed merely intent on seizing the child's fruit. And his expression softened considerably. As long as he did not trouble him, all would be well. Why? Enel's mother wept bitterly. Why must you take away our last morsel of food? That was something I found by the seaside. Provide the food. Shawn glanced at the mother and child, realizing the reason for their vulnerability lay in their lack of wings. Some speculate that Enel's wings were later transformed into drums, yet Enel himself has never confirmed this, leaving it an enduring enigma. Thank you. I shall ensure my child repays your kindness, Enel's mother said, delicately feeding him morsels of food. Perhaps you would be better suited to another place, where, although they possess wings, they are indifferent to whether you have feathers. After Shawn waited until the mother and child had their fill, he effortlessly transported them to the island of the gods with a single gesture. What divine power is this? Upon witnessing the miraculous disappearance of Anew and her child, Baika was left utterly astonished. This must be what true divinity looks like. Mind your own business. Shawn once again prepared an abundance of supplies and provisions, having just departed aboard the archaeological vessel. To the far south lies the land of Baika, which marks the edge of the world. Who could have anticipated that many years later, when Enel heeded his mother's earnest teachings and returned to Baika for vengeance, he would still bring a portion of the people from God's island to the sea? He replaced Loki, becoming one of the pirate supernovas. His singular ambition was to repay the debt of salvation he once received. Perhaps it was destiny. Enel became a wielder of fruit powers, though his benefactor had already become a legend. The Sky Island, seemingly a realm of tranquility, was merely a facade of peace. Kaido gazed towards the distant white sea fault of the southern lands. This journey awakened grander ambitions within him. He grasped the truth of history and learned of the prophecy and existence of the Sea Kings. Simultaneously, he became ever more convinced that absolute goodness eludes any corner of the world, even in the Sky Island. For centuries of war had claimed countless lives. Those who deviated from the norm were clandestinely ridiculed as monsters, for lacking wings rendered them outcasts. There is no absolute peace upon the sea, a truth likely established since the dawn of the celestial dragons. Alvia looked towards the horizon, sharing this sentiment. The celestial dragons? I have never encountered them. Yet I doubt I shall return home unless a bounty of 10 million berries is placed upon my head. Should the celestial dragons ever have a bounty, would anyone dare to hunt them? Moria pondered, having further developed the powers of the shadow fruit. Yet he increasingly felt the terrifying strength of Shawn and Kaido. That peculiar aura could shatter his very shadows into fragments. Jasmine's push fruit could even manipulate shadows, swirling them into a heap. As for the monstrous wolves, their shadows were so vast they seemed endless, yet controlling them proved arduous. And regarding Ulki, Moria's research suggested that this shadow could be seized. However, Ulki's status was but slightly lower than his own aboard this vessel. What are the celestial dragons? Ulki could not comprehend. Gods, the deities of the world, Moria elucidated. Oh, understood, masters of the islands. Ulki recognized that every leader of a sky island was referred to as a god. Thus the celestial dragons were akin to island lords. Forget it. I cannot clarify this for you. Moria appeared remarkably mature, once more delving into the study of his fruit abilities. Their journey had reached an impasse. Jasmine continued to propel the cloud sea to forge a path. At this rate, even by next year, the ship would remain afloat. It is nearly time. Let fate take its course. I can sense the hand of destiny at play. Shawn sat at the bow of the ship. After passing Baika, although the fourth devil fruit had not yet chosen the thunder, it was nonetheless preserved within the synthesis space of the Suru no Mi. Within lay a vast reserve of sustenance, along with various forms of gold and alloys. The inhabitants of Sky Island possessed their own currency, rendering gold insignificant in their eyes. While it remains a unique treasure of God's Island, nevertheless, the decision had been flawlessly executed. It could be considered a bounty snatched from Enel's very mouth. This is it. My comrades. Shawn pointed towards the horizon. Jasmine set down her fork, allowing the archaeological vessel to drift towards the edge of the White Sea. At the moment the ship plummeted, the cursed compass whirled, marking the conclusion of a pivotal choice. The decision to dominate the Isle of the Gods and seize the Thunderfruit had been fully realized, and with it, the rewards began to manifest. First, in the form of the traits of the Lunaria tribe, Shawn has been further enhanced, and with the fishman's mastery over atmospheric moisture, coupled with the bioluminescent abilities of the Fur tribe, it naturally possesses the elemental powers of fire, water, and electricity. As the body undergoes transformation, a glimmer of ethereal light emanates from the compass, merging with the soul. This pertains to the martial prowess of the fishman's empty-handed techniques. Whoosh! A colossal vessel plummets from the sky, Suddenly, a pair of jet black wings sprouted from Shawn's back. However, they were of no immediate use. Instead, he chose to utilize the powers of the swallow fruit, much like the thunder fruit, and stored them within the swallow's space. The ship plummeted rapidly. "Hey," Kaido exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You just grew a pair of black wings. And now they're gone." The other crew members were equally bewildered. Olvia recalled that only one race possessed such a feature, yet Shawn was entirely different. Wait a moment. When did Shawn's hair turn white? Is this not one of the legendary characteristics of the linear race? It was merely a minor incident during the development of his black dragon form, Shawn confidently remarked. "Your hair has turned white as well." Kaido was perplexed. Does the Zoan type also have superior and inferior forms? "I possess the bloodline of the fur tribe, which is quite normal. Are you not familiar with the moon lion?" Shawn continued to plummet in a straight descent, while the entire crew erupted in cries of alarm. Moria clutched Urki tightly, as the two children wept for their parents. Why is it that so many extraordinary events seem to accompany Shawn? We shall meet our demise, transforming into a mere puddle of flesh, devoured by fish. Olvia spoke those rather terrifying words with a grave expression. The wicked wolf fears not death. It swells and floats instead. Saint Juan, the wicked wolf, embraced the ship, initially outpacing all others. The world of pirates ultimately does not adhere to Newtonian principles. Trust in fate. Captain Shawn embodies destiny. Jasmine sat upon the deck, utterly devoid of any concern. Shawn spread his arms wide, feeling the fierce wind whip across his face. What is this? A moment's pause, and it will be but a fleeting memory. The journey to the Sky Island consumed a considerable amount of time, yet it significantly advanced the development of the mochi fruit and the gura fruit. His body was enhanced through exoskeleton, fishman traits, and lunarian characteristics. He mastered the full-body armament haki hardening, gained extensive observation haki perception, and honed his fishman karate. Boom. This journey also brought forth the weakest crew member, the sniper Olvia, and the apprentice crew member, the paramecia user Urki. Overall, their strength surged dramatically, and even Moria's shadow fruit was nearly fully developed. Once they return to the sea, they will undoubtedly encounter various factions eager to challenge them. So, let us converse with this world and see if strength can indeed transcend all. On the surface of the earth, an island appeared. It seemed rather ordinary, yet possessed fundamental industries and a port. Companions, are you prepared to return to the sea? Shawn adjusted his direction and strength. At the moment he raised his palm, Moria felt a chill run through his entire body. Urki also recalled the vanished Enel and his mother. Go forth. Extend a greeting to the world. With each resounding slap, Shane sent all the crew members, including the grand ship, crashing toward the island. When the moment arrives, enveloped by the fruit's powers, the air layer will rupture, resulting in nothing more than a vast pit on the ground. Should the capabilities be honed with greater precision, even that pit may be rendered non-existent. Was all of this part of your calculations? The appearance of Urki and the fortuitous emergence of that devil fruit seem to have been anticipated by you. What are your intentions? Why did you send us ahead to the location where the historical text is destined to manifest? Olivia is beset by countless questions. She comprehends fully. Just as Jasmine articulated, Shane embodies fate. Yet, in a certain sense, it transcends that notion. Shawn is either meticulously calculating and aware of everything, or he possesses an extraordinary amount of luck, with each step perfectly aligned with fate. Of course, there exists another possibility, one that is the most terrifying of all. Shawn, in the midst of extraordinary fortune, meticulously calculates every move. Olvia, why do you inquire of me? Why not question the blank century? A resounding slap lands upon Olvia's face. The marksman does not even have the chance to raise his shotgun. Whoosh. Only Shawn and Kaido remain. My recent mastery of haki has significantly progressed. When next we encounter an adversary, you shall understand the true meaning of disparity. Haki truly reigns supreme over all. Kaido, still unyielding, retorts, is that so? In that moment, you will discover my greater strength. Shawn struck down towards Kaido with a swift palm, descending with a grin. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous sound resonated through the island's forest. Emerging from the haze was Shawn, embodying the formidable essence of a black dragon, enhanced by 3 major tribes and bearing a mutated exoskeleton. At that moment, the entire pirate crew had arrived. In the port, a spirited young lad, burdened with luggage and wielding an umbrella, with a pair of sunglasses perched atop his head, was dashing forward. Famished, he had managed to snatch some food, but to his dismay, The owner had discovered his theft and pursued him deep into the forest. His hair was slightly curly, and his skin bore the sun-kissed hue of years spent under the sun. His lips were somewhat full, yet he radiated an overwhelming sense of youthful exuberance. Before the events of O'Hara, the 11-year-old Kazan had yet to earn the moniker of Akiji, the one who would later dominate the seas. He collided head-on with Shawn, who was just emerging from a deep pit. "Halt, you thieving scoundrel!" The owner continued his relentless chase as he plunged into the forest amidst a cloud of dust. Shawn and the crew emerged with amiable expressions. Kazan was equally astonished, having witnessed numerous peculiar objects descending from the sky. One of them even triggered a minor earthquake. Shawn's gaze was unremarkable, yet it rendered the boss speechless with trepidation. The moment he spoke, the boss felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. "How many berries?" "Huh." Both the boss and Kazan stood frozen in place. Shortly thereafter, the island's inhabitants, drawn by the earlier commotion, arrived in droves. What they beheld was the newly formed Shawn pirate crew. Having vanished from the West Sea for an extended period, they had now descended upon the South Sea like a formidable tempest. A crisp sound echoed in Kazan's ears as a gold coin soared from Shawn's fingertips. With a smile that danced on the edge of sincerity, Shawn gazed at Kazan and remarked, "Perhaps fortune and preparation are both mine to possess." Thus concluded the transitional chapter. I implore all to embrace the myriad of blessings. Pray, could those descending from the heavens truly be humans? No, they are the legendary giants. The South Sea is no West Sea. How could there be so many giants? Observe closely. The figure cradling a ship appears to be one of the malevolent giants from the West Sea, the colossal warship, Saint One the Evil Wolf. Panic ensued among the populace. Even the tavern owner, who had previously acquired gold coins, trembled in fear. What a frightful sight indeed. As the townsfolk gradually regained their senses, some were quick to flee. "Hurry, run. Those fiends are the infamous pirates from the bounty posters. The Shawn pirate crew, notorious for their unforgivable transgressions in the West Sea. It is said that both the Flower Kingdom and O'Hara suffered their wrath." The crowd scattered in all directions, with the tavern owner nearly losing his footing. Once the fish and birds had taken flight, Kazan did not look back. Instead, he bit into the food procured from the tavern. If death were to come, let it be after a hearty meal. Kazan devoured the bread with fervor, his heart heavy with despair. Having struggled to reach the age of 11, he had hoped to see his 12th year, only to encounter the most notorious new pirates of the moment. Who could have anticipated their arrival not in the New World, but inexplicably in the South Sea, and on this obscure little island? Theoretically, this island belonged to a nearby Grand Kingdom, one that paid tribute to the world government and was under the protection of the Navy. Yet, here it was different. It was a place abandoned by society. Kazan had lived a life of desperate survival from a young age, once harboring dreams of venturing out to sea and becoming someone of substance. "You eat so quickly, are you not afraid of choking?" When Shawn uttered these words, none aboard the vessel paid heed. Who could rival the captain, Shawn, in voracity? Even a bull would likely find itself devoured in a single bite. Of course, one must consume more than that to feel satiated, otherwise, hunger would persist. Fear not. After all, one is destined to be ruthlessly dispatched by you, so one might as well indulge fully. Kazan cast aside his backpack and resolutely seated himself upon the ground to feast. He was merely a rogue from the town. Who truly cared? Who dared to claim, "I intend to slay you"? Shawn found it quite perplexing. Had it only been a few days since leaving the sea, and already his reputation had plummeted? It sounded as if he was branded a relentless butcher of the innocent. "I had glimpsed the news about you in the tavern, detailing how you led the two notorious giants of the West Sea to escape from the naval branch, eluding the grasp of the Navy's supernova, Dragon. You ruthlessly slaughtered the blue pepper of the 8 treasure navy, leaving no trace of his remains, as if your devilish powers had obliterated all evidence. Furthermore, you engaged in a fierce battle with the legendary Whitebeard, Newgate, wreaking havoc upon the port. The port of O'Hara was nearly annihilated, resulting in countless casualties. The coastline laid to waste. You even resorted to the kidnapping of Dr. Clover, abducting the archaeologist Alvia. Ultimately, you managed to escape from the clutches of Admiral Sengoku and the esteemed Navy hero, Garp. Your crimes are far too numerous to enumerate. A single day and night would not suffice to recount them all. A notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. You are the epitome of terror in the West Sea for these many years. Kazan commented while he ate, unable to hide his astonishment. As a man from the South Sea, He was surprised that even he had heard of the infamous Shawn pirate crew. This only underscored how many times these events had been stained by the Elder Stars and the Navy headquarters. Have I been abducted? Olivia could hardly believe she had not been reduced to mere pulp, yet the world held such opinions of her. If she were to bring back the archaeological discoveries from Skypiea, the scholars of O'Hara would surely go mad. She gazed at Shawn's retreating figure. Her resolve to sail on solidified, convinced that the future would bear witness to even more historical truths. And what about me? Moria exclaimed with delight, rushing over to claim his recognition upon hearing of the bounties exceeding 100 million. Who are you? Kazan replied, his cheeks bulging with food. After a few glances, realization dawned on him. Oh, you are the errand boy, right? Your bounty has surpassed 30,000 berries. The newspaper did not categorize you among the notable figures. They say you are rather weak. Kazan compared their heights and found Moria to be surprisingly tall, far more imposing than what the bounty notice suggested. On our island, there is a mountain bandit named Berg, and his bounty exceeds yours. What? Moria deflated like a balloon upon hearing this. An errand boy. His bounty tripled. Yet it was still only 30,000 berries. How humiliating. There was no returning now. He swore that he would one day return home in glory. A bounty exceeding 100 million. Moria vowed, but to Yuruki, it merely seemed like madness. What was the significance of a bounty? Wasn't it far more enjoyable to accompany Shawn on thrilling adventures? Especially considering that there was truly peculiar soil here, real land. For Yuruki, a denizen of Skypiea, the chance to touch genuine earth was a stroke of fortune. The outside world held us in high regard. As pirates, there was a sense of professional accomplishment. Shawn nodded earnestly, preparing to depart after replenishing supplies. This island is far too barren. Are there not wealthier lands? Upon hearing Shawn's words, Kazan fell silent, unwilling to risk further calamity elsewhere. I could settle your debts. Would not other places face the same fate? A pile of glimmering gold coins appeared in Shawn's hands. We belong to the kingdom of Salb, yet there remains a considerable distance to traverse. That kingdom is known for its World Congress, where celestial gold is rendered. Kazan, recalling recent rumors, mentioned the unsettling news that the kingdom of Salb intends to abandon half of its populace to fend for themselves. How infuriating. How many days of sailing do we have? Olivia inquired. Hearing a rational voice, Kazan's spirits lifted somewhat, only to realize it was a scholar who had been abducted. Approximately 3 days, Kazan replied, having satisfied his hunger and discovered that he was still alive. Observing the colossal pirate crew preparing to depart, he promptly pursued them. The people in the port had long since retreated into their homes, trembling in fear of potential harm. The vicious wolves cast their ship into the sea, while Shawn commanded the removal of substantial supplies from the port, tossing a handful of gold coins into the fray. Witnessing this scene, Kazan, initially frozen at the port, found himself compelled to move his legs. Why did this differ from the reports in the newspapers? Scholar Olivia appeared anything but threatened. It was astonishing that they would offer gold in exchange for goods. In contrast, Kazan, who spent his days demanding food without offering any belly, seemed more akin to a pirate. The moment he leaped onto the deck was exhilarating. Glancing back, the port lay in eerie silence. Suddenly, the tavern owner dashed towards the harbor, shouting at the departing pirate ship, "Come back. Kazan, you will die? Silly boy, return. Uncle will provide you with food. Just work for me in a few years." Kazan's heart raced. He could not fathom why he felt compelled to act. Yet, in that moment, his legs moved swifter than his mind. His destination, the kingdom of Salb. Shawn observed the scene with a smile before returning to the cabin. At the port, the mayor dialed the naval branch using the telephone snail. "Hello, we have a child abducted by pirates." "No, they are not ordinary pirates. They are the most notorious bandits recently seen in the West Sea. I understand this is the South Sea, but they have truly appeared, and they descended from the heavens." The other end of the line abruptly terminated the call. What nonsense is this? To save a child named Kazan, he shamelessly fabricates a story about the Shawn pirate crew arriving in the West Sea. How could they traverse the Red Line without even entering the Grand Line? The branch colonel gazed out the window with a troubled expression. Where could these evildoers be? It is truly a dire situation. As the sea breeze stirred Shawn's bounty poster, the whereabouts of the Shawn pirates remain elusive. "I have set sail." Kazan sat upon the deck, leaning against the ship's railing. After spending years on the island, despite often enduring hunger, he could at least grasp the reality of existence in some distant place. Who would he be after leaving the small island? Would anyone care? Especially aboard this vessel, filled with colossal figures, where few were of sound mind. He might very well become nothing more than a lowly deckhand. Kazan hesitated, as the fervor within him gradually waned, yielding to reason. What path lay ahead? To some extent, it was the pirates that had shattered his family. Certainly, the emergence of pirates is inexorably linked to the celestial dragons, yet the vast majority of the world does not share that perspective. Moreover, the type of pirate one becomes is ultimately a personal choice. I wish to be a marine, to uphold justice, to vanquish all pirates like the hero Garp. At merely 11 years of age, he never anticipated that a momentary impulse would alter the course of his entire life. Do you aspire to join the Navy? Captain Shawn had returned to the cabin, and it was Kaido who spoke. On any other pirate ship, you would surely meet a gruesome fate. However, fortune favors you. For that man seems indifferent to others' opinions. The sea roils tumultuously, and each day innocent lives are lost. Rather than salvation, I prefer destruction. Kaido's massive hand came down upon Kazan's head. Seek your purpose, and behold the true nature of this world. Bang! Kaido hoisted the spiked club forged from the metal of the super impact onto his shoulder and strode towards the stern. It was increasingly perplexing why Shawn could develop so many functionalities from the black dragon form. Could it be that the blue dragon form is a lesser manifestation within the mythical Zoan category of the fish fruit? Ulki handed a piece of bread to Kazan, innocently asking, "What is the Navy? Is it different from pirates? I believe being a pirate is undoubtedly better." As someone from the Sky Island, who knew little of the sea, Ulki's first encounter with pirates was with Shawn, who had rescued him from dire straits. His perception starkly contrasted with Kazan's tumultuous upbringing. Why do you still have wings? You are quite large, yet you appear like a child. As Kazan munched on the food, he suddenly realized that no one seemed to care about his aspirations. The self-proclaimed leader among the novice crew, Moria, was busy stuffing shadows into his plush doll. Congratulations on becoming the lowest-ranked apprentice, newcomer Kazan. Apprentice? Kazan had never encountered any news about the Shawn pirates in the newspapers. Upon learning of their past, his eyes widened in disbelief. Are there islands in the sky? How many days and nights did you fly from the West Sea to reach there? It is akin to a myth, something unheard of. However, the giants aboard the ship cannot be deceitful, nor can the apprentice crew members, endowed with extraordinary abilities, be considered ordinary individuals. Was it indeed the Whitebeard and Green Pepper who obliterated the 8 treasure navy? Was O'Hara's fate a consequence of Sengoku's shockwave? Kazan felt an unsettling discord between these accounts and what he had read in the newspapers. Moreover, Moria, as a first-hand witness, asserted that he had seen it all with his own eyes. The three of them, only a few years apart in age, quickly grew familiar with one another. Kazan, aside from performing menial tasks, began to engage in training as well. Yet, in the presence of Urki and Moria, his personal attributes appeared woefully inadequate. He had no choice but to relentlessly hone himself, striving to match their prowess. On the morning of the second day, Kazan found himself perplexed. How could there be such a vast disparity among humans? Was it solely because they were all devil fruit users? In the South Blue, devil fruits are the stuff of legends, rarely seen. Who could have imagined that the ship would be teeming with such formidable abilities? What must I do to become stronger? Kazan was engulfed in confusion. He merely wished to grow in strength, leaving the choice of path for later, once he had attained power. Would you like to learn the Marine 6 styles? Shawn sat atop the lookout tower, his mouth agape, devouring an astonishing amount of breakfast meant for 20 people. Witnessing this spectacle, Kazan pondered whether Shawn was, in fact, a rubber man. What exactly is the Navy's 6 styles? After training to the point of perspiration, Kazan shuddered at Shawn's words. Why do the pirates' techniques resonate with those of the Navy? In simple terms, it pertains to the extraordinary skills acquired after surpassing the limits of human capability. Ultimately, these skills can even be harmonized and integrated, leading to the unveiling of life's essence. By that time, your vitality and endurance will be significantly enhanced, to the extent that even a single strand of hair could engage in battle. Shawn's words ignited a fervor within Kazan. The apprentice crew members, Moria and Urki, swiftly donned their attire and made their way to the deck. With swiftness and agility, they vanished and reappeared in an instant. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, they traversed the heavens, leaving no corner for combat to hide. There was no need to tread upon the void directly. The iron blocks fortified their bodies, rendering them impervious to bullets and blades. As Shawn spoke, he struck the iron plate with a punch, creating a dent. This was merely a fraction of his strength. The paper drawing, possessing certain natural characteristics, still requires the cultivation of perceptiveness. As for the finger gun, in the absence of a flintlock, your attacks would be executed with greater finesse. The gale step, Surely you desire for your footwork to transcend mere foot ailments. After a remarkable demonstration by Shawn, Kazan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even without the devil fruit, one could attain formidable strength through the mere practice of martial arts. Moreover, the addition of haki, which counters the abilities of others, enhances this prowess significantly. However, apart from the Marine's 6 styles, various races in the world possess their unique specialties, such as the Fishman Karate of the Fishman tribe. Shawn clenched his fist, condensing the moisture in the air. With a swift motion, he struck backward, producing a resounding boom as scalding steam propelled the sea, conjuring colossal waves over 10 meters high. This was merely the faintest display of his physical prowess. How could this fellow have grown so formidable without anyone noticing? Kaido leaned against the mast, unable to fathom where Shawn had found the time to hone his skills. Would you like to learn? In a single phrase, Shawn ignited the hearts of the intern crew. Think. The response came not only from Kazan, but also from Moria and Ulki. Even Alvia, who was diligently recording research in the storeroom, nodded in agreement. She, too, was an ordinary person. Without her training, how could she possibly accompany Shawn's ship to explore the historical truths across the world? The captain truly was remarkable. As a pirate, he possessed the skills of the Navy. How could such individuals exist in this world? Blushing, Malia could not help but feel a sense of shyness. Commence training. Taking advantage of this moment, Shane diligently practices his martial arts, striving to enhance the fusion of his domineering presence with the mystical beast abilities. It is only in the afternoon that he will delve into the unique characteristics of the machi-machi fruit and the gulp-gulp fruit. On board the archaeological vessel, a pirate flag flutters triumphantly in the wind. Passion and sweat intertwine in a fervent display. Years later, when people hear the names of those trainee crew members, they will resonate like thunder. Who could have imagined that a single pirate ship could give rise to numerous maritime emperors who would dominate the seas, the Grand Line, and the New World? Yet, the true King of Kings belongs solely to the man seated upon the throne. At this moment, Shawn sat at the bow of the ship, devouring a piece of roasted fish. Was that the kingdom of Sorb? Indeed. Kazan rushed to the bow, wiping the sweat from his brow and swallowing hard. He had only visited once in his youth, after which his parents perished on the small island. Since then, the kingdom of Sorb had become a cherished memory, a stark contrast to the madness of the Grand Line. The seas of the Four Corners remained relatively normal. With a nautical chart and skilled sailors, one faced no challenges. Alvia quickly mastered her responsibilities through her knowledge and experience. Resupply? This was Shawn's favorite phrase. It was essential to understand that a successful resupply meant ample sustenance, allowing for the storage of significant combat energy. Most importantly, Shawn discovered that the fusion of his devouring space and the power of the meatball enabled him to encompass nearly all things. Impurities were expelled, and what he consumed became the purest of energies, with even the sight of production becoming more exquisite. Moreover, he could move at high speeds without the necessity of using his hands to propel himself. Shawn skillfully utilized the pads of his feet. He was able to unleash even greater pressure cannon shockwaves from his hands and mouth while maintaining high-speed movement. He even attempted to expel the stored thunder fruit from his swallowing space, aiming to release the power of the devil fruit while retaining only its pure side effects. Yet, without exception, each endeavor ended in failure. Am I still too weak? How frustrating. Shawn leapt towards the harbor, making his way directly to the tavern. Recognizing that his strength was still insufficient, he resolved to continue his training until both of his superhuman devil fruits were fully awakened. He refused to believe that there would come a day when he could not achieve this. Boss, the aroma of your establishment is quite delightful. Shawn consumed everything in his path, even biting down on the tavern door and swallowing it whole. Moments later, it transformed into a brand new dining table. He then expelled a set of newly synthesized superalloy cutlery from his mouth. With his self-sufficient dining utensils, Shawn declared, "Bring forth all your food." Ding. Shawn has no need for Bailey. With the power of the swallow fruit, he can effortlessly extract gold and silver from a variety of ingested substances. The swallow fruit not only possesses the remarkable ability to consume and synthesize, but also excels in perfect purification. Previously, it had ingested a plethora of rare materials, among which were numerous precious metals, including gold. Coins of gold and silver were scattered across the bar top after a brief circulation. The owner, perceptive as ever, promptly instructed all the waitstaff and chefs. Delicious dishes were served in rapid succession. Kaido merely took a few bites before returning to his drink. Have you learned this habit from John? Excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health. Prioritize your well-being. As Shawn spoke, he devoured all the food, transforming it into dumplings that he consumed in one gulp. Whether it was roasted meat, bread, or fruit, everything found its way into his stomach. Captain, we have yet to eat. Moria silently approached another table. Following Shawn meant enduring 3 days of hunger, yet finally, a feast awaited. The 3 apprentice crew members wept tears of joy as they ate. In contrast, Kaido displayed a look of disdain. What difference does it make? My body can extract all the nutrients. Can't yours? Indeed, the black dragon form was merely a superficial display of power. Kaido smugly gulped down his drink. The port's wolves and Jasmine were busy transporting supplies, while Alvia documented the various local characteristics and counted the provisions, deluding oneself. The black dragon form was touted as the world's most formidable devil fruit, possessing the abilities of all fruits. Shawn was so enraged that smoke seemed to emanate from Kaido. The first port of the Soul Bay Kingdom was engulfed in a fleeting moment of terror. The mere sight of the newly risen pirate's flag instilled a sense of dread, particularly due to the colossal figure overshadowing the skies. However, to their astonishment, no battle ensued. It was as if nothing had transpired. A prudent decision to avoid igniting further conflict. Thank you for the delightful cherry pie. It was quite exquisite. Shawn devoured more than 20 cherry pies in one gulp. Just as he was about to rise to settle the crew's accounts, a golden coin was barely ejected when the tavern door was violently flung open. This is terrible. The king intends to annihilate half of our Soul Bay Kingdom. He believes those individuals are frail and impoverished, incapable of paying the heavenly gold, and will only cause trouble. War has now erupted with the church to the south. What? Upon hearing this, Kazan was the first to rise in indignation. The rumors were indeed true. Yet, upon standing, he noticed that the others in the tavern turned a blind eye, the owner cowering silently behind the bar. The man delivering the news was swiftly taken away by 2 arriving guards. How dare you question the great King Bicoli? With the man gone, the tavern fell into an even deeper silence. When the king's guards spotted the presence of pirates within the tavern, they chose to ignore them entirely, especially upon seeing the faces of Kaido and Shawn, which made them feel uneasy. Was this truly how it would end? Kazan stood rooted in place, his sunglasses sliding off his curly hair, shrouding his youthful eyes in darkness. Why was Kazan so enraged? Urki, still grappling with the myriad rules of the sea, was perplexed. The king, akin to a deity of the Sky Islands, had decided to abandon half of the populace, leaving them to fend for themselves. Moria let out a sinister chuckle. This is all too common. Kazan's island and my hometown are rife with such occurrences. To receive protection from the navy, one must pay exorbitant heavenly gold to the celestial dragons. Naturally, this means that ordinary pirates cannot bully others, but that does not apply to the notorious ones, especially the celestial dragons. They can act with impunity, regardless of whether you are a king. Every word Moria uttered felt like a dagger piercing Kazan's heart. Thus, my family, and everyone on my island, are among those forsaken. Kazan clenched his fists and dashed out of the tavern. At least he could sense one truth. He was satiated. Ever since joining Shawn's pirate crew, his stomach had never felt so full. Now that he had filled his belly, he could undoubtedly accomplish things that had once seemed impossible. Captain, let us defeat the king's army. I believe this is the path I must take. Kazan could not tolerate such malevolence running rampant any longer. The Soul Bay Kingdom had abandoned half its people. Yet many places in the sea lacked even the privilege of being discarded, as they could not afford even half the heavenly gold. Furthermore, even after paying the heavenly gold, various discrepancies still existed. Moria thought Kazan was foolish for wanting to clean up after the celestial dragons. We must defeat the true culprits, the celestial dragons. That day will surely come. This is my justice. My burning sense of justice dares to strike, no matter where I am. Kazan no longer hesitated. He turned and sprinted towards the lawless lands of the Sorb Kingdom. He was determined to halt this impending war. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their faces ashen. Upon hearing that Kazan dared to show disrespect to the celestial dragons, they felt a painful constriction in their throats. Burning justice? After a prolonged silence, Shawn emerged from the tavern. His towering figure obstructed Kazan's path, forcing the determined young man to come to a halt. Justice. This was a term only the Navy would dare to invoke. In that moment, Kazan realized that his unguarded words might very well provoke Shawn. Through their days of companionship, Kazan had come to understand the true extent of Shawn's formidable strength. As he turned back, he found a cap that Shawn had retrieved placed upon his head. It was a Navy baseball cap, yet adorned with the dragon-scaled pirate flag of Shawn's crew. Our pirate crew does not adhere to such sectarian biases. Kazan, press onward. Strive to become the sovereign of the seas that ignites your justice. This baseball cap concealed Kazan's youthful years. He vowed resolutely to become the sovereign of the seas, ensuring that burning justice would sweep across the oceans. My comrades, assist me in seizing the Sorb Kingdom. Shawn initiated a war, commanding a formidable fleet consisting of 3 apprentice sailors, 3 seasoned crew members, and a first mate, launching an expedition against the Kingdom of Seoul Bay in the South Sea. At this juncture, in the lawless lands, the formidable priest, Bear, stood resolutely at the forefront of battle, charging forth. Jinny, the battlefield is perilous. I can handle this alone. What foolishness are you uttering, Bear? Jinny, though seemingly petite, was several years his senior. Seize that foolish creature and set this place ablaze. King Bekolai of Seoul Bay uttered words that would lead him to his own demise. I beseech all, may fortune smile upon us. Reduce that church to rubble, especially that monstrous figure resembling a bear. Make him your first target. Onward. What is there to fear? King Bekolai displayed utter indifference to the lives of his subjects. He sought but one outcome, the annihilation of all in the lawless lands, reducing it to mere ashes. The former king of Seoul Bay had been excessively indecisive, allowing poverty to persist while many survived. Bekolai, however, was determined to ensure his own survival within a Seoul Bay that could at least depend on the protection of the World Conference and the Navy. Your Majesty, the new priest of that church is formidable. He is likely a user of a devil fruit. The commander of the Guard Knights reported, only to receive a resounding slap. What of it? Just a user of abilities? A bunch of ignorant fools. Fire your guns. Slash away with swords. He can be slain, even if he possesses ironclad resilience. As long as you persist in battle, he shall tire. A spineless lot, kill him. The king sheltered behind the protection of his guards, forming walls of iron armor. Fear began to grip him as he witnessed several knights being hurled aside. Bear's enormous, paw-like hands unleashed pressure blasts, cutting through the chaos as if it were an uninhabited realm. To halt such a beast was beyond the capabilities of these ordinary men. Who is that fellow? How dare he act with such impunity on my land? Kill him at once, and I shall reward you with 1,000,000 belly. The king swiftly retreated to a safer distance. Hundreds of knights charged forth on horseback, while the gunmen behind them quickly ignited their firearms. Cannons roared to life, unleashing a barrage of firepower aimed at vanquishing Bear. Until the technological marvels of Bagapunk were unearthed, this was the apex of contemporary weaponry. King Bekolai's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate all who dared obstruct his path. They were truly a blind, incompetent lot. What if you all perished? At least half of the kingdom of Seoul Bay would remain. To avoid paying heaven's gold, would the rest simply await their demise 3 years hence? King Baikili possesses a unique logic. In his view, without the tribute of heavenly gold to the World Conference and the protection of a naval force, it is only a matter of time before utter annihilation ensues. The incident in the Valley of the Gods is a topic that the 5 elders have deemed strictly off-limits. Yet, those who were once vibrant souls have become mere whispers lost in the annals of history. Who will be next? The mere thought that everything he holds dear may vanish into oblivion sends a chill down his spine. At this moment, the priest Bear, an embodiment of the old, weak, and infirm, has become the most malevolent adversary in his eyes. You need not be arrogant. It won't be long before the naval branch dispatches someone. Bear, how many can you protect? Even those with abilities can succumb to death. King Baikili gritted his teeth in fury. He cannot fathom why some individuals rise to defend others in times of peril. Without these brave souls, the kingdom of Seoul would have been at his mercy. He will not tolerate the slaughter of the innocent. Bear, strong and fearless, is a descendant of the ancient Bacania tribe, yet he remains a living, breathing human. At merely 9 years of age, despite his towering stature and the formidable powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, he too is prone to moments of carelessness. Each of them once upheld the kingdom of Seoul in their youth. And yet, you have usurped the throne, banishing the former king and Queen Connie alike. When you too grow old, all that you have sacrificed will inevitably be disregarded by others. I shall not endure the arrival of such a world. Bear unleashed a pressure cannon from the pads of his paws, shattering the king's forces once more. Sweat beaded on King Baikili's forehead. Bear was but a step away from confronting him. You wretch! You dare defy me, the rightful king. The Navy shall place a bounty on your head, Bear. In the next instant, a swift figure darted past, saving the king. It was none other than Snag, the formidable warrior from the South Sea Navy branch. In the vast ocean, many share his name, yet he is distinguished by his own title. It is said that he has mastered the art of iron and tempest to an extraordinary degree, capable of combat in conjunction with the shave technique, possessing combat prowess that surpasses ordinary understanding. Furthermore, he is a user of the dog fruit, embodying the might of a Tibetan mastiff. Although the tavern owner on the small island reported no sight of the Shawn pirate crew, the kingdom of Salb remains one that pays tribute to heavenly gold in exchange for protection, even if King Baikili declares he will henceforth pay only half. In exchange for the safeguarding of half his territory, the responsibility still lies with the naval branch. I have long maintained that only those affiliated with the World Conference should have access to the naval branch's den mushi. Those individuals are exceedingly bothersome. Did you truly believe that a mere island could summon a naval warship? How could a child named Kazan possibly compare to the cost of a battleship? Rear Admiral Snag rescued King Baikili, transforming into his beastly form. In this state, he possessed extraordinary vitality, wielding mastery over iron blocks, gale steps, and shave, granting him dominion-level power in these waters. To him, a mere bear was nothing more than a child. You are indeed correct. Such fools, ignorant of the world's existence, ought to be eradicated. King Baikili, trembling in fear, retreated repeatedly, muttering incoherently. On the battlefield, Steel Dog Snag cast a glance at the bear and swiftly vanished from his position. Quite impressive. Are you a paramecia type? To unleash such a degree of power. However, is your speed sufficient? This world harbors more than just paramecia users. Whoosh. He materialized above the bear, preparing to deliver a horizontal strike with gale steps. As long as you do not land a hit, there should be no issues. In a flash, the strike connected. Pain surging through the bear's body as he acquired yet another scar, rapidly compressing the air to mount a new attack. Bear cub, that fellow is behind you. Ginny urgently warned. Do not appear here, Ginny. The bear instinctively moved to rescue Ginny, sensing Steel Dog's true target. But it was too late. Hey, this little girl is your Achilles heel, isn't she? Haha. You, who do not belong to the Navy or the King's Army, ought to be a pirate. However, pirates must never have families. Ha 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 ha. Steel Dog threatened Ginny with his claws at her neck, leaving the bear close yet paralyzed with fear. How dare you use me to threaten Bear Cub? Attack, Bear Cub. Ginny bit down on Steel Dog's fur-covered arm. In his fury, as he raised a paw to crush Ginny's neck, a large hand effortlessly seized his wrist. Who dares to obstruct me? Steel Dog looked up, and in an instant, his pupils widened, his heart pounding like a drum. Ginny seemed to recall something, her eyes squinting with joy. Shawn. The bear did not expect to reunite with the two in the kingdom of Sorb. News of Shawn frequently graced the newspapers, igniting fervor within him. Yet, the recent reports made him question, could it truly be Shawn? Long time no see, Bear Cub, Ginny. Shawn firmly grasped the arm of the steel hound. In its wide, glaring eyes, he lifted it up and abruptly hurled it away. The king's army was already in retreat. These men still had their ancestors to honor. Moreover, their will had been shattered by the previous onslaught of the bear. The reinforcements from the naval division had initially approached with unwavering confidence, only to unexpectedly encounter an even more terrifying foe. There stood Shawn, side by side with Kaido, while behind them, their crew members loomed like demons descending upon the earth. The Salb Kingdom? Shawn cast a glance over the expanse of land. Let the flag of my pirate crew soar here, he declared. From this moment forth, this place shall become our first dominion in the Azure Seas. Upon hearing Shawn's proclamation, the Wolf of the Abyss promptly hoisted the pirate flag adorned with dragon scales upon the church in the lawless territory. As the flag billowed in the breeze, Bear Cub was once more transported back to the moment he first encountered Shawn, when he had witnessed, with his own eyes, the slaying of the untouchable celestial dragon in the Valley of the Gods. Following the pivotal moment, Shawn has become the first rookie pirate to receive a bounty exceeding 100 million upon his debut. However, the Navy has chosen to erase the reasons behind this bounty. Why must it remain unspoken? It is merely due to the fact that the deeds Shawn has committed, if revealed, would tarnish the dignity of the celestial dragons. Their aim is to obliterate Shawn from memory, to forever bury the incident at God Valley where dozens of celestial dragons were slaughtered. Yet, even amidst the return of numerous formidable pirates to the Grand Line, vying for dominance in the New World following the demise of the World King, Rox, the Navy, despite being thrown into disarray, still dispatched 2 vice admirals to pursue the Shawn pirate crew. Were it not for Shawn's possession of the paw fruit ability, And were it not for the abduction of Dr. Clover, a nefarious individual as audacious as rocks, he might have been forgotten altogether. Shawn, both Kuma and I frequently peruse your newspapers. We were quite worried after hearing of your disappearance. With Ginny's peril now behind her, she has returned to her usual cheerful demeanor. What need is there for heavenly gold? If my pirate crew could ensure the protection of the entire Salt Kingdom, would that not be a better outcome? Shawn need not lift a finger. The crew, including the ferocious wolf and the graceful Jasmine, effortlessly ensnared the Navy using their fruit abilities. As for Steel Dog, despite being a Zoan-type user well-versed in the Navy's 6 styles, he struggled to rise and immediately pressed on with an offensive. Fueled by an overwhelming fury, Kaido swung his club with such force that it rendered him utterly incapacitated. Thunderbagwa. Having emerged from the Battle of O'Hara, Kaido had awakened the advanced form of armament hockey, enabling him to effortlessly shatter the defenses of the unawakened Zoan users. The remaining adversaries were left to be dealt with by Urki and Moria. Kazan's punches lacked sufficient power, while Alvia effectively repelled several Marines with her gunfire. After numerous skirmishes and extended voyages, the crew had developed their own distinct fighting styles. Is there anyone among you who aspires to become a user of the Anew no Mi? Shawn expelled a super alloy knife, intent on seeking out Steel Hound. I refuse. Kazan adamantly rejected the notion of becoming a mere pawn. What he yearned for was the ability to unleash widespread devastation in the blink of an eye. No. Olivia shook her head, though her mind involuntarily conjured images of everyone transforming into Tibetan mastiffs, envisioning their canine forms. I have no interest in that. Ginny decisively declined, aspiring instead to become a superhuman capable of collaborating with bears. It was then that Kaido finally spoke up. That fellow has already been sent plummeting into the sea. The Marines, initially paralyzed by fear and uncertainty, swiftly retreated, scrambling to dive in and rescue him. An ability user sinking to the ocean floor was undoubtedly doomed. The war concluded with the Navy and the Royal Army in successive retreat, leaving only King Beckley surrounded by the Shawn pirate crew, standing amidst the chaos. He appeared exceptionally pitiful, even bursting into tears. If you kill me, the World Conference Alliance will never forgive you. Moreover, the Navy will dispatch even stronger forces to annihilate you. King Beckley trembled in fear, yet still maintained a facade of bravado. For he understood that once he lost all value, death would swiftly follow. The Navy? How many admirals were there? Shawn cast the newspaper onto his face. Emblazoned with news of the Shawn pirates' destruction of O'Hara and the abduction of Dr. Clover, having evaded the grasp of Admiral Sengoku and the valiant hero, Garp. And then, why not invite Steelbone Kong to join the fray? If we cannot prevail, we can certainly make our escape, cannot we? Sooner or later, we shall become invincible, sweeping them all away. It was at this moment that King Beckley comprehended the futility of threats. He had initially believed that the Shawn pirates had vanished, surely sunk to the depths of the sea and lost to the world. Who could have anticipated that they remained unscathed, with not a single soul perished? If one were to swim freely, where would they choose to go? Shawn stood before King Beckley. The simplest course of action, of course, was to cast him aside as one would feed fish. I detest swimming, King Beckley exclaimed, turning to make his escape. Ginny had no objections to this. After all, the bear possessed a semblance of kindness. It was evident that he had spared Beckley's life on 2 occasions, suggesting a flicker of mercy in his otherwise fierce demeanor. Cub, do not retain moral reservations for anyone. Shawn flicked his finger, conjuring a memory orb that contained news of the future abduction of Ginny by the celestial dragons. However, that was all there was to it. A fragment of memory merged into Bear's own recollections, leaving him momentarily dazed. Soon after, Shawn retrieved the memory. A familiar sensation washed over him. Was it the power of the meatball fruit? Bear gazed at Shawn in astonishment. But surely, each devil fruit could only exist in singularity. Was it merely a coincidence? Was this projection truly a memory or a deduction? Bear found himself momentarily at a loss. Indeed, what if Ginny were to encounter the celestial dragons and be captured? Should he not retain a semblance of restraint and fight with all his might? No. Bear jolted back to reality, realizing it was King Beckley who was shouting in a frenzy. With a single strike, Shawn sent it soaring into the depths of the ocean. As the air barrier of the meatball fruit shattered, the immense pressure of the deep sea swiftly caused it to explode. The marine creatures, having discovered a delectable feast, devoured it eagerly. It was over. The king's army stood frozen in place as Shawn turned his gaze toward the lawless land. There stood the forsaken former king of Sorb, Bulldog. Until a suitable new monarch is found, you shall govern here. The kingdom of Sorb shall henceforth regularly provide supplies for the great fleet. This place shall also be under my protection." Upon hearing Shawn's words, King Bulldog had no choice but to acquiesce, otherwise they would all meet a grim fate. What a benevolent friend the bear has. Queen Connie trembled as she nudged King Bulldog, who smiled with relief, hoping that such days would linger a while longer. The kingdom of Sorb had become the first territory dominated by pirates in the era of rocks. The great pirate Shawn reigned supreme in this corner of the South Sea, a veritable pinnacle of piracy. Who would dare to act recklessly here? After a day of rest, the grand voyage toward the great route awaited. Shawn stepped into the church as night began to fall. Meanwhile, the people of the Sorb kingdom were reveling in celebration. Providing supplies for a pirate crew? What could that possibly compare to the celestial gold of the celestial dragons? Inside the church, Bear was still pondering the events of the day. Upon witnessing Ginny devouring her meal by the fire, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Shawn, will the future truly unfold as you have foretold?" Bear's gaze, resolute and unwavering, fixed on Shawn. "Consider your choices carefully, and do not forget the Valley of the Gods." Upon hearing Shawn's response, Bear made an unshakable decision deep within his heart. Late at night, while all others were in slumber, Kaido seized Shawn. "What exactly is the nature of your devil fruit? And why are you inquiring about who wishes to become the wielder of the anew no mi?" The two stood outside the church. Yet, Shawn listens to the tempest of the sea. "The form of the black dragon possesses various fruit abilities. Do you still doubt it, Kaido?" Shawn laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Nonsense. I have witnessed the bear's abilities, which bear striking resemblance to yours. Both of you possess similar paw pads." Kaido is no fool. And even Alvia aboard the ship has disowned this, though it is not her concern. Moreover, unless Steel Dog is deceased, no one can usurp his devil fruit powers. Your tone back then was far from jesting. When we were in the West Sea, on the verge of reaching O'Hara, you two vanished for a spell. Kaido gazed at Shawn, his eyes reflecting the starry ocean and the figure before him. The night in the Soul Bay Kingdom was enchanting. Indeed, if it weren't for the celestial dragons, if the Navy upheld justice universally, without pirates wielding blades against the weaker, every corner of this world would be equally beautiful. Are you an anomaly like Captain Rocks? Kaido pondered, a thought he should have entertained sooner. Yet it is a known fact that humans can consume but a single devil fruit. Rocks was the sole exception, and for centuries, he remained the only one. Wait a moment. By what right do you possess the powers of the pawpaw fruit? There can only be one of each devil fruit. Kaido realized a perplexing sensation enveloped him. The existence of a second, identical devil fruit. How fortuitous that this anomaly should arise. Look, it defies explanation. Shawn shrugged his shoulders. This world is indeed peculiar, akin to the superior and inferior forms of devil fruits. My devil fruit manifests as both the Azure dragon form and the advanced version of the meatball fruit. It is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? The mythical Zoan type, after all, represents the pinnacle of its respective animal category. You fool. Rather, let us ponder the adversaries we shall encounter before we reach the entrance to the Grand Line. Shawn walked back to the church, feeling restless and unable to sleep, so he decided to sit still and meditate. Damn it, Kaido was increasingly infuriated. Indeed, it was inexplicable. Even if Shawn possessed a mutated physique, it did not clarify why he bore the same fruit abilities. Was it truly a superior form? I am already a mythical beast type, yet I still find myself in an inferior form. Kaido's headache intensified with his anger. Had he known that even among the natural types, there existed both superior and inferior fruits, his outlook might have been considerably different. If anyone dared to obstruct me before the Grand Line, I would ensure their annihilation. Despite his fury, Kaido eventually returned to the church, where he fell into a deep slumber. This time, he would confront the Steel Dog of the Navy branch, a formidable adversary he was bound to encounter before departing the South Sea. In the South Sea, within the Navy branch, the familiar gurgling sound of a transponder snail echoed. The report could hardly concern the Steel Dog. It was his subordinate. The Shawn pirate crew was rampaging here. Particularly, their captain seemed to share a penchant with Whitebeard for threatening children to intimidate the Navy. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Steelbone Kong, tilted his head in disbelief, feeling as though he might erupt with fury. Within the room were several notable figures, and upon hearing Shawn's name, Sengoku's expression darkened. Let me handle this. I shall bring this scoundrel to justice. I can't be bothered with this nonsense. That rascal Roger is currently en route to the New World. Garp had no desire to involve himself in such trivial matters. He detested all forms of baseless flattery and slander. Indeed, Shawn has accomplished numerous feats in the newspapers, yet many of them are exaggerated. Take, for instance, the port of the 8 Treasure Water Army, which was clearly obliterated by Whitebeard and Green Pepper prior to that. As for O'Hara, the Buddha-shaped Sengoku delivered a single blow that nearly leveled it. Moreover, when compared to Shawn, Roger is undeniably more significant. Zephyr, having just returned from the West Sea, you should be able to manage this group of newcomers. As Steelbone Kong spoke, Zephyr immediately rose, yet he addressed another matter. Recently, 2 new recruits from the North Sea have enlisted. They were recommended to me and are of a comparable age to Dragon. I believe it is time to establish a specialized training camp for Marines to combat the increasingly audacious pirates. Zephyr's words caused Kong to furrow his brow. You must be aware that the higher-ups have long desired for you and Garp to ascend to the rank of admiral. If you take charge of these new recruits now, the headquarters will lack vital combat strength. Let Roger create chaos in the new world. Our duty is to stabilize the 4 seas with the branches while maintaining order in the Grand Line. Steelbone Kong prefers to wait a year or 2. With rocks recently meeting his demise, the shifting dynamics of the oceans require much attention. Suddenly, another transponder snail rang. The one from the South Sea was silenced by Kong. Kong. The voice belonged to the 5 elders. That damned beast Shawn has already crossed paths with those he should not have. Someone will deal with him. The voice abruptly ceased, indicating that the 5 elders had dispatched someone to the entrance of the Grand Line in the South Sea. Understood. Steelbone Kong recognized that this matter should not involve the headquarters. Meanwhile, at the junction leading from the South Sea to the Grand Line, a significant number of Navy branches congregated. Aboard one of the main battleships stood numerous men clad in black suits, members of CP9 from Judicial Island, formerly the pinnacle of power. They had all become Zoan-type devil fruit users before this battle. They were highly anticipated to become the strongest CP9 of the coming decades, though this title would soon be stripped away. 8 years later, Rob Lucci, born in that time, would overturn their entire understanding. At the core of this assembly stood 2 individuals wearing peculiar masks and dressed in white suits, with their hands tucked into their pockets. They evidently held a status surpassing that of the Navy branches and CP9 elites. They were members of CP0, possessing knowledge of not only the Navy's 6 styles but also the formidable dual hockey and the awe-inspiring abilities of Paramecia-type devil fruits. My lord, the Shawn pirates are immensely powerful. Shall we launch a surprise